Prologue, the mistake of the century. A vicious roar rang out, followed by an immense wave of killer intent so strong that hundreds of infants and seniors died by the immense pressure felt. Others were paralyzed in fear of their doom, while those who found their voice screamed in terror. Yet there were those who were not reacting this way. They were the shinobi of the village hidden in the leaves. These men and women were preparing to face the source of the killer intent, the king of all demons, the nine-tailed fox, the Kyubi no Yoko. As the demon approached, the shinobi rushed to stop the beast from making it to their home, but their attempt seemed futile. The fox seemed to just brush off all attacks the shinobi could throw at it. Dozens of warriors died off like lambs to the slaughter. Suddenly a blast of smoke erupted between the Nine Tails and the Leaf Village. When the smoke cleared, in its place was an enormous toad almost as large as the demon fox itself. The toad had a sword sheathed on his side, and on top of its head stood three men. The youngest a sized man with a head of wild blonde hair. This man wore a white cloak with orange flames on the bottoms. The next man was the tallest out of the three men. He had spiky white hair. He wore a red outfit with a forehead protector with the kanji for oil on it. The last man was by far the eldest, as he was missing hair, and what hair he did have was grey, almost bordering white. He was dressed in a black battle suit. The eldest man also was holding a small bundle of blankets that was concealing a newborn baby. Minato, please reconsider what you're about to do. Jiraiya and I know the jutsu, let one of us take your place. The eldest man pleaded. Sarutobi, you know why I have to do this. It is my job as Hokage to put my life on the line for this village, not yours. My responsibility is to make sure this village remains safe. Beside now I won't have to deal with the paperwork. The young blonde, identified as Minato, replied with a weak chuckle. The white-haired man shook his head. Sarutobi-sensei is right, you shouldn't be doing this. You have your whole life ahead of you. On the other hand, are aged and past our prime, let us take your spot. Jiraiya-sensei, I can't let that happen now, quite, I have to focus. Minato replied before he began a long series of hand signs. Bunter, get us in close, on my mark. The giant toad nodded as he went into battle against the Nine Tails. Seeing the toad approach, the shinobi retreated to a safe location. The large toad began to battle the Nine Tails fox while Minato continued his hand signs. Suddenly Minato stopped and shouted, Gamabunta now. The giant toad jumped at the Nine Tails and pierced it in the foot his sword. The fox yelped in pain and used one of its tails to attack Gamabunta, hitting the gigantic toad in the eye. Then suddenly a spectral hand shot from Minato's chest and grew in size until it was larger than a house. The hand then extended until it reached into the Nine Tails' chest. Instantly, to Minato and the Kyubi, the death god appeared to be reaching through Minato and into the fox's chest. With a hard tug, the death god pulled the Kyubi's soul and chakra out of its body. Instantly Minato rushed to Sarutobi, who had already opened the blankets to reveal the sleeping baby, pulled out some ink and a pen and began writing on the infant's stomach. Minato then proceeded to copy the same seal onto his own stomach. Once finished, Minato placed a palm on the baby's hand and shouted, seal. The demonic chakra that in the death god's hands went shooting toward the group. It then split in two, with one half seeping into the Naruto's stomach while the other half doing the same with Minato's stomach. It's finished, Minato murmured before he collapsed to his knees. Hand me Naruto. I'd like to hold my son one final time before I die. Sarutobi nodded before handing the baby, who had just woken up, to Minato. The adult blonde smiled gently at his child before kissing him on the forehead. Remember son, your mother and I always will love you. Minato then handed Naruto to Sarutobi again before he fell on his side with a final breath. Jiraiya shook his head. He was and always will. The man never got to continue as suddenly the Kyubi's chakra poured out of Minato's body and began circling Naruto. On reflex, Sarutobi jumped back, but to his surprise Naruto remained in the same spot, floating in a sphere of red chakra. As more chakra seeped out of Minato, the sphere grew until it was the size of a large bedroom and so thick Naruto wasn't visible, but his cries of pain were still heard. Then chakra stopped seeping out of Minato and the ball stopped growing. Sarutobi and Jiraiya watched as ball began to seep into Naruto and his cries increased. Within a few moments all the chakra had seeped into the infant and he fell, but was caught by Jiraiya before he could land on Gamabunta's head. What happened? Sarutobi asked with a slight tremor of fear his voice. Jiraiya examined the baby to find that the only thing changed about Naruto was he had 3 marks on each that resembled whiskers. I'm not sure. When Minato explained that this shouldn't have happened, now Naruto has all of Kyubi's chakra sealed into him instead of half. Jiraiya said with a sigh. Sarutobi-sensei, we can't tell anybody about this. You're right, but now I have to explain this to the council. I feel life won't be easy for little Naruto if the results of the meeting are bad enough. Sarutobi said as his face became sullen. Chapter 1, We created a monster. Sarutobi entered the council chamber with Naruto in his arms and immediately noticed that every spot was aging. Man then began his mental check. Let's see, Shibi Aburame, Shuzo Akamaki, Hayashi Hyuga. Strange, why is Ashi's wife here? Anyways, Shikaku Nara is sleeping, Fugaku Uchiha, and Inoki Yamanaka, Danzu, Homura, and Koharu are here as well. Finally the civilian council. Well, here goes nothing. Silence, Sarutobi shouted. For the last hour after explaining the events of the Kyubi battle, the sealing of the demon inside Naruto, and Minato's death, Sarutobi had put up with the civilian council demanding Naruto's death, and was he finally fed up. Naruto won't be killed because you all hold a grudge against the Kyubi. Most of you forget that the Yondaime was something of an expert when it came to sealing. I believe his method of handling the fox will be efficient. Based on your reactions, this information has become an S-class secret. Any who tell of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki will be sentenced to death. Now unless anybody has anything to say, let's continue. For a moment it appeared as if the civilian council would continue, but a blast of killer intent that, even unnerved the clan heads in the room, silenced any remarks the civilians had. Now then, the next matter of business will be, what is to become of young Naruto? Usually he, like the other parentless children, would go to an orphanage, but Naruto's situation is too delicate for that. Any suggestions? Sarutobi asked. Lord Hokage, with the Uchiha, one of the more powerful clans in the village, I think it would be best if we adopt the child, that way can handle the boy if something happens. A well-built man stated from his seat. I like that idea, Fugaku-san, but I think have somebody better suited to handling Naruto, in case the fox takes over. Sarutobi replied. As you all know, the Shodai had the special ability to control wood. This in turn allowed him to control the tailed beast. A young man by the name of Tenzu was the unfortunate subject of Orochimaru's experiments, these dealing with the Shodai's DNA. After Orochimaru left, he assumed every one of his test subjects had died, but that was not the case. Tenzu lived and has the abilities of the Shodai. I think it would be best if he was made the boy's guardian. Are there any opposed to this? Sarutobi asked. He waited for somebody to say something, but when nobody responded he nodded. Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Sarutobi then exited the council room and went to his office. Arriving at his office, Sarutobi sighed. Dog, go find me cat. Tell him this is a matter of utmost importance. A chuckle was heard before a gust of wind filled the room. Damn it, Kakashi's always listening in on the council meetings. If the boy was a gossip, the village's secrets would be all but open to the public. Sarutobi thought with a sigh. A few moments later, a swirl of leaves appeared and an Anbu stood at attention. Cat, you can take off your mask and get comfortable, we might be here for a while. The Anbu nodded, took off his mask before sitting in a chair. You needed me, Hokage-sama? The Anbu asked. Yes Tenzu, I have a favor to ask of you. Tenzu motioned for the Sarutobi to continue. I would like you to adopt the baby. Sarutobi finished gesturing to a crib where Naruto was sleeping peacefully. Tenzu immediately shot out of his chair and began voicing his opinion. What? Why? Hokage-sama, surely somebody else is better suited for the job. How? Tenzu, I wouldn't have asked you to do this if I didn't have my reasons. Now calm down so I can explain. Sarutobi replied, interrupting Tenzu's rant. The Anbu nodded before seating back in his chair. Now what I'm about to tell you is an S-class secret. Little Naruto here is no ordinary orphan. This baby is the sole reason this village is still standing. Naruto here is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. To Sarutobi's surprise, Tenzu didn't seem surprised in the slightest, he simply nodded. I see, with me ability to control demons just like the Shodai Hokage, you want me to make sure in the fox ever takes over that I'm there to control it, right? Sarutobi simply nodded. Alright, on to conditions. First, Naruto's living expenses will be covered, and second, under no circumstances will I be ordered to kill the boy. Sarutobi smirked. You drive a hard bargain, but you have a deal, Tenzu. One more thing, call me Yamato. Tenzu just has too many bad memories. Tenzu added, suppressing a shiver. Of course Yamato, I completely understand, Sarutobi replied with a solemn expression. 5 years later. Yamato Niai-san, small blonde called out as he walked into the living room. Yes Naruto, Yamato answered. Naruto walked up to Yamato before replying. I'm bored, what is there to do today? Yamato sighed. Naruto, it's late, the sun is down, shouldn't you be asleep anyway? I can't sleep, I'm not tired. Naruto replied with a huff. Fine, watch TV. I'm going to bed, Yamato said before tossing the remote at Naruto, hitting him in the head. Hey, Yamato chuckled as he walked out of the room. Naruto waited until he could hear Yamato distinct snoring before, as silently as he could, snuck outside. Finally, I thought he would never fall, go to bed now, I have to hurry before Ichiraku's closes. Naruto whispered to nobody in general before taking off to his favorite ramen stand. Just down this block, ramen here I company. Suddenly a shuriken passed by Naruto, barely missing. What the? Hey demon, we're here to finally put an end to you. A voice called out, followed by a wave of cheers. Naruto turned to see a large mob of villagers behind, all armed in some way. What do you mean? Naruto asked, his body trembling in fear. Exactly what we said, we're to finish what the Yondaime started. You're going to die today, demon. Another voice called out. Before Naruto had time to respond, a kunai shot out of the crowd and hit him in the leg. Ahhhh. Naruto screamed, but this only seemed to excite the crowd. Then a large man ran out of the group and charged Naruto. He was wielding a rusted sword and he swung it wildly as he ran. As he got close, he took a wide swing at Naruto. Reacting on instinct, Naruto jumped back to avoid the strike. This move prevented Naruto being sliced in half, but the young child still got a deep gash along his chest. Naruto covered the wound with his arm and bit back a scream. Not ending his assault, the man kicked Naruto in the face, sending him crashing into a nearby dumpster. Naruto gasped upon hitting the dumpster due to the wind being knocked out of him. Naruto then saw another man charge at him holding a spiked club in one hand. Naruto, realizing this was the end of him, closed his eyes and awaited the blow, only for it not to come. Naruto opened his eyes to see he was no longer on the streets of Konoha but in a dank sewer. Come here, child, a voice bellowed in the distance. I might as well, it might be a way out. With thought in mind, Naruto started off in the direction of the voice. Moments later he walked into a room with an enormous cell door on one end. Suddenly two blood-red eyes appeared inside the cell. Child, they are going to kill you. The voice bellowed from inside the cell. Naruto nodded slowly. Yeah, but there's nothing I can do about. No, there is something. You allow me to protect you. Together we can destroy those foolish humans. The voice shouted, causing Naruto to step back. Why would you help me? Naruto questioned, suspicious of the voice. I have no reason to lie to you, so the reason is I am the Kyuubi no Yoko, king of the demons. If my death was caused by pathetic mortals, I would be considered pitiful among other demons. Besides that, I believe these humans are foolish to believe you and me, and it would be my pleasure to aid you in exterminate all of them. Kyuubi replied with a dark chuckle at the end. Naruto gasped at Kyuubi's answer before he said, I don't want to kill them. Why don't you want to kill them? The humans. They find joy in your pain and would love to see you die. Take my power, kill the humans, it is the only way to keep your existence in this world. Kyuubi replied, cutting him off. No, I'll earn their respect somehow. Naruto said, his voice trembling. Listen to yourself, even you don't believe what you're saying. Why do you want their respect? Those pitiful life forms don't deserve to live, let alone the blood, sweat, and tears you would shed to try and reach such an impossible goal. Kyuubi retorted. His words finally snapped something in Naruto because the blonde finally broke down in tears. You're right, they deserve to die. Help help me kill them. Naruto shouted through his tears. The moment Naruto said that, 9 foxtails shot through the cage and gently wrapped around Naruto. Don't worry, I will. From now on I will always be here for you. Kyuubi answered, a dark smoke appearing in the cage. Naruto opened his eyes to see the man with the club right in front of his, the spiked club right in front of him. The man was in almost a foot away when a red semi-translucent tail-like object blocked the strike. The tail then wrapped around the man, stunning everybody. Let me go, you demon. The trapped man shouted. Child, how would you like to kill that man? Kyuubi's voice rang inside Naruto's head. The same way he would have killed me. Naruto replied. Instantly a spiked club, made of the same material as the tail wrapped around the man, formed on Naruto's arm. Naruto swung the club at the man's head, knocking it off in one fluid motion. A sadistic smile formed on Naruto's face as he saw blood shoot out the man's neck like a fountain. The mob of civilians that had witnessed the entire scene were shocked. This was the first time the boy had retaliated against their attacks. Before they could react, an enormous hand of the red material shot above them and slammed down, crushing a vast majority of people there. The remaining few tried to escape the massacre, only for multiple tails to shoot out of the ground and impale the remaining people. Naruto looked around at the carnage and chuckled. His chuckle soon evolved into a full-out explosion of laughter. After the boy calmed down, he looked at his clothes to see them drenched in blood make the white shirt he had look like a dark red. I like the colors. I'll see if Yamato Nii-san will take me clothes shopping anytime soon. With that thought, Naruto walked home. Chapter 2, The New Naruto. Naruto opened the door to his apartment to see that everything was the same as he left it. The TV was still on, and as far as he could tell, Yamato was still asleep. I should shower and go to sleep, Naruto thought as he walked into his room. Finding a pair of black pajamas, Naruto walked into his bathroom to clean himself up. A few minutes later, the young blonde walked out of the bathroom with all traces of the massacre he participated in gone. With a heavy yawn, Naruto collapsed onto his bed and closed his eyes, only to find himself staring at the cage that held the Kyuubi. Naruto then glanced around the room and realized it was filthy. Why does my mind look like a sewer? Kyuubi's blood-red eyes appeared behind the door and chuckled. If you have a problem with it, change it, boy. This is your mind, and being someplace beside a sewer would be nice. Kyuubi replied in a bored tone. Naruto nodded before focusing on changing the environment of his mind. Moments later, the sewer was transformed into a forest. A forest, how creative, Kyuubi mumbled with a sigh. Naruto glared but said nothing. Okay, enough of the idle chat. I brought you here for a reason. You need to learn how to control my chakra and be able to defend yourself without it. Kyuubi said, turning to Naruto. You will by no means become dependent on me. Just the thought disgusts me. Why? Naruto asked, a bit stunned at Kyuubi's statement. Boy, you would be little more than a leech. I will make it so you can kill any fool under your own power. Then with my power you will be just short of a god. Kyuubi replied. But how will you teach me? You're an animal and I'm a person. Naruto stated. The Kyuubi's form was engulfed in red chakra. Moments later the chakra faded, and standing in the place was a muscular man who was almost twice as tall as Naruto. The man had short red hair that was finely kept. The man wore a red cloak, and flowing behind him were 9 red foxtails. When we reach that portion of you training, this is how I will train you. An explosion of the red chakra later, Kyuubi had returned to his enormous fox form. Now you first learn how to draw upon my chakra in an instant and form weapons from it. You need not worry about using it as defense, I will always handle that. Kyuubi said. How do I draw out your chakra? Naruto asked. The Kyuubi paused and pondered how to phrase it so the young child will understand. Finally satisfied with an answer, Kyuubi replied, simply envision the seal on you and then draw out the chakra. As you progress you will be able to draw it out on a whim. Naruto nodded, and for the rest of the night Naruto worked on drawing out Kyuubi's chakra, then increasing the speed he could do it. Yamato woke with a jolt. Being part of Anbu had increased his senses quite a bit, and the moment he slipped into conciseness he knew the coppery scent in the air could be only one thing: blood. Rushing out of his room, Yamato sprinted to where the smell was thickest. His fear increased tenfold when the smell led to Naruto's room and the door was shut. Yamato slammed the door open to find Naruto sleeping peacefully on his bed. With a sigh of relief, Yamato walked out the room, not caring where the smell had come from. Had the former Anbu took a closer look at Naruto, he would have noticed that every so often the distinct whisker marks on his cheeks darkened before returning to normal. Naruto woke up almost an hour later. He walked in the living room and saw Yamato sitting at the table and drinking a cup of coffee. Yamato glanced up before pointing to the counter behind him where a plate of food was at, still steaming, showing it was hot. Naruto grabbed the plate and placed it on the table. The boy then walked over to a cabinet and pulled out a pair of chopsticks. Yamato watched as Naruto ate his food. It wasn't hard to realize something was off. First was the way he ate. Usually Naruto consumed his food in breaths, but now he was eating his food at a normal speed. Second, the way he was acting. Yamato loved the boy like he was his real brother, but Naruto's hyperactive attitude sometimes even pushed Yamato to the limit. Right now the boy hadn't spoken one word at all and hadn't even twitched in any indication of his bubbly personality. Finally, his face was the real warning bell. Naruto always had a smile on his, whether be the fake one he put on for the villagers or the true smiles he had whenever he and Yamato did something like going to Ichiraku's ramen stand or when Yamato got him a gift of some kind. Naruto's face now resembled that of one of Danzu's rude Anbu. The lack of emotion almost gave Yamato the chills. Deciding now was not the time to probe for answer, Yamato decided to make small talk. "So Naruto, what do you want to do today?" Yamato asked. Naruto shrugged before he replied, "Going to get some new clothes would be useful." Yamato couldn't hold back the shiver caused from Naruto's cold emotion voice. Geez, right now he could give the Hyuga a run for their money. "We can do that. Is there anything specific you want?" Yamato asked. "Anything red will do fine. Also durable," Naruto replied. "Alright, let's go," Yamato said. Naruto and Yamato walked in silence to the market district of Konoha. When they arrived, Yamato headed to the nearest clothing shop, but Naruto pointed to a shinobi gear shop. "Why, there, your career as a ninja won't be starting for a few years when you reach the academy." Naruto shrugged. "Might as well get ready now." Yamato nodded at the response before the two walked in. Yamato then turned to Naruto and said, "Get a few of whatever you buy, I'm going to check out some stuff out." Naruto nodded before walking over to the clothing section. The first thing to catch Naruto's eye was some black cargo pants that had red pockets. Naruto smirked as he noticed the red was the exact shade of the blood from last night. Naruto picked up 7 pairs so he would have one for each day of the week. Naruto then continued his shopping until he came across a sleeveless hoodie. It was black with the lower half blood red and blood red stripes going down the side that turned black when they met the red half. The hood itself was just a simple jet black. When Naruto opened it up, he saw the jacket had multiple pockets on the inside meant to hold concealed weapons. Naruto tried the jacket on and walked over to a mirror. Naruto looked at his appearance and nodded. Then an idea popped into the boy's head. Naruto put on his hood till his entire face was covered in shadow. Naruto then drew out some Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto smirked at his appearance in the mirror. In the shadow under his hood, the only things visible were 2 slitted blood-red eyes. "Now that is cool," Naruto mumbled to himself. Satisfied with the jacket, Naruto went and picked up 6 more. Naruto then picked up 12 black form-fitting t-shirts. Naruto then walked over to Yamato with the big pile of clothes in his arms. "It seems you got everything you need. I'll go take these up front to pay for them while you go look around for anything more." Yamato replied before he pulled out a credit card and smirked. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Naruto handed Yamato all the clothes before walking over to the weapons section. "I really don't need a weapon. Kyuubi's chakra can form into any weapon I want." Naruto thought. "Thinking like that will only make you weak, boy. It would be best to get a weapon so you have a backup in case my chakra is not available to you, or just so you have something to be your signature on the battlefield." Kyuubi voice retorted in Naruto's head. "Alright," Naruto thought. With that, the young boy looked around for a weapon that he liked. Katana, nope, to generic. Spear, nope, not really something that would intimidate enemies. Bow and arrows, maybe. Now what do we have here? Naruto then picked up a pair of jet black trench knives. Sliding his fingers into place, Naruto smirked. "Now these feel right. Channel my chakra into them," Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded before doing as the Kyuubi told. For a moment nothing happened, then the trench started to glow red before each blade grew an extension of red chakra around 2 feet long. Naruto then let the chakra drop. Naruto then decided to do the same with his own chakra, and for a long time nothing happened. Naruto sighed and assumed his chakra had no effect on the blades, but when Naruto moved his arm, a slice appeared in on the shelf all the weapons were on. "So you have win for your affinity, interesting." Naruto turned around to see Yamato standing there holding 2 bags with his clothes and a large box in his other hand. "It appears you would like those blades too." Naruto gave a nod and Yamato chuckled. "You seem to be wanting to start your ninja career early. I can understand. I got out of the academy early. I guess that my little brother is growing up. Here, let me go pay for your trench blades so we can go." Naruto nodded and handed Yamato the blades. Chapter 3, The Secret's Out. "Hokage-sama, we have something urgent to report," an Anbu shouted as he suddenly appeared in Sarutobi's office. The aged Hokage face became grim. If this was something that had his best soldiers in such a state, then you could not be good. What is it, Weasel? Sarutobi asked. While Hare and I were doing our morning sweep, we reached the edge of the residential district and came upon the sight of multiple dead bodies. Sarutobi visibly paled. For something like this to happen, security was slipping. Upon closer inspection, several were impaled through the chest. A dozen more were flattened against the street and one man was decapitated, and when Hare found his head, it had multiple punctures in one side. Is there any way to trace back the culprit to the offense? Sarutobi asked. Weasel nodded. When I activated my Sharingan, there was chakra residue all over the area. Red chakra. The moment Weasel said that, Sarutobi's world froze as he came to the conclusion. Naruto. Sarutobi whispered. Weasel, get me Yamato as soon as possible, this an emergency. Sarutobi commanded, and with that the Anbu was gone. Yamato, what's in the box? Naruto asked, his tone lacking any enthusiasm. Yamato paused before opening up the box to reveal a pair of wrist braces, a pair of shin guards, and one sleeveless chainmail shirt. Armor, Naruto stated. Sort of, kid. While these are used for armor, in reality these are weight. Yamato handed Naruto the bags of clothing before flipping one of wrist braces over to show a small seal on the underside. That little seal adjusts the weight depending on your chakra levels. If you need to drop the weight, you just pump a little chakra into the seals on the armor. Yamato snapped his finger and chuckled. That reminds me, the owner wanted me to tell you that all the clothes in his store are unique. By channeling chakra into them, they adjust size to fit you, dry if wet, or at a constant flow chakra they produce heat to keep you warm on a colder mission. Also, this isn't always used due to the chakra required, but if you add a lot they repair damage done to them. Naruto nodded. That makes sense. Upon reaching the house, Yamato opened the door only to be stopped by an Anbu. Hokage-sama requests you presence immediately. Yamato nodded while turning to Naruto. Make yourself some instant ramen to snack on, I'll be home as soon as possible. With that said, Yamato and the Anbu disappeared. Sarutobi sighed as Yamato and Weasel both appeared in the room. This conversation would not be easy. Thank you, Weasel, you are dismissed. Sarutobi paused as the Anbu exited the room. Yamato, some drastic news has been reported to me concerning Naruto. It seems that last night Naruto killed multiple civilians using the Kyuubi's chakra. Now while I doubt the boy did this unjustly, that doesn't mean the situation can be dismissed. You're right, Hokage-sama, but what do you intend to do about? Yamato asked. There will be a council meeting to discuss the incident later on today. In all honesty, I expect them to have me revoke the law about Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, if not demand the boy's death. While I can convince them to let the boy live, I will probably have to compromise and remove the law. You want me to stop him, don't you, Hokage-sama? You want me to kill him if he kills again, don't you? The aged ninja sighed. I thought so. In all honesty, if Naruto was attacked and killed those people in self-defense, I can't punish, and if he's attacked and kills his attackers, I won't be aiding them. Sarutobi glared and stood from his chair. You forget your place, soldier. If I tell you to stop the boy attacks, you will do such. Yamato met Sarutobi's glare with one of his own. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I can't in good conscience hurt my little brother for defending himself. If he attacks first, I'll handle him, but unless that occurs, the fools in this village will receive no help from me. They created their own monster and it's their problem. Good afternoon, sir. With that said, Yamato exited the office, slamming the door as he left. Sarutobi slumped back into his chair. Things in the village have just made a horrible turn for the worse. I'm sorry, Minato, I failed to save your son, and now he's started on a path to become the thing that you tried to save this village from. The village council sat patiently as the third Hokage entered the room with a sullen expression on his face. Many had been surprised when their leader had called for an unexpected meeting. Now they waited to hear what had brought out this summoning. Council members, I brought you here to address an incident that occurred last night. One 5-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was attacked by a mob of villagers for unknown reason. In self-defense, the boy unleashed some of the Kyuubi's chakra to brutally massacre his attackers. Sarutobi said while gauging the reaction of the council's reaction. He was unsurprised when the civilian members immediately began calling for the boy's death, but to his shock a majority of the clan heads also demanded the boy be executed. In fact, the only people not demanding the boy be killed were the Aburame, Hyuga, Nara, Akamaki, and Yamanaka. Even Danzu and his old teammates wanted Naruto finished. Enough, Naruto won't be killed due for several reasons. Sarutobi stated, angering a vast majority of the council. What reasons do you have to keep it alive after the beast has showed its true colors? Suminazuka shouted. First, the boy will be an extremely valuable asset to the ninja force once trained. Second, his actions were in self-defense. And finally, the only single person capable of killing Naruto refuses to do so. I also remember part of our deal was that Yamato would not be required to kill Naruto. Sarutobi replied, thinking the last part. Well, if that is the case, your law regarding it should be nullified. If for nothing else, it will protect our children from the demon. A tall member of the civilian council demanded. Sarutobi cringed. The fact that everybody seemed intent referring Naruto as demon and beast, and the fact that he had been dead on in his assumption was slightly unsettling, even for him. Fine, my law will from this point on is nullified. Naruto's status as Jinchuriki, from this point on, is open to the public. Meeting dismissed. Naruto looked at the mirror. With his new outfit on, he was pretty intimidating. The boy glared at the mirror and drew out some Kyuubi's chakra. Now if they want to call me a demon, I can show them a demon. Naruto mumbled to himself. Naruto looked at the weights in the box. Might as well. Naruto then proceeded to take off his shirt and jacket and put on the chainmail shirt. Replacing his shirt and jacket, Naruto added his wrist braces and shin guards. For a moment the boy thought they were defective, but then his body almost collapsed at the sudden weight added to his person. Wow, it feels like somebody dropped a ton on me. Well, the weights tend to increase while you sleep because that is when chakra is recovered and capacity is increased. So this is the only time you'll feel such an increase in weight during waking times. Also, don't ever take those weights off. It's more effective that way, Yamato said, coming into view behind Naruto. Naruto nodded and Yamato both walked into the living room. Naruto, there is something I need to ask you. Naruto nodded, so Yamato continued. What happened last night with the mob? I killed them and I know about the Kyuubi. Naruto replied simply, leaving Yamato shocked. The boy had just answered the question like they were talking something like the weather. Yamato paused for a moment longer to collect himself before continuing. Well, there was a law preventing people to talk about you and the Kyuubi. Cause of murder incident, that law about talking about you being a host will be dropped. Now making friends will be near impossible. I don't have friends now. I doubt I will need or want them, so can we just start training? Naruto answered. Yamato nodded hesitantly. Naruto, why couldn't I have been there to protect him? Then none of this mess would have ever happened. Alright, this it's kind of late. I will start you off with taijutsu and physical training. Every morning I want you to sprint 5 laps around the village. Once you're finished, I want you to do 100 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 200 squats. Once you finish that, we will work on the taijutsu form in this scroll. Right, start your laps, Yamato said as he pointed at a path frequently used by taijutsu experts to run around the entire village. Naruto nodded before taking off down the path. Naruto sighed. These stupid weights make this impossible. The young blonde was only in his second lap and it had taken him a couple of hours already. In fact, the blonde was so immersed in his mental ranting he didn't notice the person walking in his path until he ran into them. But with Naruto's greater speed, the collision resulted in the Naruto to fall on top of the person. Naruto brought from his shocked look to see he was currently on top of a girl around his age with lavender eyes that had no visible pupils. Naruto was about to say something when a voice shouted out, "The demons attacking the Hyuga heiress." Within moments the two children were surrounded by mobs so large that Naruto was surprised he didn't notice all the people in the area. Getting up slowly, Naruto glanced around him to see how many people there were. "Leave me alone," he growled. His voice caused a few people to back off, but a man with two triangles under his eyes smirked. "The fox has finally grown a little backbone. That's interesting, but I hate to inform you I'm one of the best chunin of Inuzuka, so you're going to die, demon brat." The crowd cheered for the man's threat and he smirked. "Now demon, die," the man shouted, throwing a handful of kunai and shuriken at Naruto. Suddenly tails of Kyuubi's chakra shot from Naruto's lower back and blocked all the projectiles, leaving a stunned crowd. "I warned you," Naruto said with a sadistic grin painted on his face. Naruto shot his arm forward and a chakra arm extended out, capturing the stunned ninja. "Now fool, die." Naruto closed his hand, causing the chakra extension to mimic him. The group looked to see a puff of smoke and Naruto chakra hand enclosed around a crushed log. "Cheap trick, come face me like a man," Naruto growled. Suddenly one of the tails shot to the left of Naruto. The young blonde looked to see the tail was blocking a kunai that was posed to strike him in the skull. The Inuzuka chunin gaped at the red appendage blocking his weapon while Naruto frowned. "You're boring." The man glared and was about to respond when suddenly the distinct sound of flesh being pierced echoed through the area. The man looked down to see one of the chakra tails sticking out of his chest. The tail then ripped upward, splitting the man's neck and head in half. Naruto then glanced around at the rest of the group before he smirked, "Who's next?" Not giving anybody a chance to reply, Naruto swept his chakra arms out, knocking a chunk of the crowd into the distance. The young blonde then slammed his chakra arms into the ground, creating a mini earthquake, causing the people to lose their balance. Naruto then brought his chakra arms in and formed them into blades. Before anybody could recover, Naruto spun rapidly while the arms extended and slicing people apart as he spun. Within a couple of seconds every civilian was dead and sliced into pieces. The only people currently standing were a few ninja who had managed to avoid the attack and Naruto. One of the ninja glared at Naruto when suddenly his eyes turned crimson with two tomo inside each. "Kid, you may have been able to take out that Inuzuka and some civilian, but now you are dealing the elite in this village. Not even you can stand the might of the Uchiha demon." Naruto glared before shooting a hand at the man. His chakra hand's fingers then extended and converged on the Uchiha from different angles. The Uchiha then jumped into the air while dodging the fingers. Summerly, Naruto mumbled before making the fingers of chakra close on the man. The boy glared when all his crushed was log. "You guys don't seem to have a lot of variety." Then seemingly proving him right, one of the chakra tails shot to the left of his head. Naruto sighed and looked to his left only to see the man with his chest expanded while he was inhaling. The man exhaled and a large ball of flame directly in Naruto's face. The man jumped back as smoke covered the area. "And the demon finally dies, and by my hand," the Uchiha shouted. "No, not quite, but I'm kinda ticked. You could have singed my clothes." The Uchiha froze as he listened to the voice coming directly behind him. Turning slowly, the man almost pissed himself when he saw Naruto staring directly behind, not even showing signs of being touched by his jutsu. "What happened to the arrogant elite now? All I smell is a pathetic little man." Not given the man time to reply, Naruto thrust one of his chakra arms through the man's stomach. The man gasped, but in one act of desperation strung through a short series of hand signs before expelling another fireball through his mouth. The Uchiha male let loose a gasp when the smoke cleared and one the chakra tails had extended and completely wrapped the young blonde. What made you think doing it a second time would increase the chances of success? Naruto replied. Naruto ripped his chakra arm out of the man's chest, taking a few organs with him, and watched as the man crumpled to the ground. Naruto then stopped when he noticed there were several men just staring, paralyzed in fear. Oh my goodness, where are my manners? How could I forget about all of you? Sorry, let me make amends. Naruto stated in mock embarrassment. Naruto then made the chakra tails plunge into the ground. Two of the men were too shocked to move as the tails emerged from the ground and plunged into their skulls, but the final man ducked and jumped back to avoid the deadly tail. Hey demon, just let me live. I promise I will never attack you again. The man begged as he backed away from Naruto. Would you have let me live if I couldn't defend myself? Naruto asked with a glare. The man opened his mouth, but nothing coherent came out. I didn't think so. The man panicked and began looking around frantically, but Naruto was nowhere to be found. The man sighed in relief and began walking away. Then before he could take 5 steps, he grasped his throat as it began to bleed out profusely. Standing right next to the man was Naruto as he was admiring his trench knives. These babies are just too nice. Naruto murmured to himself as the man fell over. Sighing in contentment, Naruto wiped the blood off his blade with a clean patch of the man's shirt. Naruto started to walk back home when he stepped on something that made a soft grunt. Looking down, Naruto noticed it was the person who he had ran into earlier. Hey, get up, it's over. Naruto said in a dead voice. The little girl slowly got up and looked at Naruto in, from what he could tell, fear and awe. Why did you kill all those people? She asked, her body trembling as badly as her voice. They would have killed me. Naruto replied plainly. Why? The girl asked. I'm only a monster that they believe needs to be killed. Naruto answered. Why you don't look like a monster? The girl responded. Naruto looked her in the eye before drawing some of Kyuubi's make his eye glow red and turning his pupils into vertical slits. The girl tilted her to the side while looking at Naruto's eyes in interest. They said you're a monster bee because you have kitty eyes. The girl asked, confused. No, they're not kitty eyes, they're fox eyes, the nine-tails fox's eyes. I have it sealed inside me and everybody blames me for the people it killed. Naruto replied. Did you kill those people? The girl asked. Naruto just shook his head. Then why did they blame you? Naruto was about to respond when he found he didn't have an answer. Then Kyuubi's hearty laughter bellowed in his head. Leave to a child to realize something a vast majority of your village couldn't, the demon bellowed through his chuckling. Well, I should be going, Naruto said as he began to walk away. Wait, what's your end name? The girl asked. Naruto didn't even stop. I'm Hinata. Naruto paused. Naruto, he said before continued to walk on. Chapter 4, First Day. Wake up, princess, it's time for school. Naruto groaned as he mentally cursed Yamato's ability to be so active at such ungodly hours of the day. With much difficulty the soon-to-be 9-year-old blonde got out of bed and got ready for his first day of school. Well, it's about time. I thought for a minute I might have to burn your hair again to wake you up. Yamato stated as Naruto walked into the kitchen and sat down. Said blonde shivered at the memory of his brother burning his hair with a low-level fire jutsu. The results had left Naruto with bald patches on his head for weeks, and Kyuubi would roll in laughter for almost a half an hour every night when he went into his subconscious to train with the demon. Why do I have to go to school? You, the Hokage, and I all know it's a waste of time. Can't I just enlist in the shinobi forces now? Naruto asked. You can't enlist now because no shinobi will work with you. The reason you have to go to the academy is so the Hokage and I can find you teammates that won't be so frightened of you that they won't be able to pull off missions. We've been over this before. Yamato replied with an exasperated sigh. I don't see why I need a team. They wouldn't aid me like you go on about and everybody knows it. Besides, these days I can handle myself in any situation. Naruto argued. Well, that might be well and good, but until you have at least earned the rank of Chunin you won't be doing any solo missions, and even at that they will be sparse until you reach Elite Junin or Anbu. Yamato retorted. Fine, but I'm not responsible for fatal or near-fatal injuries student at the academy receive in the next few years. Naruto replied with a dark smirk growing on his face. Before Naruto could walk out the door, Yamato grabbed Naruto by the hood of his jacket. While killing the adults of this village who attack you I can live with because they deserve it, there will be no senseless killing of your peers and future comrades. If I find you killed any student in cold blood I will handle you personally. Yamato stated, his voice cold as ice. The two stood like that with Yamato holding onto Naruto's hood for a few intense, tension-filled minutes. Then with a quick jerk Naruto pulled his hood free from Yamato's grasp. Like you could, the boy replied as he walked out the door. But because you ask so nicely, I won't kill anybody that doesn't come at me first, brother. Naruto added, his voice dripping with malice so thick that Yamato feared he had just made things worse for the kids at the academy. The killing intent filling the area Naruto occupied as he walked to school made every living creature avoid Naruto like he was the plague. To some it even looked like the buildings were giving the enraged blonde a wide berth. The asshole thinks he can threaten me like that. I will end his existence just like every other fool who has crossed my path. Wait, no, what am I saying? If there are any people I should spare should I decide to render this village a meteor crash zone, it would have to be Yamato, Ichiraku and Ayame. Wait, there's also that girl I met all those years ago. Hinata, I wouldn't kill her if I could help it. With his rage subsided, Naruto's killer intent faded and continued on his path to the Ninja Academy. Iruka was not having a good day. First, he had split coffee on his new pair of ninja pants. Second, when he arrived to his classroom he found all his papers were in disarray and chewed by rodents. Finally, once he had organized all his paper and checked out his classroom attendance sheet and saw Uzumaki was in his class. Why do I have a feeling this is going to be a rough next few years? Iruka groaned in despair. Iruka got over his melodrama quickly when students started to enter the classroom. The final bell rang and looking around Iruka almost gasped. The room was filled with every major clan heir in the village. Then Iruka had to do a double check, but his eyes weren't deceiving him. The demon was nowhere to be seen. Maybe it realized that it had no right to become a ninja in this village. Better yet, maybe somebody off the demon on its way here. Iruka thought with barely contained glee. Naruto was walking down the halls causally despite the fact the bell had rang. In fact, the blonde was enjoying the walk to class more than he thought he would enjoy actual class, and there was only one reason. The fear in the air was putting him in a great mood. As the blonde down the large halls of the school, every time somebody noticed him they would leave the immediate area as fast as possible, or in some of the weaker cases freeze in their spots trembling in fear. Naruto had to suppress laughing at the expense of the terrified souls. This is great, I haven't even thrown around any killer intent and these weaklings are already cowering away from me. If this how everybody acts the academy is going to be more fun than I thought. Naruto thought, but being unable to suppress a sadistic grin caused even more people to avoid the ninja in training. Well, everybody is here except Uzumaki, so that leaves us with 19 kids, 5 of which are heir to clans Shino Aburame, Shuji Akamaki, Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka, while Sasuke Uchiha and Kiba and Izuka are both next in line for the title of heir. Another 3 students are related to members on the civilian council Sakura Haruno, Tia Kurado, and Kanashi Isuki. 4 students come from ninja couples while the rest are simply orphans. This has to be one of the royalest classes ever to come to the academy. Iruka thought as he finished mentally taking attendance. Iruka cleared his throat to get the class's attention. Welcome to the ninja. Iruka was cut off as a large column of blood-red flames burst up not 3 feet away from him. It took all his ninja experience not to shout in surprise. When the fire cleared, standing in its wake was a short hood figure. Iruka reached out to tuff the figure, he instantly regretted it. When the figure turned to face him, all Iruka could see were 2 blood-red eyes that made his blood freeze, and in each eye the pupils were vertical slits. Why your end name? Iruka asked as his skin paled to a ghostly white from looking into the eyes that seemed to devour his very soul. The figure turned and faced the class and everybody became dead silent. Naruto Uzumaki. The hooded figure stated before releasing killer intent into the classroom so thick that the Chunin Iruka dropped to his knees while seeing visions of his own gruesome death by the hands of Naruto. Unfortunately, the young student didn't have anywhere near the ability to handle killing intent so intense, so their reactions ranged from passing out, to crying and begging for mercy, or suffocating from the intense pressure, while a few actually soiled themselves. The intent filled the room for a while before it completely faded in an instant. Naruto then proceeded to walk to an empty seat and sit down as Iruka regained his composure and tend to the distressed class. Nice performance, but you should have at least killed somebody to help get the point across solidly. Kyubi asked with a humorous tone. I told Yamato I wouldn't kill in cold blood and I think they got the message. Naruto replied, these pathetic weaklings won't dare to even look at me funny now. A while later, after Iruka had finally returned the students to their normal states, he stood in front of the class and began to talk. Today you all begin your careers as ninja. From this point on you will be trained to handle the harsh realities of the ninja world. This is not a game. The moment you step outside this village, you not only do you represent this village, but there is a real chance you could die before you make it home. My job from this point on is to make sure that doesn't happen. Now everybody outside, I'll be examining what skills everybody has. Iruka walked to the door and motioned for everybody to follow. The students all got up and followed him out the door while it was clear most were avoiding Naruto. In fact, there was only one person who wasn't avoiding Naruto, but the blonde didn't notice that person until they touched him on the shoulder. Naruto, Hinata stated to get the blonde's attention. Naruto turned in Hinata's direction and stopped walking. Hinata, the blonde questioned. Hinata nodded and Naruto removed his hood to reveal his normally expressionless face was tinged with a look of slight interest. So we're classmates. Why yeah, I thought I would never see you again. Hinata replied. It seems luck is on our side, Naruto said with a shrug. At least since you're here I won't be alone with all these pathetic excuses for shinobi. They don't all seem to be bad. Hinata replied. Naruto rolled his eyes before putting his hood back on. Come on, let's go. They left us behind. Without letting the girl could respond, Naruto grabbed her arm and the two were gone in a column of flames. Iruka and the class walked out the doors to a wide clearing surrounded by trees. Just as the last of the class filed out the doors, a column of flames erupted right in front of Iruka. The flames cleared, they revealed a hooded Naruto and a blushing Hinata. Well, now that everybody is there, we can begin, Aruka said while glaring at Naruto. The blonde drew out some of Kyuubi and sent a red-eyed glare right back, causing Aruka to turn ghostly pale. Alright, right now I will partner you all up, so I need 2 lines, boys in one and girls in another. With a nod of understanding, the 2 groups split up into 2 lines and Aruka nodded. Aruka then began to inspect everybody's strength by chakra levels. Alright, I want Naruto to spar against Sasuke, everybody back up so we're not in the way. Naruto glanced at Sasuke to see the boy was staring him down with a smirk on his face. Naruto rolled his eyes and walked into the clearing with his arms crossed against his chest. Nice, get up, loser, Sasuke said, trying to get Naruto riled up. Instead, Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and replied, ready. Sasuke, unprepared for his insult not to work, glared at Naruto. Why did Aruka-sensei put you, some pathetic orphan, against me, an elite Uchiha? Are you going to talk this entire time or fight? Naruto retorted, starting to lose his patience. Sasuke smirked, what, if you want to fight, come attack, I won't have to move from this spot to beat you. Naruto just shook his head. Then in an instant he was gone. Sasuke gaped at the speed until something sharp pressed against his throat. Sasuke glanced to see Naruto holding a trench knife in reverse grip against throat. Well, you didn't move. Next, try and put up a fight, Naruto whispered in Sasuke's ear. Naruto then walked back to the end of the line, well aware that everybody was staring at him. Aruka cleared his throat. Naruto, how about you and I spar this time so the class can actually see a spar? No ninjutsu or genjutsu, just taijutsu. First 1 to 3 points wins. Ready, begin. Aruka, instead of taunting Naruto like Sasuke, charged at him while pulling out 2 kunai. Naruto pulled out his trench knives and stood waiting for Aruka's first strike. Aruka reached Naruto and stabbed straight at the boy's chest. Naruto used the flat of his blade to block before swiping at Aruka's throat with his free knife. Aruka blocked with his other kunai before sending his right knee at Naruto's gut. The blonde raised his left knee to block. Both then jumped back and sized each other up. Naruto then threw one of his knives at Aruka and disappeared. Aruka ducked under the trench knife and spun around and blocked Naruto as he caught the knife and brought both blades down on Aruka's skull. Aruka then sent a kick at Naruto. Naruto jumped up and balanced off the connected blades. Naruto then pushed off and spun before sending an axe kick at Aruka. Aruka dodged but could do nothing as Naruto used his other foot to punt the chunin into a tree on the other side of the clearing. When Naruto landed, the clearing filled with gasps coming from the other students. Ignoring him, Naruto watched impassively as Aruka got up and nodded, signaling a point. This time Naruto charged at Aruka and attempted a slide tackle on Aruka. Aruka jumped over Naruto and slammed his heel into Naruto's face, only for the boy to elbow Aruka's ankle before he made contact. Aruka was thrown off balance and landed hard on his back. Before the instructor could recover, Naruto was on him. Naruto sent a punch at Aruka's throat, but Aruka deflected it into the ground, mindful of the trench knives Naruto was wearing. Naruto then sent a shot at Aruka's chest, but Aruka caught his wrist and launched him off. Naruto caught himself and landed on his feet, sliding back a couple of feet. Aruka got up slowly and started rubbing his shoulder. Sheesh, he must have a couple of tons on him. I had to use a ridiculous amount of chakra to get him off and he still felt like a building. Aruka glanced at Naruto and charged. The chunin threw a haymaker at Naruto, who blocked the blow with his wrist breaker and then sent a swipe at Aruka's stomach. Aruka kneed Naruto's arm and then grabbed Naruto's arm and threw him over his shoulder, intent on slamming the boys back on the ground. Naruto rotated his body in the air and landed on his feet. Then Naruto pulled his arm Aruka was holding back, bringing Aruka with him, and punched Aruka in the chest. Aruka grimaced as he felt some of his ribs crack due to Naruto's trench knife. The two back away from each other and Aruka nodded while holding his chest in pain. You can submit, nobody will fault you for giving up due to injury, Naruto stated. No, Aruka replied, shaking his head. In fact, this is a good lesson. Class, in the ninja world, if you're injured more often or not, your enemy will not let you go, so to simulate that spars here will not end unless somebody reaches 3 points, somebody is knocked unconscious, somebody is fatally hurt, or both are incapable of fighting. Injuries won't happen like this fight because you won't be fighting with weapons like Naruto and I, so let's continue. Naruto nodded and disappeared again. Aruka blocked Naruto's slash at his throat with a kunai but flinched at the pain it caused by upsetting his ribs. Naruto took the opening and kicked Aruka in the chest, and before Aruka could fly off, Naruto grabbed his ankle and launched the chunin into the ground face first. Naruto didn't even flinch as Aruka yelled out when his ribs were completely broken by the combo. Somebody take him to the nurse, Naruto ordered as he walked over to the class. Hinata walked over to the blonde. Don't you think that was a little much? Hinata asked, glancing at 2 students carefully carrying Aruka to the nurse. I told him to submit, Naruto replied. Hinata nodded and tapped Naruto in the shoulder. Ha! Hinata then pointed to a group of kids that had assembled and were walking up to the two. We have a problem, Naruto asked. Yeah, we do. That was pretty low, taking down sensei by striking his hurt ribs, and we're gonna make you pay. A boy with extremely wild brown hair replied. The boy had 2 triangles under his eyes and this caused Naruto to nod when he saw them. You're an Inuzuka, right? The boy nodded. I've already killed one and he was a chunin. The boy took a step back but then regained his composure. I heard about that, you killed some pathetic low life in the clan. His own companion rejected him. I'm second in line for clan head. Beating me will be impossible compared to him, right Akamaru? Naruto then noticed the small puppy in his jacket. Don't fight me, I will kill you, all of you. Naruto backed his statement with a little killer intent. It wasn't as much as before, but it was still enough to bring the group to their knees. Come on Hinata, Naruto said while gesturing to a door. Hinata nodded and the two walked back into the school. The moment the door closed, the killing intent faded and the kids all got up. He's dead, the boy growled. Chapter 5, Graduation Day. Alright class, today is your final exam. If you pass you will become Genin of Konoha. The first portion of your exam will be a written test. You have 2 hours to finish it, Haruka stated as the class became utterly silent as he spoke. Mizuki, pass out the tests. Mizuki nodded before passing out a test form to everybody. Naruto looked at his test form and sighed. This is pointless. How is being able to pass this insultingly easy test going to prove somebody is capable of being a ninja? If anything, this test should be given to civilian and we should be given a test of our practical ninja skills. True, but stop whining over it and take the test. If I'm stuck in here, my host won't be a baby about trivial things. Kyubi stated. Naruto just growled and began his test. Halfway through the test, Naruto flipped the page and noticed that the page had shimmered slightly. Rechecking the test, Naruto smirked. I see a genjutsu, clever. Release, Naruto murmured, and the entire test changed. Now that is testing ninja skills, Naruto thought before completing the test. As the blonde looked at the clock and saw there was still 40 minutes left, so following the lead of one Shikamaru Nara, the blonde drifted to sleep. Alright class, everybody come turn in your tests, Haruka said and smirked as he saw a few kids rushing to get in a few last questions. Once all the tests were turned in, Haruka addressed the class and said, alright, there will be an hour break so Mizuki and myself can grade the test. After the break we will have the Taijutsu portion of the test. Naruto sighed before looking to Hinata and motioned for her to follow him. Naruto led the girl through the school until the two reached the roof of the academy. Naruto, why did your test have AG Genjutsu O on it? Hinata asked, causing Naruto to pause. Yours didn't, the blonde asked. No, Hinata replied, I even checked W with my B Byakugan after I saw you release O1. I see, Naruto replied, his face blank. Well, we some free time, might as well relax. Naruto lay on his back and stared up at the sky. Hinata then lied to the left of him and the two enjoyed the peace and quiet until the door they came in through opened, drawing their attention. Naruto and Hinata looked to see Shino Habarame gazing at them at the door. My apologies, I didn't mean to intrude on your privacy, Shino stated as he turned around to leave, but Naruto's voice stopped him cold. You're not intruding on our privacy, relax. Shino nodded before taking a seat on an exhaust vent. This strange, I've been going to school with you for about 4 years and this is the closest we've actually been. I thought you feared me like everybody else. Naruto stated, breaking the silence. I do not fear you, I just saw no valid reason to talk to you. There was no justification for us conversing, Shino replied. So you don't fear me, why not? I am a monster, Naruto asked. You are not the beast inside of you, you are a person just like I am, Shino answered. I know I'm not the Kyubi. Anybody with eyes could see that. I said I'm a monster and I enjoy being one. Killing the pathetic villagers when they attack now brings peace to my soul. I cherish their screams, I savor the smell of their fear, so tell me, why aren't you afraid of me? Shino adjusted his shade before replying, I am not a villager nor have you gone out your way to torment me like some, so why should I fear you? Shino replied. Naruto glanced up at Shino before he let out a small chuckle. I like you. Well, this break is almost over, so let's get to class, Naruto said while getting up. He then walked to class before the three walked back to class together. Entering the class, Naruto rolled his eyes as he saw the girls arguing over who would sit next to Sasuke. Naruto walked past and was bumped by one of the girls, resulting in him sliding into the seat next to the lone Uchiha. The room dropped into dead silence as everybody looked to see what would happen. Naruto, move now, Sakura Haruno said, word laced with venom, and she began to release killer intent. Naruto smirked at the killer intent. Really, that's it? That's all the killer intent you could muster? That wouldn't even put a house cat on edge. Let me show you how it's done, Naruto replied before releasing enough killer intent to send the girls in the area to their knees. Now excuse me, I have to go to my seat, Naruto said while walking over to his seat and noticed that Shino was there. Shino and Hinata had left him a spot between the two of them. Well, this is new. It seems you joined our small group, Shino, Naruto replied. Hinata suggested I seat with the two of you. So my joining your group was her doing, Shino explained. Naruto nodded and was about to reply, but he was cut off. More like a band of circus freaks, Kiba called out. The Inuzuka was about to shout out another joke, but the word died in his throat when Naruto released enough killer intent to paralyze everybody in the class in fear. I would watch my words if I were you, Inuzuka. My temper and patience are not to be tested, Naruto said in a low tone. Before any more could be said, Haruka and Mizuki entered the room. Naruto dropped his killer intent and looked to the teachers for instruction. Alright class, everybody to the dojo, we will be having the next portion of our exam there, Haruka said, pointing to the door. The class filed out of the classroom and followed Haruka to the dojo. Once everybody was inside, Haruka walked to the center, turned to the class, and said, alright, the way we will pair you up is so that those closet in skill will fight each other. You all will be graded on your Taijutsu skill. Winning the spar will boost your grade but losing won't affect it. First we will have the top two boys in class, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Both boys walked to the center of the dojo and stood on opposite sides of Iruka. The two settled into their own stances before glancing at Iruka for the signal to begin. Iruka raised his hand in the air and dropped it before jumping back to get out the way. Sasuke charged Naruto and punched at his chest, but the blonde dodged the strike by sliding to the left. Sasuke used his momentum and landed on his hands before launching a helicopter kick at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked under the kick, jabbed at the spinning form of the Uchiha. Sasuke took the hit, flipped back using the force of the punch. Given Sasuke no time to recover, Naruto charged him and delivered a devastating punch to the Uchiha's unprotected gut. The blow lifted Sasuke off his feet and Naruto followed up with a roundhouse kick to the back of the Uchiha's head. Sasuke adjusted his head so the kick just skimmed the back of his head. The moment Sasuke's feet touched the ground, he attempted a sweeping kick at Naruto's ankles, but the blonde jumped over the attack and kneed the Uchiha in the face. Sasuke landed hard on his back, rolled to the left just before Naruto's fist came down where his head had been. The floor of the dojo cracked at the force of the blow. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a blank gaze and it sent chills down the boy's spine. Naruto then was in front of Sasuke and hit him with a kick to the face that sent him to wall of the dojo. Sasuke recovered and landed with his 2 feet on the wall before pushing off toward Naruto. But when the Uchiha was within striking range, Naruto was gone before Sasuke had time to think about it. A fist connected with his back, making him stumble forward. As he regained composure, a kick hit him in the stomach. Sasuke doubled over in pain, but that was when the heel of Naruto's foot connected with the back of the lone Uchiha's head. Sasuke's forehead hit the ground and a sharp crack resounded throughout the entire dojo. Iruka went to the boy and turned him over to see his head was gushing blood. Iruka reached into his back pocket and pulled out a cloth. He pressed the cloth to the wound and motioned for Mizuki. Mizuki, take him to a nurse. The second teacher nodded and picked up the boy while keeping pressure on the cloth before exiting room. Naruto, you wear weights, correct? Iruka asked and Naruto nodded. Did you remove them to get the extra speed? Naruto shook his head. No, I was just letting the Uchiha get a sense of security. When assumed he could keep up with me, I increased my speed to finish him off. Naruto replied. Iruka didn't reply but looked to the other kids and said, now the top girls Hinata, Hyuga and Ino Yamanaka, you're next. Just like Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata and Ino walked to the center of the dojo on opposite sides of Iruka. Iruka paused to see if they were ready. Getting a nod from both girls, Iruka gestured for them to start and jump back. Isn't it funny, both our men fought each other, and now we fight? Ino said. Hinata blushed at the thought of Naruto being her man but did not reply. He's not your man, Ino pig. Sakura shouted. Ino ignored her and charged at Hinata. The platinum blonde jumped up to deliver an axe kick to Hinata's shoulder, but Hinata caught her foot and tapped Ino's calf with her pointer and middle fingers. Ino landed and jumped back. Ino then began rubbing her calf, trying to gain feeling back in her calf. Alright, not my smartest idea, Ino mumbled to herself. Raising back to her fighting stance, Ino charged Hinata again. This time Ino led with a feint at Hinata's midsection. The blonde smirked when Hinata fell for it and she struck with a quick jab at Hinata's face. Hinata using her flexibility, Hinata bent over backwards to dodge the strike. The moment her hands hit the ground, Hinata lashed out with a flip kick to Ino's chin. Predicting the move, Ino caught Hinata's ankle. Ino spun Hinata a few times before launching her toward the nearest wall. Hinata crashed into the wall and slid down and made no movement. Iruka-sensei, she's down, call it, Ino said as she turned to face the instructor. Iruka just shook his head and stated, winner Hinata Hyuga. What? Ino shouted only to feel 2 fingers on the back of her head. I could have killed you, Ino-san. Hinata murmured, never turn your back on opponents. Hinata walked over to Naruto and Shino and the blonde smirked. You getting a mean streak, you've been hanging around me too much. You didn't even stutter either. Naruto stated, causing Hinata to blush. I didn't realize it. Hinata replied. Naruto sighed but couldn't respond before Iruka got the class's attention again. Next pair will be Shino Aburame and Kanashi Isuki. Shino walked up and stood face to face with a tall boy with dark green hair. The boy wore a forest green long-sleeve shirt and navy blue ninja pants. Iruka paused and both boys nodded. Iruka gestured for them to begin and jumped back. Kanashi charged forward and jumped over Shino, then sent a roundhouse kick at Shino's face. Shino, without turning to face his opponent, ducked under the kick and swept Kanashi's legs from under him. Not giving the boy the time to, Shino turned and punched Kanashi in the throat. While the boy was gagging, Shino jumped up and brought both his feet down on Kanashi's chest hard. The boy gasped as the air escaped his lungs. Before Shino could attack again, Iruka stopped him. Alright, I must have misjudged both of your skill levels. This match is over, winner Shino Aburame, Iruka said before releasing Shino. The young Aburame nodded and walked over to Naruto and Hinata. Hey, Iruka-sensei can leave after a fights? Naruto asked. Iruka shrugged and nodded. Just be back in the class by 1 so we can perform the final portion of the exam. Naruto nodded and walked out of the room with Hinata. Right as he reached the door, he turned around and glanced at Shino. You coming, Shino? He asked. Shino didn't reply but walked over to them before 3 left the dojo. You guys want to go get something to eat? Naruto as the trio walked aimlessly around the academy. Eating would be best. The ninjutsu portion of the test is next. Taking the test on empty stomachs would be illogical. Shino replied. Gotcha, a simple yes would have worked too. Naruto murmured. Naruto led the two to Ichiraku's ramen stand. Ramen, Shino asked. The best food ever, Naruto replied. The child who has most likely killed more people than some junin in our village loves ramen. Odd, but his name is Fishcake. Shino thought to himself as the group walked into the ramen stand. Well, if it isn't Naruto and he's got company, what can I get you? A large man asked as the trio sat down. Chuki, I'll have the usual, Naruto replied, then turned to look at Hinata and Shino and Hinata. What would you two like? Oh, one vegetable ramen, Hinata replied. A miso ramen, Shino answered. Chuki nodded before turning back to the kitchen to prepare the meals. The trio began to make small talk about the final portion of the exam. Girl in her late teens or early 20s came out the kitchen and smirked. Well, it looks like little Naruto-chan has finally brought some friends. The girl stated with a giggle. Naruto rolled his eyes but gestured to the girl. Hinata, Shino, this is Ayame. Ayame, my friends are Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. Naruto replied curtly before trying to ignoring Ayame's devious smirk. So Naruto, how long have you known the cutie and Mr. Mysterious? Ayame asked, her smirk increasing when she saw Hinata's face explode in a vibrant blush, but Ayame inwardly pouted when she saw she got no response from Shino. I've met Hinata the day of that incident. Shino and I are classmates, but today is actually the first we've associated together. Naruto replied flatly. Ayame nodded and was about to say something else, but Chuki's voice cut her off. Ayame, come get their orders. Chuki called from the kitchen. Ayame gave a small huff of disappointment before walking into the kitchen. Moments later she returned with 2 trays. One tray had 2 bowls, but the second one was stacked like a pyramid with ramen bowls. Here you go, we have 1 vegetable ramen for Hinata, 1 miso ramen for Shino and 1 of everything for Naruto. Ayame stated as she placed the trays down and began placing the specific bowls in front of everybody. 20 minutes later Hinata and the normally collected Shino were gaping as Naruto finished the last bowl of ramen. Well, let's head back, Naruto stated while getting out his chair. Unable to find their voices, the two just nodded before following him back to class. Alright class, this is the final portion of your exam. Each of you will be called into the next room. In there you will perform a transformation jutsu, a substitution jutsu and a clone jutsu. If you can perform all the jutsu you pass the exam, but if not you fail and will either retake the class next year or you can look into a civilian job in the village. Aruka stated before looking at a clipboard in his hand. Shino Aburame, you're first. Follow me please. Shino nodded before following Aruka out of the classroom. Naruto sighed. Great, I would be the second to last kid in the class. Now I'm going to have to wait for 19 kids to take this stupid test before I go. Naruto glanced at the class and noticed that Shikamaru was asleep. Deciding to follow his lead, the blonde demon container drifted off to sleep. Naruto, it's your turn. Naruto woke up to see Shino sporting a Konoha Hite on his forehead while Hinata was wearing one around her neck. Naruto nodded before walking out the classroom into the other room that Aruka and Mizuki were administering the test. Aruka looked at Naruto as he entered before gesturing to Mizuki, who was holding a sword throwing weapons. Alright, Mizuki will be throwing the weapons at you. I need you to use the substitution jutsu to dodge at least 3 waves of them. He will throw 5 waves. Nod when you are ready. Aruka stated. Naruto nodded and immediately Mizuki launched 1 handful of kunai at him. Naruto took the hits and fell to the ground. Aruka paled while Mizuki smirked. Aruka ran to the downed Naruto only for him to be engulfed in a cloud of smoke and a chair be left in his place. Impressive Naruto, I didn't expect you to be able to have the illusion of you over the object for so long. Mizuki, continue the test, Aruka said just as Naruto walked down from the back of the class. Mizuki, seeing Naruto, threw the shuriken in his other hand at the boy and picked up 2 more handfuls of weapons and throwing one where Naruto was, then launched the other where he assumed Naruto would appear. To his dismay, Naruto used the substitution jutsu to avoid both waves of weapons. With an inward sigh, Mizuki picked up the last handful and chucked them at Naruto. To Aruka's surprise, a gasp of pain emitted from Naruto as the weapons made contact on the boy. Aruka walked over to him and almost gasped when a puff of smoke covered Naruto and revealed Mizuki covered in bruises from the impact of the blunted weapons. Aruka turned to see Naruto standing where Mizuki once was with a smirk on his face. Aruka shook his head and helped Mizuki to a chair before turning to Naruto. Alright, perform a transformation jutsu for me, Naruto. Aruka said. Naruto nodded before his body was engulfed in smoke. When the smoke cleared, Aruka had to do a double take. At first glance, Aruka assumed the boy only transformed into an older version of himself, but upon closer inspection gasped at the sudden realization. Naruto had in fact transformed into the 4th Hokage, but the similarities between the 2 blondes was slightly unnerving. In 5 years Naruto will look like a carbon copy of Minato-sama. Aruka thought before nodding to Naruto. Alright, finally perform a clone jutsu for me. Naruto nodded before 9 chakra tails shot out from behind the boy. 8 of the tails hit the ground before shifting form. In a moment the 8 tails had formed into Naruto, and the moment they were completely formed they separated from Naruto. Ah, good. Care to tell what kind of clones those are? Aruka asked. Naruto shrugged. They don't really have a name, I just attempted to make them one day and it worked. I guess they're demonic clones. The blonde replied. The clones lost their shape and the tails returned to Naruto's body. Once all 8 tails had returned to Naruto, the tails receded back into his body. Naruto Uzumaki you pass, Iruka stated before handing Naruto his hide. Naruto took it and tied the cloth around his thigh before walking back to the classroom. Just as Naruto entered the class, Ino walked out. Naruto sat down, noticed Shino had moved to the window. What happened to Shino, Hinata? Naruto asked. Sakura-san crushed an insect he was observing. Then she insulted Shino. Instead of retaliating, Shino just walked over the window. Hinata replied. Naruto nodded and walked over to Shino. You want her to hurt, don't you? Naruto asked, but Shino didn't respond. Naruto then noticed Shino's knuckles were white from how tight his fist were clenched. You know there will be opportunities to get her back. Get them all back, but will you be strong enough? Naruto added. I will be strong enough, Shino said after a moment of silence. Not with your clan jutsu alone, Naruto murmured to himself, but Shino still heard him. The two walked back to the waiting Hinata just as Ino returned to the class, followed by Iruka and Mizuki. Well, for all of you who passed, congratulations and meet back in the classroom at noon. For all others, I apologize and you can all try again next year. Class is dismissed, Iruka said. Within moments everybody was clearing out the classroom to meet with parents. Naruto looked around and noticed Yamato was nowhere to be found. He's probably on a mission, Naruto thought before walking away to find a place to relax since he didn't feel like being in his apartment right then. After around an hour of wandering, Naruto ended up in the forest behind the Hokage monument near the edge of a waterfall. Naruto sighed before jumping up into a tree and laying on one of its branches. Not even 10 minutes after Naruto got into the tree, a masked figure came jumping on the branches toward him. The figure was holding an enormous scroll and looking over his shoulder. This proved disastrous because the figure didn't see Naruto and crashed into him. Fortunately for Naruto, a tail of chakra deflected the figure and sent them into the waterfall nearby. Naruto looked around trying to figure out what happened when a thud sounded below him. Looking down, Naruto saw the large scroll the person had been carrying laying at the base of the tree. Curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto dropped down to see what the scroll was. The scroll of sealing, wonder what it's doing here. Naruto thought as he looked around to confirm nobody was in the area. Naruto then opened up the scroll. Well, nobody will mind if I take a quick peek. Upon reading the scroll, Naruto grinned and took out some scrolls from his hidden pockets. Naruto began copying all the jutsu on the scroll of sealing. Over 1 hour later and 6 more scrolls, Naruto had copied all the jutsu. Now with that over, let's see what I want to learn first, Naruto said before mixing up his scrolls and picking one randomly. The shadow clone technique and variations, I guess that's as good as any. Naruto placed the rest of scrolls in his pockets before he began working on the jutsu. Naruto, what are you doing? Iruka shouted as he came across Naruto drenched in sweat and the scroll of sealing nearby on the ground. Naruto shrugged and glanced past Iruka's shoulder. You want this, don't you, Mizuki? Naruto stated, gesturing toward the scroll. Iruka turned around to see a soaking wet Mizuki holding a Fuma shuriken in his hand and glaring daggers at Naruto. How did you know, demon? Mizuki asked, venom dripping his voice. Lucky guess, Naruto said, but I can't let you have it despite how much I despise this village, so I'm going to have to kill you. Mizuki smirked and launched the shuriken at Naruto. Naruto didn't even flinch as the Fuma shuriken closed in on him. A foot away from his body, a chakra tail shot out and deflected the projectile. Mizuki glared and charged Naruto, pulling out a fistful of kunai each with exploding tags attached to them. Mizuki tossed them at Naruto and they all landed at his feet. Naruto, seeing the exploding tags, jumped up to dodge but moved too slow. The explosion engulfed Naruto and Mizuki made to grab for the scroll only for somebody to grab his wrist. Mizuki looked and inwardly shuddered when he looked into Naruto's now blood-red eyes with slit pupils. Now that wasn't nice. Your attack almost hit me, Naruto growled. Before Mizuki could respond, Naruto kneed him in the chest, launching him skyward and cracking multiple ribs. Mizuki was given no time to recover because Naruto was above almost instantly. The blonde drilled both his heels into Mizuki's chest, effectively shattering his ribs. Mizuki gasped as he hit the ground and coughed out blood. That was pathetic, you weren't even a warm-up. In fact, I was hoping you would make me use some of the jutsu I just learned, Naruto said as pulled out one of his trench knives and began channeling wind chakra into it. Naruto, there's no need to kill him, he can't fight back, Iruka shouted as he landed next Naruto. See, this is why people believe Konoha shinobi are weak. You're all too merciful, Naruto replied. Before Iruka could respond, the distinct sound of flesh being cut echoed throughout the forest. Iruka looked and saw Mizuki's head was currently 2 feet away from the rest of his body. Iruka looked at Naruto to see him calmly putting trench knife away. Now I guess you can handle the rest, Iruka-sensei. I'll see you tomorrow at class, Naruto said before disappearing in a column of flames, leaving a stunned Iruka standing at the base of the tree with Mizuki's body and the scroll of sealing. Chapter 6, Teammate. Alright, we have 6 teams this year and I need 3 more Junin to teach them. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma have already volunteered. Sarutobi looked around the room full of Junin and sighed when he saw nobody step up. Fine, I'll choose myself. Hayama, Genma, Raichi. Everybody else is dismissed. Just as the rest of the Junin turned to the door, it burst open, revealing a panting Anko. Hokage-sama, I would request to train a genin team, Anko said between breaths. To say Sarutobi was stunned would be an understatement. Anko enjoyed traumatizing people. She was the last person he could see training a genin squad. May I ask why, Anko? The aged Hokage replied. Well, I saw this group of academy students sitting on a roof. At first thought I nothing of it, but then I noticed that it was the village Jinjuriki, the Hyuga princess, and Abare mare, so I decided to check out why such a strange group was hanging together. I trailed them all day and their reactions to each other and classmates impressed me. As shinobi was supposed to follow instincts, and something's telling me that those three could become the best team this year, maybe better than the Sannin, and I want to train them. Anko replied. Well, this is a new development. The teams were already created, I was just going to assign sensei right now. Well, I guess we'll discuss it right now. Oh, Hayama, you will be teaching Team 1, Genma Team 2, and Raichi you have Team 4. Since this discussion won't affect your teams, you all can leave. Pick 'em up tomorrow at 1. Sarutobi stated, and the three Junin exited the room. Alright, since we'll change the last 3 teams, I will be discussing this with you 4. Originally the teams were going to be Team 7 Sasuke Uchiha the number 1, Shikamaru Nara the dead last, and Hinata Hyuga the best academically taught by Kakashi. Then Naruto Uzumaki, Kiba Inuzuka, and Ino Yamanaka taught by Asuma. They would have been infiltration due to Ino clan jutsu, and Naruto and Kiba top-ranked ability in stealth. Team 10 would have been Shino Abarame, Chuji, and Sakura Haruno taught by Kurenai. They would be an out-attention team due to Shino and Chuji's clan jutsu, and Sakura has impressive chakra control, so Kurenai could taught her genjutsu for capture purposes. Anko, I would like to hear what teams you have in mind considering. Sarutobi stated. Team 7 could be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kiba Inuzuka. They could an assault team under Kakashi. I could teach Team 8 with Naruto Uzumaki, Shino Abarame, and Hinata Hyuga. We could be an assassination team. Anko started, only to be cut off by Kurenai. Anko, your team only has one member suited toward assassination missions, and that would be Naruto. Shino's bugs are used more toward subduing enemies, not killing, and I've known Hinata since she was a little girl. She just doesn't have in her to kill. You may have been right a while ago about Hinata, but I saw her today during a spa, and when she won, the look in her eye was that of somebody more than willing to kill. Also, while Shino's clan attacks are meant more to subduing people, they can be lethal, and I can train him in other ways to kill. Then the last team would be Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Chuji Akamaki taught by Asuma. Their father's teamwork was legendary. It would be a shame to let such a naturally cohesive unit go to waste. Anko explained, and Sarutobi nodded. The Hokage thought about the teams Anko suggested for a moment while the Junin waited. Do you have any problems with the teams Anko suggested, Kakashi? Sarutobi asked, looking to the silver-haired Junin who was currently reading a copy of Ika. Kakashi shook his head, and Hiruzen looked to his son Asuma, who shook his head as well. Well, I guess the team will be changed. Anko, you will be teaching Team 8. All of you are dismissed. Sensei, pick up your students at 1. Everybody nodded, exited the room. Why can't things just be simple in this village? Sarutobi wondered as the Junin left. Naruto walked to the academy in deep thought. I wonder who my teammates will be. Hinata and Shino would be the most competent teammates, but with my horrible luck I'll be stuck with the Inuzuka and Haruno. Honestly, whoever allowed that pink-hair banshee to become a ninja should die. In fact, if I ever meet them, I will personally kill them slowly. Naruto continued to ponder the possible team until he walked into the classroom. His thoughts were disturbed when loud shouts sounded from the door. First, Sakura and Ino shouted as they burst through the doorway. Naruto tuned out their argument and walked up to his seat, only to be stopped by Sasuke, who had on his hide on his forehead over medical gauze. What, Uchiha? Naruto asked in an uninterested tone. You'll pay for this, Sasuke growled while pointing to his forehead. I just want to let you know. Naruto was about to respond, but somebody had bumped him while trying to get by the group of fangirls. Within an instant, Naruto and Sasuke realized that they would impact collide into each other in a compromising position, and their eyes widened to the size of saucers. Fortunately for Naruto, his surprised state didn't keep him from reacting, and the blonde substituted with one of his classmates. The area the two had occupied became engulfed in smoke due to Naruto's jutsu, and when the smoke cleared, everybody in the room gasped, followed by the depressed sighs of Sasuke's fangirls. No, Sakura moaned. The smoke had cleared to show Sasuke and Ino kissing. Ino was enjoying the moment while Sasuke was too stunned to respond. At that moment, Iruka entered the room and froze at the sight of Sasuke and Ino. Iruka recovered and coughed to get the attention of class, and he also snapped Ino and Sasuke from their moment. Both were sporting matching blushes and equally dazed expressions. Alright, your teams will be assigned to you today, and you will be given your Junin sensei. Team 1. Iruka began, but Naruto turned to Hinata and Shino. You two ready? Naruto asked. Hinata nodded, but Shino looked too and gave a questioning glance, so Naruto explained. We're ninja now, that means we'll be given missions to protect, retrieve, kill, and other types of stuff. Are you ready for that? Naruto asked. I believe my skills will be adequate, and if they prove not, then my Junin sensei will aid me in my training so I can improve. Shino replied. Naruto, Iruka shouted, the blonde sighed at his conversation being interrupted. Yes, Naruto replied, turning to face his angered sensei. Pay attention, I'm assigning teams. Iruka ordered, glaring at Naruto. Did you already call me? Naruto asked. Iruka simply shook his head. Then I don't see a problem. Iruka rolled his eyes. Team 7 will be Kiba and Izuka, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. The moment Iruka said Sasuke, the room exploded in moans of displeasure. Sakura jumped onto her desk and began cheering. To many people's surprise, Ino didn't respond any more than a small sigh. Excuse me, as I was saying, Team 8 will be Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. The reaction to Team 8's members was by far less volatile than Team 7's. Naruto didn't respond, Hinata smiled delicately, and Shino nodded. Finally, Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Chuji Akamaki. You're all dismissed for an hour lunch afterwards. Meet back in this classroom and your Junin sensei will pick you up. Iruka stated before walking out the classroom, followed by the new genin. Where do you guys want to eat lunch at? Naruto asked while the trio walked out of the academy. I don't have any preferences. Shino replied while Hinata nodded her head in agreement. Well, let's go to Ichiraku's. Naruto said even though the group was already heading in that direction. Naruto, you're back and you brought your friends from the yesterday. Ayame said as the fresh genin entered the ramen stand. Naruto nodded while taking a seat, Hinata and Shino on either side of him. Your orders? Ayame asked while taking out a paper and pen from seemingly thin air. The usual, Naruto replied. Vegetable ramen P please, Hinata asked softly. Miso ramen, Shino ordered before the group started talking about their team. After eating, the team walked back to class still discussing their team and individual abilities. Entering the room, they soon found out they were the last team to come back. Wow, what took you losers so long? Kiba shouted. He was now seated with Sasuke and Sakura. And Izuku, I haven't killed you because I promised my brother I wouldn't murder fellow academy students. What you fail to realize is. Naruto raised his arm and I chakra arm shot toward Kiba and pinned him to a wall. We're no longer academy students, so I can do as I please. Naruto slowly began closing his hand, resulting in the pressure on Kiba slowly tightening around him. Soon the pressure became too tight for Kiba to keep breathing and the young genin started to change color from lack of air. Just everybody thought Naruto was about to squeeze the life out of Kiba. Hinata placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, diverting his attention. Naruto-kun, please don't kill him, she asked, managing to keep a blush off her face from touching him. Naruto stared at her for a moment before turning back to Kiba. The blonde glared at and tightened his grip slightly but ultimately released the Inuzuka. I won't spare your life again, Mutt. Naruto spat while he made his way his seat, Shino and Hinata close behind. The moment Naruto sat down, he realized everybody was staring at him. Looks of fear, shock, surprise, and even anger adorned their faces. Naruto glared before flooding the room with killer intent. I see you all failed to realize that. My statement was referring to all of you. I won't spare any of you again, so I suggest you all look away or I'll make sure I'm the last thing you see before you meet your untimely demises. Naruto growled, then released the killer intent and instantly people diverted their attention from the angered Jinchuriki. 10 minutes later, Iruka walked into the class smiling brightly at all his students. It's been a pleasure teaching all you. These last 4 years have been a fun experience and I'm sure you'll become amazing ninja that will do our village proud. I think this is the most promising group of ninja since. Iruka's speech was cut short when the door burst open and flew off the hinges. Teammate, I am Anko Matarashi and I want you 3 at training ground 44 in 5 minutes and show up late. You might as well not show up. Anko shouted before she shunshined out the room. She was just like what Yamato said she would be. The Naruto stated as a grin formed on his face. This should be interesting. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked quietly. You'll see, Naruto replied before grabbing the 2 and the 3 were gone in a column of flames. Well, I'm impressed. Which one of you knows the shunshin? Anko asked while sitting on a branch. Naruto raised his hand and Anko chuckled. Yamato teach you that? Naruto nodded. Did he tell you about me? Naruto nodded again. Then I'll try to meet your expectations. Anko replied with a smirk. Alright, I guess introductions are in order. My name is Anko Matarashi. I like dango and interrogating, especially the torturing part. I dislike snake bastards and traitors. My dream is to be the head of the torture and interrogation division or Anbu. You're next, blonde, Anko said, pointing a finger to Naruto. The name's Naruto Uzumaki. I like killing the people close to me, and ramen. I dislike most everything else. My dream? Well, I really don't have one. Naruto replied. A little homicidal, but nevertheless, you're next, princess. Anko said before gesturing to Hinata. My name. Hinata started before being cut off by Anko. The stutter ends here and now. If you stutter you will be ignored or I will make you start over. It may be cute to some but I will only train strong independent kunoiki, which we both know you are. Anko replied, smiling at Hinata. Hinata nodded before taking a breath. My name is Hinata Hyuga. IL like. Hinata said before being cut off again. Hinata took another breath and started over. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I like my friends, cinnamon rolls, and pressing flowers. I dislike those who look down on others. My dream is to become a strong clan head that unites the 2 houses of my family into one. Hinata finished with a smile. See, was that so hard? Anko asked. You're up, Mysterio. My name is Shino Aberame. I like insects, training, studying insects. I dislike people who kill insects for no valid reasons. My dream is to find and breed unique insects to add to my hive. Shino droned. All right, now that is out of the way, I have a test. Anko replied, then gestured to the cage section of forest beside her tree. That is the forest of death. If you pass my test, she will be your home away from home, but we won't be using her today. Today your test will be to find and assassinate me without alerting me to your presence until it's too late. Anko said with a smile. Why? Hinata began. What did I tell you? Anko chided. Hinata nodded in understanding. Why would we kill you, Anko-sensei? Hinata asked. Oh, you'll be killing a shadow clone of me. Each of you will take turns. Who wants to go first? Anko asked, and Naruto was the first one to respond. Anko smirked before creating a shadow clone and having it run off whenever you're ready. Naruto jumped into the trees to go find the clone, but stopped after traveling only a short distance. Let's see, how am I going to kill her? Something flashy I haven't killed in a while. I got it, Naruto whispered as a smirk grew on his face. Naruto then proceeded to continue his search for the clone, eventually finding her standing on guard in a small clearing. Naruto dropped from the tree, making sure not to be spotted, and began drawing out Kyuubi's chakra. The chakra encased Naruto's arms before he slammed his hands onto the ground. For a moment nothing happened, but then 4 chakra arms shot from out of the ground below Anko. The arms began to slowly wrap themselves around Anko, much like 4 snakes. Anko struggled, but the grip the chakra arms had on her was much too tight. Once all 4 limbs reached her shoulders, they split into 2 before wrapping around Anko's arms, then they stopped as if they were pondering their next move. The Anko clone could only gasp when her body was pulled into the ground down to the neck. Naruto walked into the clearing at the moment, the chakra arms returning to his body and finally seeping back into his body. Naruto smirked as he pulled a trench knife and placed the blade right on her head. I guess I pass, Naruto said before channeling chakra into the blade, making his wind chakra cut her in half. Naruto casually walked back to the group and smirked at Anko. I've seen better, but nice effort and you pass. Anko replied, I want you go now, princess. Hinata, as Anko created a clone and sent it off. When Hinata got the okay to go, she activated her Byakugan and found her in a clearing a short distance away. Taking off after the clone, Hinata stopped 20 meters behind Anko's clone. How I'm going to kill the clone? All my Juken attacks require close range and she'll find me before I get close enough. She's a Junin, so a simple kunai or shuriken wouldn't work. I need set a trap, but what would work? I could try a genjutsu, but I don't know many. I might as well try my favorite then. Hinata smiled as she thought of her plan. The young heiress began going through series of hand signs before she stopped and whispered, demonic illusion, butterfly evolution. A single butterfly floated into the area around the Anko clone, but she ignored it and continued to look for Hinata. Soon another butterfly flew, followed by another. With a few minutes the clearing slowly filled with butterflies. Anko realized too late her mistake because she was pulled underground and a lone butterfly landed on her nose. The butterfly flapped eyes wings, then, as if that was a signal, the butterflies changed into exploding tags and blew up. Hinata checked the area with her Byakugan before heading back to the clearing. Did Kurenai teach you that? Anko asked. Yes, she has taught me a few. That was one of my favorites. Hinata replied. Ask her if she can keep teaching you them, seeing as these two and I will be heavy ninjutsu. You being able to use genjutsu will be a huge asset. Now we just need a medic and we could be the biggest threat in Konoha. Well, you're up, Shino, Anko said before creating a clone and sending it off. A moment later Shino followed after clone, only to stop once he was out of the viewing range of the group. Shino placed his palm on branch and said, secret technique, insect gathering. A web of chakra expelled from Shino's hands and soon multiple insects collected around his hand. Shino nodded before picking up 2 black widow spiders and continued after Anko. Finding Anko, he placed them in a tree and ordered them to bite Anko. The spiders traveled to a branch above Anko before dropping onto her head and climbing down to her neck and biting her. Anko brushed one off and grabbed another one. I'm sorry if that's your plan. I handle snakes, so I'm immune to simple spider venom. Anko called out. Those bites weren't meant to kill you. Shino's voice called out. What? Anko replied, but then noticed hundreds of insects crawling up her legs. She tried to brush them off, but this only resulted in the insects latching onto her arms. Within few more moments she was completely covered and losing energy. As the clone fell to the ground from exhaustion, Shino walked up to her and pulled out a kunai. Without pause he stabbed Anko in the forehead. Shino placed his kunai back into his pouch before walking back to the rest of the group. Well, I just happened to come across 3 vicious little killers. This is going to be fun. Meet her at 4 tomorrow morning. Anko said before she left in a leaf shunshin. Tomorrow, Naruto stated, leaving in his fire shunshin. It seems we might need to learn that jutsu, or keeping up with our sensei and teammate will be immensely difficult. Shino stated, staring at the spots Naruto and Anko had just been occupying. Hinata nodded in agreement before glancing to her home. I have to go. See you tomorrow, Shino-kun, Hinata said with then walking off. Shino gave a simple wave before walking home as well. Chapter 7, Training. Welcome, maggots, to your first day of boot camp. For the next 2 months this forest behind me will be your home. I will make sure by time we leave you're either half dead, requiring medical attention beyond anybody in Konoha, or stronger than any average Junin, but first we have to get my gifts out of the way. Anko shouted, successfully waking up the three tired genin. Anko smiled before pulling out a scroll from her trench coat. Her smile never left her face as she opened the scroll and a large crate popped out. What has Anko Klaus brought for all the good little girls and boys? For Hinata and Shino we have chakra weights, and Naruto we have lump of coal. Anko pulled out 2 boxes from the crates and tossed them to Hinata and Shino, who looked at the boxes before opening them up. Anko then took out a lump of coal and tossed it to Naruto. Inside Shino's box there were a set of armor-style weights exactly like Naruto's, except while Naruto's were solid black, Shino's were silver, and Shino's chainmail was a t-shirt instead of sleeveless like Naruto's. Hinata's weights though resembled jewelry and clothing. Inside her box were 2 wrist weights that resembled charm bracelets that had charms of a heart, the Konoha symbol, Hinata's family crest, a red swirl, and a fox on each, 2 matching ankle bracelets, and a black low-cut chainmail tub top. Sensei, why are the weights Shino and I wearing armor while Hinata's are jewelry? Naruto asked. 2 reasons. Your weights are armor so that they don't obviously look like weights. This will throw off your enemies when you remove the weight and gain a boost of speed somehow. Naruto, yours weights will be obviously visible due to the clothes you wear. Shino's will be hidden under his clothes so it will prevent people from getting suspicious of you two wearing similar outfits. Anko stated as she rummaged through the box. My second reason is because Hinata's fighting style really doesn't need armor. Her natural flexibility and petite frame will make her more suited to dodging than blocking. Now I have more stuff. Anko stated as she pulled out 3 slips of paper. We might start working on these during your 2 months, but for now I want each to know your chakra affinities. Just add chakra to them. Anko handed the papers to her students and they each added chakra to them. Naruto's paper split in half, Hinata's became wet, and Shino's crumbled to dust. Well Naruto, I already knew you were wind. Shino, the Aberrame family tends to be earth, so that's not surprising, but Hinata's is strange. The Hyuga tend to be earth as well, that's how the fighting style was derived. You're unique, but I'll go into detail later. Hinata nodded and Anko closed the crate. Alright, the rest will come at different times. For now I'm going to teach you how to climb trees. Anko replied while turning to the gate. Anko sensei, I know it. Hinata stated, making Anko freeze. Do you two know it? Anko asked, looking at Shino and Naruto, who both nodded. Does everybody know water walking? Everybody nodded. Can you fight on water? Once again everybody nodded. Can you all fight upside down on a branch? Nobody responded. Alright, I guess that's what we're doing today. Now into the forest. Anko stated, turning around and opening the door to the training ground. As they walked, 3 genin were immediately on edge. The place gave off an instant feeling of being hunted, and even Naruto was put off by it. Anko smirked and without even looking at Trio knew their reactions. Relax, the really dangerous stuff doesn't come out until night. Right now you just have to worry about giant, carnivorous bugs and plants. Anko said and then stopped when she felt they were a good distance into the forest. I want all of you to climb those trees right and stand upside on a branch. Oh Hinata and Shino, go change into your weight. Keep your coats off too, I don't need you passing out right now. The Shino nodded hesitantly and walked in the opposite directions to change, but Hinata stopped and looked like he was about to comment, but Anko cut her off. You're a kunoichi now, and regardless how you feel about your body, at some point you'll be required to show it off to complete a mission. I'm just making sure you'll be ready for that, princess. Now go change and keep the coat off. Hinata sighed before she went to change. Anko turned to Naruto. That goes for you too, blonde. Naruto sighed before taking off his jacket and black t-shirt, leaving him in nothing but his sleeveless chainmail shirt. The blonde looked to Anko and saw she was pointing up, so he walked up one of the enormous trees and stood upside down on one of its thick branches. I want you to spar with my shadow clone and no using Kyuubi's chakra. Anko shouted as a clone came running up the tree. The moment the clone was upside down on the branch, Naruto moved backwards to gain some space only to fall to the ground below. Anko smirked as the blonde glared at his own stupidity. At that point Hinata and Shino walked back wearing their chainmail tops. It was obvious that their movements were sluggish. Luckily for Shino, his wrist braces covered his arms for the most part, but Hinata was a different story. The Hyuga heiress was blushing heavily, covering her exposed stomach with her arms. Hinata looked ready to faint from showing so much skin. I forgot this is harder because you must be in contact with tree at all times or you'll just fall to the ground. Now each of you try, we won't be moving on until you can fluidly fight my clones for at least 20 minutes straight. Anko said, ignoring her angered and embarrassed students before making 2 more clones for Hinata and Shino. 4 days later. 1 hour, well that's impressive, most chunin can't get this result so quickly, but I expected better from you 3. Anko called as she watched her students fight her clones. Just as she was about to call the 3 down, Hinata landed a fatal blow on the clone, making it disperse. Shino and Naruto seeing this increased their pressure and soon both dispersed their clones as well. All 3 dropped down and landed by Anko together. Alright, now that is out of the way, it's time to work on your teamwork. Anko said before opening a scroll to reveal the crate. The snake summoner opened up the crate and pulled out a metal ring, about the size of a wristband, with 3 straps on it. Anko gestured for the trio to come over and she tied each strap around one of their waists. Now I won't under any circumstances remove these until the end of 2 weeks, so keep each other alive. Naruto, you can't use Kyuubi's chakra, Shino no manipulating native insects, and Hinata no Byakugan. Now to make things harder, Anko began going before a series of hand signs and slamming her palm on the ground. Smoke covered the area, and when it cleared, at least 100 snakes ranging from the size of a person to bigger than an entire house. Anko stood atop the largest one, breathing heavily, and murmured, "Eat them." The three genin eyes widened when it appeared the snakes smirked and launched at them. The three jumped away only to fall on one of the snakes from the lack of balance. The team tried to get up, but they struggled because of the restriction of the ring. Then another snake slithered on top of the one they had landed on. "Oh fuck this," Naruto shouted and grabbed Hinata and Shino's arms, and the three were gone in a fire shunshin. Anko chuckled as the snakes went off to find their prey. "This is going to be a fun couple of weeks. Now to go watch the show," Anko stated before heading to the tower in middle of the forest. "I'm going to kill her," Naruto growled as Hinata and Shino sat on a branch attempting to hide from Anko's legion of snakes. "I also think our sensei's training methods are eccentric," Shino commented. "I think Anko-sensei mean well," Hinata replied, trying to calm her teammates down. Just as she said it though, a giant snake slithered onto the branch they were on and hissed, making the kids groan. They got up cautiously, but the snake still continued its path toward them, wrapping slowly around the branch. "On my signal, jump left," Naruto whispered as he pulled out his trench knives. Just as the snake was within striking distance, Naruto added wind chakra and sliced their end of the branch from the rest of the tree. "Jump," he shouted just as the branch began to fall to the ground. The team jumped, landing in a nearby river. "This is going to be a long 2 weeks," Naruto grumbled. Hinata and Shino nodded in agreement. The trio with much difficulty reached the shore and began walking cautiously through the forest, finding jumping on branches impossible without Naruto using Shunshin, on the lookout for any of Anko's snakes. "Suggest we form a plan," Shino stated as they crept along the forest floor. "That would be for the best," Hinata replied, "only for a pack of giant lions to surround them." "Here's the plan. We stop running and kill these simple animals," Naruto yelled in frustration. Hinata and Shino nodded, and the Shino pulled out a kunai while Hinata dropped into the Juken stance. Naruto pulled out both his trench knives and started adding wind chakra to them. One of the lions charged at Shino, but the bug user was ready. Extending his hand, multiple insects flew out of his skin and latched onto the lion. "I'll finish it," Naruto called out as the feline fell to the ground, attempting to get the insects off. Naruto used his wind-enhanced knives to slice the beast's stomach wide open, killing it. "Watch out," Hinata yelled as the move had left him exposed to a lung from another lion, but Hinata moved to defend, striking the lion with an open palm underneath the jaw. The move killed the lion and sent it flying over the group, but Shino grabbed its tail and sent flying into another lion. The remaining lion roared and all charged at once. "Duck," Naruto growled. Hinata and Shino dropped, and Naruto added more chakra to his knives before making a wide sweeping motion over both his teammates' heads, effectively killing the remaining lions. Finally, Anko's voice called from above them. "I thought you brats would run forever. Now you just need to get so familiar with each other you won't have to speak." Naruto growled and was about to attack, but Anko began going through more hand signs. Once again she summoned multiple snakes of all different sizes and ordered them to attack the kids. Naruto yelled, but it was a mistake as her earlier summons entered the area. Realizing they stood no chance against so many enemies, the genin retreated while killing any snake that followed them. "I'll kill her slow. Shino, watch out," Naruto yelled as a snake dove from a tree at the Aberame. Shino ducked and Naruto punched the serpent in the nose, making it disperse. "Hinata," Shino called, throwing a kunai right by her head, striking a snake in the eye, also dispersing a summons. As the trio moved, the stream of snakes slowly thinned out until the serpent stopped following them, opting to strike later. "She's crazy," Naruto grumbled as he held a closing wound from a snake that had been able to land a bite on him. Shino nodded while Hinata attended to some minor wounds on him. This Hinata made no reply to aid their sensei. As she tried to patch up her teammates and herself with the first aid kit she kept in a scroll in her weapon pouch. This led to a silence as the young kunoichi worked, but the moment she finished, the silence was broken by a loud groan from Naruto's stomach. "We need to go hunt for food," Hinata stated as Naruto placed a hand on his stomach. The three got up and began searching the forest for something to eat. As sky darkened, their lack of food began to frustrate the team until they came upon a deer the size of 4 people. Naruto hushed the group as he pulled out a kunai, gesturing for the other to do the same. Hinata aimed for the head, Shino the body, "I'll strike the throat." Naruto then with his raised his free hand and paused. The deer raised its head in alertness, but the moment it turned its head, Naruto brought his hand down and the three threw their kunai. The weapons all hit at the same time and the deer was dead before it hit the ground. The three walked over to the animal and took their weapons out, cleaned them and began skinning the deer. "Naruto-kun, why did we all need to strike the deer?" Hinata asked. "Just in case it had a coat tough enough to possibly block our kunai," Naruto replied. Hinata nodded as she continued to skin the animal. Upon finishing they started a fire, then cooked and ate the deer in relative silence. "Alright, who wants first watch?" Naruto asked as he pulled out a scroll. Opening it revealed a small stack blankets. The blonde handed everybody 2 before sealing the rest away. "I will. I would like to read a few scrolls one just obtained," Shino replied before taking a scroll from his back pocket and opening, revealing more scrolls. As Naruto and Hinata went to bed, Shino read his scrolls, looking up occasionally to make sure it was still safe. 13 days later. Well, tonight Anko will finally release us from our bindings, but there are still around 100 of those snakes left. I say we go and kill them all, Naruto said as the three genin jumped through the trees. Might I inquire why? Shino replied. Well, I have a bone to pick with the walking purses. I want to see their blood all on this forest floor. Naruto growled. I think it would be a good test of our teamwork, Shino-kun. Hinata added. Shino just sighed and nodded. Naruto turned direction and Hinata followed, never losing a step as he led his team the area the group had deemed the snake pit. This area of the forest was where Anko's summons resided when they weren't searching for the trio of genin. The snake pit was a bottom of a small plateau next to the river formed from somebody training with earth jutsu a long time ago. The group stepped lightly on the branch, careful not to alert any snakes. Naruto glared at the multiple snakes until one of them caught his attention. A large king cobra, easily taller than a one-story building and so long its whole body wasn't visible in the clearing, lay leisurely in the shade of the plateau. Naruto's glare intensified upon spotting the snake almost trying to kill the serpent with a mere look. Realizing what Naruto was looking at, Hinata and Shino placed a hand on his shoulders. You'll get your opportunity, Naruto. Slaying Shida will be left exclusively to you. Shino whispered. Damn straight, bastard snake had the nerve to swallow me and then spit me out like I was a rotten mouse. I'll annihilate that overgrown garter snake. Naruto growled, his eyes flashing red. Is everybody prepared? Once we begin there will be no chance to escape, Shino asked. Seeing Naruto pulling out his trench knives and Hinata holding a kunai firmly in her grasp, Shino decided nobody was backing out. The Aberrane pulled out a handmade wooden bow staff and the group jumped in the middle of the large gathering of snakes. The moment they touched the ground, Naruto channeled Kyuubi's chakra into his mouth and then gave bestial roar to the sky that traveled all the way to Konoha, sending masses of people into a panic, fearing the Kyuubi had returned. Then the bloodbath began. Moving as one, the group killed any and all snakes that crossed their path. When somebody was left open, another would move to cover the weakness without hesitation. Their attacks flowed around each like the group was made of water. No words were spoken, just like Anko had wanted. The only noise was the sound of hissing as snakes were killed ruthlessly while the group moved around the clearing. The dance of death continued for over an hour as the snake kept coming, but nobody lost a step. The only difference was that the group moved with increased speed as they realized they were reaching an end to their ballet. 10 minutes later, the only snake left in the clearing was the cobra Shida. Naruto glared at the snake before changing the wind chakra on the blades to Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto struck both blades against the metal ring and it shattered like glass before took the chakra out the blades and charged the snake. Shida reeled back, flattening his, and his neck flattened, making the large snake's head appear twice as wide, before lunging at Naruto. The blonde jumped over the strike and aimed a punch at the serpent's head, only for Shida to block with his tail and fling Naruto away with a flick of his tail. Naruto grabbed a branch before using his momentum to swing back to the snake. As Naruto flew to the snake, Shida lunged at Naruto and opened his mouth to swallow the boy whole. Naruto smirked and crossed his arms and channeled wind chakra into his blades before uncrossing, intent on slicing Shida in half. Too easy, Naruto shouted, but to his surprise Shida clamped his teeth together and the wind blades were blocked by the snake's teeth and the sound of metal impacting metal rang throughout the clearing. No, it's not, boy, Shida hissed, startling Naruto. Just as Shida was about to attack, clapping caught the attention of everybody in the clearing. Sitting on the edge of the plateau was Anko, grinning madly. Well done, brats, your teamwork is now flawless, Anko said as she stopped clapping. But one question, brat, I know it goes against my training, but if you knew you could break the ring, why didn't you do it earlier? Naruto rubbed his head and shrugged sheepishly. I didn't think about it until just now, he stated. The other three humans and one snake sweat dropped at the blonde's response. Wait, enough talk, I have a snake to skin, Naruto growled, looking at Shida. Said snake hissed and reeled back in anticipation. Just as the two were about to go another round, Anko grabbed Naruto and put him in a headlock. Enough, this training is over. From now on, unless training, the snakes are your allies. Besides, Shida is far stronger than all but two snakes, Manda and Shida's older brother Doku. If you killed Shida, which is highly unlikely, I would only have Doku and Shida. She's so much more reliable, Anko stated, whispering the last point in Naruto's ear. Thank you so much, Shida, you can head home now. Of course, mistress, Shida replied before leaving it a puff of smoke. Well, you all look like shit, Anko said, addressing her charges. Oh, Shino has a new weapon. Hinata, what about you? Do you have or want a new toy? Hinata shrugged. I'm not sure, Anko-sensei. Do you think I should get a weapon? Hinata asked softly. Princess, it's not my decision. Have you ever wanted a weapon? Anko replied. Hinata nodded and gestured for Anko to come closer. Once Anko did, Hinata whispered something in her ear and Anko nodded. Alright kids, behave now. Mommy Anko has some errands to do, but she'll be back at the end of this month. Until then, work on these, Anko said before tossing each one a scroll. I expect them each to be complete month and a half from now. If they're not done, we'll be reviewing the teamwork drill, but this time blindfolded, and you won't be leaving the forest until those scrolls are completed. Oh, if you need my advice or help, just open one of these and I'll be here, Anko added, tossing the group 3 more scrolls. Therefore, to mastering your elemental affinities, don't worry, I only gave you the first steps in some jutsu. Learning to master your elements takes years. Ciao, Anko stated, leaving as the genin opened their first scrolls and multiple scrolls popped out. Shino looked at the scrolls and sighed. Her methods are, quote, Insane, absurd, ludicrous, ridiculous, Naruto replied. Shino shook his head. Oddly proficient, Shino replied. How so? Naruto asked. Most likely none of the other genin squads are progressing as efficiently as us, and it's due to Anko-sensei's impractical teaching. Shino replied. Naruto thought about it for a moment before shrugging. Well, let's get to work, Naruto said, throwing kunai into the tree, cutting a leaf off at the stem. Naruto grabbed the leaf and soon they all got to work. Chapter 8, The First Mission. 4 Shunshin jutsus appeared in the Hokages around midday to his surprise. In front a swirl of leaves appeared, traditional of Konoha shinobi. Behind it a column of flames rose from nothing. To the left of the flames insects gathered at an impossible rate, forming in the shape of humans. To the right of the fire Shunshin mist swirled slowly. When the jutsus ended, the aged Hokage almost gaped at the ninja before him. Anko and teammate reporting in for our first mission, Hokage-sama. Anko stated, a mile-wide smirk on her face. Behind her Naruto was standing with his arms crossed and hood up, making his face impossible to see. Shino, no longer wearing his tan jacket, wore a loose black t-shirt with a forest green long-sleeve shirt underneath. The sleeves of the shirt were long enough to cover his arms up to his fingertips. He wore baggy black cargo pants with spots of green on them. Shino now wore his hide around his waist, using it as a belt for his pants. Shino wore a dark green mask that went from the inside of his shirt to the bridge of his nose just below his shade, similar to Kakashi's mask. Strapped to his back was a black metal bow staff. Shino's hands were pocketed and he was looking forward at nothing in particular. To Sarutobi, Hinata's new outfit was the most surprising. The once shy Hyuga, who wore a jacket and loose capris to hide her body, was no there. In her place was a girl wearing a cropped, form-fitting and dark purple V-neck that dipped low enough that her black chainmail tube top was visible. The sleeves of her V-neck reached to her forearms, and on her wrists were 2 identical charm bracelets. The V-neck was also cropped high enough that the most of her stomach was visible and the lower portion of her tube top was visible by an inch or 2. Hinata still wore capris, but they were now spandex capris in the place of her old loose ones. A weapons pouch was tied to each of her thighs, and strapped to her back was a bow and quiver filled with arrows. Hinata herself was looking down, blushing heavily, apparently slightly nervous about her new look, and her arms were behind her back, but when she looked up, Sarutobi saw a glint in her eye of a ready killer. Ignoring the changes in Anko's team, Sarutobi turned his attention back to Anko. Well, that was an unexpected move, Anko, taking your team into the forest to death their first day as genin. For a moment we thought you got them killed and disappeared so you wouldn't have to face your mistakes, Sarutobi said with a small smirk. I knew my brats were good enough to survive in the forest, Hokage-sama, or hoped. Anko said, laughing nervously at the end. 3 genin sweat dropped. Well, now, as I was saying, we need a mission and I refuse have them do D ranks. After their training it would be an insult, Anko stated. Anko, I can't honestly say I approve of giving a genin team a C rank mission for their first mission, Sarutobi replied. Hokage-sama, they spent 2 months in the forest to death and 4 weeks of that the place was crawling with my snake summons. They could handle B and A rank missions right now, Anko retorted. Both her and Sarutobi didn't the smallest of shivers that the group had, remembering doing the teamwork drill over again blindfolded because of the addition of Hinata's bow. Anko, genin are expected to perform D ranks. I even had my team do more than 50 before we took on anything serious. If your group impresses me, I'll. Sarutobi started, only for a small dog to jump in through the open window. Pakken, it's been a while, hasn't it? Sarutobi stated as the dog turned to him. Pakken nodded before handing Sarutobi a scroll. As the Hokage read it, his face became grim. Putting the scroll down, Sarutobi nodded at Pakken, who disappeared in puff of smoke, before turning back to Anko. Anko, I have a B rank mission for you and your team. Immediately all 4 were at attention. Kakashi and Team 7 were sent on a C rank escort mission, but their client lied and it turns out ninja were after him. I want you to go to Wave Country and provide backup for Team 7 and guard the Master Bridge Builder. Now I have an off-the-records A rank mission. I want you to assassinate the man responsible, the shipping magnate Gatu. If anybody asks, this mission didn't exist, is that understood? Sarutobi ordered, his tone deathly serious. Teammate nodded before exiting the same way they entered. Anko stood at the front gate eyeing her team as they stood at attention waiting for orders. Is everybody ready? They nodded simultaneously. Then let's head out, we have comrades in danger. Jumping into trees at a high speed, Anko inwardly smirked as her team kept up with her pace. Deciding to push it, Anko doubled her speed. She couldn't keep the grin off her face as the genin didn't drop behind in the slightest. At this pace we'll make it to Wave before nightfall. Hinata, at that point I want you to use your Byakugan to locate Team 7 and we will group with them to be debriefed on the situation, is that understood? Anko asked. Hi, the 3 chorused together. This is the house, Anko-sensei. Kakashi-san is upstairs while his team is downstairs with 3 others, Hinata stated as teammate landed in front of a large house on the coast. Anko nodded and walked up to the door and knocked. The group didn't have to wait long as Sakura opened the door. Who are you guys? Sakura asked, unable to recognize the group due to Naruto having his hood up and Hinata and Shino's drastic wardrobe changes. Teammate, we were sent on mission to support your team in protecting a bridge builder, Anko said, replied curtly. Oh okay, come in, Sakura said, leaving the door open as she walked back to everybody else. She neglected to ask for identification to ensure we were who we claimed to be. Shino stated as they walked in. Yep, did Kakashi forget to go over that type of stuff? Anko wondered aloud as the team was led to the others. Upon entering the kitchen, teammate drew the attention of everybody present. Who are you? Sasuke asked. Anko was about to answer but Sakura beat her to it. Sasuke-kun, that's teammate there, here is our backup. Sakura replied. We don't need backup. They just get in my way, Sasuke said with a snort. Wait, teammate, isn't that the team with Naruto, Shino, and Hinata? Kiba said while checking Hinata out while he spoke. Getting uncomfortable with his look, Hinata slid herself behind Naruto and Shino. This caused them both to glare at Kiba. Watch your eyes, mud, or I'll remove them personally. Naruto growled, his eyes flashing red and becoming visible under his hood during his threat. Shino nodded and a low buzzing could be heard from him. I have every right to look. So you and Bug Boy can back off. Kiba countered. She doesn't want you looking. Be thankful we're on a mission or I kill you now. Naruto retorted, backing his threat up with some killer intent. Kiba paled but didn't back down. I've felt worse killer intent. Yours is pathetic, Kiba stated as he glared at Naruto. Before Kiba realized what happened, he felt something cold press against his neck in an area all men fear to lose. Kiba glanced to his right to see Hinata. I'll tell this one time, Kiba-san. Don't ever look at me like that again or I'll neuter you. She whispered softly in his ear, but her words were as cold as ice. Also insult my teammates again and I'll make you wish you were never born. Kiba nodded slowly, careful of the kunai still placed at his neck. Hinata put her kunai away and walked back to her team, ignoring Anko, who was grinning wildly. Alright, let's go talk to Kakashi. Anko replied and both team walked upstairs. Kakashi sighed as he watched teammate walk into his bedroom followed by his own team. The infamous Sharingan, Kakashi, what a state you've been reduced to. Bedridden and unable to move, somebody has let their skills slip. Anko said, trying and failing miserably to hold back laughter. Anko, it's been a while but last time I checked you're still only a special Junin, so try to respect your superiors. Kakashi retorted, only for Anko to chuckle again. Wrong, Kakashi, I was promoted to full Junin when the brats passed. Hokage-sama said he had been meaning to promote for a while but there was no real opportunity until I took on my team. So we've been equals for quite some time now. But all pleasantries aside, what is your status? Anko replied, her voice getting serious at the end. Well, as you can see, other than me everybody is fine. Kiba's Ninken is also hurt and he won't be able to aid us at all. We encountered the missing ninja Zabuza Momoki and I was forced to use Sharingan to defeat him. I believe he is alive and will be in fighting condition in about a week. Kakashi explained. I see, will you be able to fight by then? Anko asked and Kakashi nodded. Well, since you are the more seasoned Junin, what do you suggest we do? I think it would be best if we make sure the genin are prepared. Zabuza has an accomplice that is most likely skilled enough to challenge them. Hand me a crutch, Kakashi answered. The group followed the hobbling Junin outside and a small distance into the forest before stopping in a large clearing. Today we're going to learn how to climb trees, Kakashi stated. That's easy, Kakashi-sensei, Kiba replied. Without your hands, Kakashi added. Both teams looked stunned, but little did Kakashi know it was for two different reasons. Opting to show them, Kakashi walked up to a tree and walked up it until he was upside down on the branch. You accomplish this by adding chakra to your feet to stick to the branch. Like this, Kakashi-san? Hinata asked, standing upside down next to him with Naruto and Shino by her sides. Not expecting this, Kakashi fell off the branch and landed in a heap on the forest floor. This caused Anko to fall on her butt, laughing so hard. Once she calmed down, Anko looked at Kakashi reproachfully. You haven't taught your team tree walking yet and you took them on a C-rank mission. What have you been doing for 2 months? Anko asked critically. I had them working on teamwork, and between that and doing D-rank missions as we're supposed to have our teams do, there wasn't much time for anything else. Kakashi countered. See, that's why we didn't do D-ranks. Why waste valuable training time to do simple chores? Anko replied. Kakashi rolled his eyes but looked up to the upside-down genin. Well, since you know this, you three can go protect Tazuna on the bridge. Kakashi ordered, only for Anko to cut him off. Nope, no chance in hell is my team is gonna babysit some old fart while your team trains. Besides, our mission is to back you guys up, not protect the old man. You and I will be guarding him alone while my brats train too. Anko replied before tossing her team 3 scrolls. Naruto, make a clone. If there is trouble it will alert you and you 3 can get team 7 and report to us. Naruto nodded and made a clone while Anko made one as well. My clone will give you instruction, now go. The teammate and the clone walked into until they were out of the range of team 7, then the Anko clone stopped. Last time the original gave you brats the first step to elemental affinity mastery and some offensive jutsu. She also gave Shino and Hinata a clan jutsu each with the consent of your clan. Naruto, she gave you a jutsu she believed would be beneficial to you this time. Since we don't have much time, she gave you each a defensive elemental jutsu each. Shino and Hinata got a defensive clan jutsu each and Naruto got a unique defensive jutsu. You have a week to learn both, or it's very possible to make the teamwork drill more fun. The Anko clone stated, causing the genin to pale and immediately work on their scrolls, only to stop 10 minutes in. You know it's very rude to spy on people, the clone said to nobody in particular. A few seconds later, Team 7 walked into the clearing. Is there a problem? Naruto asked. Kiba glared at him but said nothing. What are you three learning if it's not the tree walking? Sasuke asked. Naruto glared and was about to say something but the Anko clone beat him to it. They're learning jutsu, the clone stated coolly. Teach them to us, Sasuke ordered. Uchiha, you lack the chakra control to pull these off, but even if you did I wouldn't show you these scrolls. Now go back to climbing you trees before I crack your skull against a tree. Naruto growled. Is that a threat? Sasuke asked in a low voice. Then Naruto was behind Sasuke holding one of his trench knives to the Uchiha's neck. No, Naruto whispered. It's a promise. Before Naruto could move, Sakura came charging at him wildly only to be tripped and pinned to the ground by Hinata. Don't attempt to hit Naruto-kun please. Hinata asked in sweet voice that didn't fit the situation. I suggest you three leave before my teammates do something you won't particularly appreciate. Shino stated, pushing up his shades. Sasuke glared, but the moment Naruto released him he walked away followed by Sakura. Shino glared at Kiba when he didn't move, but Kiba stood his ground. I have something to ask Hinata, in private. Kiba stated, but Naruto walked in front Hinata and crossed his arms. Whatever you want to ask her you can do it in front of us. Naruto stated. Kiba growled but nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Naruto moved out of the way of Hinata. I was wondering if after this mission if you wanted to go out sometime, Hinata. Kiba asked. Hinata froze, stunned by Kiba question. The Hyuga heiress glanced from Kiba to her team, but Shino, Naruto, and the Anko clone was staring at Hinata with indifference. Just as Hinata was about to respond, Hinata caught Kiba leering at her. Hinata smiled softly at Kiba and sauntered over to him. The indigo-haired ninja then leaned into his ear. Kiba-kun, I would, Hinata started then paused. Kiba's breath caught in anticipation. The Inuzuka was so enticed in Hinata's action he missed the Anko clone, trying with every fiber of her temporary being not to fall to the ground laughing. Just as Hinata opened her mouth to respond, the temperature in the clearing dropped to freezing. Kiba had no time to react as a knee drilled into his solar plexus. Kiba fell to the ground gasping for air. Never go out with you, perv. Hinata's answered softly, but you anger evident. Naruto-kun, would you be so kind as to help Kiba-san back to his team, please? Naruto grinned sadistically as he nodded slowly. Under his hood Naruto's eye flashed red just as Kiba looked at the blonde, making the Inuzuka whimper in fear. Slowly a chakra arm encased Naruto's own and began to increase size as the blonde neared. When Naruto reached Kiba, the arm was as large as Naruto himself. With a quick movement the arm was holding Kiba in the air. I may not know much about females Inuzuka, but some advice: try to keep your eyes on their eyes when you ask them out. With that said, Naruto proceeded to use the chakra arm to launch Kiba back to the clearing his teammates were at. A soft thud followed by a cry of pain caused Naruto to smirk. Well, what are you brats waiting for? Get back to training. Anko's clone yelled, but a smirk still present. Teammate didn't return to Tazuna house until sundown. Upon entering, the group found everybody was inside at the table. Seeing as she was no longer needed, the Anko clone dispersed herself and Naruto, Shino, and Hinata casually walked into the kitchen, drawing the eyes of everybody present. Can I ask why you injured my student Naruto? Kakashi asked, pointing to Kiba who had his arm in a sling. Naruto ignored Kakashi and turned to Anko. Sensei, do you think? Naruto started before Kakashi cut him off. Jen and I was talking to you. Anko, you may want to teach your students some respect. Kakashi snarled. Now I'll ask again, why did you hurt my students? Because I felt like it, Naruto replied, fixing Kakashi with an even gaze. Then I'll inform the Hokage and he can decide a fitting punishment for injuring a comrade during a mission. Kakashi replied. Naruto shrugged and turned back to Anko. And now that Kiba's injured, you have jeopardized our mission. Actually, I might be capable of fixing Kiba's wound. Shino replied. Really? Anko, Kakashi, Sakura, and Kiba asked at the same time. Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke just raised an eyebrow at his comment. Yes, during our training in the forest I worked on multiple healing techniques in the human body while we were resting. I have mastered a limited number of them, but they should still suffice. Shino replied. Medical jutsu, dude, that stuff is for girls. Kiba stated, breaking out into uncontrollably laughter. Shino quietly walked over, going over a chain of hand signs. When he finished, his hands glowed blue before tapping Kiba in throat, silencing the Inuzuka immediately, surprising everybody. Chakra dissection blades, I severed his vocal folds. Shino replied before dropping the jutsu and going through another set of hand signs. When he finished, his hands glowed green and he placed his hands on Kiba's arm. Shino kept his hand there for a minute before dropping the jutsu and walking away from Kiba. I reset the broken bones and then restored it. He should be fine, Shino replied. Stunned, everybody ate dinner in complete silence and went to bed the same way. Chapter 9, The Battle Royal. The rest of the week went without incident and the two teams conversed a little as possible until one day Kakashi and Anko called a meeting late one day. The meeting discussed plans for facing Zabuza and his ally. The two Junin believed that the two would attack the next day as Zabuza would be back to full health then. Then next morning the two teams left with Tazuna, a thick tension and uncomfortable silence accompanying them. You know, if we don't end this little drama the unit will suffer. Kakashi stated, ready Ika as they walked. Our unit is fine, they will just slow us down. Sasuke grumbled. Watch your words, Uchiha. Shino might just handle your loose lips the same way he did Kiba's. Naruto retorted. Sasuke glared at Shino but made no response. That weirdo got lucky. He wouldn't even touch me in a straight fight, Kiba growled. Shinobi encounters are rarely straight fights, as you put it. Shino replied. So you admit you can't beat me? Kiba said, smirking broadly. Shino ignored the question. The two teams continued to bicker as they made it to the bridge, only find it covered a thick mist. As the group walked onto the bridge, they began coming across downed men with senbon needles on them in various places. There are 4 ninjas standing further up the bridge. Hinata reported by Akugan active. Alright, Sakura, Hinata and Shino protect the bridge builder. I'll handle Zabuza. Anko, you battle what I'm assuming are the demon brothers. Sasuke, Kiba, and Naruto fight the fake hunter ninja. Kakashi ordered only for Anko to cut him off. I think it would be best if Hinata and Shino handle the demon brothers while I help you finish Zabuza. Also Naruto could handle the masked kid, only so have Kiba guard Tazuna. Anko insisted. Kakashi was respond, but he realized that no amount of arguing would make the new Junin change her mind. Fine, we will use Anko's suggested pairings, Kakashi said. Everybody hold on, Naruto said before he pulsed a giant wave of chakra, clearing the mist in full. To Kakashi's surprise, the boy looked completely fine afterwards. Well, that was interesting, a voice stated, drawing the attention of the group from Naruto. The kid must have chakra in spades to clear all my mist and still be standing. Zabuza said, a grin visible even through the gauze he was wearing over his mouth. You're not going to get away this time, Kakashi growled, ignoring the statement. I don't plan on running. Now enough talking, let's get down to business, Zabuza replied. Create 5 clone of himself only for them to be impaled with Naruto chakra tails. Naruto's eyes glowed bright red as he stood in the middle of the group of clones. The clones looked at the boy in shock before turning into water and splashing to the ground. It seems he might be as fast as you, Haku, Zabuza said, looking at the masked ninja. Haku simply nodded. I doubt it, Naruto whispered, standing behind the two of them. I'm faster. Before Haku could turn around, Naruto vanished and a foot drilled into Haku's stomach, launching him away from Zabuza and the demon brothers. Kid was never one to mince words, Anko stated offhandedly before she charged at Zabuza, only to be intercepted by Meizu and Guzu. Just as the two closed in on her, Shino appeared between the two and slammed his staff on Meizu's head. Guzu then turned to Shino and was about to slash at him with his clawed gauntlet, only for an arrow to hit the metal appendage and knock him away from Shino. Anko turned her attention back to Zabuza and smirked. It seems my team has got the message. She charged at Zabuza again and smirked when she felt Kakashi right behind her. Your speed is impressive, you are faster than me, Haku said, blocking one of Naruto's trench knives with a kunai. Haku then jumped while throwing the senbon in his other hand at then blonde. Before they could reach Naruto, he was gone. Haku then turned around and threw the kunai behind him, making Naruto jump over the weapon. Haku then jumped into the air over a kick from Sasuke and backhanded the boy in the face. You also wish to fight me, Haku stated as Sasuke recovered from the hit and jumped back. Before Haku could land, a foot connected with the top of his head and sent him slamming on the bridge. Haku rolled to the side, barely avoiding the wind blade that sliced through the concrete surface where he once was. Interesting technique, you can channel your wind affinity chakra into your trench knives and then they will form blades of wind, Haku stated aloud. Naruto didn't respond and disappeared. Haku got up and raised a forearm to block Sasuke's punch. You're too slow, Haku droned, not even paying attention to the Uchiha. Sasuke growled before grabbing Haku's forearm. Sasuke then pulled the boy in and kneed him in the stomach, launching Haku backwards. Naruto then appeared above Haku and drilled his foot into Haku's stomach. The impact Haku made with the bridge was so strong that it cracked the concrete. Haku got up slowly, but Naruto gave him no time to recover and he was on the boy, immediately unleashing a barrage of punches strengthened by his trench knives, kicks, and knees. Naruto finally finished with a haymaker to Haku's face that sent the boy skidding across the bridge. Haku got up again and his mask fell to the ground, shattered. Haku coughed up some blood before charging the boys. Within a few meters, Haku stopped and went through a chain of hand signs. When he finished, water rose from the river ocean below them and surrounded Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's chakra tails burst from behind him in preparation. The water quickly formed into multiple mirrors and Haku stepped into one. Instantly Haku became visible in all the mirrors. I'm sorry, but you will die here, Haku stated. Meizu, these greenhorns think they stand a chance against us, Guzu said as he and Meizu stood across from Hinata and Shino. Hinata had an arrow nock waiting for one of them to move while Shino was holding his bow in both hands defensively. You're right, brother, let's show them how wrong they truly are, Meizu stated, and he and Guzu charged at Hinata and Shino, their chain between them. Hinata jumped back and released her arrow. The arrow struck the chain, breaking it instantly. The demon's brothers growled but continued their charge. Shino spun his bow and right as they were within striking range he swung it up, hitting Meizu in the knee. Shino then jabbed Guzu in the chest with the other end. Before either could respond, 2 arrows pierced them right between the eyes. That was peculiar. I expected to Chunin level ninja to be more challenging of adversary, Shino stated, but then he glanced at the bodies and saw them turn them into water. Shino spun around and saw the brothers charging at Hinata, their chain set on dicing her to pieces. Shino channeled chakra into his bow and a sharp point made from earth formed. Shino then launched his, now a spear, weapon at the chain. Hinata turned and saw the spear connect with the chain only inches away from her. The spear slammed into the ground and pierced through concrete almost a foot deep. Hinata then looked to the demon brothers and delivered a kick to Guzu's chin. She ducked under Meizu's swipe at her and added chakra to her bow and the limbs of her bow, up to the handle, formed blades of water. Hinata swung one end at Meizu's knee and the bow sliced completely through. Meizu cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. The moment he hit the ground, Hinata used the other bladed limb to decapitate Meizu. Meizu, I'll kill you, bitch, Guzu growled and charged at Hinata only to freeze with a gasp. Guzu looked down and saw the point of Shino's spear protruding from his chest. Like I said, I expected Chunin-level shinobi to be more challenging adversary. Shino stated as he pulled his spear out of Guzu's chest. As Guzu fell to the ground, Shino withdrew his chakra and the spear tip fell to the ground, crumbling to dust. Shino walked over to Hinata and the two went to guard the bridge builder. You're not going to live this time, Zabuza, we will kill you, Kakashi said, raising his headband over high, revealing his Sharingan. I doubt it, Zabuza replied, going through hand signs. The moment he finished, the three Junin were engulfed in a thicker mist than before. Same trick, Zabuza, Kakashi taunted. If it works, why stop? Zabuza replied, standing between Kakashi and Anko. The missing ninja swung his blade at Kakashi and Anko with stunning speed. Kakashi was a hair too slow and the blade cut lightly into his chest. Anko, having more time to react than Kakashi, dodged the attack completely, but before she could attack, Zabuza disappeared into the mist. You know, I don't think you take me seriously, Anko stated calmly. You might regret that. Oh really, Zabuza stated, standing right behind her. Anko smirked. Ready for Zabuza's attack, she turned around and whipped out a kunai at the same time. Anko then stabbed Zabuza in throat but growled when he dissolved into water. Your cheap tricks are starting to aggravate me, Anko snarled. Relax, Anko, getting angry will only make you slopping, Kakashi stated. He's right, Zabuza agreed, swing his blade down on Kakashi. Kakashi pulled out a kunai to block, but Zabuza's sword still managed to pierce Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi bit back a yell and kicked Zabuza away. You're slipping, Kakashi. Without that eye of yours, you're not much of a shinobi, Zabuza's voice called out through the mist. I am more than enough to handle you, Zabuza, Kakashi growled. Those wounds on you beg to differ, Zabuza replied, right behind Kakashi. Zabuza swung his enormous blade at Kakashi even faster than before. The blade cut through Kakashi like butter, only for him to turn into water and splash to the ground. Just as the man was about to move, a voice called out. Hidden shadow snakes, Anko yelled, her arms pointed at Zabuza. Multiple snakes shot from the sleeves of her trench coat and ensnared Zabuza. Kakashi now, Anko yelled. Zabuza froze when he heard the faint chirping of multiple birds and saw a faint blue glow in the distance. Before he had time to react, Kakashi was in front of him, his right arm engulfed in blue lightning. Reikiri, Kakashi shouted before jabbing his arm into Zabuza's chest. Kakashi's arms pierced through Zabuza like a sword. Zabuza coughed out blood, looking down at Kakashi's arm still in his chest. I didn't think it would end like this, Zabuza stated as blood dribbled out of the corners of his lips. Kakashi nodded and he removed his arm from Zabuza's chest. Anko's snakes released Zabuza and the man's lifeless body fell to the ground with a thud. I'm sorry, but you will die here, Haku said from inside his mirrors. Sasuke smirked and started a set of hand signs. When he finished, the boy shouted, Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke inhaled and then spewed out a giant fireball at the mirror Haku entered. A cloud of smoke covered the area, blocking everything from view. When the smoke cleared, Sasuke's grin faded. The mirror didn't even have a single scorch mark on it. These mirrors can't be burned or broken by simple jutsu. Like I said, you will die here, Haku stated. Suddenly Haku vanished and senbon needles flew from multiple directions. Naruto's chakra tails started shooting around wildly, blocking the needles' aim at him. Sasuke on the other hand was helpless as he was pelted by multiple needles, but he did managing to block or dodge a few. It seems your tails are fast enough to block my attacks. Why do you not protect or help your comrade though? Haku asked. I'm not his babysitter, but I have had enough of you, Naruto growled. Naruto's chakra arms slowly formed until they were the size of sledgehammers. When arms stopped growing, they rapidly split into multiple arms and shot at all the mirrors. The crimson appendages struck the mirror and shattered them all. Haku was forcefully ejected from one of the mirrors and skidded across the mirrors. The chakra arms merged back into two arms and one of them shot at Haku and grabbed him. The arm pulled him back to Naruto and the blonde noticed that Haku's eyes looked dead. Kill me, Haku asked. My pleasure, Naruto replied, smirking sadistically. Naruto formed his free chakra arm into a blade, then sliced Haku in half from the top of his head down. Naruto's smirk grew as he was drenched in the blood and organs of Haku. It's been too long since I killed somebody that doesn't puff away before the good part. Sasuke watched the scene stunned. He hadn't expected Naruto to actually kill Haku, and then the look on his face during and after the kill frightened the lone Uchiha. Then Sasuke looked at the blood pooled around Naruto and had flashbacks of the night his family was murdered. Why did you kill him? Sasuke asked, getting up and pulling the multiple needles out of his body. He asked me to, and he was our enemy, Naruto replied. But he was defenseless, Sasuke replied. Are you dense? He has a Kekkei Genkai that allows him to form and control ice and were right above an enormous body of water he would never be defenseless. Naruto retorted, "Why does it bother you? I killed him." Was all Sasuke responded with before he walked back to the others. Naruto withdrew Kyuubi's chakra before following suit. "Well, the enemy has all been eliminated," Kakashi stated. "What about Gato?" Tazuna asked. "He'll just send stronger men next time." "Leave that to us." "Where does Gato stay?" Anko asked. "He stays at a mansion on the other side of the island." Tazuna responded. "Teammate, let's go," Anko ordered. "Wait, we're going with you," Kakashi stated. "No, your mission is to guard the bridge builder, besides we can't leave survivors." "Is your team prepared to kill?" Anko asked. Kakashi sighed and shook his head. "What are you talking about, sensei? We're just as ready as their team," Kiba argued. "There is a huge difference between talking and doing, Inuzuka," Naruto retorted. Kiba growled. "Enough, teammate, we have a mission. Now let's go," Anko shouted. Team 7 nodded and the four jumped off. Traveling through the trees, they made it to the mansion at nightfall. The team, while staying hidden in the trees, looked and saw two guards standing on either side of the front doors. "Hinata," Anko whispered. The Hyuga heiress nodded before taking out her bow. Then Hinata knocked 2 arrows. Hinata waited for a moment and then let the arrows fly. The arrows flew like bullets and hit both guards right in the foreheads. The bodies fell to the ground dead instantly. "Let's move," Anko ordered, and the group moved to the foot of the door. "Naruto, help us in." Naruto nodded and went through a chain of hand signs. When the blonde stopped, he thrust his hands forward and said, "Wind style, great breakthrough." A powerful gust of wind shot from Naruto's hands and blasted the doors open. The group ran in and looked around to see a vast number of men holding various weapons surrounding them. Before anybody moved, clapping sounded from the top of the staircase. "Well, I must say not many people would risk coming to my home like you. I'm impressed. You all got guts, and seeing as you're still alive, Zabuza and his men are dead." Gato stated. Nobody made a sound. "Well, I'm glad the man asked for too much money. I was going to kill him anyway. I apologize, I'm rambling, back to business. Men, whoever can kill them will awarded nicely." The men grinned viciously at the group, but before anybody could move, Shino started his own hand signs. "Earth style, rising stone spears," Shino called before slamming his palms on the ground. Instantly multiple spikes of stone shot from the ground, impaling people. While the group was stunned, Hinata began a set of hand signs as well. When she finished, Anko, Naruto and Shino jumped into the air. "Water style, exploding water shock wave," Hinata shouted before she spewed out a massive amount of water. Hinata spun while she released the water, sweeping multiple people up. The men began to chuckle as they got up. "So you got us wet. What was that supposed to do?" one of the men asked. Hinata looked down at the water that was at her waist. She glanced at the door and noticed that it was elevated by a few stairs. "I needed it." Hinata jumped up and started skating on the water, to the surprise of everybody, even her team. Pulling out her bow, Hinata began shooting the men, unable to avoid fast enough with the water so deep. Getting the message, then Naruto pulled out his trench knives and began running on the water, killing the restricted goons. Shino pulled out his bow and added chakra to it. The weapon grew sharpened tips on both ends, then Shino followed suit with Naruto. Anko simply stood on the water and watched her team handle the enemy. Just as she was about to join, she saw Gato trying to sneak out the door. "Where do you think you're going?" Anko asked as she appeared in front of the man. "Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything, money, power, lovers. You name it, I'll get it," Gato begged. "You know I was going to have fun with you, but I hate beggars," Anko replied before pulling out a kunai. Giving Gato no chance to beg, Anko shoved the blade into Gato's head to the handle. Anko pulled out the kunai, then turned her attention back to the skirmish between her and her team. She smirked when she saw all 3 of her students standing there on top of the, now pink, pond Hinata had created. "Well, brats, the mission was a success, let's head home." Chapter 10, The Key to Destruction. Was the mission a success? Sarutobi replied when he saw Teams 7 and 8 enter his office. Yes, the mission was a success. Enemy ninja were eliminated, then Anko and her team went on to take out Gato and all his goons at his mansion. Kakashi answered. "Alright, well, I'll be expecting mission reports from you and Anko later." Dismissed. Sarutobi stated. "Well, while everybody is here, I would like to bring a certain event that happened on the mission," Kakashi said as everybody was turning to leave. The 2 teams stopped and looked back to the Hokage. The aged shinobi nodded to Kakashi and waved the 2 teams back in. "Go ahead, Kakashi," Sarutobi responded. "During a mission when Anko and I returned to the home of Tazuna, we were met with the sight of Kiba and Izuku in a sling. When I asked Kiba what had happened, the only answer I got was Naruto. So when Team 8 returned, I asked Naruto why he injured Kiba after he ignored me once. He finally said he did because he felt like it," Kakashi explained. "That is a serious claim. Injuring a comrade can result in not only failure but possible deaths due to being undermanned, especially when it is confirmed you will be facing enemy shinobi. Do you deny these claims, Naruto?" Sarutobi asked. Naruto shook his head. Sarutobi sighed. "This time I won't suspend you, but next time I will not be so lenient." "Well, now that that's over," Kakashi said as he pulled out his little orange book. "You don't seem too frustrated to find out I'm not being punished." Naruto replied. "Why would I? The Hokage was willing to let it slide, so I am too." Kakashi answered before pausing. Oh, I see you're surprised that I didn't get mad that the Hokage didn't punish the demon boy, as some would put it. Naruto, I don't see you for what you contain. I see you for what you are, a fine young shinobi who might just be somebody great eventually. Kakashi added with a nice smile. The silver-haired Junin then walked out while reading his Ika. Teammate report to training ground 44 tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Anko stated before leaving the room with a shunshin. Her team soon followed suit. Team 7 looked at the spots teammate had once been for a moment before they walked out the door. 3 days later. Teammate report for another mission and no D-rank crap Hokage-sama. Anko stated as she and her team entered the mission room. Anko, I know you are training them seriously, but I suggest you send them on at least 10 D ranks before they perform another C rank mission. Sarutobi replied. They haven't been on one D rank mission yet. Aruko asked as he turned to the Hokage. But this group has been out the academy for almost 3 months. The Chunin exams are in 2 months from now and I was expecting Anko to be doing everything to get them ready for that. I am Aruka and having my genin waste their time doing simple paid chores is not going to do that. Anko retorted. Fine Anko, if you are so set on keeping from doing D rank missions, I have one for you. Sarutobi started only to be cut off by a distressed Aruka. But Hokage-sama, how can you let him just bypass the basic of standards of shinobi training? D rank missions help allow teams to work on their teamwork in safe environments. Aruka argued. That's the thing, I trained them in teamwork and it was in the forest of death with hundreds of my snake summons all over the place. Giving them a D rank now would truly be an insult to their hard work. Anko explained. Sarutobi sighed and looked between both shinobi. If Anko truly believes that her team is ready, I will respect that. Sarutobi finally said. Aruka looked ready to have a heart attack while Anko couldn't keep the grin off her face. Teammate, who had been quiet the entire argument, nodded in appreciation. Now I have a mission that you may find up to your team standards. My Anbu have found out that 10 leaders of gang families are meeting in 3 weeks in a city on the southern border. Normally this would be none of our business, but these groups know of the shinobi arts and send their people out as ninja mercenary. I need you to infiltrate the meeting and assassinate each leader. Make sure there is no way this can be traced to Konoha. Hand me your hide Atis. Sarutobi said, reaching his hand out across his desk. Teammate quickly handed the aged Hokage their hide Atis and he then pulled out a manila folder from under a stack of papers. This contains mission details. Memorize it completely then burn it. Dismissed. Teammate nodded and walked out the door. As the team exited the room, Anko stopped them at the door. This is the real deal. Unlike the last mission, I will leave assassinating the targets to you. I will only provide backup and it will be limited. Anko stated as she read through content in the manila folder. As she finished, she handed to Shino, who also began to read it. The genin passed the folder to Hinata, who in turn passed it to Naruto once she finished. Once the blonde finished, he burned the folder with a basic fire jutsu. Now let's go, we need to be in Jin by yesterday. Anko ordered, jumping off. Looking around, teammate realized that they were right by the main gates. With a nod to each other, the teammate followed behind Anko. The entire trip took half the day. While moving, Anko discussed tactics and methods to kill the leaders. They paid close attention when Anko explained that they would need to be subtle because the room would be filled with ninja. About a half a mile away, Anko stopped them and led the group from the trees to a dirt path. She handed Hinata a small box before addressing her team. Hinata, inside that are multiple pairs of contacts lens. They will hide you by Akugan eyes. Naruto, there is also some special makeup that will cover your whiskers. Hinata nodded before opening the box and carefully putting on a pair. Naruto just glared as the Junin put the makeup on him. Now from here on in, you three will be on your own. I will be hidden in the shadows watching, but besides that I will not be able to do much more. Now remember, if things get hairy, retreat. I will handle things from there, understood? Anko said, eyeing every member of her team. Each gave a curt nod and after a moment Anko smirked. Make me proud, brats, Anko said before jumping back into the trees. Teammate looked at each other before walking the rest of the way to Jin. It's huge, Naruto stated as the three entered the city. Buildings reached to the sky and the street was filled with a sea of people. The city is quite impressive. Shino replied in agreement. Hinata nodded her head. So let's go find some clothing shops. Entering Yoshin's mansion like this would seem suspicious. Hinata said as she looked at the multiple buildings. Naruto and Shino nodded as they followed the young heiress to a clothing shop. Find basic clothing but something that can possibly conceal weapons. I'll do the rest, Hinata stated as she walked to the women's section. Shino and Naruto glanced at each other before splitting off to look for clothing. After around a half hour of clothing shopping, the three genin walked out of the store. Naruto now sported a black leather jacket with blue jean pants. Shino was wearing a grey zip-up turtleneck with black jeans. Hinata chose to wear a lavender blouse with khaki pants. We should head to our new employer, it's getting rather late in the day, Shino said as he looked up to the sky. Naruto and Hinata nodded in agreement before the three began to search for the mansion in the gigantic city. Hello, welcome to the Vong Manor. Can I help you three? A doorman in an all-black suit asked. I and my friends just came to this town and we were told you were seeking employees. Hinata replied. The doorman nodded before gesturing through the door. The trio walked in and had to repress the urge to gasp. The room they entered was extravagant. A giant glass chandelier hung from the ceiling. Stained glass windows, with beautiful images of two armor-clad fighters, allowed light to dance into the room. An entirely glass staircase was situated across the main door. As light bounced off the glass staircase, shimmers of light flickered around the room. Two glass statues of the warriors stood on either side of the staircase. The warriors also decorated the wall in various paintings and tapestries. Yoshin-sama has a deep interest for the Battle of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Artwork of the two is everywhere in the home now. Come, I will take you to Yoshin-sama, he should be available. The doorman stated as he led the three through the mansion. True to the doorman's word, every hallway was filled with multiple depictions of the first Hokage of Konoha and the most notorious Uchiha in all history. From paintings to statues, or tapestries and even carvings were located all through the halls. The doorman finally stopped in front of a large door with a carving of Madara and Hashirama locked in combat. Around the Kyuubi's tails were carved, thrashing, with the demon itself looming over Madara, growling, while glaring at Hashirama. The bastard will suffer for making me his puppet. Kyuubi growled in Naruto's head. What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused at Kyuubi's sudden proclamation. None of your business, boy, this matter is between me and that accursed man. Kyuubi spat. Naruto, deciding not to press the matter with the demon fox, returned his attention to the doorman who was holding the door open for the three. Naruto was the first to enter, followed closely by Hinata and Shino. Well, I presume you three looking for employment? A small stubby man with a goatee and a balding head stated. Just a quick glance at the man informed you of how wealthy he had, designer labels on all his clothes. Yes sir, I and my two friends used to work for Gato-sama, but after his death we have been jobless and wandering ever since. In a trading post just east of this city we were informed that you were seeking workers. We would like to know if there is any truth to that. Hinata explained. Yoshin looked at three for a long time, contemplating what they had just said. Yes, there are positions available and I will hire you. Gato was a dear friend of mine and I can't allow three of his employees to go workless. Lusai, show them to the living quarters. Yoshin stated as waved them off. Wait, what are your names? I am Hikari Shibo. This is Kanashi Isuki. Hinata stated, gesturing to Shino. This is Bengi Yoi. She then gestured to Naruto. Do your friends talk? Yoshin asked with a raised eyebrow. Actually sir, for the most part they don't. Hinata replied. I have known them for years and I doubt they have spoken more than 10 words together. Yoshin nodded warily before gesturing for them to leave. Lusai led the three upstairs into a long wing of the mansion. You two will sleep together in this room, Lusai stated to Shino and Naruto, opening up a door on the left side of the hall. As Naruto and Shino entered the room, Lusai looked to Hinata. You, ma'am, shall be sharing a room with another female. I believe she is in there now. You three just missed dinner. Lusai then proceeded to open up a door right across the hall from Naruto and Shino. As they entered they were greeted with the sight of a teenage girl, maybe 6 years older than Hinata, with curly red hair, sitting on her bed in pajamas reading a book. Oh hi Lusai-kun, who is she? The girl asked, smiling brightly to the two. Torin-san, this is your new roommate Hikari-san. I assume you can help Hikari-san get acquainted with her new room. Lusai stated. Torin nodded and Lusai exited the room. Well, as you already know, I'm Torin Buki. I'm Yoshin-sama's housekeeper. If you're not informed, I'm the head maid. Torin stated, her voice brimming with pride. Wow, housekeeper, how did you accomplish that so young? Hinata asked. Well, Yoshin-sama noticed my hard work and promoted me when his last housekeeper died of old age. Torin explained. Hinata nodded lightly before glancing at the window. It's late outside, we should be getting to bed, Hinata stated. Torin followed Hinata's gaze and nodded. The bathroom's inside in that door, Torin said, pointing to a door by opposite the two beds. Well, it appears our target is marginally suspicious of us, Shino said as he Naruto laid on their beds. I suppose, but it seems he is more curious to why you and I don't talk, Naruto reasoned. Shino nodded and silence filled the rooms. Why do I have sensed something terrible will happen prior to our return to Konoha, Shino said after a small gust of wind blew into the room. For a moment Naruto didn't say anything, but when the Aburame turned to look at him he saw the blonde staring right back. I feel it too, Naruto responded. Just be on guard. Over the course of their stay the Naruto and Shino remained isolated from any employees. After a while rumors began to spread about the two. One stated that the two boys witnessed the destruction of their entire village and the incident had traumatized the two into silence. Some rumor said that the two were former mimes, but when they left the occupation their vows of silence didn't end. Another wilder stated that they were trained assassins out to kill each other and wouldn't speak until they were just about to end the other. Most rumors were dismissed by Hinata, who simply explained they didn't talk because they never had anything to say. Hinata herself had become quite popular among the workers. Many liked her for her kind demeanor, but they also respected her hard work. She and Torin had grown close over the short time together. Torin had taken Hinata under her wing and the two couldn't be spotted apart. Some even said the two were like sister. Torin had even spent time with Naruto and Shino when Hinata went to go relax with the boys. Excuse me everybody, I have a large amount of important guests coming over tonight and I want this place prepared, Yoshin stated to all his servants who he had gathered in the main entrance hall. During which if anybody acts out of place during the dinner your job is forfeit. Right on schedule, Hinata murmured to Naruto and Shino. What was that? Torin asked. I said, why the rushed schedule? Hinata answered without even the slightest hesitation. I know, but Yoshin-sama is always throwing things at us short notice, so you get used to it. Torin explained. Hinata nodded silently before she and Torin left to make sure every room was clean for possible guests to stay the night. Naruto and Shino went into the ballroom to help set up. It took the majority of the day to finish setting up. Once finished, Hinata, without Torin for once, entered the boys' room to see Shino and Naruto only dressed in boxes while Naruto was writing multiple seals on Shino. Hinata blushed deeply before turning to face the door. Naruto-kun, what are you and Shino-kun doing? Hinata asked, stutter returning. Damn it, Naruto growled. Hinata turned around to see Naruto pulling out a stack of ryo from his nearby pants and handing them to Shino. Hinata then realized what she had done and glared at her two teammates. You two made a bet about me stuttering, she stated, irritation laced in her voice. Well, Naruto and I were discussing concealing our weapons, but it is immensely difficult to conceal a weapon such as my bow. Naruto then suggested he write a storage seal on me, so I just summon it when needed. I then realized we could do that with all the weapons and proposed this theory to him. Naruto agreed but told me it would be necessary to write where they wouldn't be seen. As Naruto began writing the seals, I stated if you walked in on us while he was writing out the seals you would stutter. Naruto disagreed, so we made a wager, and as we all can perceive, I won. Shino explained. Done. Kunai are on your right forearm, shuriken left. Kunai with exploding tags on them are on your right thigh, while soldier pills are in the front of your left thigh. Blood pills are on the back of your left thigh. Your bow is sealed on your right shoulder blade since you're right-handed. Naruto explained as he began writing seals on himself. Hinata stared at the two for a moment before looking to Naruto. Could you place seals on me as well? She asked, her voice soft and almost inaudible. Sure, but you realize not only will you need to remove your clothes, but because of that dress you're wearing I will need to place the seals in more compromising locations. Naruto explained. Hinata looked down at her dress and realized what he meant. She was wearing a dark purple backless sheath dress that went down to her mid-calf and had thin straps to keep it up. The front of the dress dipped low enough just to show the smallest amount of cleavage, while a slit on the left side of her dress went all the way up to her mid-thigh. She also wore matching 1-inch heels. Hinata blushed at the realization of what Naruto would have to do but took a deep breath and nodded. If I can trust you and Shino-kun with my life, I can trust you too with the last of my modesty. She replied, even though a bright neon red blush highlighted face. With that said, Hinata removed her dress, showing she was only wearing lace purple panties. Naruto finished the seals on himself before writing seals on her, glancing at the dress to make sure that they would be covered by the dress. Alright, I'm finished. Kunai located just above your left hip, shuriken just above your right. Your bow is located right below your left breast with arrows located below your right. In sets of 20 arrows in each down to your navel. There are 10 seals with highest one holding your quiver as well. There is a seal with soldier pills on the front of your right thigh, while kunai with exploding tags on the back your right thigh. Now I need both of you to add some chakra to all your seals. It will be your base and will be how much chakra is going to be needed to get one weapon, so make sure it's a little as you can use without having to focus on it for more than a split second. Naruto explained to them as he started doing as he had said. Once completely finished, the three got dressed, Shino and Naruto both in basic tuxedos, before heading down to the ballroom. Upon entering they noticed not only were there already a few workers in the room but a few guests had shown up as well. The trio split off and began working while keeping a close eye on the guests. Within an hour every chair was filled and Yoshin walked into the ballroom. Welcome my friends, this night has the making of being a monumental event, but before we go do that we eat. He shouted and received a loud applause. Yoshin took a seat at the largest table with what Naruto, Shino, and Hinata recognized as the various crime bosses expected to show. The trio along with other workers began bringing out food and setting them at the tables. The room was filled with conversation as people ate. Soon after they finished people began to ask for the sake, but before the workers could go get them some, Yoshin stood and waved them off. Now my friends, I have an offer for you that will benefit us all. The missing ninja Orochimaru has requested the service of a large number of my ninja for his upcoming plot to destroy Konoha. I agreed, but I soon realized my force were nowhere near enough to meet his request. That is why I brought you all together. I propose we join together into one crime family and rule together as equals. Yoshin said. Many people in the room looked to the man with raised eyebrows. Hinata, Naruto, and Shino almost gaped at the information. You suggest we rule together as equal? How would we do that? A portly man asked from C. Figo-san. We will have council that will have the family's head member as a member on it. We will meet weekly to discuss matters of importance and vote on how best to solve them. Yoshin explained. Figo nodded. What of Orochimaru's plot? When is it? A tall-skinned man with a mustache asked. Orochimaru plans to attack his old village during the final portion of the upcoming Chunin exams. Yoshin said. Naruto glanced at Hinata and Shino before nodding. With a quick hand sign, the room was littered with Naruto's shadow clones that wasted no time in killing as many of the stunned people as possible. Hinata and Shino added chakra to their seals, drawing their bow and staff respectively before they joined the clones. Before the crime lord realized what happened, the room was littered with the dead bodies of their henchmen. Naruto, Shino and Hinata landed in front of them, weapons drawn and at the ready. We can't allow you to aid the traitor in the attack of our village. Your lives are now forfeit. Shino said. Hinata raised her bow and fired an arrow right at Yoshin. Just as it was about to impact his skull, the man caught it and snapped the arrow in half. Foolish children, while I admit you are strong to take all our men and not even appear fatigued, we are all at least Junin level. I'm sorry to inform you, but this room will be your final resting act. Yoshin started only to stop as he looked down. The man then saw the end of a red blade penetrating his chest. The man looked around to Naruto holding a trench knife into his back. Then to Naruto's surprise, the man smirked. Before Naruto could move, the gang leader turned into vines and wrapped around Naruto. As the blonde struggled, Yoshin appeared out, now holding a kunai to his throat, only for it to be blocked by a tail of chakra. So you're the demon child of Konoha. It will be a pleasure killing you, demon. Yoshin replied with a smirk on his face, but before he could respond, a tail of chakra shot through his head from behind. Naruto smirked as he watched the body fall to the ground. Like you could, Naruto snorted with a flex. The vines snapped off Naruto like tissue paper, revealing to everybody the blonde was only acting trapped. Now, as my teammate said, your lives are now forfeit, Naruto said with a smirk as his eyes blazing red. Naruto charged the men as they began to draw out various weapons. Hinata and Shino charged the men from the other side and the group split half. 5 of them took on Naruto while the other 4 went after Hinata and Shino. Almost instantly Naruto realized that unlike Yoshin, these men weren't going to die easily. Whenever Naruto was about to kill one of them, another 2 would attack him while the other 1 would aid the member Naruto had almost killed. After a while Naruto began to grow bored of their game and shot his chakra tails at the 5 gang leaders. The men dodged to the side, but Naruto smirked and spikes of red chakra shot out the tails and pierced the men. Just as Naruto withdrew his tails, a lone man pulled out a handful of senbon and launched them at Naruto. The blonde tilted his head but gasped in realization when the man smirked as he fell to the ground. Naruto turned around to Hinata using her bow to block a katana just as the senbon pierced her throat. Before she could touch the ground, Naruto was there and caught her. Naruto-kun, there is something I have to tell you. Hinata whispered. No shush, conserve your energy, we'll get you out of here. Naruto replied as his chakra tails blocked various attacks people sent at the duo while they were distracted. Hinata shook her head. I have to tell you. She whispered, her voice grew softer with each word. Naruto-kun, I love you. What? Naruto asked as Hinata took her final breath. Hinata's eyes closed and an ominous feeling filled the air. On instinct everybody, including Shino, backed away from the silent blonde. Then suddenly his tails began to thrash around wildly, destroying anything they touched. Shino, realizing that he may be in danger, used a shunshin to get to a safe location. The gang leaders though jumped back in surprise and watched as the tails began to darken, losing their transparent red color and turning a deep blood red with black areas. Once all the tails had changed color, Naruto's body was engulfed, forming a tight skin-like shell over him. Naruto stood and turned to face the men with Hinata still in his arms. His eyes simply white circles while his face was black like he was wearing a mask. This is your fault. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all and raze this city to the ground. Naruto growled, his voice now deeper and more demonic. The men back away from the enraged boy in fear, but Naruto let loose a vicious roar at the men that not only blasted them away but the entire side of the building his attack was aiming. As Naruto slowly walked toward the rumble, the men were in, the tails began to grow in size until they were the size of large trees. As the tails continued to swing wildly, their large increase in size made caused them to start destroying the mansion. Naruto then placed Hinata on his back and one of the tails instantly shrunk back to normal size before wrapping gently around Hinata and Naruto to make sure the girls stay on his back. Naruto looked forward to see some movement in the rumble his attack had created. The boy glared before raising his arm, and a gigantic chakra arm formed. The arm itself was twice the size of the mansion they had stayed in and destroyed what remained of the building. With a growl, Naruto slammed the chakra appendage down on the area he had seen movement and smirked when he moved the hand to see a large pool of blood seep from under the rumble. Workers too, Naruto guessed with a shrug before he swung his arm, destroying the nearest building. Screams of panic filled the air, only to be silenced as Naruto's other hand enlarged and destroyed ponded the building to dust. Naruto growled and his tails shot forward, extending in size, and began knocking buildings over. Naruto then proceeded to crush the buildings with his arms. Just as the boy was about to move, a rock hit him in the head. Naruto turned to see a large mob of men standing with various weapons. Naruto smirked at the group before a small black ball began to form in front of his mouth. Once the ball stopped growing, to the surprise of the mob, the blonde swallowed it. Suddenly Naruto's arms shrank to normal size and dug into the ground. Naruto's body started to enlarge until he looked ready to burst. With a muffled growl, Naruto opened his mouth and an enormous beam of energy shot toward the mob, completely annihilating them and everything in that direction farther than the eye could see. Naruto roared into the sky, shooting a wave of energy into nothingness. Looking back to the ground, the boy continued to destroy the once beautiful city until nothing more than rumble and blood stains filled the area. Seeing nothing more to destroy, Naruto drew back in the chakra and held Hinata in his arms once more. Naruto looked at her face and a lone tear fell from his eyes. With sigh, the blonde pulled out the senbon in her neck and sank to his knees. Footsteps alerted Naruto and his tails shot out from his lower back, their usual transparent red color. Naruto turned to see Anko with Shino walking up to him. Wow brat, your temper tantrums are no joke, Anko stated, looking at the remains of the city. She's dead, Naruto said looking back at Hinata. It's in the job description. She knew that there was the chance of dying the moment she began shinobi training. Anko replied. I know, but she told me she loved me. Naruto replied. Shino and Anko just looked at the blonde. Nobody except my Yamato has ever said that. How could she love me? I'm a monster. I destroyed this city. How? Why would she love me? You let Kyuubi get control. Anko started, but Naruto cut her off. No, I did this. This was all me. I knew exactly what I was doing and knew something. It felt amazing. Their screams satisfied me. Their looks of pain, anguish, helplessness, and fear brought me joy. I was ecstatic whenever I saw their blood and ashes. Naruto said, cutting her off. Anko just looked away. The area was filled with awkward silence. I recommend we return to the village, Shino said, breaking the silence. You're right, let's go. Naruto carried Hinata. Anko ordered and the three took off toward Konoha. Chapter 11, Chunin Exams. How much further are we? Naruto asked. The village should come into view in a few hours. Anko replied. Naruto, I want you to take Hinata's body to the Hyuga house, then meet us at the Hokage Tower. Naruto growled but nodded. Shino, you haven't talked since we left, what's the matter? Anko replied. This is my fault, Shino answered. The team stopped and Anko and Naruto turned to face him surprised. I saw the Senbon coming, but I was in the lock with one of the men. If I had been stronger I could have stopped this. Shino, I was the one who dodged the Senbon instead of blocking them with my chakra tails. If anybody is to blame, it's me. Naruto said, his voice getting quieter as he spoke. You're both acting like babies. Shit happens on missions. Hinata is dead and going over the what-ifs isn't changing anything. Anko reprimanded. Now stop acting like babies and let's get back home. The rest of the trip was finished in solemn silence. Anko gestured to Naruto and the blonde took off toward the Hyuga compound. The blonde landed in front of the door only to be cut off by one of the guards. What is your business here? The guard asked, glancing at Hinata's body. She died on our mission and my sensei told me to bring the body back to you. Naruto replied. The guard suddenly activated his Byakugan. Naruto jumped back into a defensive position while still holding Hinata. The guard rolled his eyes. I don't wish to fight you and I suggest you get her to the hospital quickly. She's alive but barely, the guard said. Naruto froze and the guard glared. Go now. Naruto nodded and was gone in a burst of flames. He was gone in a burst of flames. Brat, what took you so long? Anko asked, glaring in the direction of the Hyuga manor. I was at the hospital. When I got to the Hyuga compound, a guard told me that Hinata was still alive, so I rushed there. They said she in an induced death-like state due to the Senbon needles being removed incorrectly, but they would be able to revive the end of the night. Naruto explained. Shino, did you examine Hinata's body? Anko asked. No, Naruto went into his enraged state before I could, but I doubt I would have been able to find that. My diagnostic skills are lacking. I haven't had anything to practice on for that. Shino replied. Well, it doesn't matter as long as our teammate is alright, Anko explained. With that said, the team entered the Hokage Tower and made their way to Sarutobi's office. Anko, how was the mission? The aged Hokage asked before taking a long drag from his pipe. Where is Miss Hyuga? Hinata is in the hospital. The mission to assassinate the gang leaders was a success, but there was a complication. Anko said. Sarutobi gestured for her to continue. Well, Jin has been reduced to rubble. Sarutobi froze and his pipe fell from his mouth, landing on his desk. How? Sarutobi managed in his stupor. During my team's final battle with the gang leaders, Hinata Hyuga was hit with what appeared to be a fatal blow. Naruto went into a rage and not only killed the rest of the gang members but destroyed the entire city as well. Anko explained. Jin is the largest city in the Land of Fire and one of the largest cities in the elemental nations. Do you know what could come from this event? The daimyo could very well ask for Naruto's head. Sarutobi said, panic slipping into his voice. Naruto didn't respond. Don't you care for your life, Naruto? Sarutobi asked. Naruto looked into the eyes of the Hokage and the aged man almost shuddered. If they come for me, I will kill them, Naruto stated in a bored tone, but to everybody else it seemed more like a promise. Sarutobi, rubbing his temples, chose to ignore the statement and looked to Anko. There was a Junin meeting yesterday. The Chunin exams are coming up and I need to know if your team will be participating in it. Sarutobi informed the Junin, changing the topic. Anko looked to her team. When Shino nodded, she directed her attention to Naruto. Is killing allowed in the exams? The blonde asked. Anko nodded. Then yes. I doubt Hinata will disagree, so my team is in, Anko said. Sarutobi nodded before reaching into a drawer and pulling out 3 pamphlets. He then tossed one to each genin and handed Anko one for Hinata before he said, fill them out, then turn them to class 310 in the academy on the day of the exam. You all are dismissed. 2 weeks later. Well brats, the Chunin exams are tomorrow and I expect you all to impress me, Anko said, looking at her team. They nodded and Anko grabbed them all in a hug before she pretended to break down into tears. Good luck, mommy, Anko will always be proud, she said between her fake sobs. Letting them go, Anko smirked and left in a shunshin. The Hinata and Shino looked to Naruto, who simply walking off. The two decided to follow the blonde, seeing as they had nothing else to do. The trio wandered around the village until they saw a little boy running from Sakura. Teammate watched as the boy turned the corner only to run into a large teenage boy with face paint on and a bodysuit and a hood with cat ears on the top. The team grabbed the little boy and that was when team intervened. "I suggest you put him down before I kill you," Naruto whispered, now standing behind the team with a trench knife to his neck, lacing his words with killing intent. To Naruto's surprise, the boy visibly paled and slowly released the little boy, who ran to a kneeling Hinata. "You're just like Gaara, aren't you?" the teen said. Naruto shook his head. "No," Naruto whispered, causing the teen to shudder. "I'm definitely worse." "Kankuro," a voice called out. Naruto glanced behind him to see a teenage girl with blonde hair put up in 4 pigtails and a giant battle fan on her back. "Temari, don't is," Kankuro started but was cut off as when Temari pulled off the fan and swung it at Naruto. The blonde boy smirked when a gust of wind shot toward him. Naruto gathered Kyuubi's chakra in his mouth and just before the wind made contact with him, the Naruto released it in a vicious roar. The roar negated Temari's attack and continued on to her, slamming her into a nearby building. "So this is the best Suna has to offer, pathetic," Naruto said, lifting up Kankuro and throwing him into the wall Temari was stuck in. 2 grunts of pain caused Naruto to smirk before he sighed. "I know you're there. Come down or I'll make you," Naruto growled. A sand shunshin appeared in front of Naruto and in its place a red-headed boy with a large gourd on his back looked right at Naruto. "Who are you?" the boy asked. "If you're not careful I will be your executioner," Naruto growled, blasting the boy with killer intent. To his surprise, the boy on slightly raised an eyebrow. No, I don't think you will," the boy replied before blasting Naruto with just as much killer intent. Naruto smirked. "Cute, you can unleash a little bit of killer intent," Naruto said before doubling his killer intent. The red hair, to his surprise, increased his killer intent farther than Naruto. Not one to be outdone, increased his killer intent too. Soon this little game became too much for some nearby bystanders and people began to fall to their knees. After a while, Team 8 and Team 7, who had just shown up, fell to the ground from the increased killer intent. Moment later, Junin and Anbu began to surround the 2 boys. Right as one was about to make a move, the cork on Gaara's gourd popped off and sand began whipping around him while Naruto's chakra tails shot out and began thrashing around him wildly. As the killer intent increased even more, the Junin and Anbu backed away from the 2 murderous boys. Then like a silent message was sent, the boys disappeared, one in a fire shunshin, the other in a sand shunshin. The killer intent faded and the upper-ranked ninja gaped at where the 2 were just at once were. "Captain, what are they?" and Anbu asked the captain, who was outfitted in an all-white suit. "I don't know, but those 2 alone together might spell disaster. Find them and separate them immediately," the captain ordered. "How do we find them?" the Anbu replied. Before the captain could respond, 2 waves of killer intent, even stronger than before, washed over the village. The captain looked to the origin of the killer intent and saw something that almost paralyzed him in fear. On the Hokage mountain, the 2 boys stood arms crossed with sand and chakra tails ramming into each other as they thrashed around their respective user. Above the boys it appeared as the form of the Kyuubi and what seemed like the mix of a raccoon and dog snarling at each other. "Stop 'em now," the Anbu captain shouted, voice filled with panic. But before anybody moved, the 2 figures appeared by the boys and shouted, "Naruto, stop this immediately!" Sarutobi shouted to the blonde. "Gaara, enough!" the figure dressed in the attire of a Suna Junin yelled. Then, just like that, the 2 boys' killer intent receded and Gaara's sand retreated into his gourd while Naruto's tail seeped back into his lower body. The boys turned to their respective leaders and glared. "If you stop me again, I'll kill you," they both said coolly before they left in 2 shunshin jutsus. The next day, Naruto, Hinata, Shino entered the academy and made their way upstairs to room 310. Upon entering the 2nd floor, they saw a group of people standing in front of 2 teens who were blocking the entrance to a room that had 310 on it. Realizing these kids had been fooled by the genjutsu, Hinata gestured to the stairs further down the hall and teammate quietly snuck by everybody as not to draw attention. Walking up the stairs, they were met with the vision of multiple Junin standing in the hall. They looked around and saw Anko standing with the Junin instructors of the rookie squads. Seeing her team, Anko walked over to them. "Well, your test is in there, good luck and watch each other's back," Anko stated before shoving her team through the door. As the team recovered, they noticed everybody was looking at them. Naruto growled and flooded the room with killer intent. "I suggest you all stop staring or this exam will be the last one you ever take." The blonde growled. Almost instantly everybody turned to look in other directions. Naruto scoffed. "Pathetic," he mumbled under his breath. Naruto walked over to the nearest wall and sat down, leaning his back on the wall. Hinata took a seat in front of the blonde and Shino simply stood leaning on the wall. The team relaxed in silence for less than 10 minutes when the door slammed open to reveal Sasuke with Kiba and Sakura standing to his sides. Naruto attempted to ignore them, but Sakura shrieked his name and the blonde could no longer fake slumber. Naruto opened one eye to see Sasuke and Sakura standing right in front of him. "What?" Naruto asked, in no mood to deal with the other team. "Watch your back because I'm coming for you," Sasuke said, only to turn around and be engulfed in a hug by Ino. The platinum blonde whispered something in the low Uchiha's, causing him to blush profusely but nod his head. Sakura glared and proceeded to try and yank Ino off Sasuke, much to the displeasure of Ino and, if you look closely, Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes at the spectacle, but this caused him to catch Kiba flirting with Hinata. As the Inuzuka began to draw closer, Hinata slowly shifted backwards, but this resulted in her pressing into Naruto's chest. When Hinata realized she was now positioned in Naruto's lap, she blushed but made no indication of moving. Naruto glanced at Hinata to see she was moving her hand toward her hip ready to draw a weapon, but Naruto gently grabbed her wrist and stopped her. The blonde looked over her shoulder and glared at Kiba. The Inuzuka growled at Naruto but continued talk to Hinata, drawing closer with each sentence. Soon he was only a few inches away from Hinata and getting closer. Right as he was about to make contact, a chakra tail wrapped around Kiba's neck and forced him away. "I will tell you one time. Stay away from her," Naruto growled as Hinata glanced over her shoulder to look at Naruto. "Thank you," she whispered to him. Naruto glanced down at her but said nothing. He then released his hold on the Inuzuka and letting the chakra recede back into his body. "You guys should quiet down, you're drawing a lot of attention," a tall teenager with silver tied into a ponytail and glasses stated as he walked up to the group. "Obviously they didn't take my promise seriously. No matter, that just leaves more people for me to kill," Naruto growled. "Wow, cool it. Now is not the time to take out your competition," the silver-haired boy said. Naruto killer intent spiked, causing everybody in the room to tense, but the blonde immediately dropped and looked at the newcomer. "And who are you to tell me what I can and cannot do?" Naruto asked coolly. Kabuto Yakushi," the silver-haired boy said. "Well, you must be here for a reason, so what do you want?" Shikamaru asked, looking at Kabuto warily. "I'm just here to help you rookies out," Kabuto said. "This exam's no joke, trust me, I know." "How many times have you taken the exam?" Sasuke asked. "I have taken the exam 7 times. So this is my 4th year," Kabuto replied sheepishly. "Wow, a veteran, you must be an expert on these exams," Sakura stated. Naruto, Shino, Kiba, and Shikamaru rolled their eyes. "Some expert, he's never passed," Shikamaru retorted. "So the rumors on this exam being really tough are true, troublesome." "Hey, don't get bent out of shape, I just might be able to help you guys out," Kabuto replied, pulling out a fairly large stack of cards from his pocket. "You'll help us out by playing cards with us?" Kiba asked, confused. "No, these are ninja info cards. I got information on just about everything in these exams," Kabuto, pride sprinkled in his voice. "Do you have people?" Sasuke asked. "Sure, who do you want to know about?" Kabuto asked with a slight grin. "Rock Lee of Konoha, Gaara of Suna, and Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha," Sasuke listed. Naruto glared at the Uchiha. "You even have their name, that's no fun." Kabuto mock-pouted while pulling 4 cards from the stack. "Let's see, Gaara is of a team consisting of his 2 siblings Temari and Kankuro, led by Jun and Baki. I don't have much on his skills since he's from another village, but it does say he's been on 8 C rank missions and 1 B rank, and get this, he's never been scratched," Kabuto said, causing most of the rookies to gasp in shock. Now the Rock Lee is on a team consisting of Neji Hyuga, last year's #1 rookie, and Tenten, led by Junin Mito Guy. As for skills, it says his Taijutsu has spiked in the last year, but his ninjutsu and genjutsu are still horrible. He has been on 20 D ranks and 11 C ranks, Kabuto said while Sasuke nodded. Last, Naruto Uzumaki, his teammates are Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame, led by Junin Hanko Matarashi. He excels at ninjutsu and taijutsu while his genjutsu is average. He has been on WoW. Naruto and his team have been on only 1 B rank mission and 2 A rank assassination missions, and Naruto's never been scratched on a mission either, Kabuto replied, staring amazed at the blonde. The other rookies look at Naruto with shock. "I think you know more than you should too, those missions were off the records," Naruto said, his eyes turning deep red and his pupils becoming slits. Kabuto took a step back and brought up his arms in defense. "Hey, just relax, no need to do anything irrational," Kabuto tried to convince Naruto. Naruto glared and extended his arm, grabbing Kabuto in a chakra arm. "No, I think you need to die," Naruto said as he began to crush Kabuto in his grip. "Hey, release him now or you and your team will be eliminated from the exams," a tall man with a bandana-styled high-tie and a trench coat yelled from the front of the room. Naruto glared at Kabuto and released him. "Watch your back, your days on this earth are limited," Naruto growled. Kabuto nodded and adjusted his glasses. "Now, first rule, if you are caught fighting anytime outside the permission of your protector, you will be eliminated," the man said, his voice booming in the room despite his calm demeanor. "Now everybody come to front and receive a number from this table, then take a seat at the corresponding chair," the man said, pointing to the table in the front of the classroom. After a moment, all the participants were seated somewhere. "Now my name is Ibiki Morino and I will be your first proctor," the man said once he had regained everybody's attention. "Now the first portion of the exam is a test that is being administered to as I speak. Now there are 10 questions and the first 9 are on your sheets. The 10th question will be given to you all after 2 hours. Why do we have to wait for final question?" Kiba asked in his seat toward the back. "I will say this one time because I forgot to mention it. If you interrupt me while I speak, you and your team will be eliminated," Ibiki said, ignoring Kiba's question. "Now, unlike the other test, you will start with a score of 10 out of 10, 100%, and for question you get wrong, your score will be lowered accordingly. One last thing, cheating will not be tolerated. If you are caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. If you get caught 5 times, you and your team will fail the exam. If you get caught cheating, you don't even deserve to be chunin." Begin, Ibiki stated. These questions are impossible, Naruto thought as he went over the questions. Stupid human, you're an insult, look around. Kyuubi growled in Naruto's mind. Naruto held in any comments and glanced around the room only to smirk. Multiple other genin were cheating, some better than others, as a protector had just called out a number resulting in 3 kids exiting the room. So the point is to cheat, but how to do that? My skills don't really suit information gathering, Naruto thought as he mentally went over his jutsu arsenal trying to find one that could help him cheat. Fuck, now is not the time to realize I'm seriously lacking in this. Naruto continued to berate himself for his lack in skills when it came to information gather until saw multiple insects crawling up his desk and on his paper. Naruto glanced forward to where Shino was sitting and noticed a line of insects crawling under the desk from Shino to him. With a smirk, Naruto used his left arm to block his paper from the view of the ever-watchful proctor in his row. Once he did that, the bugs began to align themselves into the answers and Naruto copied the answers the insects formed. When Naruto finished, he watched as the insects stealthily returned to Shino. Naruto then looked at the clock and saw that the final question wouldn't be administered for another hour, so the blonde drifted off to sleep. When the time limit ended, Ibiki coughed to draw the attention of the class. Though his cough was soft, in the dead silence of the room it sounded more like a bang. Glancing around, Ibiki noticed that Naruto was sleeping still while even Shikamaru was waking up slowly. Heavy sleeper, Ibiki thought before taking out a kunai and launching at Naruto's forehead, the handle forward instead of the point. Just as the tool was about to make contact, a tail of chakra shot from behind Naruto and deflected weapon. Naruto growled as he got up and glared daggers at the proctor. Ibiki rolled his eyes before turning to the rest of the class. Now I will give you the final question, but there are 2 options. You can leave now, you and your team will be eliminated, but you can take the exams another time, Ibiki stated before he was cut off. Why would anybody choose that? A leaf shinobi asked. You and your team are eliminated. I said if I'm interrupted again you will be failed, Ibiki growled. The ninja began to protest but forcibly removed by one of the Chunin proctors, his team following behind solemnly. Now then, if you choose to take the final question and you get it wrong, not only will you and your team fail, but you and your team will never be allowed to take the Chunin exams again, Ibiki said calmly, only for the room to explode in shouts of objections. That's bull, I know for a fact that there are people here who have taken this exam before, Kiba shouted over the crowd, earning yells in agreement. That's too bad, I'm the protector here and what I say goes, but if you don't like the risk, leave, Ibiki said, and slowly but surely multiple teams began to quit. The original amount of genin teams had started off at around 200. After the 2-hour test-taking session, that number had dropped to around 150. 10 minutes after Ibiki had given the kids the option of leaving, that number had shrunk to 54 teams. Ibiki looked around and saw there were around a dozen people shifting nervously, appearing to be ready to drop out. Just give us the damn question already, Naruto growled from his spot. To Ibiki's surprise, the genin who had been ready to quit began to show anger and determination in their eyes. The proctor inwardly chuckled when he realized that they didn't want to be shown up by the rookie. Seeing as holding out longer wouldn't change anything, Ibiki nodded to the rest of the proctors. Congratulations, you all pass, Ibiki said as he looked back to the genin. For a moment the group some stood with shock while others smiled, a select few even had faces of indifference. Right as Ibiki was about to say something, a swirl of rose pellets materialized next to next. When they faded, in their place stood Kurenai, arms crossed and glancing around the crowd critically. You left 54 teams, Kurenai said as she glanced to the taller proctor. What are you getting soft? Perhaps this year's bunch are stronger than usually, Ibiki stated, glancing back at Kurenai. The red-eyed Junin shrugged. Doesn't matter, my portion will definitely cut the number down by at least half, Kurenai said, just loud enough for everybody to hear her. Many of genin paled at the comment, but Kurenai left no time for explanation. Be at training ground 44 in 10 minutes. If you're not there when time expires, then you and your team will be automatically eliminated from the exams, Kurenai said before she left the room in a rose shunshin. Chapter 12, Chunin Exams Part 2. The Forest. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino stood silently as the other genin looked cautiously at the forest of death. Kurenai sat on a tree branch hanging over the fence surrounding the forest. The red-eyed Junin glanced at a stopwatch before jumping down in front of the genin. Welcome to Training Ground 44, also known the Forest of Death. This is where the second portion of your exam will take place, Kurenai said as she gestured the caged forest area. Home sweet home, Naruto murmured sarcastically, earning chuckles from those close enough to hear him. Kurenai glared and launched a kunai at the blonde with blinding speed. Naruto smirked, then using almost impossible reflexes the blonde caught the knife between 2 fingers. Before Naruto had time to react, a tree sprung from the ground and its branches wrapped around Naruto, pinning him to the tree. Kurenai came out of the tree and took the kunai in Naruto's fingers before placing it on his neck. Nice trick, but you got that from our sensei, Naruto stated. Kurenai glared at the blonde but gasped when she felt cold metal press against her throat. So we know how it works, a voice came from behind. Kurenai glanced behind her to see another Naruto sitting on a branch of the tree she formed, holding the blade of one of his trench knives to her throat. I like the personal touch with genjutsu at the end though. Shadow clone, Kurenai asked. Naruto smirked but shook his head. I'm not, but he is, Naruto said. Then the blonde bound to the tree dispersed in a cloud of smoke. Kurenai sighed before releasing the genjutsu and returning to the front of group, her pride having taken a major blow. Kurenai turned to the genin and began to explain the exam. Now for the second portion of the exams you will either be given this heaven scroll. Kurenai said, lifting up a white scroll, or this earth scroll. Kurenai lifted up a black scroll with her other hand. The point of the exams is to retrieve the scroll you don't have, then make it to the tower in the center of the forest with both before the end of your time limit, which is 5 days. The genin immediately understood why Kurenai had said the numbers would definitely be cut in half. Now fill out these waivers, Kurenai said, pointing to a large stack of them next to her that had seemingly came from nowhere. Once your team has done that, go get a scroll from the booth over there, Kurenai stated, pointing to a booth Chunin finished putting up. Why do we need waivers? Asuna Shinobi asked. There will definitely be deaths in this section of the exams. The waivers are so I can't be held responsible for them, Kurenai said. Many genin paled, but eventually they all went and filed the waivers out and received their scroll. As Naruto and his team walk over to the stand, Naruto caught the gaze of Gaara. Two stopped and glared at each other, causing the temperature of the immediate area to drop. Many of the Chunin hopefuls moved away from the area, and even Naruto and Gaara's teammates took a step away from their malicious leaders. I will find you in that forest, Gaara said, his voice dripping with killer intent. Good, it's so much easier when the prey comes to the predator, Naruto growled. The two continued their stare down until Hinata finally pulled Naruto away from Gaara and to their specific gate. What is the plan? Hinata asked as her team waited at their gate. Well, we have environmental advantage since we train here frequently, Shino said. I suggest that I use local insects while Hinata uses her Byakugan to find targets, then ambush them. It will be quiet and efficient. Agreed, Naruto said while Hinata nodded. Just then Kurenai voice came out over the intercom. The second portion of the Chunin exams begins now, Kurenai voice stated. The gates to the forest opened and immediately teammate jumped into the forest to begin. Naruto-kun, I can see one group, Ninja, heading straight for the snake pit right now. They're the closest to our and appear to be setting up a trap. The blonde nodded before putting on his hood. I'll take 'em, you two split up and find groups you feel you can eliminate. Meet at the snake pit by nightfall, Naruto said. His two teammates nodded and went off in separate directions to look for teams to take out. Upon reaching the snake pit, Naruto stopped and stood on a branch looking at the ninja who was still setting up their trap. Naruto smirked and with a burst of speed was behind one of the ninja. Naruto covered the ninja's mouth before he slit the unprepared victim throat. Before the ninja's two teammates could realize what happened, Naruto replaced the ninja with a hanged shadow clone. Naruto disappeared into the trees with the body just before the two ninja turned around at the spike chakra from using the jutsu. The clone looked around as if to act suspicious of the incident as well. What was that? One of the ninja asked. The shadow clone shrugged before pulling out a kunai. The two other ninja nodded at the clone and pulled out kunai as well. The three jumped into the middle of the clearing and stood in a tight circle covering each other's back. Then in an instant Naruto was in the middle of the circle holding his trench knives to the two real ninjas' throats. The ninjas dropped their kunai and one of them pulled out an earth scroll. Take it and leave us, the ninja said, dropping the scroll by Naruto's feet. I will take it, Naruto said before he slit the throats of the two defenseless ninja. As their bodies fell to the floor, Naruto smirked and picked up the scroll. Not what I needed, but it was something to do, Naruto said as he jumped out of the clearing to go search for more victims. Hinata smiled softly as she looked at the three unsuspecting Suna ninjas standing in the clearing. The three were standing in a circle and going over a plan to get a scroll, completely unaware of her presence in the trees. Hinata tapped the seal on her body that contained her bow and the weapon popped into the air silently. The pale-eyed ninja did the same with her quiver and arrows and strapped the quiver to her back. Hinata slowly took out 3 arrows and strung them all at once. I've never tried 3 at the same time, I wonder if I can get it, the Hyuga thought as she took aim. With a sigh, Hinata shot the arrows only to frown slightly. 2 of the arrows had hit directly between the foreheads of the ninja like she wanted, but the last one had missed the back of the last one's head and hit him in the arm. Fuck, Suna ninja screamed as he pulled out the arrow. Hinata dropped from the tree and began channeling chakra into her bow. The Suna ninja tilted his head in intrigue when he saw the limbs of the bow become encased in blades of water. I never seen somebody do that with a bow, the Suna ninja stated. Then with his good arm the ninja reached behind his back. This allowed Hinata to take notice to dual swords strapped to his back. The ninja pulled one of the swords out of its scabbard and settled into a defensive stance. I'm sorry, Hinata said as she settled in a unique stance that allowed her to utilize her transformed weapon. The Suna ninja scoffed before he charged. He led with a downward slash that Hinata blocked before she brought the other end of her double blade at his chest. The Suna ninja shifted his body and the water blade missed by less than an inch. The ninja then spun in the opposite direction and aimed a strike at Hinata's waist. Hinata jumped back and tossed her bow in the air. The Hyuga heiress then went through set of hand signs. Water style, water trumpet. Hinata then brought her hand to mouth and blew out a jet of water that slammed the Suna ninja into a tree. Hinata then caught her bow and strung an arrow. Before the ninja could recover, Hinata let her arrow fly, hitting the ninja right between the forehead. Using her Byakugan she located the heaven scroll and sighed. Hinata looked at the sky and saw it was getting late. With a smirk she headed for the snake pit only to find a growling Naruto and stoic Shino waiting for her. "What's the matter, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked as she landed in the clearing. Naruto is frustrated because while he totaled more kills than I, some of them had already lost their scrolls. This ended up causing Naruto to obtain fewer scrolls than myself. Shino explained and Naruto growled again. "How many scrolls did you two get?" Hinata asked. "I collected 8 while Naruto only managed 6 scrolls but he killed 13 teams." "How many scrolls did you obtain, Hinata?" Shino asked. Hinata smiled before pulling out 12 scrolls. "Wow, impressive," Naruto said as he counted Hinata's scrolls. "Hinata, how did you manage so many?" Shino asked. "Some teams had more than 1 scroll," Hinata replied, causing Naruto to growl. "Well, it doesn't matter, let's head to the tower," Naruto said as Hinata put the scrolls back in her pouch and headed for the tower. Only a few minutes into their travels Hinata stopped. Naruto and Shino, sensing their teammate was no longer with them, the two backtracked to her. "What is it, Hinata?" Naruto asked. "I see Team 7 and they're under attack," Hinata said. "Not our problem," Naruto retorted. "I agree, our relations with Team 7 are less than atrocious," Shino added. "But they're Konoha shinobi and we need to help them. The ninja they're facing is beyond the level any genin should be," Hinata pleaded. Naruto rolled his eyes and Shino crossed his arms in a gesture of annoyance. "You're too nice, Hinata," Naruto said. "Fine, we aid Team 7 but if it gets out of hand we pull out." Hinata nodded and took off in a different direction, Shino and Naruto on her heels, albeit reluctantly. "Kukaku, little Sasuke-kun, you disappoint me. Here you are acting the part of a paralyzed mouse in front of the big bad snake. I thought the sole survivor of Uchiha clan would be more," a tall female Kyuuser said as she jumped onto the branch where Sasuke and Sakura stood paralyzed in fear. "Fang over fang," Kiba's voice shouted just as 2 spinning drills rammed into the Kyuuser ninja and slammed her into a tree. The 2 drills stopped on a nearby tree and Kiba and a clone of himself stood with elongated claws and canines. Overall they looked wild and more feral in appearance. "I'm not done yet," Kiba growled. The clone snarled in agreement. "You have become a pest and I'll exterminate you now," the Kyuuser ninja said as she pulled herself out of the tree. Then in an instant the ninja was in front of Kiba with a kunai poised to decapitate him. Kiba gasped in surprise but couldn't move fast enough to block the strike. To his surprise the blow never came though. Instead Naruto stood holding his trench knives and using one to block the kunai. "I suggest you leave while I feel merciful," Naruto stated coolly. Well, the demon container has made an appearance," the Kyuuser ninja said in an amused tone. "It seems that," quote, the ninja was cut off when Naruto drilled his knee into her solar plexus, launching her away. Just as the foreign ninja got up, Naruto was behind her going through hand signs. "Wind style, drilling air bullet," Naruto said before taking a deep breath. The hooded ninja then released his breath in the form of a sphere of air that hit the Kyuuser ninja and launched her into another tree. Hinata and Shino then appeared next to Naruto and jumped over to Team 7. "Come on, she's still alive, I'll come with you while Naruto and Shino keep her distracted," Hinata said as she jumped off with Sakura and Sasuke right behind her. "I'm staying, I can't just leave you two to face her by yourself," Kiba said as the clone nodded. "Cute, but I'm not interested in you 3. Now to my real prize," the Kyuuser then seeped into a tree leaving the 3 ninja confused. "Prize," Kiba pondered aloud. For a moment the other paused until it came to them. The others, they stated in unison before taking off in the direction Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata went. Now running isn't very becoming of 3 shinobi." The Kyuuser ninja emerged from a branch trees in front where the 3 heading. Sakura and Sasuke froze up at the sight of the ninja but Hinata glared. Just as she was about to respond her glare became a smile. "You're one to talk," Naruto said as he stood on the same branch as the Kyuuser ninja. "Kukaku touche," the Kyuuser ninja said while turning to face Naruto. The blonde stood to her side with his arms crossed. The only things visible under his hood were 2 blazing red eyes with slits for pupils, quite intimidating Naruto-kun. Naruto didn't respond, instead he disappeared in burst of speed. The Kyuuser ninja smirked and ducked, dodging being decapitated by Naruto's trench knife. The blonde followed up by throwing a knee at the Kyuuser ninja who dodged that as well. "You really are impressive. I felt the force of those strikes even though they didn't touch me," the Kyuuser ninja stated as she turned to face Naruto. The blonde growled and launched a barrage of strikes at the Kyuuser ninja only for her to dodge every last one of them. Kiba and Shino landed next to Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke moments into the clearly one-sided fight. The 5 stood stunned as they watched Naruto and the Kyuuser ninja become blurs. Yet even then they could tell that Naruto couldn't land a hit on her. This became more obvious as Naruto's chakra tails shot out of his lower back and began aiding him in attacking the ninja. Suddenly Naruto jumped back and the Kyuuser ninja growled, holding her arm. Blood was seeping out of her hands and then she began to laugh. "Cuckoo, I'm impressed you pushed me to using my full abilities and still managed a hit. You're clearly above Genin level. You're Junin or maybe Anbu level, though it won't be enough," the Kyuuser said as multiple clones of her formed. 3 clones charged to take on Naruto while the rest separated and took on Sakura, Kiba, and Shino, leaving the original to Sasuke. "Now Sasuke, let's play," the ninja said as she charged Sasuke. The Uchiha attempted to block, but in his state of fear the Kyuubi ninja soon began to rain strike after strike on Sasuke. The Kyuubi glared, then hit Sasuke with a straight kick, sending him tearing through a branch before hitting a tree trunk. "You disappoint me, Sasuke. You're nothing compared to Itachi, but he was a prodigy after all," the Kyuubi ninja said with a frown. Sasuke stood up with his face looking down. When Sasuke looked up he was glaring intensely at the Kyuubi ninja Sharingan, blazing one tomo in each eye. "You're dead," Sasuke growled as he charged the Kyuubi ninja. This time the odds were in his favor. Sasuke could predict the ninja's moves, blocking attacks and striking in the gaps in his defense. Sasuke jumped up and kicked off the ninja's chest, launching himself backwards. Sasuke then pulled out multiple shuriken and threw them at the Kyuubi ninja. "You missed," the Kyuubi ninja said as she watched the shuriken flew by her. Only as she noticed a glint trail after them did she realize her mistake. Attached to each shuriken was a line of ninja wire, and, with a flick of his wrist, Sasuke made the shuriken wrap around the ninja. When the shuriken buried themselves in the Kyuubi ninja, she grunted in pain while Sasuke brought the wires to his lips. Fire style, dragon fire, Sasuke blew fire on the wire that enlarged and sped up as they traveled along wires. When the fire reached the Kyuubi ninja, screams of pain emitted from her. The remaining clones dissolved into mud and fell to the ground. The group of genin gathered around Sasuke, who was smoking at Naruto. "I guess I'm stronger than Junin level. I barely broke a sweat. With these eyes I will be able to beat him," Sasuke said. Naruto wasn't paying attention. Instead the blonde's red eyes were focused on the fire that was slowly going out. "He's not dead," Naruto growled. "Kukaku perceptive as well. You definitely would make a first-rate ninja," a different voice said from the smoke left from the fire. When it cleared, the Kyuubi ninja's skin was heavily burned everywhere. The most surprising thing though was that his face was peeling off, revealing a grown man with pale white skin, purple eyeliner, and yellow eyes with snake-like slits for pupils. The man with a twisted grin pulled off the skin, forcing many of the young genin to hold back their last meals. "What are you?" Kiba shouted at the man. "I am Orochimaru, but I have to leave now, but let me leave you a gift, Sasuke." With that said the man froze the group with killer intent. Naruto growled but was suddenly attacked by a clone. With the blonde out of the way, Orochimaru extended his neck to impossible lengths. Then before anybody could realize what he was going to do, Orochimaru bit Sasuke's neck. The Uchiha cried out in pain and fell to his knees while holding the area Orochimaru bit. As Orochimaru left, the killing intent faded. The group began to move. Sakura immediately went to Sasuke's aid. Naruto then returned covered in mud. "Dude, what?" Kiba started, only to be cut off by a death glare from Naruto. "If you finish that question, many terrible things will happen to you," Naruto growled. "Enough, we need to find shelter. Our team is fine, but one of your members is hurt and I need a stable location to inspect him," Shino said. The group nodded while Kiba and Sakura picked up Sasuke. With that they made their way down to the forest floor. With Naruto in the lead, the group located a nearby hollowed-out tree. Sakura and Kiba set Sasuke down and Shino quickly performed a few hand signs before placing his hand on the mark that had appeared on Sasuke's neck. Shino removed his hand before looking to the remaining members of Team 7. "From what I could tell, that mark is a seal and it's slowly releasing foreign chakra into Sasuke's chakra system," Shino said. "Can't you remove the seal?" Sakura asked as she sat beside Sasuke's prone form. "I'm studying the medical arts, not Fuinjutsu," Shino replied. "So what you're saying is you're no help to him, right?" Sakura retorted. Shino glared, but due to his shades and mask it could only felt through the subtle killing intent in the air. "My team didn't have helped you three in the first place. I would be grateful we did that." "Shino, Hinata, let's go," Naruto ordered, and his team left, ignoring the apologies and pleas to come back from Team 7. The team followed Naruto toward the tower at the center of the forest when Hinata sighed. "We should go back and help them," she said, causing Naruto and Shino to turn to her in shock. "No, we attempted to assist them and they pay us back with ingratitude," Shino responded. "But they could be attacked, and with one member down they will be easy targets," Hinata replied. "Then hope they give up their scroll to avoid confrontation. Now let's go, the tower is less than 5 minutes away," Naruto said as he and Shino headed off toward the tower. Hinata glanced back in the direction of Team 7 before following her teammates to the tower. Upon landing next to the tower they were surprised to see Gaara and his two siblings landing by the tower as well. The two teams tensed as Gaara and Naruto began leaking killer intent. "It appears fate is not on your side," Gaara said as he stepped in front of his teammates. "I disagree," Naruto replied as he mimicked Gaara's movement. Gaara didn't respond, but the cork of his gourd popped out and shot at Naruto's face. The blonde didn't even flinch when a tail of chakra shot out and blocked the cork. "Nice trick. How often does it work?" Naruto asked, never breaking eye contact. Gaara grunted as sand began to leak from his gourd. Naruto crossed his arms and 8 more chakra tails shot out of his lower back. "Die," they both said in unison. Naruto raised his arm and a chakra arm shot forward. Gaara followed suit and an arm of sand shot forward, intercepting the chakra arm. The limbs locked together and began pushing in a battle of strength, only for it to be ended when they both crushed each other. Sand flew everywhere while the red chakra just faded from existence. Naruto then sent 3 of his tails at Gaara, only for them to be blocked by a wall of sand. Gaara went through a few hand signs, then extended them forward. Suna shuriken, multiple shuriken then shot out of the sand wall toward Naruto. Unconcerned, Naruto casually pulled multiple shuriken out his weapons pouch and began channeling wind chakra into them. Naruto watched as all the Suna shuriken were deflected by his chakra tails. Then Naruto added Kyuubi's chakra to the shuriken and the wind blades became visible and tinged with red. My turn, Naruto said as he threw all the shuriken except one at Gaara. The wind-enhanced shuriken tore through Gaara's sand shield like paper before striking Gaara. Luckily for him, none of the shuriken hit fatal areas, but deep cuts decorated his body and blood began dripping from them. Kankuro and Temari gasped as they saw the blood come from the wound. He hit Gaara. Nobody has ever been able to touch Gaara, Temari said as she looked at Naruto with fear. The blonde ignored the comment and began adding his wind chakra and Kyuubi's chakra to the last shuriken. As the blade grew, Naruto didn't stop adding chakra until they made the shuriken the size of a Fuma shuriken. Naruto then stopped adding chakra to it and launched the deadly weapon at Gaara. The shuriken sliced right through Gaara's shield and split the red head in half at the waist. The two halves of his body fell to the floor before turning into sand and blowing away. A sand shunshin appeared in front of Temari and Kankuro, but instead of the sand fading when Gaara appeared, it began to spin around him wildly. You were good, Uzumaki, but I'm afraid you die here, Gaara said as he sent multiple tendrils of sand at Naruto. You aren't much of a shinobi once you get past the sand, Naruto said, now standing right next to Gaara. Your taijutsu is horrible, Naruto the elbowed Gaara in the neck. Gaara-san attempted to protect him, but it was deflected by Naruto's tails. As the tails and sand fought, Naruto unleashed a vicious barrage on Gaara. The redhead, not used to having to defend himself, took the beating helplessly. Suddenly the sand completely encased Naruto and Gaara. Teammate tensed while Temari and Kankuro shook their head. Your teammate's dead now, Kankuro stated. Yeah, being able to land a hit on Gaara is impressive, but now there is no way he can get out of that alive, Temari added. Just as she said that, the sand dome exploded outward and Naruto stood holding Gaara by the collar, his chakra tails thrashing wildly. You don't impress me, Naruto said as he tossed Gaara toward Temari and Kankuro. The blonde then turned away from Gaara and walked back to his team. The redhead began to lose control as he watched Naruto walk away. No, you can't ignore my existence. I won't let you, Gaara shouted. Then he sent an enormous wave of sand at Team 7. Hinata and Shino prepared to perform substitution jutsu, but Naruto turned and released a roar filled with Kyuubi chakra. The roar blasted the wave away and forced the Suna siblings to shield themselves from the sand and wind the attack sent their way. When they looked again, all three gasped at Naruto standing right next to Gaara holding his trench knife to the redhead's neck. I will end your existence if you try that again, Naruto growled as he stepped away Gaara. The blonde then led his team into the tower. The trio then entered one of the empty rooms at base and looked at the quote on wall. If qualities of heaven are what you desire, then seek wisdom to take your mind higher. If earthen qualities are what you lack, then train your body and prepare to attack. When heaven and earth are opened together, the peerless path becomes righteous forever. This blank is the secret way that guides us from the world today. Hinata read, then turned to Naruto and Shino. Open one earth scroll and one heaven, just get rid of the rest, Naruto said as he tossed Hinata an earth. He then took the rest of the scrolls he had and burned them. Shino then handed her a heaven scroll before tossing his remaining scrolls in Naruto's fire. Hinata pulled out her scrolls and threw them in the fire before opening up the scrolls Shino and Naruto handed her. It says human, Hinata said. Naruto glanced at the scrolls and then sighed. They're summoning scrolls. Toss them, Naruto said. Hinata nodded and tossed the scrolls just as they began to sizzle. When the scrolls hit the ground, they joined together forming an X. Then the moment they stopped moving, a puff of smoke erupted from them. When the smoke cleared, Aruka stood smiling at the group. Congratulations, you're the first team to pass, Aruka said as looked at the team. Not only that, but you blew the previous record out the water. So what do we do while we're here? Naruto asked. Whatever you want to. There is a training facility, mess hall, and even a game room. Just keep out of trouble until the final 4 days are up, Aruka said as he led them to the main hall of the tower. Naruto smirked, but Aruka caught it. No, you can't go back out and eliminate more teams. Naruto glared but didn't argue. Chapter 13, Chunin Exams Part 3, The Prelims Scene 1. Naruto was awoken by rays of sunlight shining through the window onto his face. The blonde groaned and turned over in a futile attempt to drift back to sleep, but eventually he sat up. Looking around the room, the blonde noticed his two teammates still sleeping peacefully. Quietly as his ninja skills allowed him, Naruto got up and made his way to the bathroom to prepare for the day. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted as Naruto exited the bathroom. The blonde stifled a yawn and waved to the young Hyuga heiress. Naruto then nodded to Shino in a silent greeting in which the stoic ninja returned. So what are you planning to do while we wait for the time limit to expire? Naruto asked as Hinata entered the bathroom. I feel it would be best to train lightly. This would ensure that our bodies are rested for anything yet not out of shape in any way, Shino replied. That's probably for the best, Naruto replied. The room was filled with comfortable silence for a moment until it was broken. Naruto, may I ask you a question? Shino asked, turning to look at the blonde. Without his shades on, deep brown eyes stared evenly into flaming blue. Sure, Naruto replied. You said Hinata stated she loved you right before she entered her death-like state. Shino said before looking at Naruto for confirmation. The blonde Jinchuriki nodded, so Shino continued. Have the two of you discussed this? No, we haven't, Naruto answered distantly as his mind replayed the incident. I believe it would be best if you did. Issues concerning strong emotions with other teammates tend to put strain on teamwork. Shino said. Naruto returned his attention to Shino and sighed. I understand, but what do I tell her? I honestly can't say I feel that way about her. Naruto replied. Besides, emotions like love are distractions. Caring makes you weak. Usually I wouldn't argue with the logic of your statement, but I truly disagree. Naruto, I can see that you care for our teammate. Not only did you destroy her entire city when you believe her dead, but anytime somebody male besides me talks to her you tense slightly in irritation. You care for her, but your everlasting rage and apathy clouds that feeling. Shino replied. Naruto grunted but made no other response, causing Shino to shake his head. You are sounding like Uchiha-san. Before Naruto could respond, Hinata emerged from the bathroom. Shino walked into bathroom moments afterward, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone in their room. The blonde pondered Shino's words as he watched Hinata sit down on her bed and look out the window. He watched as the sun caused her midnight blue hair to shine in the room. Her pale skin seemingly glowed from the light. How do I feel about her? Naruto thought as he continued to study Hinata. You want her, Kyubi replied. How do you know? Naruto asked skeptically. The insect child explained it if you were listening, Kyubi stated casually. I heard what he said, but Naruto started only to end when he found no way to explain his doubts in Shino's words. You realize it, but you are frightened, Kyubi said. What do I have to fear? Naruto retorted. In fact, why do you care? You fear that others will treat her like they treat you if you return her feelings. As for my concern, to be frank, I don't care, Kyubi replied, growling slightly. That's insane. If anybody attempted to treat like that, I would kill them, Naruto retorted. Kyubi sighed, frustrated by the boy's blatant rejection to his own feelings. Naruto-kun, Hinata called, snapping Naruto out of his mental conversation with the King of Demons. Huh? Naruto asked. Hinata tilted her head slightly in confusion. The blonde just kept an even gaze, so she shook her head. I asked if you were alright. You were staring at me and didn't respond when I called you the first few times, Hinata explained. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto replied. Hinata nodded and smiled softly at Naruto. Naruto was about to say something when Shino exited the bathroom. Should we go train now? Shino asked as he sat on his bed. Yeah, sure, Naruto said as he got up and made his way out the room, Hinata and Shino right behind him. As Naruto walked out the dorm room, he flipped on his hood and began to think about what Shino had told him. The trio walked casually to the training facility when they bumped into the Suna team. Gaara glared holes into Naruto while leaking killer intent. The blonde smirked as he blasted Gaara back with his own killer intent. We had this battle before. I will kill you this time if you're not careful, Naruto said as his eyes blazed red under his hood. I was foolish and I underestimated you. Unfortunately for you, I won't make the same mistake twice, Gaara retorted as a devilish grin began to spread on his face. You are truly powerful, Uzumaki. Killing you will definitely prove my existence. Interesting, you seem to think you are capable of beating me. Let point something out to you. Your demon is weaker than mine while you yourself are weaker than me. Why would you think that you could beat me? Naruto asked, truly confused at Gaara's behavior. Simple, your lust for blood is weaker than mine, Gaara stated, then walked away, his teammates right behind him. Naruto rolled his eyes before he continued onto the training facility with Hinata and Shino. As they approached the facility, they were stopped when a 3 kunai flew straight at their faces. The blonde paid the weapon no mind as it was blocked by a chakra tail. Hinata and Shino lazily caught weapons between their 2 fingers before dropping them to the floor. Anko-sensei, the Naruto stated coolly. Anko then emerged from the shadows sporting a mile-wide grin. Brats, I'm proud. Not only were you the first team to enter Tower, but you destroyed the last record by 36 hours. Anko said as she walked up to her team. Is there anything you needed? Naruto asked. What, can't a sensei see her pupils to congratulate them on doing great? Anko said as she engulfed the 3 in a bear hug. You seem different though, sensei, Hinata stated. Anko smirked as she released them. Oh, that, I have just happened upon a little money courtesy of your performance, Anko explained. You bet on us? Shino asked. Yeah, and I made bank. I bet that you guys would be the first team and break the record. Every Junin and Anbu in our village bet against that, and now I have enough money to buy this fucking forest and not even dent my funds, Anko said as she grabbed Naruto's head and kissed him right on the forehead. Before the blonde could pull away, Anko grabbed him and began to dance around. Hinata giggled at the foolish display while Shino shook his head in amusement. After a couple of minutes of dancing, Naruto finally managed to break free of Anko's death grip. Well, I'm happy for you, Anko-sensei, Hinata said as Anko calmed down somewhat. Thanks, Brad, but my newfound wealth can wait right now. We need to train a little to make sure you guys stay sharp, Anko stated as she opened the door to the train facility. Alright brats, I want 10 laps around the track, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 200 sit-ups to start off. After that I want you to go through your katas, taijutsu and weapons. Finally, I want you to review your jutsu and practice any you haven't got down yet. Anko said, her voice strict and unbending. Teammate nodded before taking off on the track. Might as well join them, Anko said as she ran to catch up with her team. 4 days later. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino stood on the floor of the sparring arena with the 7 other genin teams that had made it to the tower with both scrolls. The time limit had expired moments ago and Kurenai had instructed the teams who had passed to there. Seem like all the rookies passed so far, Kiba stated as he inspected the competition. Yeah, so did the team with Hinata's relative, the Suna team, Kabuto's team, Am team, and the Odo team. Naruto said as he caught the glare the other Hyuga was giving Hinata. The boy then turned to Naruto and the blonde glared at him. The boy rolled his eyes before looking back at his teammates. Congratulations on passing the exams so far, Sarutobi said, gaining the attention of all the genin. To make it this far is a great accomplishment in itself. You have all made your villagers proud. Sarutobi started only to stop as another ninja with his hide in a bandana style over his head and a senbon needle in his mouth like a toothpick approached the Hokage and whispered something in his ear. The Hokage nodded, stepped back, and let the ninja speak. I'm Genma and I'm your proctor for the next portion of your exams. It has come to our attention that there are too many of you. This means we will have a preliminary round right now, Genma stated. What, we just got out of that forest and now you want us to fight? Kiba shouted in frustration. It can't be helped, there were many important people coming to see the final portion of the exam. We can't have it take too long and lose their attention, Genma stated. Now the preliminary round will consist of one-on-one fights. You fight until somebody is unable to continue or dead. If I think that the battle has a clear winner I will intervene, but that is purely on my judgment, so don't expect to be bailed out of hard situations. If you think you're in trouble, forfeit. Now everybody but 2 names, the board says, head up to the balcony. The genin looked up to the board to see it was scrolling through names. When it stopped, 2 genin smirked arrogantly. Mubi vs Neji Hyuga. As everybody went up, the Hyuga looked at the Am ninja with a smirk. Though he wore an air mask like mouthpiece and only had one eye visible, it was apparent in the way he held himself that he was smirking right back. Suggest you give up. Fate has already decided me to be the victor, Neji said as he slid into the Juukan stance. Konoha ninja are always so full of themselves. I'll enjoy beating that smirk off your face, Mubi retorted as he prepared to make hand signs. Are both competitors ready? Genma asked as he stood between the two. Both boys nodded, not even taking their eyes off each other. First match between Neji Hyuga and Mubi, begin, Genma shouted before jumping onto the balcony. Mubi was the first to react and began a short series of hand signs, then said, Haze clone. Within an instant the floor was covered in clones surround Neji. The Hyuga prodigy didn't even flinch and casually activated his Byakugan. One of the clones charged and threw a punch at the Hyuga, but he made no move to stop it. When the fist connected, it phased right through Neji and he rolled his eyes. I will ask again, give up. The outcome was decided the moment I was chosen as your opponent, Neji stated, causing an irritated growl to be emitted from within the mass of clones. Suddenly multiple clones began to charge at Neji. As they phased through him, Neji sighed. Then out of nowhere Neji spun and struck at an incoming Mubi right in the gut with an open palm. The blow landed and all the clones dispersed while the single Mubi coughed out blood onto Neji's arm. How? Mubi asked. You didn't do your research, Neji stated as he removed his palm from Mubi's gut, causing him to fall on his face. Hyuga have a dojutsu that allows us to see the chakra system and more. You clones don't have chakra systems, so finding the original was child's play. As Genma called the match, Neji walked up to his team and joined them without a word. The rest of the genin looked to the board and saw it already had 2 names. Rock Lee vs Naruto Uzumaki. Yosh, I will show everybody that my flames of youth burn brighter than the sun, Neji's spandex-wearing teammate shouted as he jumped down to the floor. Good luck, Lee, their Junin-sensei yelled, an almost exact copy of Lee. Naruto rolled his eyes at the antics before using a fire shunshin to get to the floor. Are both competitors ready? Genma asked. Lee nodded enthusiastically while Naruto rolled his eyes while he nodded. Then let the second match between Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee begin, Genma shouted. Then he jumped onto the balcony. Immediately Lee charged Naruto and aimed a straight punch to his face. The blonde didn't react as it was blocked by a tail of chakra. Lee jumped back before jumping into the air, aiming a helicopter kick at Naruto's face only for the chakra tail block again. Lee adjusted his body and sent a spinning kick at Naruto's ankles faster than before. This time another tail of chakra appeared and blocked it. Lee flipped away and smiled. Naruto-san, you are truly a worthy adversary, Lee said as he entered the Goken stance. Lee, take him off, Guy shouted from the balcony. Lee saluted to his sensei before jumping onto the stone ram hand sign in the front of the arena. The spandex-clad ninja then proceeded to remove the ankle weights he had hidden under his orange leg warmers. Lee then dropped them to the floor below and everybody gasped as they formed 2 enormous craters upon impact. Naruto smirked. Now things are getting interesting, the blonde said as he uncrossed his arms and got into a fighting stance. Lee disappeared in a burst of speed and in the next moment a chakra tail moved to side of Naruto's head. A loud bang was heard and everybody turned to see Lee's punch being blocked by the tail. Lee disappeared again and the other tail moved behind Naruto, blocking Lee's straight kick. Lee smirked at Naruto and disappeared again. Another tail shot out Naruto's lower back and blocked Naruto's face from a knee from Lee. Lee jumped back and smiled. "Now that I'm done warming up," Lee said while cracking his knuckles. Naruto shrugged and the 6 remaining tails shot out Naruto's lower back and began swaying menacingly. Lee then disappeared and the tails began moving around faster than most of the genin could see, blocking strikes from the impossibly fast genin. Naruto smirked as he tapped his chest and his trench knives appeared from their seal. Naruto put them on casually, then put his hood on. All the while the tails continued to block Lee's almost untraceable attacks. "You know Lee, you're really good. My tails can barely match your speed right now and I know you're faster than this, but I need to tell you something," Naruto said as his eyes began to blaze blood red under his hood. Then faster than anybody could see, Naruto ducked, then threw an uppercut into the air. Everybody gasped as Lee went flipping back from the blow and landed hard on his back. "I can still see you." Lee got up slowly and shook his head dazed, but before he could regain focus completely, Naruto was in front of him. Naruto drilled a knee into Lee's chest and sent him flying back. In an instant Naruto was where Lee was heading. Naruto sent an elbow at Lee's head, only for Lee to adjust his body and block it. The two disappeared and a boom came from the center of the room. When everybody looked, nobody was there, and then another sounded from on top of the ram hand sign. This time before anybody had the chance to look, another boom sounded on the other side of the arena. Soon the booms were coming so fast it was impossible to tell where they were coming from. "Lee has opened the first gate," Guy stated. Anko turned to him and smirked. "Naruto just released his weights," Anko replied. "That shouldn't matter, he won't be able to keep up with Lee now," Guy replied. A boom was heard followed by a crash into the wall, caused dust to cover the area. When it cleared, Lee could be seen pulling himself out of the wall. Guy turned to Anko shocked. "How?" he asked wide-eyed. "He's had those chakra weights since he was 5 and has never once removed them." "Then you have to remember Kyuubi heals all his wounds faster than normal, including torn muscles. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he was fast enough to match your Lee in the third gate," Anko stated, grinning wildly. Then the two disappeared and within a moment the booms were accompanied by grunts of pain. Then another crash was heard and the center of the arena exploded. When the smoke cleared, Lee was slowly getting out of a crater. His body was covered in bruises and cuts. Naruto landed at the edge of the crater and smirked. "Come on, don't quit on me now, I was just starting to have fun," Naruto stated. Lee got up and crossed his arms over his chest. "Second gate, gate of healing open. Third gate, gate of life open." Lee's skin turned red and his hair stood up. "Fourth gate, gate of pain open." Chakra began to visible swirl around Lee while his body gave off a green glow and his eyes became pure white. Naruto smirked and Kyuubi's chakra encased him. Unlike the time the chakra encased him in Jin, the chakra retained its transparent red color. Naruto and Lee charged at each other again. This time the floor underneath them exploded from the force of their movement. Soon sonic booms were heard everywhere, along with huge craters forming wherever the boys landed and took off from. "This isn't a battle between two genin," Kakashi said, making Junin and Genin alike look to him. Some were shocked to see he had his Sharingan out watching. "He's right," Asuma agreed. "No mere genin should be able to fight like this. Heck, I can't track their speed." "Guy, how could you teach your student this forbidden technique? His muscles are tearing and if this fight doesn't end soon they will be nothing more than shreds," Kakashi said, not taking his eyes off the match in front of him. Guy didn't reply, but instead he looked back at the arena. Suddenly Naruto and Lee appeared on the railing, with Lee blocking a kick with his forearm. The two began to exchange strikes on the railing so fast that they were just blurs. Suddenly Lee was shot toward the ground and Naruto followed after destroying the railing. Lee hit the ground, forming a crater. Naruto impacted with him so hard that the crater doubled in size while the entire arena shook. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was seen standing on an unconscious Lee's chest. Genma jumped down and checked Lee. The proctor then gestured for the medics and stood up. "Winner Naruto Uzumaki," Genma stated as Naruto walked back to his team. Chapter 14, Chunin Exams Part 3, The Prelims Scene 2. Kiba and Izuku vs Zaku Abumi. "Alright, guess it's my turn. You ready, boy?" Kiba said. Akamaru barked in excitement from on top of Kiba's head. Kiba smirked as he jumped over the remains of the railing onto the arena floor. By the stairs of the end of the balcony, Zaku looked at his team and grinned. "Looks like I'm up. Watch and be amazed, losers," Zaku said as he walked down the stairs. His female teammate glared while his other teammate, who was completely covered in gauze like a mummy, rolled his only visible eye. Once Kiba and Zaku on the arena floor, Genma walked between them. "Ah. Save it, we're ready," Zaku said, cutting off Genma. Kiba nodded in agreement. Genma shrugged. "Alright, let the third match of the prelims begin," Genma said before jumping onto the balcony. "How to plan on fighting me without your arms?" Kiba said, glancing at Zaku's arms, which were in slings. "Don't worry about that. In fact, this one is feeling better," Zaku said, pulling one arm out of the sling and flexing it and rotating it. "Like that will make a difference," Kiba said as he took Akamaru off his head. Then in a burst of speed, Kiba was in front of Zaku. Kiba threw a haymaker at Zaku's face, only for the crippled ninja to smirk. "Too slow," Zaku said as he ducked under the punch and placed the palm of his free hand on Kiba's stomach. Before the Inuzuka could react, he was blasted away. Kiba got up and shook his head in a fashion similar to a dog before smirking at Zaku. "Now we're talking," I was having some reservation about beating on a cripple, but now I guess I don't have to hold back so much. Kiba said as he pulled out a capsule and tossed it at Zaku. Before the Oto ninja could react, the capsule exploded in smoke and covering most of area. What good will that do? Zaku asked as he blew all the away with a quick wave of his hand. Zaku looked back at Kiba to see the Inuzuka was no longer standing in the same spot. On reflex, Zaku turned around only to receive a punch to the face. While Zaku was still stunned, Kiba punched him in the stomach, causing Zaku to double over in pain. Kiba then grabbed Zaku's head and kneed Zaku in the face, knocking the boy away. Kiba's really just a brawler with a few tricks, Naruto stated as he watched the fight. It does fit him well though, Shikamaru replied through a yawn. Yeah, until he has to fight somebody who has reflexes fast enough to counter his attacks. That Lee kid I fought would probably beat him in an instant. Naruto replied. You give my teammate too much credit. Lee was destined to lose that fight the moment it began. Fate has decided him a loser since birth. A voice stated, and the rookies turned to see Neji leaning against the wall with his female teammate right next to him. If that kid's a loser, then everybody here wouldn't be worth my time. Naruto said, I have only 3 people who have forced me to ever push my limits. I fought Orochimaru of the Sun and was only toying with me when I fought him full force. My brother Yamato's Kekkei Genkai can nullify Kyuubi's chakra, so I always have to fight him with everything I have. Finally, Lee is so fast that toward the end of a fight Kyuubi's chakra was flowing through my system just so I could keep up. To be completely honest, our fight was only slightly in my favor until we landed on the railing. At that point the backlash of opening the 8 gates was what won me our fight, and he still was going at it until he flinched from that pain. It doesn't matter, he will still never become any more than a dead last. Neji replied. I doubt it. I'm sure if he were to fight you he wouldn't have to open more than the 2nd gate to beat you. That's overrating your skills by a lot too. Naruto replied. Suddenly the immediate area dropped 20 degrees. Naruto gazed at Neji, who was brimming with poorly contained killer intent. Hit a nerve? Naruto asked as Neji glared at him. That weakling will never beat me. Neji growled. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Naruto replied as he returned Neji's glare with an even gaze. Neji growled before turned back to the fight. Naruto rolled his eye before turning back as well, just in time to see a currently red Akamaru jump onto Kiba, who was crouched at all 4. Secret art, man-beast clone. Kiba said as he and Akamaru were engulfed in a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, Akamaru had transformed into Kiba, while both he and the original were extremely feral in appearance. Fang over Fang, Kiba said as he and Akamaru turned into 2 spinning drills going straight at Zaku. The teenage shinobi glared before pulling his other hand out of its sling and pointing both his arms at the drills. Tunneling air cannon, Zaku shouted, and 2 jets of air shoot out of his arms and hit Kiba and Akamaru. Though the blast of wind didn't stop the 2 spinning drills, it did redirect them enough to miss Zaku. The 2 drills came to a stop and Kiba and Akamaru turned to face Zaku, grinning at the Oto ninja. Now things are about to get interesting. Try to keep up, Kiba said as he and Akamaru became drills again and came barreling at Zaku again twice as fast. The Oto ninja smirked as he jumped over the first drill, then adjusted his body in midair to avoid the second one. Oh, I will, Zaku said as he turned around and shot one of the drills in the back. The drill crashed into the wall and was engulfed in smoke. When it cleared, Akamaru lay motionless at the base of the wall. Akamaru, Kiba's voice came the other drill. That drill turned around and shot straight for Zaku. He really has no control over his emotions, Shino stated as everybody watched Kiba keep trying to hit Zaku even though the ninja was now just playing with him. He'll get killed with that lack of control, Sasuke replied. Enough games, Zaku said as he jumped over, spinning Kiba one more time. You're boring me. Kiba came spinning at Zaku one more time and Zaku brought both his hands up, pointing both their holes right at Kiba. Just as Kiba got within a few feet of him, Zaku released a blast of wind from both his arms. To his surprise, Kiba wasn't blasted away like most thought would happen. Instead, the boy was stopped in his tracks, yet he continued to spin. Suddenly Kiba began spinning faster and he inched closer to Zaku. Zaku glared and pushed out more wind chakra through his air holes and Kiba stopped moving forward again. Well, they're at a stalemate, Shikamaru said. This won't end well, Chuji replied. Why? Ino asked. Those 2 are putting all of their chakra into this attack. They will reach their limit in a moment, then there is no telling what could happen. Hinata said as she looked at the fight with her Byakugan active. As Zaku and Kiba continued to battle for dominance, the wind from Zaku's jutsu whipped wildly between the 2. Zaku glared as he saw Kiba's drilling body move even closer until it was only inches from his hands. With a growl of effort, Zaku put even more chakra into his jutsu. Suddenly Kiba stopped spinning and was launched into the wall, creating a crater as large as the one Naruto had made with Lee. Zaku smirked, but it was short-lived when he attempted stopped his air tunnels and found he couldn't. What the ahhh, Zaku started until searing pain started envelope his hands. Then blood began to flow out of his hands along with the wind, forming 2 twin jets of red mist. What's happening to him? Tenten asked over the screaming of Zaku. Wind chakra cuts, Naruto stated. Apparently those tubes he uses to shoot wind chakra out reached their limit and malfunctioned. Now they won't stop and now they're destroying his arms from the inside out. Oh my god, Ino whispered as she turned away from the scene. After a few seconds the jet stopped and Zaku collapsed to the ground unconscious from the pain. Genma dropped down onto the arena floor and glanced at Kiba's body still embedded into the wall. He then turned to Zaku who was laying face down, blood seeping out of both his hands. Both competitors can no longer battle, so the match ends in a draw. Genma said before motioning to the medics. Within moments the medic had removed Kiba and Zaku from the arena floor. When they did, Genma looked at the four corners on the roof before nodding. To the surprise of most, multiple Anbu appeared on the arena floor and began fixing damage done. 3 began filling the craters using mud jutsu while they were hardened by Anbu using fire jutsu. When all the craters were filled the Anbu disappeared and the screen began to shuffle through names again. Kankuro vs Ino Yamanaka. Alright, it's my turn. I'm going to kick ass. Ino shouted before flipping down to the arena floor. This one's for you, Sasuke-kun. Wow, I'm fighting a fangirl, this is going to be a waste of my time. Kankuro replied as he walked down the steps. I heard that, asshole, Ino shouted. You were supposed to, Kankuro retorted. Ino growled but bit back any further retorts. Alright, fourth match between Kankuro and Ino Yamanaka begin. Genma said right before he jumped back onto the railing. I'll give you the first move, Kankuro stated as he took the bundle off his back and leaned on it like a cane. You'll regret that, Ino replied. Ino formed a hand sign before pointing it at Kankuro. Mind-body switch jutsu. Ino collapsed and for a minute nothing happened. Then chuckling began to emit from the bundle. The wrappings began to fall off to reveal Kankuro laughing. Before anybody could make heads or tails of the situation, the first Kankuro's skin began to peel off, revealing a puppet. Wow, and here I thought Konoha ninja were elite of the shinobi world, Kankuro said looking at Ino's prone form. Proctor, can I go back up? Kankuro said as he looked at Genma. Hey, I'm not done yet. Kankuro turned to see Ino standing with a kunai in each hand. You really are over your head. You should just give up, Kankuro replied. Funny thing about us Konoha shinobi. We don't know how to give up, Ino retorted before she charged Kankuro. The Suna shinobi sighed before he commanded his puppet to intercept her. Both hands shot off the puppet's wrist to reveal 2 blades coated in dark purple liquid. Careful, both those blades are coated in a very lethal poison, Kankuro stated casually as he sent his puppet on the attack. Ino was about to respond until she was forced to block one blade with her kunai. Ino gasped when she felt the strength of the blow. The puppet then swept its other blade aiming to decapitate Ino. The platinum blonde blocked the strike with her other kunai. Bad move, Kankuro stated as he flicked a finger and his puppet opened its mouth and a cloud of purple smoke engulfed Ino. Proctor, she'll probably need medical attention. That poison gas takes effect in less than. Kankuro started until he felt something press against his throat. Another thing about us Konoha shinobi is it's very unwise to underestimate us, Ino whispered into his ear. Now you can either give up now or I can see how fast it takes to drain the blood from your body. How about the third option, you die? Kankuro replied before his skin peeled off to reveal another puppet. The puppet opened its torso and pulled Ino inside. Then the first puppet body disassembled revealing Kankuro inside. You should be very proud, not any genin could force me to use Crow and Black Ant. Now I suggest you give up, there is no way out, and if you force me to I will kill you. Kankuro replied with a smirk. Fine, Proctor, I submit, Ino muffled voice stated from inside of Black Ant. Kankuro smirked as he opened the torso of the puppet. Ino was trapped. Kankuro pulled out a scroll and sealed Black Ant before he wrapped Crow up again. Upon finishing, Kankuro made his way up to the balcony to join his siblings and sensei. You used Crow and Black Ant. You really are pathetic to be forced to use both of them against such a weak opponent, Temari remarked as Kankuro joined them. Kankuro ignored the jab as he watched the screen shuffle through names. Sakura Haruno vs Dosu Kinuta. Of course I get the weakest one here, Dosu replied as he looked down the balcony to see Sakura had visibly paled. Dosu rolled his eyes before jumping down to the arena floor. Sakura, you can always give up if you think you're not capable of holding your own, Kakashi stated as he saw the anxiety in Sakura's eyes as she looked down at her opponent. No, I won't give up before the match has even started, Sakura said as she jumped down to the arena floor. Are you both ready? Genma asked as he landed between the two. Receiving 2 nods, Genma said, fifth match between Sakura Haruno and Dosu Kinuta begin. Almost before Genma could jump up to balcony, Sakura charged Dosu. Surprised by the offensive tactic, Dosu almost didn't react fast enough to dodge the wild haymaker Sakura threw. At the last minute though, Dosu dove under the strike. Sakura had thrown most of her weight into the punch, resulting in her losing balance when the strike missed Dosu. Using the opening, Dosu hit Sakura with an uppercut to the jaw that sent her flying back to where she originally started. Pathetic, you fought better in the forest, Dosu stated as Sakura got up shakily. Ignoring his comment, Sakura went through a few hand seals. When she finished, 4 clones appeared on either side of her. The clone and original pulled out kunai before circling Dosu. Suddenly all of the Sakura clones charged Dosu, aiming to stab him with their weapon. The Oto shinobi's eye shone devilishly before spun around and caught a Sakura by the wrist and twisted. A scream of pain informed everybody that Dosu had broken Sakura's wrist. The clones all disappeared in puffs of smoke due Sakura suddenly lack in focus to keep him up, and Dosu shook his head. That simple trick may have been able to keep my teammate off guard, but I could tell which was the real entire time. Dosu said arrogantly as he released Sakura only to kick her in the chest, sending flying into a wall. Sakura grunted in pain before sliding down the wall into a sitting position. You see, the thing about clones are that they don't affect their environment. They don't leave footprints or shadows. In this case they don't make noise. When a kunai is swung, a slight whizzing noise is made as the blade cuts through the air. Only the original made that noise. Dosu explained. Sakura spat out some blood before she got up. This time Dosu charged and punched Sakura in the stomach with his gauntlet-covered fist. Sakura gasped as she was lifted off her feet. Then without warning, Sakura yelled in pain and threw up. Dosu was just fast enough to avoid being hit with the vomit. Sakura grabbed her ear before she fell to the ground unconscious in her own puke. Winner Dosu, Genma said as the medics placed Sakura on a stretcher and took her away. Sasuke Uchiha vs Oboro. It's about time, Oboro said as he dropped down to the floor. Sasuke simply smirked as he followed suit. When both competitors dropped into fighting stances, Genma took that as being ready before he addressed the crowd. Sixth match between Sasuke Uchiha and Oboro begin. Almost before Genma had time to jump back to the balcony, Oboro flashed through hand signs. Demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Oboro murmured so nobody heard him. While he had murmured, the Genin had continued hand signs before yelling, water style, black rain jutsu. A large cloud covered the ceiling before rain started to pour down on everybody. Is this oil? Ino asked, attempted to use Chuji's arms to keep herself dry. Yeah, Naruto answered as a tail of chakra shot out of his lower back and expanded large enough to block any oil from landing on his team. Wow, you're using Kyuubi's power like an awning. That's new, Anko said as she looked up at the chakra tail keeping the oil off them. Naruto didn't respond, he just looked at the fight. You're a genius, so I'm guessing you know why I did this, don't you? Oboro asked. You realized since I'm part of the Uchiha clan I specialize in fire jutsu. With oil raining down, any jutsu I do will blow up in my face. Oboro nodded. But I'm not done yet, Oboro said as he did more hand signs. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. Then the oil on the floor and still raining formed a thick black mist that completely blocked the arena from being viewed at the balcony. Why did Sasuke just watch him do all those jutsu? Sakura asked. None of those other ninjas' jutsus were attacks. In Sasuke's eyes all the ninja did was waste chakra. Kakashi explained. Sasuke focused in an attempt to find Oboro through the black mist. The Uchiha prodigy then whipped around when he sensed somebody behind him, only to gasp. Sasuke began to back away as the person he felt was his older brother, murderer of the Uchiha clan, the infamous Itachi Uchiha. Hello baby brother, Itachi said. How did you get in here? Sasuke asked, fear evident in his voice. There are Anbu here, even the Hokages in this room, you couldn't have snuck in. Are you sure? A voice whispered in Sasuke's ear. The youngest of the remaining Uchiha blood ran cold as the Itachi in front of him dispersed into multiple ravens. You came here to finish what you started? Sasuke asked. Yes, Itachi stated as the sound of a sword being drawn echoed in Sasuke's ear. Something snapped in Sasuke and he jumped back while glaring at his brother. I don't think so. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. To his surprise, Itachi's image faded and he could see chakra swirling around him. Genjutsu, Sasuke murmured. Sasuke released the Genjutsu just in time to duck under a kunai that would have otherwise buried itself in his forehead. You broke free already, Oboro panted out as he disappeared into the mist. You sound tired, Sasuke stated as he tried to locate Oboro. For a longer while nothing happened, but then Sasuke flipped into the air, avoiding a sluggish attack from Oboro. Sasuke made to attack, but he suddenly felt searing pain in his shoulder where his curse mark was located. Not now, Sasuke murmured as he fell onto his stomach, unable to complete his flip. What's the matter? Something not agreeing with you? Oboro said as he kicked the down Sasuke in the stomach. Sasuke managed to get up only to receive punch to the gut. Oboro was about to hit Sasuke the face only for Sasuke to catch his wrist. Enough, Sasuke growled. Sasuke, while still holding Oboro's wrist, Sasuke kicked him in the face. Sasuke then jabbed Oboro in the face, breaking his nose. Oboro held his nose to stem the flow of blood. You shit, I'm going to kick your ass, Oboro shouted only to receive a punch to the temple, knocking him out. With not Oboro awake to continue his jutsu, the mist faded and the black rain stopped. What happened down there? At first Sasuke was talking nonsense down there, then all of a sudden it started to sound like he was kicking ass. Ino asked as she released Chuji's arm, allowing him to put it down. Sasuke was put under a genjutsu at the beginning of the fight, but the ninja's abilities with hand seals is impressive. He did 3 different jutsus, yet if he hadn't have spoke it would only seemed like one. Kurenai replied. But it cost him. Performing such a feat drained him of chakra, so he had to recover, giving Sasuke the time to break free of the genjutsu. Asuma retorted. Chapter 15, Chunin Exams Part 3, The Prelims Scene 3. Shikamaru Nara vs Kabuto Yakushi. Troublesome, Shikamaru mumbled. Proctor, that forest was rough and I'm still not ready to fight again. I submit, Kabuto stated. Genma shrugged before announcing Shikamaru the winner. Oh, this is too troublesome, Shikamaru moaned. Why, you didn't even have to fight, Ino asked. He's upset because he has to compete in the finals. Naruto explained just as the names on the board stopped shuffling. Kintsuchi vs Tenten. Good luck my precious student, show them all that your flames of youth burn as bright as the sun on the hottest of summer days. Guy shouted as Tenten jumped down to the arena floor. Konoha is full of weirdos. Kin mumbled as she walked into the center of the arena. He's one of the best, he has every right to be a little eccentric. Tenten retorted, insult my sensei or my village again and it might be the last thing you do. Hit a nerve did I? Kin mocked. Tenten didn't respond. Are you both ready? Genma asked. Both Kunoichi nodded, though the arrogance in Kin's nod was almost tangible. Then let the 8 match between Kintsuchi and Tenten begin. Genma said before jumping onto the railing. Almost simultaneously the girls jumped back while reaching into their weapons pouches. Kin pulled out a fistful senbon needles, some had small bells attached to the ends, while Tenten held a few kunai and shuriken. That was foolish, Guy stated to nobody in general. His sudden comment actually drew more attention since his voice wasn't raised to a tone that could cause hearing loss. How so? Asuma asked. Tenten is a weapons specialist. Guy replied. The spandex-clad Junin shook his head. While the girls is no master at any specific weapon, her skill far surpasses anybody who not a master themselves. On top of that, her aim is flawless. She's never missed. So trying to fight Tenten with weapons is a difficult task to accomplish. Shino asked. It's almost impossible, Guy corrected. Kin launched her senbon at Tenten, then crossed her fingers in a hand seal that Naruto immediately recognized. Shadow senbon jutsu, Kin stated as the few senbon she had instantly become dozens. Tenten didn't even bat an eyelash. She just tossed 4 kunai forward, then launching another to the side at an almost untraceable speed. Tenten twitched her fingers slightly and the kunai she tossed to the side curved behind the senbon Kin had tossed. Almost as soon as the faster kunai passed behind the last senbon, the 4 kunai she tossed bounced off senbon, deflecting all the small needles by ricocheting around the small wave of needles. How did she do that? Ino asked. Like Guy-sensei said, Tenten's aim is flawless. Neji answered. Ino just stared dumbstruck. But was the other kunai for? Chuji asked while eating from a bag of chips. Ninja wire was attached to the extremity of some of the senbon needles. I assume Tenten-san didn't know what they were for but didn't want to take any chances. Shino explained as he adjusted his shades. How did you catch the wire? Kin asked as she pulled the, now useless, ninja wire off her fingertips. Tenten didn't respond. Oh, now you're too good to talk. Kin stated, her temper rising dangerously. Tenten just crossed her arms over her chest and shifted her weight over to one foot. Oh, now you're dead, Kin growled before pulling out 2 kunai and charging blindly at Tenten. The Konoha genin just shook her head. Just before Kin was in striking distance, Tenten drummed her fingers against her bicep and the 4 kunai she had thrown earlier came shooting at Kin and embedded themselves in her calves and biceps. Kin fell to her knees and looked at Tenten stunned. Tenten pulled out a kunai and placed the blade against Kin's throat. Chakra strings are far more efficient than ninja wire, Tenten stated coolly. Winner Tenten, Genma announced as he dropped down to the arena floor. Tenten winked at Kin before jumping up to the top railing. Shino Aberame vs Yorwa Okado. Well, this should be interesting. Yorwa teammate Misumi murmured to Kabuto. Indeed, the 2 chakra suckers of the Chunin exams. Kabuto replied, leaning on the railing to get a closer view. Across the arena on the other balcony, the conversation of the fight was much more lively. Dude, it's like the 2 masked men, Kiba stated. Shino is like Bugman and that Yorwa could be his arch-enemy. I'm drawing a blank, anybody got an idea? Kiba, I don't think I've said it enough, so let me reiterate. You are an idiot, Naruto said. The group of genin nodded in agreement. Ignoring Kiba's stupidity, this match does seem like it would be interesting. We saw that guy and his 2 teammates in the forest. That Yorwa has the ability to suck chakra from a person with physical contact, while the Aberame are famous for their insects that suck people of their chakra. Shikamaru stated. Guess we're going to find out who's the best sucker. Chuji stated. Dude, that just sounds gay, Kiba stated. Akamaru yipped in agreement. Troublesome, but honestly Chuji, he's right, choose your words better. Shikamaru stated. But when did you get back here? Weren't you in the medical ward? I got back right as the spandex dude's teammate used chakra strings and the kunai to beat her opponent. Kiba answered. The doc said my back will be a little sensitive, but other than that I should be fine. You should have gave up, kid. I'm on a whole different level, Yorwa replied, trying to intimidate Shino. The masked Aberame didn't respond. Instead he pushed some chakra into the seal on his right shoulder blade, releasing his bow. Shino grabbed the bow and dropped into a defensive stance. Alright, Yorwa said as he pulled out a kunai. The 2 shinobi stared each other down intensely for what seemed like minutes. Neither twitched or made any indication of making an attack. Then bugs started to flow out of Shino's clothes. Yorwa shifted slightly, causing his sunglasses to glint. Then with no warning the cloud of insects swarmed Yorwa. Even as he was engulfed, Yorwa still made no movements. A clone, quite impressive. I didn't even see you form it, Shino said as he felt the blade of a kunai press against his throat. You're not bad yourself, your clan's unique bug clone, Yorwa said as he jumped back. A moment later the Shino standing there dispersed into a swarm of bugs. Yorwa put the bugs to the back of his mind as he ducked under a swing from Shino's bow. Yorwa spun around and lifted his kunai over his head, blocking a downward strike from Shino's bow. Your strength is stunning. That blow would have cracked my head like an egg. Yorwa stated. Shino didn't respond, instead he back away, spinning his bow around his body in an impressive display. Fancy, but not, it's a waste time. Yorwa stated as he charged right as Shino was about put his back to him. Yorwa smirked as he stabbed his kunai right at Shino exposed back. Just before he made contact, Shino bent forward avoiding the blow. Shino then jabbed his bow into the hand Yorwa was holding his kunai, causing him to release it. Before Yorwa could recover from Shino, kicked the prone ninja in the chest. Yorwa, ignoring the searing pain in his chest, flipped his body so that his feet landed on the wall. Using chakra, the elder Konoha Genin stuck to the wall. Looking to Shino, Yorwa noticed that he was now positioned in an offensive stance, his bow held behind him while one arm was pointing forward at him. So you're going on the attack? Yorwa asked. No, this fight has reached its conclusion, Shino said as he placed his bow on his shoulder and it disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? Yorwa asked until he lost control of his chakra and fell to the floor. Yorwa tried to adjust his body in the air, but he found he didn't have the energy to do so. Yorwa landed on the arena floor in a crumpled heap. I assume you can feel it now? Shino asked. Yorwa understood immediately. He could feel hundreds of the tiny insects crawling all over his body. When Yorwa managed. When you blocked my bow, my weapon is engulfed in my insects. The moment we made contact, they swarmed onto your body. Your musing on my strength distracted you from that, Shino stated. Winner Shino Aberame, Genma stated as he dropped to the arena floor. Shino nodded to the Junin before recalling his bugs and walking up to the balcony. You held back quite a bit, Shino, Naruto murmured when Shino reached their group. Why show everything when my opponent didn't require me to? Shino responded in an equally hushed tone. Naruto nodded. So Hinata, you are the only member of a team who hasn't fought yet, Naruto stated, his tone somewhat aloof. I won't lose, Hinata said, her voice soft but still full of conviction. Naruto smirked slightly while Shino nodded. That's the spirit, Hinata. You're going to be the finale to Team 8's clean sweep, Anko said as she grabbed her 3 genin in a hug. Getting quite confident, aren't we? Kakashi said. Anko turned to see the other teams and their Junin sensei looking at her. Why shouldn't I be? I'm the only team who have had all their members win, and Hinata is no slouch. The only person she would have trouble with is that Tsuna nut job, Anko said. Just then the board stopped shuffling. Hinata Hyuga vs Gaara. Wow, now that is just Kami fucking with you, Asuma stated as everybody looked to the board. It doesn't matter, Hinata can still take this mental case, Anko retorted confidently. Good luck, Hinata, Naruto stated before glancing at Gaara. The blonde frowned when he saw Gaara staring at Hinata with insane grin. The redhead turned to Naruto and mouthed something that made Naruto glare. He calmed his expression to see Hinata listening to Shino. Naruto tapped her shoulder. Hinata, Naruto murmured, only loud enough for her to hear. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata asked, her voice soft as usual. Naruto leaned in close to her ear. Hinata shivered when Naruto warm breath caressing her skin. Be careful, Naruto said, his voice barely a whisper. Hinata could only nod as her voice was caught in her throat. A ghost of a smile appeared on Naruto's face as he pulled away. Hinata nodded again and walked down to the arena with a vibrant blush on her face. Oh, Naruto, was a romantic love-filled good luck for your girlfriend, Ino squealed. No, Naruto deadpanned. Ino sighed and mumbled something about stupid blondes who ignore their feelings. What did you say to Hinata? Shino asked. Be careful, Naruto answered before turning down to the arena. What is it? Shino asked, senses his teammate's anxiety. I looked at him and he mouthed to me, enjoy the show, Naruto said through gritted teeth. Are both competitors ready? Gaara nodded, his malicious smile still painted on his face. Hinata nodded as well as she moved her hand right below her left breast and pressed the seal there, releasing her seal right as Genma began the fight. Hinata caught her bow and tilted her head to the right slightly. A moment later a large bang sounded behind her. The spectators turned to see a large crater in the wall. What the hell was that? Ino asked, gaping at the crater. The cork to Gaara's gourd, Naruto said. Down at arena, Hinata had just unsealed her quiver and knocked an arrow. You realize that my sand will only block that arrow, right? Gaara stated in a bored tone. Suddenly Gaara's sand shot behind him and blocked something. Gaara glanced behind him to see Hinata jabbing the sand with 2 fingers. To his surprise, some of the sand would stay on the floor after she touched it. What? Gaara asked. Your sand is controlled by chakra. My taijutsu allows me to disrupt chakra, Hinata stated. Gaara nodded and waved his hand at Hinata. A wave of sand flew at the Hyuga heiress. Being so close, Hinata couldn't dodge and she was engulfed. Sand binding coffin, Gaara droned as he held his hand up like he was holding a cup. The sand covering Hinata lifted her off the ground and completely engulfed her body. Naruto tensed and suddenly the room was filled in killer intent. Gaara turned to Naruto and smirked. Cute. I'll kill him, Naruto growled. Desert funeral, Gaara said. The redhead closed his hand into a fist and the sand surrounding Hinata imploded, spraying liquid everywhere. Water, Gaara questioned aloud. Water style, explosive water shock wave, Hinata voiced echoed throughout the room. Gaara's sand suddenly covered the boy in a dome moments before 4 jets of water hit him. The jets continues until the water reached the balcony. When the jet stopped, everybody glanced to see 4 Hinatas standing above the water panting heavily. 3 Hinatas turned into water and added to the flooded arena while the remaining one took a deep breath before activating her Byakugan. Hinata gasped before jumping forward. A moment later a spear of sand came shooting out of the water. The moment Hinata landed, she skated to the side to avoid another spear. Hinata jumped up to and then spun, dodging 2 spears, and then suddenly a giant ball of sand came shooting out of the water, hurtling toward Hinata. The moment Hinata landed, she began to spin and release chakra from her body. Kaiden, Hinata shouted just before she was engulfed in a dome of chakra. The ball of sand impacted Hinata's Kaiden and the two slid back on the water. The sand ball came apart, revealing a soaking wet Gaara. Hinata's Kaiden stopped and reveled, Hinata holding her bow with her arrow knocked. Hinata released the arrow that flew at a breakneck pace at Gaara. The sand blocked the flying projectile, but, because it was weighed down by water, the arrow reached within an inch of Gaara's face. Gaara growled and the sand shattered the arrow to splinters. You Konoha shinobi have begun to annoy me. You will the first to give blood to mother. Now, make me feel alive. Gaara screamed, commanding multiple tendrils of sand to shout at Hinata. Chapter 16, Chunin Exams Part 4. New Sensei. You Konoha shinobi have begun to annoy me. You will be the first to give blood to mother. Now, make me feel alive. Gaara screamed, commanding multiple tendrils of sand to shoot at Hinata. The young Hyuga, though exhausted, managed to jump over the first few tendrils. Hinata then pulled out 2 arrows and shot them, destroying 2 more sand tendrils that were closing in on her. Hinata touched the ground and barrel rolled underneath another few tendrils. The heiress then channeled her elemental chakra into her bow and blades of water formed in the arms. Using her bladed bow, Hinata began slicing apart any sand tendril that neared. She won't be able to keep this up for much longer, Kakashi stated. Anko nodded. She may be good with the explosive water shock wave jutsu, but she still doesn't have the reserves to create this much water and fight for so long. Plus that Kaiden took a lot out her too. Anko replied. She needs to pull something fast to win this. Kaiden, Hinata shouted right before she was engulfed in a dome of chakra. Hinata's technique destroyed the remaining tendrils. Hinata then knocked an arrow before tossing her bow in the air and beginning hand signs. Water style, liquid bullet, Hinata said before spitting 3 bullets of water at Gaara. Then she caught her bow and shot her knocked arrow right at Gaara. The first bullet impacted Gaara's sand defense and soaked, while the second and third blasted away the sand. Before Gaara could react, the arrow had hit him and pierced through his chest. Gaara fell back into the water, turning his immediate area crimson. She killed Gaara, Temari whispered with her mouth hanging open. That's not possible. That blonde is the only one to have ever touched Gaara, and that's because they're both the same. No normal person could possibly kill Gaara, Kankuro stated. Our plans are ruined with Gaara dead, Baki murmured to himself as he looked at the crimson water. Holy shit, Kiba shouted. Yeah, that's right, Anko Mitarashijoun, leader of the only team to sweep through the prelims this year. Anko screamed as she jumped around dancing. Hinata smiled softly as she fell to her knees, too exhausted to stand anymore. Winner Hinata. Genma started only be cut off when a wave of sand shot out the water and slammed Hinata into the roof. As she fell through the air, the sand grabbed her and slammed her into one of the walls, causing Hinata to cry out in pain. 2 fists of sand came out the water and began hitting Hinata deeper into the wall. The sand then pulled Hinata out of the wall and threw her, causing the Hyuga to skip across the water before hitting the opposite wall. Gaara then climbed on top of the water. The redhead had the arrow still stuck on the left side of his chest and was bleeding profusely. You die now, Gaara growled. Hinata tried to stand but could only make it to a knee. No, I won't lose to you, she replied. Suddenly Hinata was in front of Gaara and slammed her palm into Gaara's chest. Gaara gasped before coughing out blood and sinking back into the water. Hinata smiled but gasped when 2 tendrils of sand wrapped around right arm and leg. Gaara climbed out of the water and with his hand half closed. Before Gaara could react, Naruto was in front of him. The blonde was now covered in the same cloak of chakra he had been in Jin. Naruto's now white pupil-less eyes stared into Gaara's green ones. All the while water, sand, and Naruto crimson tails thrashed around the two. Let her go, Naruto growled, his white eyes trying to fill Gaara's soul with burning steel. So this is your true form, Uzumaki. I'll show you mine when I finish, Gaara stated. Naruto grabbed Gaara's by the throat when the Suna Jinchuriki smoked, but it was too late. Desert funeral, Gaara shouted before closing his fist. Hinata's cry of pain pierced through the room like a sword. The sound of Gaara choking and the smell of burning flesh due to Kyuubi's chakra touching Gaara's neck followed next. Unfortunately, it was soon drowned out by the sound of the Konoha ninja rushing to Hinata's aid. The only person from Konoha who didn't go to Hinata was Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was just outside the torrent that was encasing the choking Gaara and Naruto. Naruto, release him, the aged Hokage shouted. Naruto ignored the demand and opted to squeeze Gaara's neck tighter. Gaara grabbed Naruto's wrist and tried to pull the blonde's arm off but released him instantly when his hands were burned. Gaara's struggling began to slow and his eyes began to close when a tall man with long spiky white hair appeared to the side of Naruto. The man placed a seal on Naruto's head and Kyuubi's chakra began to recede back into his body. Naruto yelled in frustration and with the last of his strength kicked Gaara in the chest. The redhead shot into the wall so fast he appeared as a blur. Laughing began to emit from the crater Gaara had made, but before anything could happen the white-haired man appeared in front of Gaara and placed the same seal on his head. The laughter stopped and the Suna ninja blacked out. When Naruto woke up the first thing he noticed was the white ceiling above his head. "What?" the blonde asked to nobody in general. "I locked away Kyuubi's chakra after you lost control," a voice stated. Naruto turned to see the white-haired man seating next to his bed. "You're in the hospital now. Aren't you, Jiraiya, one of the Sannin?" Naruto asked. "I see my reputation precedes me," Jiraiya replied with a smirk. "Yeah, whatever, what did you to me? I can't feel Kyuubi's chakra anymore," Naruto asked. "I sealed it away, Sarutobi-sensei's orders. He feels you're being manipulated by the Kyuubi. Honestly, I have to agree with him," Jiraiya explained. "Is that so? Well, you can tell that old geezer what I did was all my choice, just like what did in Jin. Kyuubi didn't do anything except—" Wait. You're the one who raised Jin to the ground?" Jiraiya asked. "Yeah, why?" Naruto said. "Why, what made you destroy that city? Did you know that city held the best bathhouse in all of the Land of Fire?" Jiraiya cried. Naruto didn't answer, preferring to look out the window. "I know that look. That is the look of a man in love," Jiraiya stated with a smirk painted on his face. Naruto scowled and turned to face Jiraiya. "Love is a weakness," Naruto stated. "It's just a liability that's not worth the effort." "You got it wrong, kid. Love is what gives us Konoha Shino. I know about Will of Fire. It's drilled into our heads throughout the academy and it's all bull. Love doesn't make one stronger. Rage made me strong enough to destroy that city. Love didn't make jump down and try and crush Gaara's windpipe. Fear did, anger did," Naruto said, cutting Jiraiya off. "Love makes you blind to the obvious. It makes you hesitate to do what's necessary. Kid, someday you'll get it. When you do, you might just become the greatest shinobi since the Sage of Six Paths." Jiraiya replied. "But right now we have things to do. You have to get ready for the finals." "Who's fighting who?" Naruto asked, dropping the subject of love like Jiraiya. The Sannin then pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. "Neji Hyuga vs Sasuke Uchiha. Tenten vs Kankuro. Shino Aburame vs Shikamaru Nara. Chuji Akamaki vs Temari. Naruto Uzumaki vs Gaara." Naruto smirked when he was facing Gaara. He then glanced at the rest of the names only to do a double take. "Chuji won?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, some guy used a jutsu to wrap his body around the Akamaki. Before the guy knew what happened, the big boy tripled in size, then turned into a ball. The kid was squished like a worm on a boulder. In fact, his jutsu was the only thing that kept him alive," Jiraiya explained. Naruto nodded, headed toward the door. Just before he opened the door, he paused and turned around. "How is Hinata?" Naruto asked. "Kid, they did the best they could," Jiraiya replied. "How is she?" Naruto growled. "She'll live, that's for sure, but her career as a ninja is most likely over," Jiraiya replied. "What room is she in?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya sighed. "Room 403. The moment he finished, Naruto was engulfed in flames and gone. As much as he hides it, the kid lets his motion rule him too much. Hey, just like his mother." Naruto was in front of Hinata's room in an instant. Just as Naruto reached for the door, it opened to reveal a tall man with long black hair tied in a ponytail. He wore an elegant grey kimono with the Hyuga emblem embroidered on the left breast. The man's eye were pale and pupil-less like all Hyuga, though his eye were a dusty grey in contrast to Hinata's soft lavender and Neji's cold silver. "Uzumaki," the Hyuga stated, cold and indifferent. "Hyuga-san," Naruto replied, just as cold but with a hint of anger. "You will address me as Hayashi-sama or Hyuga-sama," Hayashi corrected, his voice cold enough to freeze a sun. "Hyuga-san, you seem like a busy man, so why do you insist on wasting my time?" Naruto retorted. Hayashi glared and looked ready to strike the genin when Jiraiya appeared around the corner. "Hayashi, it's been too long," Jiraiya said as he walked in between the two. "Yes, it has, Jiraiya-sama," Hayashi replied, his tone still emotionless. "We must catch up sometime," Jiraiya said while putting an arm around Hayashi. Hayashi shrugged the large arm before giving a curt nod and leaving. Naruto glanced at the retreating form of Hayashi before walking through the doorway. The blonde almost shivered at the sudden feeling he got in the room. It was as if all the life had been sucked from the room, leaving a cold, depressing feeling. When Naruto looked at Hinata, he immediately knew something was wrong. Her face was dull, almost grey. The young Hyuga's eyes were clouded and sunken. "What happened?" Naruto asked, closing the door behind him. Hinata glanced at Naruto for only a moment before resuming the same pose she had been in when he entered. The Jinchuriki growled and walked right into Hinata's line of sight. "I dislike being ignored," Naruto said, glaring at Hinata. She flinched at his gaze before diverting her eyes to the bedsheets. I was. Hinata started, only to pause as tears began to flow down her face. Naruto's expression instantly softened when he saw the tears. The blonde moved to the side of her bed and sat down. "It's okay, so you can't be a ninja again, it's not the end of the world," Naruto said in an attempt to console her. Hinata shook her head and began to cry uncontrollably. Before Naruto could say anything else, Hinata wrapped her working arm around his neck and started sobbing. Naruto stood shocked, still unsure of what to do. Then finally Naruto wrapped his arms around Hinata, holding her to his chest as she released all the emotions within her. The two remained in their embrace even after Hinata's crying had ceased. Eventually Hinata leaned back and looked Naruto in the eyes. "I'm sorry," Hinata murmured. "It's okay," Naruto replied. "What's the matter?" My father came to check on me. When he found out I could never be a ninja Hinata took a breath to push back the fresh set of tear. She looked back at the bed sheets before finishing. "My father disowned me because I was no longer fit to be a clan head." When Naruto didn't respond, Hinata looked up and gasped. Naruto's eyes were switching between their normal blue to a dark violet. Occasionally they would flash red and the pupils would slit. Hinata placed an hand on Naruto's arm and his eyes instantly settled back to their normal ocean blue. "Please don't hurt my family, Naruto-kun," Hinata pleaded. "What family? They disowned you, tossed you aside like trash. You should want their blood flooding the streets of this pathetic village." Naruto growled as his eyes shifted to purple. "I should, but I don't, so don't hurt them. For me," Hinata asked as she took hold of Naruto's hand. "Fine, I won't hurt your family, but I know exactly who to take my anger out on," Naruto replied. Hinata was tempted to ask, but she knew she would find out later, so she didn't press the matter. At that moment Jiraiya opened the door and walked into the room. "All right Gaki, it's time to train. For next month the great Jiraiya will be your sensei. Now say goodbye to your girlfriend and let's go," Jiraiya stated. Naruto grumbled something about annoying egotistical ninja, then turned back to Hinata. He opened his mouth to say something but stopped and turned to Jiraiya. The Toad Sage was standing in the spot, but now he had a notepad and pencil. The Sannin was currently scribbling away, taking glances at Naruto and Hinata. Naruto pondered for a moment and realized Hinata had shifted into his lap. Naruto glared at Jiraiya, and before anybody could react, a clone of Naruto was holding Jiraiya's notepad. "Oi, perv, can we get some privacy?" Naruto said just as the clone torched Jiraiya's notes with a basic fire jutsu. "No," Jiraiya cried as he fell to his knees in anguish. The Narutos rolled their eyes and the clone pulled the mentally distressed Jiraiya out the room. "I'll see you in a month," Naruto said the moment the door shut. Hinata nodded as she slid back onto her bed. "Good luck with your training, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied. Naruto nodded and was about to get up when he felt Hinata grab his arm. Naruto turned around only to receive a kiss from Hinata. The kiss was quick and simple, but it still left the blonde dazed and confused. "I won't be seeing you in a month," Hinata murmured, a scarlet blush painted on her face. Naruto nodded dumbly before walking out the room. "So how was your first kiss, champ?" Jiraiya mocked. Naruto growled, but then a tiny smirk appeared on his face as he passed Jiraiya. "Just fine," Naruto whispered to himself. "Great actually." Chapter 17, Preparations for the Finals. Neji looked to Hayashi in shock. "Hayashi-sama, I don't understand." Hinata was crippled in her fight with Gaara. The damage was so extensive, the only person capable of healing her now would be Tsunade of the Sannin. "This has forced me to disown her for the good of the clan." Hayashi Hyuga had paused to compose himself. "You regret it, don't you?" "Why, she was weak and useless. Why do you regret disowning her?" "She was an embarrassment to the clan," Neji stated. "Hold your tongue, boy. Regardless of everything you stated, she is still my eldest daughter. I have never been proud of how I treated my family, even you, but looking into Hinata's face as I disowned her showed me how bad things have gotten." Hayashi said, his voice drowned in regret. "When you turn of age I will be named clan head in my place." "Neji, I have failed as a clan head, but I ask you learn from my mistakes." What? Neji stammered. "Yes, it has been decided by the council. While Hanabi shows impressive skill in the Juoken style, she lacks the skills of a leader. You have impressed him. Even being a branch child, you are regarded as the prodigy of the clan. Your drive to succeed is finally being rewarded," Hayashi stated. "Next week the cage bird seal will be removed from your head and you will be adopted into the main branch." Neji nodded, unsure of how to respond. On reflex, Neji brought his hand to his forehead. "Now to other matters. You will be studying under me for the next month in preparation for the Chunin exam finals. We start tomorrow at dawn, so meet me in the training hall after you eat. Be warned, you will be shown no mercy. This next month will be far worse than anything you've ever experienced. You are dismissed," Hayashi stated with a gesture to the door. Neji nodded before walking out of Hayashi's study. "Shino, you have progressed immensely since your time in the academy," a tall Aberrame stated as he and Shino stood inside a room that resembled the center of a beehive. "Thank you, father," Shino replied. "Your general chakra capacity has grown to a level in which you will be capable of holding 2 more hives, so for thus next month we will be working on your ability to control these new hives." Shino's father Shibi explained. "Father, with the addition of these new hives I will hold 4 hives. That is the amount required to perform some of our more complex jutsu," Shino stated. "True, but the nano insects have finally bred another hive. You will be receiving this hive, Shino," Shibi stated. Shino's eye widened slightly, but he recovered so fast that it was almost impossible to spot it. Using the nano hive would be an honor." "Regrettably I have to decline, father," Shino replied. To his surprise, Shibi nodded instead of show shock or disappointment. "I suspected you would say that, but inform me on the reason for your choice," Shibi asked calmly. "In the Chunin exams I will be fighting Konoha Shinobi until the last round if I make it that far. I wouldn't like to risk of releasing my freshly acquired nanos if I come across a situation where I'm being defeated. Shino explained. I see, well, perhaps we can perform the procedure some other time. Shibi suggested. Shino nodded, and at that moment 2 Aberrane men walked into the room carrying 2 large tanks of bugs. This too troublesome, Shikamaru yelled as he avoided a volley of kunai. Your taijutsu and evasiveness need work, so until your father gets back you and I will working on that. Shikamaru's mother Yoshino replied. Before Shikamaru could respond, Yoshino was behind him. Shikamaru turned around just in time to receive a punch to the face. Come on, I'm only a chunin honey. Yoshino taunted. Troublesome, why do I need the weights? Shikamaru growled. They will help you in the long run, Yoshino replied. Shikamaru threw a jab at his mother, which Yoshino gracefully countered with a knee to Shikamaru's solar plexus. The boy genius doubled over but instantly regretted it when his movement allowed him to see Yoshino's other knee come straight into his face. Shikamaru went sailing back but recovered enough to flip in the air and land on his feet. Shikamaru then ducked in time to avoid a roundhouse kick from his mother. Good, you're getting better, Yoshino replied as she jumped back to avoid the uppercut Shikamaru had sent. Now I can actually try a little. Yoshino vanished in an after-image, causing Shikamaru to groan. Troublesome. Sakura was walking around the village in an attempt to find something to do. Sasuke-kun and Kakashi-sensei have disappeared and now I'm alone. I might as well see what Ino Big is up to. With that thought in her head, Sakura walked to the Yamanaka flower shop. Sakura turned the corner that led to the flower shop just to see Sasuke exiting the store. The Uchiha Avenger had a smirk on his face, but it seemed different from the one that usually adorned his face. Instead of the usual arrogance and poorly contained disgust for all other life, the smirk was one of self-satisfaction and joy. Yet before Sakura could ponder the look further, it was gone along with Sasuke as he jumped to the rooftops. Sakura was tempted to go after the lone Uchiha but decided against it. Instead she continued into the Yamanaka shop and found Ino sitting at the counter with a dazed expression and soft smile on her face. Hey Ino Big, what was Sasuke-kun doing here? Sakura asked as she made her way to the counter. Ino instantly snapped out her daze and turned to face Sakura. He didn't say, Ino replied. So what brings you here? Sakura gave Ino a suspicious glance but then shrugged off her worries. Nothing really, I didn't have anything to, so I came to pay you a visit. Oh, I'm sorry but my dad wants to train me after I finish up my shift. I was about to close down until you showed up, Ino explained. Oh, it's okay, I might as well get home then. Sakura said as she turned around. Wait, you can join us if you want. He's just going to teach me a few poisons I can make today. I'm sure he wouldn't mind teaching you, Ino insisted. No, I really should be getting home, I don't want my parents to worry. Sakura replied. Sasuke, you will be fighting the Hyuga Prodigy and Rookie of the Year just before you. He won't be a pushover, so I'm going to be working heavily on taijutsu. Kakashi instructed as he and Sasuke stood on a cliff edge. Why is this even necessary? With Sharingan that Hyuga won't even be able to lay a finger on me. Sasuke stated arrogantly. I heard about your little encounter with Guy's other student Lee. Did that not teach you anything? If your body isn't fast enough to react, it doesn't matter if your eyes see it. Kakashi lectured. Now it may be true Neji isn't as fast as Lee, but with Guy as his sensei, speed will be something you need to worry about. Whatever, how do you plan on increasing my speed in such a short amount of time? Your Sharingan will be a major part one need you to focus on when you fought Lee and then attempt to copy it. Kakashi stated. Sasuke nodded and activated his Sharingan. Tenten walked into the weapons shop with a smirk on her face. Tenten, is that you? A voice called from that back. Yeah, I'm here, Torin-san. Tenten called. Good, come in the back. Torin shouted. Tenten walked behind the counter and into the back room. Waiting for her there was a tall elderly man with red hair tied into a ponytail. The man was muscular but his muscles were lean like a runner. I heard you made it to the final round of Chunin exams. Torin stated. Tenten nodded. Then it's time I progress in your training. How so? Tenten barely able to contain the excitement in her voice. Torin grabbed a kunai that was laying on a table. He placed it so that Tenten could see it, and then the kunai began to glow a faint red. The kunai began glowing brighter until the edges were white and the center was bright red. Elemental manipulation. I taught this to your father when he made it to the Chunin finals. I plan to do the same for you. Torin explained as the kunai cooled down. Now it's time to find out what element you are. Torin added, pulling a blank white card out his pocket. He handed it to Tenten, who instantly began channeling chakra into it. The paper glowed for a moment before igniting and turning to ash. Fire, just like your father and I, the sign of a true shinobi of the land of fire. Torin said. He began to walk to a door that was in the back. Torin opened the door to reveal a backyard with a large tree standing in the center. Grab a leaf, we have much to do and in only a month. Torin said as they walked outside. Oi, you perverted bastard, you're wasting my time. You dragged me to this fucking waterfall, you had better have a good ass reason. Naruto growled. Jiraiya looked away from three women he was peeping on and smirked at Naruto. Of course, I'm going to be teaching something that will be invaluable to you in your future battles. Jiraiya said before biting his thumb hard enough to draw blood and slamming his palm to the ground. His immediate area was engulfed in smoke. When it cleared, Jiraiya was standing on top of a toad around the size of a large bull. Behold, the summoning jutsu. Really, you want me to summon frogs? Naruto asked with a hint of irritation in his voice. I'm a toad, Gaki. The large toad yelled in indignation. Whatever, like I was saying, how are fucking frogs? Naruto replied, only to gasp when he felt a blade press against his throat. I tell you one more time, Gaki. I'm a toad, make the mistake again and they won't be able to identify your body. The toad murmured into Naruto's ear. Naruto looked to see the toad beside him holding a katana to his neck. Okay, I can see where toads could be useful in battle, but they don't seem like the type of summon that would be suited toward me. Naruto replied. Alright Gaki, I'll bite, why not? Jiraiya asked. My fighting style is suited more toward speed and stealth, while toads would seem more like power fighters. Naruto replied. Kiddy, if you're worried about toads not being able to stick with speed fighters, then you might as well sign the contract now. Jiraiya said as the FANFIC vanished in a puff of smoke. The fourth Hokage summoned toads and... Forget it, Naruto interrupted. Excuse me, Jiraiya questioned. I said forget it, no way in hell would I even think of following in the footsteps of that man. Naruto growled. What, the Yondaime was probably the greatest ninja ever to come out of Konoha. It would be any man's honor to follow in his footsteps. Jiraiya retorted. Yes, any man would love to be just like the person who damned them to a life as an outcast. Naruto growled. Of course we all would love to imitate, the sole reason you're despised by a vast majority of a city. Kid, it's not like that. Jiraiya said, his voice instantly softer. He wanted you to be seen as a hero too. Yeah, and that worked out well, huh? Naruto retorted. His eye were beginning to flash between blue and violet. If that dumb bastard really was as great as everybody thought him to be, he would have realized this village would never see me as a hero. Naruto, you are a hero. If it weren't for you. Why me? Naruto shouted just as Kyuubi's red chakra burst out of him and began to swirl around wildly. Naruto, calm down, Jiraiya stated as he held his ground against wild chakra. Why was I chosen? Naruto shouted. Years of repressed emotions that he had blocked out had finally made to the surface. Why was I forced to carry this burden? I never asked for this. Red chakra tails shot out of Naruto's back and began thrashing around him. Naruto, he knew that you could handle it. Jiraiya replied. How could he know that? What made me any more special than any other baby in the village? Naruto roared. I guess it's time. The Yondaime knew his son could handle such a burden. Jiraiya answered calmly. Naruto froze and Kyuubi's chakra instantly seeped back into his body. What? Naruto stammered. Naruto, you wanted to know what made you so special. It's because you were the son of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. Jiraiya, as he slowly reached into his pouch and pulled out another chakra repressing seal. To his surprise, Naruto didn't explode like he had expected. Naruto started laughing. At first it was slow and soft, but eventually it became a full-out laughter. My fucking god, Naruto said, looking at the ground. I can't believe it, this is rich. Of course the Yondaime would be my dad. My resentment toward him truly blinded me. I mean, for the love of Kami, if you add the whiskers to his face in our history book, we look almost exactly the same. It was for the best. Jiraiya replied. How so? I mean, run that by me. Naruto asked. If Iwagakure had found out you were the son of Minato, then assassins would have been coming at you left and right. Jiraiya replied. Better to have inside forces trying to kill me than the outside ones, right? Naruto retorted. Naruto. Don't Naruto me. Before the chakra tails started protecting me, I was attacked every time I left the house without Yamato. Naruto retorted. Honestly, Sarutobi should have announced that I was the son of the fourth when he made my status as a Jinchuriki public. He wasn't sure how you would take it. Jiraiya responded. Whatever, Naruto mumbled. Alright then, now back to the matter at hand. Are you going to sign the Toad contract? Jiraiya asked. I guess, Naruto replied after a moment of pause. Jiraiya nodded, performed some hand signs and slamming his bloody hand on the ground. Smoke instantly covered the area, and when it cleared, a large orange toad with navy blue splotches over its body appeared. The toad was around the same height as Naruto and had a large scroll in its hand. Gama, I need the scroll, Jiraiya stated. Gama nodded and used his tongue to hand Jiraiya the scroll. This, Gaki, is the Toad summoning contract. Jiraiya opened the scroll till he reached an open slot. Just sign in blood, then place a handprint underneath. Right next to dear old dad. Naruto murmured sarcastically as he did as Jiraiya instructed. When will you forgive him? Jiraiya asked. Never, I will never forgive him. When will I stop hating him? Well, I'm not sure. Naruto replied. Jiraiya just sighed. Alright, the hand signs a boar, dog, monkey, and finally ran. Channel as much chakra as you can into the jutsu. Jiraiya instructed. Naruto nodded and his eyes glowed red right before he slammed his hand down onto the ground. An enormous cloud of smoke covered the cliff edge Jiraiya and Naruto had been standing on. When it cleared, Naruto and Jiraiya were standing on the head of an enormous rusty red toad with bright red markings on its lips, chest, and around his eyes. The toad had a pipe in its mouth and a tanto on his hip. The toad wore a blue vest with the kanji of toad on it. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? The toad asked before taking a hit from his pipe. Actually, Bunter, I didn't summon you, Gaki here did. Jiraiya said, slapping Naruto on the back only for it to be blocked by a tail of chakra. Ha 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 ha. Like some wet behind the ears Genin could summon me. Ha ha ha, that's rich, Gamabunta replied. Is that so? Naruto asked. I could send you back to where you came without using the Kyuubi's chakra. Boy, are you insane. Nobody besides the Yondaime could pull off that task and you're not even a chunin. Gamabunta retorted. Naruto jumped off the toad's head and got his trench knives out of their seal. Then you have nothing to worry about, Naruto challenged. Chapter 18, Preparations for the Finals Part 2. Is that so? Naruto asked. I could send you back to where you came without using the Kyuubi's chakra. Boy, are you insane. Nobody besides the Yondaime could pull off that task and you're not even a chunin. Gamabunta retorted. Naruto jumped off the toad's head and got his trench knives out of their seal. Then you have nothing to worry about, Naruto challenged. Naruto wove through hand signs before shouting, Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Naruto spit a large ball of fire out at Gamabunta and then started though more hand signs. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Naruto pushed his hands forward and a tremendous gust of wind shot out them. When the blast of wind made contact with the fireball, the wind fed the fire, making the ball grow to the point it was almost half the size of Gamabunta. The toad boss was so stunned by the display he barely had time to put his hands up to block. Smoke engulfed the large toad's face. When it cleared, it showed an irate Gamabunta glaring daggers at Naruto. Yet the expression soon changed to that of amusement. Alright Gaki, you want to play with the big boys, so I'll humor you. Just don't blame me when you get hurt, Gamabunta replied. Naruto scowled and began more hand signs. Wind style, Drilling Air Bullet. Naruto shouted before spitting a large ball of condensed wind chakra at Gamabunta. This time the large toad was prepared and retaliated with a jutsu of his own. Water style, Liquid Bullet. Gamabunta said before spitting out a bullet of water that dwarfed Naruto's. The water bullet plowed through Naruto's air bullet continued on to its main target. Just moments before it made contact with Naruto, the water was split in half. Naruto looked up at Gamabunta just before disappearing. The blonde appeared right in front of Gamabunta's face, poised to deliver a haymaker. This was cut short when the large toad swatted Naruto away like a fly. Gamabunta wasn't finished there, as he used his tongue to catch Naruto before he hit the ground. This turned out to be more of a curse than a blessing when the toad swung the boy around and slammed him into the ground harder enough to create a crater the size of a large house. Gamabunta, that could have killed him, Jiraiya stated, yet the tone in his voice showed he really wasn't worried. You and I both know that attack wouldn't kill him. The boy has gotten arrogant. This little beating just might have put some humility in him, Gamabunta retorted. The moment he said that, Naruto appeared above his uninjured eye. The blonde channeled a vast amount of his chakra into his trench knives and swiped down at Gamabunta. The attack sliced down Gamabunta's face, framing Gamabunta's eye with two large vertical gashes. Arg! The boss toad yelled as he stumbled backwards and covered his eye. Don't underestimate me, Naruto growled. Gamabunta removed his hand, showing the deep lacerations were pouring blood. Alright, run, you want me to get serious, you got it. The boss toad yelled. Gamabunta pulled out his tanto and in a blink brought it down on Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side, just barely avoiding the blade strike. Yet he wasn't fast enough to avoid Gamabunta's fist. The large toad's strike created a large crater, he ground, and dust engulfed the area. Naruto shot of the dust and ran up Gamabunta's tanto. The moment Naruto reached the hilt of Gamabunta's blade, he started a series of hand signs. Wind style, Twister shot, Naruto said before spitting a large twister out of his mouth. Gamabunta raised his arm to block but let out a grunt of pain when the twister began slicing into his arm. Wind style, Wind cutter. Naruto pushed his hand forward and a long blade of wind shot out and cut deeper into Gamabunta's arm. Gamabunta growled but smirked as he sensed another Naruto above him. Fool me once, Gamabunta murmured as he spun around and slapped Naruto out of the air. The strike knocked his blonde Jinchuriki out cold and his limp body tore through half an acre of trees before coming to a stop. Now that really could have killed him, Jiraiya said as he jumped off Gamabunta and went to collect his student. HMPH, that stupid Gaki. He cut my eye worse than his father, Gamabunta grumbled before disappearing in a giant cloud of smoke. Next day Naruto woke to rays of sunlight. The blonde attempted to sit up but instantly regretted it. His entire body felt like it had been shattered. Everything hurts, right? Jiraiya said as he sat down in front of Naruto. It should that last, it shattered every bone in your body. If it weren't for the Kyuubi, you'd be in a hospital right now and wouldn't be getting out anytime soon. Naruto grunted and with a bit of effort stood up. Jiraiya just shook his head and watched as the blonde shakily made his way to his feet. Alright kid, your little fight with Bunta put you out for 3 days. Because we're short on time, I will be pushing you, Jiraiya stated as he pulled out a few scrolls from his pocket. He tossed the scrolls at Naruto, who caught then flinched in pain from the sudden action. In those 3 scrolls are a basic Fuinjutsu scrolls. By the end of this month I want them all completed, Jiraiya ordered. Naruto nodded and placed his hand into a cross seal. Smoke covered the area and when it cleared, Naruto's were covering the entire cliff edge. I see, well this changes everything. Have you clones work on the scrolls, you come with me, Jiraiya said as he jumped down to the base of the waterfall. Naruto rolled his eyes as he followed after. As Naruto landed, Jiraiya turned to him. How you feeling, Gaki? Fine now, just a little stiff, Naruto replied. Good cause, right now we're gonna spar. I need to see what you have to work on, so don't use Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya explained. Naruto nodded, then appeared in front of Jiraiya with his fist cocked back. The Sannin didn't even blink as he caught the fist in his hand. Naruto lashed out with his other fist only for Jiraiya to catch that as well. Naruto jumped up and attempted to drop-kick Jiraiya in the face, but the older ninja simply tilted his head to avoid the attack. Now what will you do? Jiraiya asked. Naruto's hand were in his fist while the blonde's feet on his shoulder. This boom, Naruto said just before blowing up. The water launched into air, and when it settled again, Naruto was standing across from Jiraiya. The two had their arms crossed and were sizing each other up. Jiraiya had a grin on his face while Naruto's was once again blank and devoid of emotion. Impressive, you can perform the exploding shadow clone jutsu. Jiraiya praised. But happened, your entire demeanor just changed. You need an accurate measurement on my skills, so now I'm going to get serious. Naruto replied. Alright then, come at me with everything you got. Jiraiya replied. Naruto nodded before weaving through hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto said just before thrust his hands forward. A large blast of wind made its way to Jiraiya, who was performing hand signs of his own. When he finished, he spit out a glob of mud that formed the wall in front of him. The wall instantly hardened and blocked the wind attack. Jiraiya then ducked under a roundhouse kick from Naruto. The Sannin then turned around and jabbed at Naruto. The blonde blocked and his eyes widened for a fraction of a second before he jumped back. Naruto pressed a seal on his body and 6 kunai appeared. The Jinchuriki grabbed 3 in each hand before channeling wine chakra into them. Naruto launched them at Jiraiya, and the knives tore through the Sannin's body only for him to dissolve into the water in a mass of mud. Before Naruto could react, a hand came out of the water and grabbed his ankle. Naruto looked down and saw Jiraiya under the water. On reflex, Naruto leaned to the side. The blonde watched in interest as a small blue orb of chakra passed right by his side. Naruto went through another set of hand signs. Wind style, pressures damage. Naruto said before he was engulfed in a tornado-like mass. Jiraiya just barely managed to jump out of the way of the attack. The mass of wind began to compress itself onto Naruto until it was a glowing dome. Then the dome was released and Jiraiya along with the water was blasted away. Jiraiya stood and saw Naruto on the water standing with his arms crossed. Now that was an impressive jutsu. Where did you learn it? Jiraiya asked. Forbidden Scroll of Sealing, Naruto replied. Jiraiya nodded. Well, I think I have an accurate assessment of your skills. Jiraiya said as he gestured for Naruto to join him on the shore. Naruto nodded and walked over to the Sannin. Your jutsu arsenal is impressive, but you are too heavily based on wind jutsu. Your speed with hand signs needs some work. Your taijutsu, while vastly better than anybody your age, is slightly predictable. Jiraiya replied. Normal circumstances and you would be fine, but you don't have normal circumstances. Yeah, as the most powerful tool of the village I must be better than all others. Naruto replied. No, that's not the reason. Sooner than I would like, you will be targeted by very powerful people. Jiraiya replied. I didn't take you as a student to train you for the final part of the Chunin exams. Any idiot could tell you were better than any mere Chunin. I'm getting you ready for the bigger fish you have to handle. Alright, well, before we continue, can I at least know who's after me? Naruto asked. I don't know much, but I can tell you that it's an organization of S-rank criminals. The only goal I know they have is to collect the Biju. They call themselves the Akatsuki. Jiraiya replied. So let's get training. 2 weeks later. Well, Gaki, I think it's safe to say without using Kyuubi's chakra you could beat that Gaara kid around Konoha and back. Jiraiya said. So we're done. Naruto replied. Yeah, I can't teach you anything else until after the exams. Jiraiya replied. Naruto nodded and was engulfed in a column of fire before he was gone. Ah, to be young and in love. Jiraiya said as he left the waterfall in a leaf shunshin. Naruto reappeared right in front of the hospital. The blonde walked in and up to the main desk. He was about to ask for Hinata's room when the woman there glared, attempted and to scare him with some killer intent. Pathetic, now tell me what room I can find Hinata Hyuga before I show you real killer intent. Naruto growled, his eyes flashed red for a second. The woman gulped and pulled out a clipboard. She's been moved from 403 to 110. It's down the hall and to the right. The woman whimpered. Thank you, Naruto replied before following the woman's instructions. The blonde was about to open the door when he hesitated. Why can't I do this? Naruto murmured. Telling a girl how you feel is never easy. A person replied from behind Naruto. The blonde looked to see Yamato standing there with his left arm in a sling. When did you get back? And what happened? Naruto asked. I got back yesterday and I was on the wrong end of a lightning jutsu. I should be good in a week. Yamato answered. Wait, how did you know that was what I was here to do? Naruto asked. I know everything, Ototo. Yamato replied with a smirk. Naruto rolled his eyes and looked back to the door. He reached for the handle, but try as he might he couldn't bring himself to open the door. Naruto, I don't think Hinata could ever reject you. She feels the same way about you. Naruto nodded and, with a bit of strain, got himself to open the door. When he looked inside, Naruto found that Hinata was not alone. Sitting at her side was Kurenai. The red-eyed woman glanced at Naruto and instantly got up. Naruto tensed when Kurenai stopped next to him. Treat her good or you'll spend the rest of your days under the belief you're a 6-year-old girl. Kurenai whispered. Kurenai, could you do that? Yamato murmured. I'll have Yugao braid his hair, Kurenai retorted before walking out of the room. After a brief pause, Yamato closed his door behind Naruto. Naruto-kun, how did your training go? Hinata asked. Naruto took a seat at her bedside before he responded. It was fine. I apologize for not visiting, but Jiraiya had me at the waterfall since I last saw you. Naruto replied. I understand, Hinata murmured. Hinata, there is something I want to ask you. Naruto replied. Go ahead, Hinata stated. Do you remember when we were in Jin and you said you loved me? Naruto asked. A light blush found its way onto Hinata's face and she turned away, but she still managed to nod. Did you mean it? Hinata pushed the blush down and looked in the eyes. Yes, I have felt that way since we were kids. Hinata replied. I love you and always will. Naruto looked at Hinata trying to find some way to respond but found he couldn't. Idiot, you're starting to really irritate me. Kyuubi's deep voice growled in Naruto's head. Naruto ignored the demon and took a calming breath. Hinata, I have never felt the same way about anybody before and I know I don't want to be without you. Naruto replied. Hinata's breath caught in her throat as she listened to Naruto. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think I love you too. Hinata stared at Naruto before she hugged the blonde. Naruto was caught off guard by the action but returned it nonetheless. Hinata pulled back and the two looked in each other's eye for what seemed like eternity. Then their face drew together. Hinata could feel Naruto's warm breath on her face and on reflex closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly. The blonde in turn closed his eyes as well and was about to close the distance when a wave of killer intent washed over the room. Hinata's eyes snapped open and the two turned to see Gaara stand in the doorway, sand pulling at his feet. It seems mother will taste the blood of two today, Gaara stated as the sand moved toward Naruto and Hinata. Naruto's eyes turned crimson red as his pupils morphed into slits as he glared at Gaara. I suggest you leave before I kill you right now, Naruto growled as all 9 red chakra tails slowly seeped out of his body. In fact, I'm not feeling merciful today, so I am going to kill you right now. Naruto appeared in front of Gaara and looked the redhead eye to eye. That was when the blonde noticed that Gaara's eyes were no longer their normal green, instead they were yellow and his pupil had tuned into a black 4-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. Naruto, you and this guy can wait till tomorrow, a voice stated. Both Jinchuriki looked to see Jiraiya standing with his arms crossed. Gaara looked back at Naruto before leaving. Tomorrow you shall die and my existence will be definite, Gaara said as he walked out the door. Chapter 19, The Final Scene 1. The time had finally come. People from all over the lands had gathered in Konohagakure to watch the final part of the Chunin exams. Family had taken off work to watch the 10 genin perform. Daimyos had left their countries just to witness this event. Bets on the fighters were so numerous that counting them would take years just to get halfway finished. It was said that this year's competitors were as promising as the year the current Hyuga, Aburame, Yamanaka, and Nara clan heads had competed, along with the Yondaime Hokage, the Yondaime Reikage, and his brother Killer-Bee in this same stadium. Hokage Dono, I think I will find these exams to be very interesting. The current Kazekage of Suna and also the father of all 3 Suna ninjas still in the exams stated. I feel the same way. You must be proud all of your children have made it to the finals. Hiruzen replied. The Kazekage nodded, looking down at arena floor where the competitors have gathered. They do their village proud. I expect them to make it far in this tournament. Especially Gaara, the Kazekage said. I wouldn't be too sure. Young Naruto-kun may be more than a match for Gaara. Sarutobi replied calmly. The Kazekage nodded in consideration. Down at the arena the fighters were waiting patiently for their proctor to arrive. Good luck Naruto, you probably have the most powerful shinobi. Honestly, this entire competition is just troublesome. Shikamaru groaned as he stood in a group with Naruto, Shuji, and Shino. Shika, you should be excited. I mean, we could make history today, Shuji stated. How do you figure that? Naruto asked, though his attention was more on Gaara than their conversation. Well, if one of us is promoted we would have the shortest time as genin ever. Jiraiya of the Sannin had made the Yondaime wait a year before his team could compete. Shuji asked. Though your comment is interesting, being known for something like that would not be beneficial. Shino retorted. Shuji was about to reply but was stopped by Shikamaru. Shuji, he's right. In our profession, sticking out is the last thing you want. Shikamaru explained. Shuji pulled out a bag of chips and nodded as he began to eat. The rest of their conversation was nothing more than idle chit-chat. Alright, it's time to get this show on the road, Genma shouted as he appeared in the center of the arena. First up, Sasuke Uchiha and Neji Hyuga. Everybody else make your way to the fighter's box. With a curt nod, everybody but Neji and Sasuke made their way off the arena floor. The Hyuga prodigy and the last of the mighty Uchiha clan. The Kazekage said aloud. This fight might just show us which is really the greatest of the great dojutsu. Indeed, Hiruzen responded. Ladies and gentlemen, the first fight of the CHUNIN selection exams begins now. SASUKE Uchiha vs Neji HYUUGA. Begin, Genma shouted before using Shunshin to exit the arena floor. The two fighters enter their stances as they begin to size each other up. Neither makes a noise as their stare down takes place. Finally, Sasuke is the one to break the silence. It seems this fight is being overrated. Some simple Hyuga branch member could never possibly beat an Uchiha elite. Sasuke stated, trying to rile Neji up. To his surprise, the Hyuga smirked and reached for his headband. "You were mistaken when you said I'm just a simple branch member," Neji replied. In one swift motion, the Hyuga prodigy removed his headband to reveal that his forehead was not made by the caged bird seal but as clean as a new piece of paper. "I am no longer some branch member, I am the Hyuga heir. By the way, being the elite of one is not very impressive." Sasuke glared, and within an instant his Sharingan was active and he was charging Neji. The Hyuga remained calm as he activated his Byakugan and waited for Sasuke to come to him. Sasuke lashed out with punch to Neji's stomach, but the Hyuga sidestepped the fist. Hyuga attempted to counter the palm strike to the Sasuke's exposed side, but Sasuke brought his elbow down on Neji's wrist, making miss entirely. Sasuke then drops to the ground and sweeps Neji feet from under him. Neji didn't miss a beat though, as he simply finishes the flip and lands on his feet in a crouched position. As Sasuke got up, Neji poked the Uchiha in the shoulder. Sasuke growls and kicked Neji in the face. Neji ducked under the strike and tapped Sasuke's leg in 3 different places. Sasuke jumped back and began to rub his leg to regain feeling. "I'm not impressed. It seems fate has already decided a winner in this fight, and it is me," Neji said as he drops into the Juukan stance. Sasuke growled and began a series of hand signs. "Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu," Sasuke shouted before exhaling a giant fireball. Sasuke watched in surprise as Neji began to spin. "Kaiden," Neji shouted as he was encased in a large dome of chakra. The fireball struck the dome and simply fizzled out. Neji stopped spinning and looked at the Sasuke with an arrogant smirk. "I'm still not impressed," Neji said casually. Sasuke growled and charged Neji while going through hand signs. "Fire style Phoenix Flower Jutsu," Sasuke shouted, spitting multiple little fireballs at Neji. Neji dodged in between the fireballs and took off at Sasuke. Unnoticed by him, when the mini fireballs fizzled out, they revealed shuriken with ninja wire tied to them. Sasuke flicked his wrist and the shuriken changed course and wrapped around the unsuspecting Neji. Neji gritted his teeth when the shuriken embedded themselves in his body. "Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu," Sasuke said as he blew a flame along the wire. The flame reached Neji and he was engulfed by fire. Sasuke growled and ducked under a palm strike from Neji. The flames cleared and a burnt log was revealed. Sasuke turned to see Neji pulling shuriken out of H body. "It seems we're at a standstill," Sasuke called out to Neji. "No, I just haven't taken you seriously. When I choose to, this fight will end," Neji said as he pulled out the last shuriken. Sasuke hesitated the moment Neji said that. "Don't underestimate me," Sasuke growled. "I haven't, you see, unlike your eyes, mine have not blinded me to the truth. You think due to your status as lone Uchiha you are an elite in this village. Your title means little if you don't have the skill to back it up," Neji said as he vanished. He appeared in front of Sasuke and slammed his palm into Sasuke's chest. "Get up, I plan to beat the Hyuga superiority. No, I will beat my superiority to you into your head letter by letter." Sasuke got up and glared at Neji. "You talk too much. I wanted to save this for a later fight, but I guess I'm going to have to get serious," Sasuke said just before dropping into the Goken stance. In a blink, Sasuke disappeared from view. "That's our fighting style, Guy Sensei," Lee said. Guy nodded and looked at Kakashi, who was engrossed in his orange book. "I needed him to increase his speed quickly. I didn't mean to offend you, Guy. I didn't teach him to use the gates though," Kakashi replied. Guy nodded, but Lee didn't respond. "It took me years to reach that level, yet Sasuke-san did the same thing in a month. Maybe hard work is simply not enough," Lee thought. To his surprise, Guy Sensei seemed to read his mind. "My youthful student, you should never sell yourself short. Just because Sasuke-san has achieved some relative closeness to your speed doesn't mean his flames of youth burn as bright as yours," Guy stated. "He's right, I think. Sasuke may be able to reach that speed, but because his body isn't naturally capable of doing that, he can only maintain it for around a few minutes at a time," Kakashi added. Neji rolled his eyes as he dropped into the Juukan stance. "If you really thought speed was going to help you, then you're sadly mistaken." Neji ducked down, avoiding a roundhouse kick from Sasuke, who had appeared in front of Neji. Neji didn't bother to counter as the Uchiha was gone in an instant. Neji turned around and jumped over an axe kick. While in the air, Neji leaned back, barely dodging a punch from Sasuke. The moment Neji touched the ground, he sidestepped, avoiding a knee. Neji smirked as he turned around and caught Sasuke's fist, surprising Sasuke and a majority of the crowd. Sasuke couldn't react in time to avoid the palm strike Neji sent to his stomach. "If my teammate couldn't beat me, and he's faster than you, I might add, what makes you good?" Neji asked as he watched Sasuke get up. The Uchiha wiped a line of blood that had dribbled down his chin off before glaring at Neji. "This ends now," Sasuke before jumping onto the wall behind him. The Uchiha sped through hand signs before putting his hand toward the wall he was standing on and bracing it with his other hand. Lightning began to crackle around his hand and the distinct sound of chirping birds resounded the arena. Kakashi taught him that, knowing he would be fighting another Konoha ninja. Guy yelled. To his surprise, Kakashi was putting away his book. Once that was done, Kakashi was about to rush the field. The duo were about to jump down to intercept Sasuke when somebody grabbed their arms. "What are you doing? We have to stop this before somebody gets hurt," Kakashi said. "If you didn't want somebody to get hurt, why did you teach him that jutsu?" Guy growled. It was meant to be a last resort against Gaara. If he faced him I forbid from using on the other competitors. Kakashi retorted. Yeah, because a kid as mentally unstable as the boy is going to listen to that. Anko said as she released Guy in Kakashi's arms. But it's too late now. If you hadn't have grabbed us then we could have stopped them. Guy yelled his frustration and fear for his student getting the better of him. Think about if you would have stopped Sasuke's attack, Neji would have been disqualified and he's been winning. Just have some faith in your student, Guy. Neji watched carefully as Sasuke began to charge him, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The moment Sasuke was off the wall, Neji began to spin. Kaiten. Neji shouted as he was encased in a dome of chakra. Sasuke reached the dome and using all the momentum he had jabbed at it with his encased in lightning. Chidori. The two jutsu battled against each and the crowd watched with bated breath. Sasuke pushed harder and began channeling more chakra into the jutsu. The lightning around his fist intensified and the chirping became blaring. Neji's kaiten began to cave inward until the Hyuga added more chakra. Neji's rotation doubled in size and launched Sasuke back into a wall. It appears the ultimate defensive move remains unbeatable, the Kazekage said as he watched Sasuke pull himself out of the wall. Yes, the kaiten is one of the crown jewels of the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen replied. Uchiha, this fight ends now, you are in my field of divination. Neji said. He dropped into a new stance. Before anybody could react, Neji was in front of Sasuke. 8 trigrams 2 palms, Neji said, striking Sasuke. The Uchiha managed to dodge them. 4 palms, Sasuke only managed to dodge 2 strikes. 8 palms, Sasuke was only able to avoid 1. 16 palms, 32 palms, Sasuke was helpless as Neji landed strike after strike. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Neji shouted, ending the relentless assault with a palm strike to Sasuke's chest. Sasuke gasped in pain and his entire body was supported on Neji's arm. The Hyuga pulled his hand back and Sasuke fell ungracefully to the ground. Proctor called her. Neji started only to pause as Sasuke slowly got up. Purple menacing chakra began to swirl around Sasuke as his body became covered in black flame-like markings. I'll kill you. Sasuke shouted as he charged Neji. The Uchiha didn't clear half the distance before he was put to stop by multiple Junin. Kakashi held him by the back of his collar, Guy was gripping his right forearm, Anko was in a crouch as she grasped his right wrist, Genma stood in front of him with his hand on his chest. This fight is over, Uchiha-san, you have lost. Genma said calmly. Sasuke growled and the purple chakra began to swirl around wilder. Don't make us use force, Sasuke. Kakashi growled. Sasuke smirked. Bring it, Sasuke murmured before spinning out of the grasp of the Junin. Genma appeared behind Sasuke and lashed out with a punch, but Sasuke lazily tilted his head to the side, dodging the strike. Not giving the Junin time to recover, Sasuke hit him with a vicious elbow to the stomach. Genma doubled over in pain before Sasuke turned around and kicked him in the face. Sasuke in a flash extended both his hands out, catching Anko's shadow snakes and Guy's punch. Sasuke leaned to the side and kicked Guy away, then pulled Anko to him with her snakes. The moment Anko was in range, Sasuke kneed her back away while maintaining his hold on the snakes. Sasuke used the snakes to pull Anko back like a yo-yo and kneed her again. This time he released Anko and jumped back and avoiding an axe kick from Kakashi. The two stared each other down, Sharingans blazing until Sasuke gasped. Holding a kunai to his throat was Anko. Guy was holding Sasuke's right arm while Genma was holding his left. How? Sasuke asked, stunned. With Junin, kid, you think some cheap power you got from Orochimaru would put you on our level? Genma said. Take a look for yourself. Sasuke glanced to his left and saw a puddle of mud was where Anko should have been. At his right, the area Guy was supposed to be was only occupied by a log, and looking behind him there was no sign that Genma had even been there. Shadow clone, Genma stated. Sasuke was about retorted when a well-placed chop to his neck knocked him unconscious. Kakashi picked the boy up and sighed. I'll take him to the holding cells until Jiraiya-sama can put a stronger seal on him. Kakashi disappeared in a leaf shunshin while Guy and Anko headed back toward the spectator box. Will the next competitors please make their way to the arena floor? Genma shouted. Proctor, I forfeit, Kankuro called. His announcement was acknowledged with the shouts of displeasure from the crowd. Tenten growled and eyed Kankuro warily. It appears we fight now, Shino said before his body fell to the floor as bugs that immediately scattered. Troublesome, Shikamaru grumbled before heading to the stairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the second fight of the CHUNIN exams between Shino Aburame and Shikamaru Nara. Competitors, you may begin, Genma declared before he exited the arena. Shino instantly went on the offense, charging straight at Shikamaru. When Shino was a few meters away, he tapped a seal on his body, releasing his bow. Shikamaru jumped back, barely avoiding a swing from Shino. Shikamaru then pulled out 2 kunai. Troublesome, I guess a half a month with my mum weren't a waste. Shikamaru grumbled. Shikamaru then blocked a horizontal attack from Shino's bow. Shikamaru pushed the bow aside and attempted to get closer to Shino, but the Aburame used the bow momentum to turn it around and jabbed at Shikamaru with the other end. The strike landed and Shikamaru was launched back, but the moment he hit the ground, Shikamaru turned into a log. Shino glanced around the arena and spotted a shadow speeding toward him from a cluster of trees. The Aburame jumped back while simultaneously sent a swarm of insects toward the trees. Earth Star, Earth and Stone Dragon Jutsu. Shino murmured. The ground began to shake until a dragon of dirt rose out of the ground. The dragon spiraled into the air before jetting toward the trees. Moments before it made contact, Shikamaru jumped out of the trees to avoid it. Shikamaru, however, wasn't prepared for Shino to appear right by him, finishing a jutsu. Earth style, earth flow river, Shino said. The ground underneath Shikamaru turned into a river of mud that swept the young genius away. Shino instantly continued another chain of hand signs. Earth style, earth dragon bullet, Shino mumbled. A dragon's head rose out of the mud and began shooting high-speed bullets at the off-balanced Shikamaru. The bullets connected with Shikamaru and slammed him into the wall. Shikamaru then turned into a log and Shino tried to turn around only to find he couldn't. Shadow possession jutsu success, Shikamaru said from behind Shino. The young aberrame found his body was turning around on its own accord. Shikamaru forced Shino's body to meet him in the center of the ring. Well, it seems things are in your favor, Shino stated as Genma dropped down next to the two. Well, things aren't always what they look like, but you know that, Shikamaru replied. Shikamaru lifted his arm, making Shino do the same. Proctor, I forfeit, he has this match won, Shikamaru stated. Shikamaru released his shadow possession and seconds afterward a large swarm of insects crawled out of his pants legs and back to Shino. Winner Shino Aburame, Genma shouted. Chapter 20, The Final Scene 2. Will Temari and Chuji Akamaki make their way down to the arena floor? Genma stated. Temari opened her fan and jumped off the railing of the competitor's booth. The blonde kunoichi sat on top of the fan and it acted like a glider, allowing Temari to float down to the arena. Show off, Ino mumbled up in the spectators section. Hey Asuma-sensei, how do you think Chuji will do? I'm not too sure. That girl relies a little too heavily on that fan of hers, so if Chuji can separate it from her he might be able to win. Asuma replied before take a long drag from the cigarette in his mouth. Do you think he can do it? Sakura asked from her spot next to Ino. I'm not sure. Chuji, like Ino and Shikamaru, spent this month training with their family. His skills are somewhat of a wild card, Asuma stated, taking her another pull of his cancer stick. Before the conversation could continue, Genma's voice cut through the crowd. Let the third fight of the CHUNIN exams between CHOUJIAKIMICHI and Temari start now. Competitors, you may begin, Genma shouted before jumping off of the arena floor. Hey Fatso, I'm gonna end this quickly, Temari said, stated, pulling her fan off her back. Yet before she could open the fan, Temari was forced to jump back or be crushed an enormous fist. The sooner Kunoichi looked to see Chuji glaring at her, Temari unconsciously shivered from the look because its eerie resemblance to Gaara's constant glare. The glare that promised death in the near future. I'm not fat, Chuji growled. The plus-sized shinobi swung his fist at Temari and in almost an instant the fist was 10 times its normal size. Temari was stunned by the action and couldn't evade the blow entirely. Wow, I've never seen Chuji like that before, Ino mumbled. Sakura. What happened to him? Sakura asked, equally puzzled by Chuji's transformed state. She called him fat. Everybody turned around to Shikamaru walking over to the with a few bandages wrapped on his body. I've called Chuji fat before and I know he gets mad, but never like this, Sakura retorted. It's because Chuji has enough self-control to prevent himself from harming a comrade, but this girl he doesn't know from a different village calls him fat, plus they're supposed to fight each other. Chuji has no reason to hold back his temper, Shikamaru replied. Well, you're better than I thought you would be, Temari replied as she evaded another swing from Chuji's enlarged limbs. But to be honest, I hadn't expected much. Chuji glared at her and swung at her with his enlarged limb. Temari jumped over the enormous right arm almost lazily and yawned for added effect. Chuji then followed up with a left hook and Temari, being in the air, was forced to block with her fan. Temari gasped as the force of the blow not only caused her arms to go numb but launched her back into the wall behind her. A gasp of pain escaped Temari's mouth as she impacted the wall. Seems Chuji really improved over the month's break, Kakashi stated as he appeared next guy reading a copy of Ika Ika. Yeah, if you're not careful my genin will pass yours by, Asuma replied. Don't be so sure, Kakashi said as he gestured back down to the fight with his free hand. Down on the stadium floor, Chuji reached into weapons pouch only to pause as Temari's body turned into sand and fell to the floor. The heavy-set shinobi scanned the area in search of his opponent, but despite his efforts he couldn't find Temari. Wind style, slashing tornado, Temari's voice shouted from above Chuji. The husky ninja instantly enlarged his arms to block the attack. Chuji grimaced when the chakra-laced tornado cut into his forearms. Chuji grunted and snapped his arms apart, dispersing the tornado. Chuji's eyes widened when she saw Temari just above him with her large fan held back like a bat. Eat this, Temari shouted before swinging her fan at Chuji with all her strength. The husky Konoha ninja took the full force of the attack and went crashing headfirst into the arena wall behind him. The crowd watched with bated breath as Chuji's body hung limply by the head. For a few seconds the entire area was silent. Then just as Genma was about to jump down, Chuji yanked his head out of the wall. Black out there for a second, Tubby, Temari jeered. Chuji growled as he brushed some rubble off his shoulder. It's time to end this, Chuji said, pulling a long thread of ninja wire out of his weapons pouch. On the wire were multiple kunai tied to it and evenly spaced apart. Chuji draped the wire around his body before starting a chain of hand signs. Expansion Jutsu. Chuji shouted and his entire body tripled in size. The wire that had been hanging loosely in his body now was wrapped firmly around his large form. Temari opened her fan fully revealing all 3 purple moons and waited cautiously. Then in a motion similar to a turtle Chuji brought all his extremities inside his body and taking on the form of a large ball. Spike human bullet tank. Chuji's muffled voice came from inside the ball just before it propelled forward. The kunai not only increased the lethality of the attack, increased the speed, shooting Chuji at Temari double the speed most Chunin could match. Temari gripped her fan with both hands before swinging full force at Chuji. Wind Scythe Jutsu. Temari shouted as an enormous tornado was expelled from the battle fan. The tornado crashed into Chuji's bullet tank and the 2 opposing forces were halted. Unfortunately for Chuji, Temari's attack didn't fade, instead it simply sucked Chuji in. The Konoha shinobi still in his ball-like form was lifted into almost 20 in the air before he stopped. At that moment large gashes appeared all over his body and cries of pain emitted from the ball. After around 10 seconds the cries stopped and the tornado dispersed. Chuji fell to the ground, returning to his normal form, with a dull thud. Genma appeared in front of the boy and inspecting him before calling for the medic crew. Winner Temari, Genma shouted as the crowd erupted into applause. Naruto, Uzumaki and my son fight next. The battle of the demons is about to commence. The Kazekage replied, turning to Hiruzen. The fire shadow in turn looked to the Kazekage and leveled him a hard glare. Kazekage Dono, while I can't force you to stop calling your son a demon, I can tell you if you ever refer to Naruto in such a way you will find the results of my actions very troublesome. Sarutobi stated. Is that a threat? The Wind Shadow asked with a low growl. Of course not, child, that is a promise. Hiruzen replied, looking back toward the arena to see Naruto and Gaara standing while Genma jumped up to the stands. For over a minute the two simply stood at each other, glared, but slowly bloodlust began to fill the arena. The intent started slowly but soon rose to almost unbearable levels. Civilians in the crowd began to crumble at the intense pressure the two boys were emitting while the shinobi populace was put on edge. Just as it became too much to handle for even some of the shinobi, the two boys disappeared. Less than an instant later they reappeared in the middle of the arena in a deadlock. Naruto had both his knuckle dusters out and Gaara was holding 2 kunai made of sand. The trench knife in Naruto's right hand was attempting to edge closer to Gaara's neck while the left-hand weapon was holding off Gaara's sand kunai that was dead set on removing Naruto's head from his body. Mere seconds after the standstill had occurred, Naruto's chakra tails and Gaara's sand entered the battle. The demon-granted defenses attempted to strike the opponent while defending their own container. As time went by, those of keen vision noticed some distinct changes in the boys, namely their eyes. Naruto crystal, ocean blue eyes became a malicious blood red while Gaara's dull green eyes became a sandy yellow. The pupils in Naruto's eyes transformed into vertical slits similar to a cat or fox, and Gaara's pupils morphed into a 4-pointed star with 4 black circles surrounding it. The moment the boys' eyes finished changing, they disappeared and a large shock wave resounded in the air. The crowd looked in the direction of the noise only to find nothing. He's still slower than Lee without his weights off. Tenten murmured to nobody in general, but Ino caught the declaration and chose to pry. How are you sure? Both of them are. Another shock wave interrupted her. Too fast to spot, the platinum blonde inquired. Yeah, but the truth is, while that Gaara kid is able to match. A shock wave resounded nearby, causing Tenten and some others to flinch. Naruto and Lee's speed is not used to high-speed fighting, so he has to slow down slightly. How can you tell? Sakura asked. And shockwave on the arena floor stopped Tenten from answering, but when a quick glance showed the two Jinchuriki were no longer at the source of the sound, Tenten answered. While I can't see it, it makes sense. The sound of their connections aren't nearly as loud as they were when Naruto and Lee fought. When Gaara fought before, he made almost no movement besides raising his hands, so fighting with Taijutsu isn't his style. Tenten was about to continue when she was cut off. And Naruto-kun isn't trying. Hinata finished. He's toying with Gaara-san. Just how fast is Naruto? Ino asked. Naruto-kun is faster than Lee-san when Lee-san opens his first 2 gates. When Lee-san has opened up 4 gates and Naruto-kun has Kyuubi's chakra in his system, the two are even, and Lee-san is faster than Naruto-kun in the 5th gate until Naruto-kun uses his transparent Kyuubi cloak. Hinata explained, though even with her activated Byakugan eyes staring at the girls, it was obvious she wasn't focusing on them. They're talking. Upon Hinata's words, Ino, Sakura, and Tenten returned their attention to the arena floor to see Naruto and Gaara were in another stalemate and talking this time. Naruto was attempting to slice Gaara's neck with his trench knives while Gaara was blocking with both kunai. Sand and crimson chakra was flying in every direction as the two boys conversed. That's when an insane laughter filled the arena. The laughter sent chills down many spectators' back. Uzumaki, have you challenged me like no other shinobi? When I kill you, mother will definitely be satisfied. Gaara replied as he calmed down. You're still as pathetic as before, Naruto stated. The blonde began to exert more force while adding wind and Kyuubi's chakra to his blades. With the added chakra, Naruto's trench knives cut through Gaara's sand kunai like butter before slicing his head off with minimal resistance. Sand clone, Naruto murmured right before he ducked under a roundhouse kick from Gaara. The blonde ignored the sand spear aimed toward his temple and blocked a back fist from Gaara. The moment Gaara's strike was blocked, a tail of chakra destroyed the sand spear. Naruto then attempted an elbow which was blocked before following up by throwing a punch twice as fast. A crack echoed through the arena and Gaara was sent flying. Gaara got up and to the surprise of many of the spectators spiderweb cracks appeared all over his right cheek. A sadistic smile found his way to Gaara's as he looked at Naruto. Then without warning Gaara broke out into another insane laughter. If the sudden laughter affected Naruto he didn't show it, for the blonde simply watched with apathy. As Gaara laughed the cracks on his cheeks slowly began to heal until no evidence of the attack was present. Uzumaki, no other shinobi has ever landed a hit on me, yet you not only did that but you also have managed to endanger my life in each of the confrontations. There is no doubt now when I kill you your blood will satisfy Mother. In fact Mother is screaming for your blood right now, Gaara said. Suddenly the sand in Gaara's gourd shot out and latched onto his right arm. The sand engulfed his arm past his shoulder onto the right side of his face. The arm and portion of his face took up the form of the shukaku and a look of insanity manifested Gaara's face. Now time for round 2. Gaara stated just before he disappeared. Naruto tensed and his chakra tails swayed protectively around his body. The crowd silenced as they waited for Gaara to reappear. They didn't have to wait long when Gaara appeared front of Naruto, his sand-encased arm inches from Naruto's chin. Naruto tilted his lean back evading the brunt of the uppercut, but the glancing blow still managed to send the blonde reeling. Naruto's chakra tails attempted to impale Gaara but he was gone before they made contact. Naruto reoriented himself but it was all for nothing because an instant later Gaara buried his fist into Naruto's stomach. Naruto doubled over and hacked out a wad of blood onto Gaara's sand arm and suddenly a spike of sand shot out of the arm and into Naruto's chest. Naruto chakra tails faded and the blonde slumped over. Gaara grinned until Naruto's body lost shape and fell to the ground in a puddle of blood. What? Gaara asked, confused by the sudden action. Before he had time to think on the matter anymore, a sandal connected with his chin, shooting him into the air. Gaara grunted in pain, but before he could try to regain balance in the air, a fist drilled him on the sand-free side of his face. Gaara went spiraling out of control, but seconds later a heel buried itself into his solar plexus. Gaara's vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, Gaara landed painfully on the arena floor. Yet before the Suna Jinchuriki could react, his head was punted and he went flying into an arena wall. Gaara's body crashed into the wall and continued to move until Gaara found himself buried 3 feet deep in concrete. Just as the redhead began to recover, a fist connected with his chest, burying him deeper into the wall. Gaara looked to see Naruto on the arena floor standing with his arm crossed. The blonde looked up to Gaara with a bored expression on his face. Blood Clone came up with it over the month break. Naruto didn't divulge in any more info about the technique. Instead he glanced at his trench knives and began channeling wind and Kyuubi's chakra into them. Red-tinted blades of wind extended out of the knuckle duster about 3 feet, and Naruto looked back at Gaara and was about to step forward when suddenly a sharp crack sounded through the arena. Looking back at his trench knives, Naruto growled when he saw the weapons were covered in cracks. An instant later the knuckle dusters shattered like glass and fell to the ground. Foolish boy, did you really think those toys would be able to harness my chakra? Honestly, I'm surprised they lasted that long. Kyuubi's voice echoed in Naruto's head. What do you mean it was your idea to have me channel your chakra into those blades? Naruto retorted. I thought they would shatter the moment you did it, but apparently the owner of that weapons shop is an expert at his craft. Kyuubi replied. Great, I was just about to end this fight, plus I need new blades. Naruto growled in his head. I wouldn't waste your time. As you age, the potency of my chakra increases, cause your body can handle it. Those trench knives would simply shatter again, and quicker too. The only weapon strong enough. Kyuubi started only to be cut off as Gaara pulled himself out of the wall. Naruto watched impassively as more sand covered Gaara's body. When the sand stopped, the only part of Gaara's body not covered was his legs, and a large sand tail had been formed by Gaara's gourd. The Kyuubi brat has rushed things along, but I guess now is a good time to start. The 5th Kazekage thought before giving a quick nod to one of his guards. Down in the arena, one of the ANBU suddenly formed a hand sign before white feathers began to fall all throughout the stadium. What the? Kakashi murmured as he saw the feathers falling. When Kakashi was hit with a sudden sense of drowsiness, he instantly brought his hand together. Genjutsu. Everybody release it, we're under attack. Chapter 21, The Invasion of Konoha. Genjutsu. Everybody release it, we're under attack. Kakashi shouted. Taking heed to his warning, all the Chunin level of higher shinobi managed to break the illusion. Unfortunately, though the genin of Konoha were aware of the genjutsu, more than half of them were unable to break it. Almost in the same instant, dozens of Suna and Oto shinobi jumped out of the seats and removed civilian clothing. Without missing a beat, they began their attack on the Konoha shinobi. How unyouthful, Guy said before he blurred out of sight. For once I agree with you, Guy. Kakashi replied as he lifted his headband and revealed his Sharingan eye. The silver-haired Junin then pulled out a pair of kunai before jumping into the battle. Asuma turned Kurenai and smirked. We're missing out, the chain smoker replied before pulling out his knuckle dusters and entering the fray. Kurenai turned Anko to see she had also jumped into battle. The genjutsu mistress sighed before she turned to address the genin. They act like kids. Alright, I want you all to stick with your teams. Shino and Team 7 aid Naruto in defeating Gaara. The Team Guy find Neji and help the Junin clear out enemies here. Team 10 you to escort Hinata to the bunkers, then help the other genin help get civilians to the bunkers. Kurenai ordered. Hey, how come we can't stay and help here? Ino asked, only to shrink at an ice-filled glare from Kurenai. Yamanaka, we are at war. If you ever question my orders again, I will have you tried for insubordination. Kurenai growled. Your team isn't suited for close combat like the other teams, plus you're down a member, so that's why you three need to help escort civilians. Ino nodded and she hurried to the nearest exit, with Shikamaru not far behind pushing Hinata's wheelchair. Kurenai shook her head before glancing at the other genin. You have your orders, move out. Kurenai barked, and the other genin, Shino and Team 7, jumped down to the arena floor while Lee and Tenten ran down the wall and entered the competitor's booth to see Neji standing off against Temari and Kankuro. Neji, Tenten shouted as she and Lee landed by their unofficial leader's side. Neji didn't take his eyes off the Suna ninja. Look at this, more weaklings, Kankuro stated as he pulled the bundle off his back. Kankuro, don't underestimate them, these three are better than most of the others, Temari said as she gripped her fan defensively. Tenten pulled out a fistful of kunai and launched them at the duo. I stand corrected, the boys are better than most, Temari said before she opened her fan and sent out a burst of wind chakra to deflect the kunai. To everyone's surprise except Neji, the Hyuga had seen the fire chakra in the kunai. The weapons were engulfed in flames and continued on toward the Suna pair. The two dodged the weapons and watched as they continued through a wall, melting it as they went. Tenten, your flames of youth burn so bright your weapons are heated by it, Lee shouted as he stared at the holes that were dripping molten concrete onto the floor. I think things just got a lot more interesting, Kankuro said as the wrappings on his bundle fell to the reveal. Crow. Not finished, the Suna ninja pulled out a scroll and opened it. With a large puff of smoke, Black Ant appeared. Now let's get started. Crow rushed the three genin before stopping short and opening its mouth. The puppet then shot out a purple ball that hit the ground right in front of Neji's feet and exploded in a purple cloud. Poison scatter, Neji shouted before he jumped out of the range of the poison cloud. Tenten and Lee also managed to jump out of range of the cloud, but two miniature tornadoes came flying at them. The poison from the cloud was sucked into the tornado, making him take on a purplish hue. Lee grunted before he kicked at the air. The kick was so strong it changed his course and Lee landed right in front of the tornado. Before he could be sucked in, the spandex wearer blurred out of sight. Tenten opted instead to sign in air. Moments before the tornado could impact her, Tenten stopped and inhaled. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, Tenten said before expelling a large fireball at the tornado. The fire jutsu connected with the tornado and the two attacks combined into an intense inferno. Temari growled as the large fire tornado made its way toward her, melting the floor and roof as it went. The blonde kunoiki dove out the way of the attack, only to have to avoid a palm strike from Neji. Temari found no breathing room when suddenly multiple throwing projectiles laced with fire chakra prevented her from jumping out of the range of Neji Juoken attacks. Kankuro wasn't finding going one-on-one with Lee any easier. The exuberant shinobi was able to avoid all of Crow's attacks and had even managed to slide around Black Ant to land a few hits on Kankuro himself. Damn it, hold still, Kankuro shouted as multiple poison-coated senbon shot out of a launcher in Crow's hands. Lee dodged the projectiles before attempting to get to Kankuro, only to be cut off by Black Ant. Lee jumped over the puppet and onto the ceiling. The Taijutsu specialist was about to launch himself at Kankuro, but before he could, a volley of poison-coated senbon needles cut him off. Lee jumped back and landed on the floor a few feet away from Kankuro and Black Ant. I guess I should get serious, Lee said, reaching for his weights. Before he could, the spandex-wearing shinobi was forced to jump back to avoid a poison bomb. The moment he landed, Lee tucked and rolled away from another wave of poison projectiles. Not on my watch, Kankuro growled as he manipulated Crow to continue the assault. Naruto growled as Gaara effortlessly evaded another strike. For the last few minutes Gaara had been dodging Naruto's strike like the blonde was nothing more than a mere child. Even when Naruto had managed to strike, Gaara's sand absorbed the blow seemingly with ease. Uzumaki, quit holding back, show me your true form, Gaara said as he caught a punch from Naruto. Gaara then pulled Naruto forward and attempted to slam his fist into the blonde's chest when one of Naruto's chakra tail blocked the sand-encased fist. Why would I use that when I could beat someone as weak as you without it? Naruto replied as he grabbed Gaara's arm that was holding his fist and, in a show of strength, threw the jinchuriki into a wall. Gaara pulled himself out of the wall and laughed. Are you sure? Your attacks don't cause me any damage. How do you plan on beating me? Gaara asked. I'm going to rip that sand body off grain by grain, Naruto replied. The blonde flashed through a series of hand signs before stopping on dog. Wind style, vacuum serial wave, Naruto said before blowing out multiple blades of wind at different angles by rapidly moving his head in different directions. Gaara made no move to block or evade the attack, and when the wind blades hit, sand flew everywhere. Naruto looked at the cloud waiting for it to clear when Gaara's voice rang out from the sand. My turn. Wind style, sandstorm devastation. A sand-filled gust of wind shot out of the cloud straight for Naruto. Before the sand attack could make contact, multiple tails of chakra wrapped around the blonde, completely covering his body. The moment the attack ceased, the tails unfurled themselves and swayed behind Naruto lazily. Uzumaki, why do you continue to hold back? Neither one of us is using our full strength and I'm starting to get bored, Gaara said just before a foot barreled into his chest. The mini Shukaku didn't move an inch and he glanced up to see Kiba with his foot planted in his chest. Before Kiba could jump off Gaara, the Suna shinobi grabbed his ankle and threw him toward Naruto. The blonde sidestepped Kiba, causing the Inuzuka to continue into one of the trees in the arena. Seconds later, Shino and Sakura landed on the arena floor next to Naruto. The latter immediately went to her teammate's aid. "What?" Naruto asked. "Suna and Oto have invaded. Kurenai ordered us to aid you," Shino explained, pointing to the stands. Naruto glanced up to see multiple shinobi battling in the stands. Naruto shrugged, turning back to Gaara. "I don't help head back up to the stands," Naruto replied. "Idiot, you and that freak have been at a standstill since you two started fighting. With us here to back you up, we could overpower him quickly, then go back up to support the others." "Kiba is right," Naruto Barker, Sakura retorted. Just then a hand of sand grabbed Sakura and slammed her into the wall behind her. As the arm retracted, the hand remained, keeping Sakura pinned. "I dislike being ignored," Gaara stated coolly as another hand formed on the limb Gaara had used to attack Sakura. Kiba growled and charged Gaara, only to held back by Shino. "Rushing in blindly will only result in you getting killed," the Aburame stated. "Naruto's right, he doesn't need our help to defeat Gaara, we would only get in his way." "You can't be serious," Kiba shouted. Before Shino could respond, he pushed Kiba to the side and jumped in the opposite direction to avoid Gaara's sand tail. "You pest should listen to Uzumaki, go help your fellow shinobi. Don't worry, once I kill him I will come up to finish all of you as well," Gaara said when a giant hand of chakra shot out of the ground and grabbed him. "Ignoring me will get you killed," Naruto said. One of his arm was pointed at the ground and Kyuubi's chakra was boring into the ground. Naruto's impassive face turned into a sadistic smirk. If memory serves me, you seem to enjoy slamming opponents into walls. Let me show you how it feels." Naruto then used the chakra arm to slam Gaara into multiple walls and trees in the arena. After a few cycles of the process, Naruto started to see sand come off with his attacks. The blonde continued until he finally heard Gaara shout in pain. "There it is," Naruto stated before slamming Gaara into another wall. This time Naruto kept Gaara pinned to the wall and walked over to him. The Suna Jinchuriki's mini Shukaku form was falling off and part of Gaara's real face was visible, but at the same time the sand was reforming. Naruto brought his free fist up and cocked it back slowly, allowing Gaara to see Kyuubi's chakra engulf Naruto's arm. The blonde swung his fist at Gaara and the chakra around Naruto's fist exploded forward. Gaara cried out in pain as he was forced completely through the entire wall and into buildings on the other side. Gaara slowly clambered out of the building to see Naruto standing just in front of the hole in the stadium. "Fine, if you won't bring out your demon I'll force you to," Gaara shouted before his form rapidly enlarged. Within an instant Shukaku was towering over even the Hokage building. The sand demon was almost eye level with the stone faces of the Hokage monument. Naruto looked up while shading his eyes before he let out a low whistle. "Hey Shino," Naruto called, keeping his eyes on the giant sand demon. The Aburame appeared at his side almost instantly. "How do you propose we eliminate it?" Shino as he took in the form of the Shukaku. Before Naruto could respond, a giant fist of sand came crashing down on the two. Naruto and jumped on top of a building to avoid the fist, but were forced to dodge again when the sand demon's other fist slammed into the building, destroying it. "Well, I need you to find my Nasan Yamato and tell Kiba to go head into the stands and help. I'll see what I can do with this overgrown kitty litter box until Yamato arrives," Naruto replied before he bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood. As the blonde went through a series of hand signs, Shino sent out a swarm of insects to find Yamato while he himself went in to get Kiba. As Shino made it back into the arena, Naruto finished his hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. "Summoning Jutsu," Naruto stated before a cloud of smoke erupted from under his hand. And Naruto had to control his gag reflex as a sense of vertigo overtook him. When the blonde regained his center of balance, he found he was standing atop Gamabunta's head. The boss toad was standing eye level with Shukaku, allowing Naruto to see Gaara submerged in the sand demon to the waist. "Gaki, why have you summoned me?" Gamabunta asked, even though he knew the answer to the question. "That," Naruto replied, pointing to Gaara and the Shukaku. "Why should I? I've fought a demon before and I don't want to fight another one in this lifetime," Gamabunta stated. "So you still refuse to show me your inner demon?" Gaara called. "You hide behind some oversized frog instead of fighting me yourself." "Hold on, kid," Gamabunta growled as he unsheathed his tanto. Naruto applied chakra to his feet to stick the enormous toad's head. With a growl, Gamabunta hopped forward at an untraceable speed. As the toad reached the sand demon, he stabbed his tanto into its arm. With a groan of exertion, he cut the arm off and continues on his forward path. Unfortunately, Gamabunta lost his sword and it crashed to the ground, destroying buildings it landed on. "Gaki, do you have a plan?" Gamabunta asked as he turned to face the sand demon. Before Naruto could reply, a cloud of smoke erupted by the village walls. Naruto and Gamabunta turned to see 3 giant snakes in the process of destroying the wall. A moment later, another cloud of smoke appeared and a giant toad covered in armor landed on one of the snakes and began battling the other 2. "It's a fucking party," Naruto grumbled before redirecting his attention back to Gaara. "Can you get me close?" "Not a problem," Gamabunta said and prepared to leap at the sand creature again when Gaara's voice rang out. "Uzumaki, if you won't fight me with your demon, then I'll just have my demon destroy you." Ninja art, feigning sleep jutsu. Gaara shouted, then his body slumped forward. The sand demon froze. An instant later wild laughter exploded from the demon. Finally I'm free, and look, my host has already found me a toy. Shukaku stated with glee. Getting you clothes might be harder now, Gamabunta stated, looking at the released demon with a little apprehension. Then without warning Shukaku inhaled before drilling his fist in his stomach. Wind style, drilling air bullet. The demon shouted as a compressed ball of wind shot at Gamabunta. The large toad leapt straight into the air to dodge the bullet. Right as Gamabunta reached the apex of his jump, Shukaku inhaled and shot out more bullets. With no possibility of dodging, Gamabunta retaliated. Water style, liquid bullet. The large toad proclaimed before he spat out multiple balls of water. The two attack met and exploded, creating a shower of rain. Then to Gamabunta's surprise, another air bullet shot through the impact zone of the fist few bullet. With no time to make another water bullet, Gamabunta brought his arms up to block the attack. The bullet of air hit Gamabunta and the large toad was engulfed in smoke. When smoke cleared, Gamabunta was revealed with bruises and cuts on his forearms. Kid, we got wake up the medium, I can't take too many more of those attacks, Gamabunta stated as he landed on the ground. Get me in close long enough for me to do enough damage, Naruto replied. Gamabunta nodded before he launched himself at the sand demon. Gamabunta grabbed onto Shukaku, but before Naruto could jump to Gaara's unconscious form, Shukaku shoved Gamabunta back. Hold on a little longer, Naruto stated as Gamabunta stopped sliding. Gaki, I'm a toad, what am I supposed to hold on with? We need to do a combined henge. I'll add the chakra, you just do the seals and pick a form, Gamabunta instructed. Oh, this is perfect, Naruto stated as a creature popped into his head. Gamabunta didn't question him and instead he channeled chakra into the jutsu. Henge, the large toad shouted just before the two were engulfed in a massive cloud of smoke. Shukaku waited for the smoke to clear only to be caught off guard when a creature shot out of it. The one-tailed demon almost gasped in surprise when the Kyuubi's oppressing form charged at him, its 9 tails thrashing wildly, destroying even more of Konoha. Before the Aikibi could even think to react, the heng toad bit into its shoulder and grabbed onto both his arms with its front paws that resembled human hands. Now, Gamabunta's voice growled through a mouthful of sand and instantly the Kyuubi's form was engulfed in smoke. Then out of the cloud a blur shot forward and landed on Shukaku's forward. Naruto dashed across Shukaku's forehead, but before he was close enough to strike him, a dome of sand engulfed him. Kyuubi's tails began lashing out, but the sand simply overwhelmed Naruto's defense. As the sand continued to engulf Naruto, it began pulling him into Shukaku's head. Eventually there was no sign of Naruto. Damn Baka, he gets himself killed and I'm almost out chakra, Gamabunta complained, but it's easy to see he was holding back tears. Suddenly a powerful killer intent engulfed the area. Shukaku began holding his head when 2 giant red claws exploded out of the sides of his skull. The claws buried themselves into his head and ripped it apart. Shukaku shouted in pain as his head was torn apart. Eventually the screams died and Shukaku's form fell apart and Gaara woke up as he fell to the ground. Wow, what was all the redhead could say when suddenly a red blur crashed into his body. The two fell to the ground, but the impact was lessened by the sand which flooded the streets. Gaara got up slowly to see the red blur was Naruto. Yet instead of being covered in one of his chakra cloaks, the red decorating the blonde's body was blood. Naruto's body was dripping blood, his arms and legs were partially crushed and bones were showing on various parts of his body. The blonde was currently lying on the ground staring at Gaara with one eye because the other was completely destroyed. I enjoyed this battle, Uzumaki, but now you have to die, Gaara said as he lifted his hand up. Sand coffin, Gaara said as sand engulfed Naruto's prone form. Sand, Gaara couldn't finish before an explosion of chakra launched him away from Naruto. Gaara slowly tried to get up when a hand clasped around his throat. Gaara gasped as he looked at Naruto's murderous white eyes. You like to play demon, huh? Naruto asked, his voice darker, demonic and laced in venom. I'm about to show you a true demon. Naruto then threw Gaara back into a building, completely destroying it. The Konoha Jinchuriki then appeared on top of the wreckage and reached in. After a second of digging, he pulled Gaara's battered body out of the rumble. The redhead was barely conscious. No, I can't have you going to sleep on me now. Wake up, Naruto stated, adding a heavy amount of Kyuubi's chakra as he yelled to the last part. The effect was instant. Gaara's nearly closed eyes snapped open and he whimpered in fear. Naruto smirked before he buried his fist in Gaara's stomach. The redhead doubled over and only for his head to snap up courtesy of a knee to the face from Naruto. With Gaara's body erect, Naruto unleashed a barrage of strikes to his unprotected body. Then to finish off, Naruto hit Gaara with a roundhouse kick to his face. The redhead's body shot forward and began to skid across the ground when Naruto appeared next to him. The blonde looked Gaara in the eye and grinned as he punched Gaara's body down. The redhead bounced from the strike and Naruto took the opportunity in stride. The enraged Jinchuriki elbowed Gaara in the chest and Gaara body flew into the village walls. Naruto appeared in front of him and punched Gaara the rest of the way through the wall. Gaara fell to ground in a heap onto the other side of the wall. The redhead was covered in multiple wounds, but as if done by an expert, nothing was immediately fatal. Hey there, we're not done yet, champ, Naruto replied, his word coming out in a malicious growl. Gaara could only watch in fear as Naruto closed in on him in a slow, tormenting pace. The pace of a predator playing with its prey. That just as Naruto was within striking distance of Gaara, a spike of chakra caused Naruto to hesitate. It seems you'll live to see another day, all three of you. Naruto stated before his body was engulfed in a pillar of red flames. Moment later the battered forms of Temari and Kankuro appeared by Gaara. The two picked up Gaara and silently made their way back to Suna. Yushi, how did Wen get pinned with this crap? A long-faced bald-headed man asked as he, a man with long brown hair and a bandana on his head. They were racing away from Konoha with Hinata bound and gagged on the long-haired man's shoulder. Mohiki, you should be honored. Once we return this Hyuga to Kumo, we'll be rewarded with mountains of money. Yushi replied as he and his partner continued on their way back to Kumo. Suddenly the two felt a powerful and evil chakra explode back in Konoha. Hurry, whatever is going on back there, we definitely don't want to be a part of it, Yushi stated as he began to pick up the pace. Fine, then you carry her, Mohiki stated as he stopped and dropped Hinata to the ground roughly. Hey, careful, we still need her to be in one piece when get there, Yushi stated. Besides, why would you want to mess up a pretty little thing like her? Hey, how about we have a little fun before we go on? Mohiki asked. Nah, we're still to close, Yushi replied. Come on just for a second, Mohiki replied, leering at Hinata's bound form. Fine, but I get first shot at her, Yushi replied as he walked up to Hinata. The Hyuga's eye widened and then in her attempt to defend herself Hinata hit Yushi with a wave of chakra. To her dismay it only pushed him back a few feet. All cute trying to fight back, Yushi said as he reached for his belt buckle. Just as Yushi finished removing belt, immense killer intent flooded the area aimed directly at the two Kumo ninja. I'm going to enjoy killing you too, a demonic voice echoed through the area. Yushi and Mohiki tried to trace the source, but the killer intent the two were being blasted with was making it hard for them to concentrate. Then Mohiki let out a shriek of pain. Yushi turned to see there was a gaping hole where Mohiki's stomach should have been. The long-haired Kumo ninja collapsed to ground, blood flooding out of his wound. Show yourself, coward, Yushi shouted, his entire body trembling in fear. If it pleases you to see your executioner, so be it. Mohiki spun around to see Naruto standing between him and Hinata. The blonde's crimson cloak was burning the grass he was standing on and his tails were swaying protectively around Hinata. What are you? Yushi asked, trembling. I don't need to answer the questions of the dead, Naruto said as he vanished in a blur of speed. Before Yushi could react, Naruto's arm tore through his skull. Naruto glared at the corpse before taking a hold of the head with his free hand and pulling his arm out of Yushi's skull. Naruto then dropped the body and turned to Hinata. The blonde walked over to her and cut off her bindings and gag. Are you alright? Naruto asked. Hinata didn't say anything, instead she leapt at Naruto and engulfed him in a hug. Thank you, Hinata whispered as mist covered her eyes. Naruto simply returned the hug. The realization that Kyuubi's chakra didn't burn her was pushed to the back of his mind. Come on, let's get back to the village, Naruto said as he picked up Hinata and walked back to the village. The two entered the village by dark and found the fighting had stopped. Wow, pathetic war, Naruto murmured to himself. His chakra cloak faded some hours ago and his wounds now non-existent. Suddenly a kunai came flying at Naruto. The blonde sidestepped the projectile and turned to see a mob of villagers. Demon, you destroyed our homes and now we want you out, a voice shouted from the crowd. Naruto smirked. If you can make me leave, I would enjoy seeing it, Naruto proclaimed, making the crowd hesitated to attack. Then a clone of Naruto appeared next to Naruto. Make sure she gets to where she needs to be, Naruto instructed. Yet before Naruto could hand Hinata to the clone, a kunai pierced through its skull. Don't bother, Gaki, nobody is dying right now. Naruto turned to see Anko sitting on the edge of a building with Kakashi, Jiraiya, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, and Yamato standing behind her. You all realize that if it weren't for Naruto here, the Aikibi would have reduced Konoha to a pile of rubble, Jiraiya stated. Be lucky it was only the area near the stadium that was destroyed. But if any of you still has any complaints, feel free to take it up with us, Kakashi added in a lazy tone, but a small blast of killer intent unnerved the civilian mob. Before anybody replied, a tree jetted out of the ground and wrapped around one of the civilians. The man gasped in shock, struggled to free himself until he felt metal press against his throat. You should be careful where you toss these, somebody could get hurt, Yamato chided in an icy tone as he pressed the kunai the man had thrown just a little harder against the civilian's throat, drawing blood. The man's eye widened and he made no movement in fear of his neck be sliced open. Yamato stepped back and the tree released him and sunk into the ground. With that action, the villagers finally realized that none of the Junin had any intention of letting him attack the blonde Jinchuriki, so they fled the area. Within a few moments the crowd had dispersed and Jiraiya, Kurenai, Yamato, and Anko landed in front of Naruto and Hinata. The other Junin leaving to take care of other business. I didn't need you stopping them, Naruto stated as the Junin's eye set on him. We know, but we just finished a war with minimal fatalities and you killing a large group of civilians would have killed that statistic, Anko replied. Besides, you just destroyed a sand demon and killed 2 Kumo Junin. You deserve a break, Yamato added. Speaking of which, why didn't you ever show up to help me defeat Shakaku? Naruto asked his elder brother. I did, but you seemed to have things under control, so I went back to aiding our comrades around the village, Yamato explained with a bored tone. Naruto rolled his eyes but didn't expand on the subject. After that the small group stood in silence. Nobody knew how to breach the next topic when Hinata gasped. "Oh my god, Shikamaru and Ino." The girl cried out only for Yamato to place a hand in front of her in a gesture to calm her down. "I found them and took them to a hospital. They should be fine. Nothing looked fatal," the wood user informed, and Hinata visibly relaxed. Another silence ensued, but this time it was broken by the Toad Sage. "Alright, I'm not going to pussyfoot around it, Naruto. The council is pissed. While true you did prevent Gaara from destroying most of the village, you technically were the one who knocked him into the village in the first place. You're moving for your banishment," Jiraiya stated, visibly irritated. "So what is this, your final goodbyes?" Naruto asked. The Junin held back their reflex to flinch at the blonde's emotionless tone. Naruto glanced down at Hinata when he felt her grip on him tighten, but Jiraiya cut him off before he could say something to her. "No, Sarutobi-sensei died 5 Orochimaru, so without a Hokage no action against a ninja can be ruled," Jiraiya explained. "That's why this was brought to your attention so soon. You and I are going on a mission to retrieve the next Hokage, my former teammate and a fellow Sannin Sunin." "Why do I need to go?" Naruto asked. "Well, 2 reasons. While you're gone the council will have time to cool off and maybe drop the motion to banish you, and secondly I have some things to teach you," Jiraiya explained, trying to gauge Naruto's reaction. "Honestly I don't think it will work," Naruto replied. "How do you figure?" Anko asked. "Well, the council won't cool off, they'll only forget if we're gone long enough. The moment I get back they'll remember and apply the motion again. As for training me, I don't particularly like the fact you want me to know my dad's jutsu and moves," Naruto stated, spitting out the word dad like it was poison. "Squirt your emotions for your father aside, you have to realize he was a pretty strong shinobi with very power jutsu at his arsenal," Yamato reasoned, and Naruto simply rolled his eyes. "Plus Tsunade is revered as the most powerful medical nin in the world. She could heal Hinata and allow her to continue her career as a shinobi," Kurenai added. The red-eyed women smirked as the statement visible sunk into Naruto's before his emotionless posture reformed. "Alright, I'll go," Naruto stated calmly. Chapter 22, The Search for Tsunade. "So where is this old broad anyway?" Naruto asked. The blonde shinobi and his white-haired mentor Jiraiya were currently walking down a dusty road. The elder of the group gave Naruto a raised eyebrow before chuckled. "You know, if Tsunade ever heard you call her that, you would be 6 feet under," Jiraiya informed, only for Naruto to scoff. "Well, Gaki, let me worry about locating Tsunade. You have other things to work on." "Like what?" Naruto asked as the two stopped walking. Jiraiya pulled out a scroll from his pocket and opened. The Sannin pushed a little chakra into the scroll and a water balloon popped out. "This right here is the key to the jutsu I'm going to teach you. It's called the rasengan and it was your father's primary jutsu," Jiraiya replied. The Toad Sage lifted his free hand into the air and a blue ball of chakra around the size of a grapefruit. Jiraiya walked up to a tree and pressed the ball to the tree. The distinct sound of grinding filled the air before Jiraiya released the jutsu and stepped away from the tree. There was a perfectly circular hole going the tree all the way to the other side. "I already know a jutsu like that," Naruto stated before going through a series of hand signs. "Wind style, wind ball." Naruto put his hand up to reveal a translucent ball of wind around the same size of Jiraiya's rasengan. Naruto walked up to a different tree and pressed his ball against the tree. The ball exploded forward and the section of the tree that the wind ball was destroyed. The tree fell over and Naruto looked over to Jiraiya. "It seems my jutsu is stronger," Naruto added. "Care to test that theory?" Jiraiya countered. Naruto simply shrugged. "Create a shadow clone." The blonde Jinchuriki complied and Jiraiya created a shadow clone of his own. Already understanding its purpose, the clone created another wind ball before rushing Jiraiya's clone. The Sannin copy created a rasengan and met Naruto's clone halfway. The two met and clashed their jutsu together. Naruto's eyebrows shot up when the rasengan destroyed the wind ball like it had been nothing before continue on to destroy his clone. "Kid, the rasengan is probably one of the most powerful close-range jutsu ever created," Jiraiya informed. "Alright, so what is the water balloon for?" Naruto asked. "Glad you asked. Pop the balloon," Jiraiya said, tossing the balloon and beginning to walk down the trail only to spin around when the sound of a pop filled the air and water hitting the ground followed. Jiraiya stood in shock as he saw pieces of the balloon on the ground and water on the trail. The Sannin instantly pulled another water balloon from his scroll and tossed it at Naruto. "Do it again," Jiraiya ordered, and he watched in confusion and the balloon began to flatten like somebody was sitting on it. Seconds later the balloon could no longer stretch any further and exploded, spraying water everywhere. "Well, that is not how you get that part done. Gaki, do the same thing you just did but without the balloon." Naruto nodded and began to form what appeared to be a frisbee of chakra above his hand. After a moment the chakra disc was over a foot in diameter. "Now throw it," Jiraiya instructed. Naruto complied and tossed the disc only for it to fade as before it even reached 2 feet. "Well, it seems you're on your way to making a new jutsu. You should think of ways for it to work while you work on the rasengan," Jiraiya stated, tossing the scroll holding water balloons at Naruto. The blonde nodded and suddenly 13 clones appeared in the clearing. Naruto gave 11 of his clones balloons while the final 2 nodded and took off into the forest. "Where are those 2 going?" Jiraiya asked as the other clones began taking on multiple transformations. "They're picking up a lost and forgotten yet perfectly usable toy for me," Naruto said before turning to the clones. Alright, half of you work on figuring this out with the left hand while me and the other half will do the right. After the blonde received a chorus of affirmatives, he and his small band of clones marched forward with Jiraiya following behind with a smirk on his face. So kid, what are you and your merry band supposed to be, because one old man and 12 children tends to draw quite a bit of attention? Jiraiya said, causing Naruto and his clones to turn around. If we encounter somebody we're foster children and you are our foster father taking us into town to pick up groceries. Names don't matter really, because you can name them whatever and nobody will really care. Naruto replied. The white-haired Sannin nodded before he continued to walk, implying for Naruto and his group to do the same. The group walked on in silence before a perverted grin spread across Jiraiya's face. So kid, about your girlfriend. Pervert, I suggest you tread lightly. Naruto growled as he continued working on the rasengan. What I was just going to say, you're one lucky little gaki. That Hyuga princess is quite the looker. Jiraiya replied. In fact, in a few years she might be the perfect leading lady for my book. Jiraiya began to chuckle perversely until a hand of chakra clamped around him. Jiraiya paled as a demented look spread across his face. You must be some kind of a masochist. Naruto growled moments before he launched the pervert to the next city. What information do you have on Tsunade? Jiraiya asked in a low murmur. The gambler sitting across from him smirked. Quite a bit, but let's put in fate's hands. If you win I'll tell you everything, but you lose you pay up on the debts she owes me. The man offered, slipping over a piece of paper to Jiraiya. The Sannin eyes grew to the size of saucers when he saw the number on the paper before he regained his composure. Deal. Jiraiya forced out, his mind still on the large number that was now looming over his shoulder. The man tossed Jiraiya a pair of dice and Jiraiya shook them in his hand lightly before he tossed them onto the table. After a moment one of the dice stopped rolling on the 3 while the other spun on its corner. Just the other dice appeared to be stopping on 5, and loud popping noise drew the attention of many of the civilians. They looked to see Naruto with his hands out with the remains of a rubber ball in them. The blonde shook his hands and the pieces of rubber fell to the floor. Looks like I win, Jiraiya exclaimed, drawing the attention of the man he had been gambling against. The man looked with a scowl at the dice that added it to the winning number 7. Fine, the legendary sucker is on her way to Tanzuka. She left here a few days ago after she lost over 250,000 ryo here. The man informed. Thanks, Naruto, we're leaving, Jiraiya stated just before a beautiful woman walked by and gestured for him to follow. The perverted sage instantly was lost in his own world and took off after the woman with little hesitation. Naruto rolled his eyes before he used his fire shunshin to return to his hotel room. Stupid pervert, how that man was bestowed the title of Sannin I'll never know. Naruto grumbled as he began packing his stuff, only to be paused due to a knock on the door. Naruto instantly tensed and pulled out a pair kunai. A clone appeared in front of the door and opened it, only to be destroyed by what appeared to be a large sword wrapped in bandages. Naruto-kun, we would like you to come with us, a man stated as he and another stood outside of the door. One appeared to be a mixture of man and a shark with pale blue skin and gills like markings under his eyes. While the other was no doubt an Uchiha, obvious by the Sharingan eyes with 3 tomo that were spinning lazily as he stared at Naruto. Itachi Uchiha, Naruto stated calmly right before he rushed the two. Naruto was a right outside of striking distance when he was engulfed in flames. When the fire cleared, the blonde Jinchuriki was nowhere to be seen. Smart kid, the shark man murmured. Itachi simply nodded before he used Shunshin to transport himself and the blue-skinned man. Naruto, running is futile, just come with us so nobody gets hurt. If he resist, kiss him, incapacitate him, Itachi stated calmly as he and Kisum stood on top of the roof of the hotel across from Naruto. The blonde just shrugged before he rolled his eyes as killer intent filled the roof. It's been a long time, Sasuke-kun, Itachi stated calmly, not bothering to turn around. Hey Itachi, he looks like you, Kisum said. He turned to look at Sasuke, who was glaring daggers at Itachi. Brother, I've done what you said. I lived my life hating you, striving purely to kill you. Now today you will die and pay for the crimes you committed against our clan. Sasuke growled before lightning began to crackle around his hand. Itachi didn't turn to face Sasuke, he simply sighed. Foolish little brother, you're still not strong enough, Itachi droned. Sasuke growled as and charged Itachi, dragging his Chidori along the ground, destroying the floor as he went. Sasuke let out a feral roar as he stabbed his Chidori through Itachi's chest. That's it Itachi, you've let your skills slip, Sasuke said as he forcefully ripped his arm out of Itachi's back, only for it to disperse into a flock of crows. The youngest living Uchiha then growled as the entire world around morphed around him to show he hadn't moved a step and his Chidori had faded. Pathetic, Naruto stated as Sasuke refocused on the trio that was still standing in the same spots as before. Just as Sasuke took a step forward, Itachi appeared in front of him and kneed him in the stomach. Sasuke doubled over and Itachi grabbed him by his throat and lifted him to eye level. Your hate isn't strong enough. Let me remind you why you need to despise me, Itachi stated as his Sharingan eye transformed. Seconds later Sasuke began screaming incoherently and then he passed out. Itachi dropped his brother on the ground before turning to Kisum, who had his sword locked with the forearm protectors of a large toad. Kisum, we're leaving, Itachi stated. Kisum jumped back and the two jumped off into the forest nearby. Jiraiya was about to charge after him when Naruto stopped him. You can't take those to by yourself and I'm not strong enough to pose a big enough threat in that battle. Naruto explained. The blonde gestured to Sasuke. Wasn't he in the prisoner ward of the hospital? Jiraiya looked to Sasuke. Yeah, but I placed a stronger seal over his curse mark so they released him. Technically the boy is on suspension for attacking multiple commanding officers, but knowing the civilian council he'll be back on active duty before he even finds out he was on suspension. Naruto rolled his eyes when a green blur came flying at him and Jiraiya. Just as the blur was about to impact the two, a tail of chakra shot out and blocked the attacker. With his motion completely stopped, Guy flipped back onto his feet and dropped into a fighting stance before relaxing when he saw who he was standing across. Jiraiya-sama, where did the Uchiha and his partner go? Guy asked. They're gone, Guy, but I need you to get this boy to the hospital back in Konoha right now. The Sannin ordered. Guy nodded and picked up Sasuke before he dashed back to Konoha. Hey, what happened to that girl you were with? Naruto asked. Well, I think we should get a move on, Jiraiya stated as he rushed down into the hotel to pick up his stuff. Ero Sennin, Naruto murmured as he followed after in a more casual manner. After a few minutes to pack up their stuff and check out, Naruto and Jiraiya were back on the road. So Jiraiya, what is the last step to the rasengan? Naruto as they exited the last of the city limits. Well, the first step is spin, the second is power, now the final step is control. Jiraiya then tossed a scroll at Naruto. The blonde caught it and opened it. After channeling a bit of chakra into the scroll, a balloon popped out. When you can maintain the rasengan for over 5 minutes without popping the balloon, you have mastered the technique. Jiraiya instructed. So much, how longer before we find Tsunade? Naruto asked just as the balloon in his hand popped. The blonde got out another one while grumbling incoherent curses under his breath. If my source wasn't lying, then we're probably going to catch her in this next city. Jiraiya replied. The white-haired man glanced at his young ward and sighed. Naruto, save it, Jiraiya. I for one could care less about being banished. If they kick me out of the village, there are few things in that shithole that I'll miss. Naruto cut in. The Sannin was about to continue the discussion, but they had reached the top of a hill, allowing them to see a large town at the base of a valley. Yet the reason the sage had stopped was due to a loud explosion followed by a small cloud of dust rising from the castle that was situated in the back of the town. Well, it looks like we're late for the party, Jiraiya exclaimed with a smirk. Think you can keep up, brat? I'm already halfway there, Naruto replied before he burst into a cloud of smoke. Kids, Jiraiya murmured before taking after his young ward. The war veteran eventually found Naruto in the middle of a stare-down with two women both appearing to be in their 20s. The younger brunette was holding senbon needles in one hand while cradling a small pig in her other arm. Behind her was a slightly older blonde, her arms crossed under her impressive assets. Naruto stood with his arms crossed and two of his chakra tails swaying behind him lazily. Brat, I lose sight of you for less than 5 minutes and you pick a fight with the two people we're looking for. Jiraiya chided as he landed Naruto and the two women. Tsunade, Shizune, it's been a while. Jiraiya, what the hell do you want and why are you and this brat looking for me? The blonde asked as brunette relaxed and stored her senbon away. Why do we talk over some drinks? Jiraiya asked, smirking as a glint appeared in Tsunade's eyes. So why are you and this Gaki looking for me? Tsunade asked before taking a sip of sake from her cup. The quartet was now situated in a booth at a bar Tsunade had led them to. Jiraiya, who was seated across from his fellow Sannin, smirked. What can a man visit his old friend with his apprentice? Jiraiya asked. Today is just full of reunions. Tsunade grumbled. Jiraiya's face instantly darkened, but as quickly as it came it was replaced by a look of seriousness. Tsunade, it's time to come back. Jiraiya stated. The council has decided you are to be the next Hokage. Like hell, to be Hokage is a fool's job. That title is a death sentence and only idiots would want it. The medical expert snarled only to hear Naruto scoff. You got something to say, brat? No, I just find it amusing to watch as the kettle calls the pot black. Naruto replied in an airy tone. What are trying to say? Tsunade growled, her temper reaching a dangerous level. Personally, I don't care for the title Hokage or certain people who have been given the title. Naruto stated. Jiraiya flinched slightly, knowing exactly who that jab was directed at and saddened by the blonde's hatred to his own father. But it seems odd to me that foolish old woman wallowing in her own misery while trying to hide behind a genjutsu and alcohol believes she has any right to pass judgment. Now whether you take the title of Hokage or not matters little to me, but you shall be returning Konoha. Even if I have to drag you there by those pretty little ponytails. Tsunade, he just wants you to heal his girlfriend, don't do anything irrational. Jiraiya added, trying to calm the blonde Sannin down. Brat, I think it's about time somebody put you in your place. Tsunade shouted, ignoring Jiraiya. She stood up and slammed her hands on the table, reducing it to little more than toothpicks. Naruto rolled his eyes before picking up one of said toothpicks and placing it in his mouth. This action only angered Tsunade more as she grabbed Naruto by his collar only for a tail of crimson chakra to shoot forward and block her action. Tsunade retracted her hand and growled at Naruto while pointing to the door. Naruto instantly understood and casually walked out of the bar with Tsunade hot on his heels. Jiraiya sighed as he watched the two blondes exit the building. Are you worried about Naruto? Shizune asked as she and Jiraiya headed toward the door. Nah, the brat will be fine. I'm worried about Tsunade. Answer me honestly, when was the last time she actually trained? Jiraiya asked. Shizune was about to reply when she stopped. Exactly, while the kid is nowhere near good enough to beat any Sannin, Tsunade is rusty and drunk. Add to the fact Naruto doesn't pull punches, Tsunade might be in for a bit of a ego bruising. Shizune could only sigh as she and Jiraiya walked out the bar to see Tsunade glaring daggers at Naruto while the other blonde simply stared at her without emotion. Alright brat, how about I beat to within an inch of your life then heal you so I can do it again? Tsunade asked as she cracked her knuckles. Just try to land a punch. Naruto replied. The wisecrack finally broke the dam and Tsunade saw red. The Sannin recklessly charged Naruto and cocked her fist back, only see Naruto shove his hands in his pockets and dodge lazily. Tsunade lash out with her other hand only for Naruto avoid the strike with ease. They want you to be Hokage. Our village will be invaded and destroyed within a week. Naruto mocked with a bored tone as he continued dodging Tsunade's punches. Shizune and Jiraiya watched with sympathy as the elder blonde's strikes became more predictable and sloppy as her anger increased. Something Naruto pointed out. You're out of shape. Naruto dodged a jab. Your form is horrible. The young blonde slid around a hook. Your strikes are sluggish. Naruto jumped over Tsunade's leg as she attempted to kick his chest. You're easily blinded by anger. Naruto tilted his head to dodge another jab. And you're predictable. Naruto finished right as he grabbed Tsunade's wrist. The blonde woman gasped as her attack was stopped cold. How? Tsunade murmured to herself, but Naruto heard her. Oh, I have no doubt if I had tried to do that when you were at peak performance, that stunt would have ripped the arm out of its socket. The reason it worked now, the reason I did, was to show you just how pathetic you've become. Naruto stated calmly. The blonde turned around and began walking away only to duck under a punch from Tsunade. The blonde in turn opened his palm and began forming a blue orb of chakra from his hand. Just as Naruto was about to slam the rasengan into Tsunade's stomach, the ball of chakra dispersed violently and launched the two away from each other. Damn it, Naruto growled as he got up and brushed himself off. Jiraiya, you taught that brat the rasengan? Tsunade questioned in disbelief as she stood up. It's his inheritance. Jiraiya replied simply. Suddenly memories flooded Tsunade's mind. Memories the female Sannin had spent years trying to forget, and as they came bearing down on her, the Sannin found it impossible to stay standing and fell to her knees. Shizune rushed to her side, but by then the blonde had recovered from the onslaught of memories. As Tsunade was aided to her feet, she saw Naruto staring at her impassively and an idea popped into her head. Hey brat, let's make a wager. Tsunade said, smirking as Naruto quirked a brow. What did you have in mind? Naruto asked. If you can master the rasengan in a week's time, I will come to Konoha, heal your girlfriend, become Hokage, and even throw in this necklace. Tsunade said as she pulled out a necklace that was under her shirt. Tsunade-sama, you can't be serious. Shizune questioned, only for Tsunade to throw her a glare. Yes, I am Shizune, Tsunade answered before focusing back on Naruto. But if you can't get the jutsu down, you and Jiraiya return to Konoha, you end your career as a ninja, and let Jiraiya seal away Kyuubi's chakra permanently. The tension on the street became almost tangible as Jiraiya, Shizune, Tsunade waited for Naruto to respond. The young blonde glanced down at his stomach before he shrugged his shoulders. Sure, Naruto stated as he began walking off. So it's a bet? Tsunade asked, making sure Naruto couldn't weasel his way out of the bet. Yeah, it's a bet, Naruto replied, not even bothering to turn around. Chapter 23, The Sannin of Konoha. Damn it, Naruto growled as another balloon popped in his hand. Hey Gaki, why aren't you using shadow clones? Jiraiya asked as walked in on Naruto attempting to master the rasengan's final step. The two clones I sent off almost ran out of chakra a few days ago, so I have to keep feeding them chakra to prevent them from dispersing. Creating clones would cause me to break my concentration on the other two. Naruto explained. Then how can you work on the rasengan and feed chakra to your clones at the same time? Jiraiya asked. With a lot of focus. Naruto growled as the balloon in his hand began growing bumps. Taking a deep breath, Naruto focused on regaining control. Just as the blonde thought he had it, he felt the rasengan disperse and the balloon popped. Well brat, the way you're going, this little wager is all mine. Naruto and Jiraiya turned to see Tsunade and Shizune standing outside the door. What brings you two beautiful ladies to our hotel room? Jiraiya asked as he wiggled his brows suggestively. Jiraiya, I may be a little rusty. Tsunade growled, only for Naruto to scoff. A large tick mark appeared on her forehead, but she ignored Naruto. But'll still launch your perverted ass to another city. Shizune sighed as Jiraiya and Tsunade played their age-old game of cat and mouse before she took a seat next to Naruto. Why did you agree to Tsunade's deal? Shizune asked quietly. I mean, it was we're far from even. What could you possibly have at Konoha that's so important to you that you would agree to that? I can't explain it, nor will I try to. Naruto replied. Besides, the old crone got hustled. I mastered the rasengan with my right hand the day before we got here. The jutsu messed up because I was trying to get it in my left. So why don't you show her that you know the jutsu? Shizune inquired. I'll show her when it's mastered with both hands, that way she can't try to talk her way out of the bet. Naruto replied. You're going to tell her, aren't you? No, Shizune replied as a small smile grew on her face. Tsunade-sama needs to return to Konoha and I miss home as well. Naruto opened up his mouth to say something, but a loud crash drew his and Shizune's attention. The two turned to see Tsunade glaring daggers at a gaping hole in the wall. The elder blonde also had her fist still outstretched while she mumbled something to herself. "Shizune, come on, we're heading back to our hotel room. Good luck Gaki, you're going to need it," Tsunade exclaimed before she exited the hotel room. Shizune gave Naruto a quick goodbye before she scurried out of the room to catch up to her mentor. Naruto glanced at the hole in the wall before taking out another balloon and attempting to master the rasengan. Seconds later, two shadow clones of Naruto appeared in the hole and one of them tossed him a scroll. "How did it go?" Naruto asked. "The thing's broken beyond normal repair," one of the clones stated. "It would take almost an entire pint to fix it," the other added. Naruto nodded before the two clones dispersed. Instantly 20 more clones appeared in the room, some were sitting on the wall, others on the ceiling. 10 of you work on the rasengan with your left hand. The rest of you work on maintaining it while using chakra to stick to surfaces at the same time. I have something I need to work on," Naruto instructed before jumped out the hole in the hotel room and heading off in the direction of the forest. 6 days later. Shizune woke to find herself on a bed. The moment she recalled why she was even unconscious, she instantly snapped out of the bed and made her way to the window only to stop when her foot was caught by something. Shizune looked to see a chakra tail preventing her from stepping on Naruto's sleeping form. "Naruto!" Shizune shouted as she stepped away from the blonde. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he looked at Shizune before he sat up. "What?" Naruto asked, wondering why the brunette was so upset. "We have to go. Tsunade-sama is about to make a grave mistake," Shizune explained. "What, sleep with Jiraiya?" Naruto pondered as he got up. Shizune blushed at the vulgar comment but still jumped to the window. Just as she was about to leap out, she pulled her head back, narrowly avoiding a kunai that embedded itself in the wall. "Damn Tsunade, she drugged me and now even my aim is off," Jiraiya grumbled as he entered the window. "That would have killed me if I hadn't moved," Shizune thought to herself. "Jiraiya-sama, we have to hurry," Shizune stated. "I know, but before we go, is there anything you can do about the drugs in my system?" Jiraiya asked. Shizune's hand glowed green before she placed it on Jiraiya's chest. Moments later, the medic pulled her hand away and a dark purple substance followed. "I got most of it, but I don't have the time to make an antidote, so you will still feel some lingering effects," Shizune stated before she released the substance in a nearby trash can. Jiraiya nodded before he leaped back out of the window with Shizune and Naruto hot on his heels. "So Tsunade, have you made your decision?" Orochimaru asked, his arms heavily bandaged and hanging limply at his arms. Yet despite the bandages, blood was still seeping down the snake Sanen's arms and onto the ground below him. "I have," Tsunade replied. "I'll heal your arms if you give me your word not to attack Konoha." My, what caused this sudden change in heart, Tsunade?" Orochimaru asked, a sly smirk on his face. "Never mind that, just promise me you will leave Konoha in peace after I heal you." Tsunade growled. "Fine, you have my word that I will not attack Konoha once my arms are healed," Orochimaru replied. Tsunade nodded and a white orb appeared in between her hands. Tsunade slowly brought the orb to Orochimaru while the pale-skinned man leaned forward slowly. Just as Tsunade was inches away from Orochimaru, she and her fellow Sanin jumped away from each other, avoiding a kunai that landed in Tsunade's previous position. "What is the meaning of this? Am I to understand you came here to betray me?" Orochimaru asked. Seconds later, Kabuto landed behind Orochimaru, the light of the sun causing an ominous glare to reflect off the teen's glasses. "Tsunade." The blonde medic didn't respond. Tsunade's face remained neutral as she let the orb fade out. "So that is your answer? After all I offered you, you would betray me by trying to kill me?" Orochimaru stated. Tsunade remained neutral. If you look closely though, the female Sanin's fists were clenched tightly by her sides. "Fortunately I can depend on Kabuto's loyalty. A good thing he arrived in time to see the evil intentions hidden in those healing hands of yours." "Yes," Kabuto said as he walked up to stand next to his master. "She and I are from the medical corps, so I could instantly tell she was charging up her chakra for an attack." Tsunade and I was going to heal your loved ones for you. I even promised to give up my dream to destroy the Leaf Village," Orochimaru stated. Tsunade's calm expression changed to one of elation. "As for that, I knew that your promise was empty the moment the words left your lips," Tsunade replied before eyes softened as she glanced down at the necklace she wore. "And even though you would have brought them back, even if could have seen them, even if I could only for just a moment, I would never have been able live with the looks of disappointment and shame they would have given me for making a deal with a traitor like you." "I see," Orochimaru stated as a sly smirk crawled its way onto his face. "Then it seems I have no other choice than to force you to heal my arms." Tsunade's head shot up and she smirked. A fraction of a second later she was right in front of the snake Sanin with her fist cocked back. Orochimaru and Kabuto barely managed jump back as Tsunade's fist crashed down where they had once been standing. The moment Tsunade's fist touched the ground, a large shockwave shocked the immediate area and dust and debris when it cleared Orochimaru and Kabuto could see Tsunade ripping her arm out of the epicenter of a large crater. "Try me," Tsunade growled as she jumped at the two Konoha traders. "We just missed them," Shizune stated as they landed in the same alley Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kabuto had been standing in minutes earlier. Large craters and destroyed walls graced the alley where the three Konoha shinobi stood. Jiraiya was about to respond, but a violent tremor forced the three to brace themselves. After recovering, Jiraiya took off in the direction of the tremor with Shizune and Naruto hot on his heels. Moments later they landed next to Tsunade, who was on her knees a few yards across from Kabuto. Upon closer inspection, the female Sannin had blood splattered on her face, was trembling violently, while hyperventilating uncontrollably. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Jiraiya asked, stepping forward, the traces of poison still in the white-haired Sannin system doing more damage than he had expected. Sweat was trickling down his forehead and he was panting slightly. I came to visit little Tsunade-chan. Orochimaru replied. He wasn't faring much better. The snake Sannin's breathing was labored and blood was leaking out of the bandages on his arms. I'm hurt. Here I thought you and I were best friends, but you have never once came to visit me. Jiraiya cried, sliding into a fight stance. Well, you're always so busy, Jiraiya-kun. Orochimaru replied, spread his feet apart ready to react to whatever Jiraiya did. Kabuto, be a dear and keep the others company while Jiraiya-kun and I catch up. Kabuto nodded before jumping towards Tsunade and Shizune, only to be sliced to pieces by a wind jutsu. That could have hurt, Kabuto murmured, glancing at the pile of wood chips that was once a log. The silver-haired teen then turned and focused on Naruto, an arrogant smirk on his face. I knew I should have just killed you in the Chunin exams. Naruto growled as a tail of chakra sprouted out of his back. Allow me to rectify that mistake. Naruto-kun, while I have no doubt you could handle any Chunin and even low-level Junin, I'm on par with your village's elite like Kakashi, Hitaki and Mido Guy. Kabuto said as a blue glow encased his hands. We'll see, Naruto replied, speeding through a series of hand signs. Wind, style, great breakthrough. Naruto blew a power gust of wind at Kabuto, sending the Oto shinobi tumbling away. Before Kabuto could get up, a kick to his kidney sent him soaring into the air. An instant later Naruto appeared above him with a ball of chakra hovering inches over the palm of his hand. Rasengan, Naruto said, shoving the orb into Kabuto's chest. Oh, you've learned a new jutsu. Kabuto called, leaning against a boulder. Too bad this will be the last time you'll ever use it. Naruto appeared right in front of Kabuto, his Rasengan inches in front of Kabuto's head, but the second it touched Kabuto's face the body turned to mud and two hands shot of the ground. The set of hands reached for Naruto's ankle, but Naruto jumped back and landed a few feet away. The blonde Jinchuriki watched impassively as Kabuto pulled himself out of the dirt. I apologize, Naruto-kun, I underestimated your better than I give you credit. This might just be interesting, Kabuto stated, brushing dirt off his shoulder. I apologize too, I vastly overestimated your skills. This won't be interesting, Naruto mocked. Kabuto smirked and charged the blonde. The instant Kabuto was in striking range, a tail of chakra lashed out, set on skewering the traitor in the chest. Kabuto nimbly slid by the chakra tail and counter with a strike to Naruto's shoulder. The blonde dodged the strike and attempted a jab at Kabuto, only for the medic to try and grab his fist. Naruto pulled back his arm and used his newfound momentum to strike Kabuto with a spinning back fist. The silver-haired ducked under attack and struck Naruto's thigh with his hand, only for the blonde to flip over Kabuto and try an axe kick to his skull. Kabuto crossed his arms and blocked the kick with his forearms before pushing Naruto away. Your jutsu is impressive and the Kyuubi makes up for any holes in your skills. Kabuto deduced as he stood up. This fight ends now, Naruto calmly stated as he tapped his chest and a large zanbato, or what was left of one. The remains of the blade went out 2 feet, showing a half circle going into the blade's edge before it appeared to be missing a large section. The blade itself was rusted and covered in dirt on some parts and the edge looked dull. The only part of the weapon that appeared to be in working order was the hilt. You're joking, right? That piece of scrap metal couldn't cut butter. Kabuto mocked as he began laughing, only feel a sharp pain in his side. The Oto shinobi looked down to see a large cut on his side that was slowly healing. How? This not just any sword, that this is one of the legendary swords of the mist, the Kubikiriboko to be exact. This blade has the ability to take the iron and proteins found in blood and reform itself. Naruto explained. Just as Naruto finished explaining, the blood that was on Kubikiriboko's edge seeped into the blade and the rust and dirt on it fell off. The edge of the blade itself seemed to sharpen and the sword grew out an inch or two. By the end of this fight you will see the fully formed Kubikiriboko. Naruto stated before he seemed to fade out of existence. Kabuto tensed and ducked under a horizontal slash at his chest, but he couldn't avoid receiving a cut on his shoulder. The elder ninja growled, but a large gash appeared on his back. His frustration growing as more lacerations appeared on his body. Kabuto was finding it harder to dodge Naruto. Realizing getting angry wouldn't get him anywhere, Kabuto reached into his kunai pouch and pulled out 2 kunai. The moment he did, he brought them in front of his face, blocking a vertical swipe that would have bisected him from the head to the groin. You fast, but your overall skills with that sword are pathetic, Kabuto said as he pushed Naruto back and kicked him in the chest. The blonde didn't even flinch, for a chakra tail stopped the blow from making contact. I'm good enough to stain your blood on the ground below us, Naruto retorted as he faded from sight again. Kabuto smirked and ducked under a horizontal slashing. This time when Naruto shifted the sword and brought back at him, Kabuto blocked with his kunai. Then, similar to how a gymnast would use the handles on a pommel horse, Kabuto swung his legs around and kicked Naruto square in the jaw. Naruto flew back and hit the ground, only to explode in a puff of smoke. Boom! Kabuto's blood ran cold when he heard Naruto's voice whisper the word in his ear. Then an explosion rocked the surrounding area. Shizune and a still stunned Tsunade were almost back by the explosion, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned their attention to their fighting apprentices. Impressive, the blonde can keep up with Kabuto. Orochimaru praised. If not for the demon sealed in him, I might have attempted to use Naruto-kun as a host. Like hell I would let you. Jiraiya growled, his eyes not once leaving the two young fighters. But what do you expect, the boy was raised by a kid who was Anbu captain at 15. Only person to make captain younger was Itachi. Orochimaru simply nodded. Enough, Kabuto shouted as he turned around and caught the now almost fully formed Kubikiriboko between his hands. The blade now was a couple of feet longer and had a circle-shaped hole in it at the top of the blade. Naruto smirked as he put more pressure on his weapon, causing Kabuto to fall to a knee. You're done, Naruto stated, gripping the blade with both hands and pushing down with all his strength. Kubikiriboko dug into Kabuto's shoulder and he grit his teeth to hold back the groan of pain. Naruto smirked as the blade absorbed Kabuto's blood and completed itself. The now fully formed Zanbato was easily as tall as Naruto, if not bigger. The edge had sharpened to the point where it would slice a hair if it fell on the blade. Kabuto held back the groan of pain as it began cut into his collarbone. Beautiful, isn't she? Naruto said as he stepped away from Kabuto, pulling Kubikiriboko out of his shoulder as violently as he could. The silver-haired shinobi could hold back a cry of pain when the blade cut all the way through his collarbone and cut into the front of his chest as Naruto pulled away. Naruto's smirk only glow as the edge of the Zanbato seemed to sharpen and shine in the sunlight. I told you it's over. What? Naruto asked as he fell to his knees coughing blood. Ignorance just got you killed. Kabuto mocked as he stood up and began healing his shoulder. As you pulled away I tapped you in the chest too fast for Kyubi to block. My chakra scalpels cut open your heart and any chakra lines that connect to your heart. The demon fox can't heal you this time. How does it feel to realize you were only be toyed with this entire time? Kabuto asked, only to receive a punch to the chest that sent him hurtling into a boulder almost a mile away. Gaki, I saw you use the rasengan in not only your left hand but your right. I guess you win our bet, Tsunade said as she knelt down and began to heal Naruto's heart. Before Naruto could respond he coughed out another wad of blood. Hang in there kid, you'll be fine. I don't think so, a voice shouted. Tsunade's head snapped up to see Orochimaru speeding forward, his kusanagi sticking out of his mouth and his eyes zeroed in on Naruto. Just as Orochimaru was about to impale Naruto, Tsunade appeared in front of him. Kusanagi pierced Tsunade's chest just inches from her heart. Orochimaru pulled the sword out only for Tsunade to grab one of his dangling arms and jab with her other hand. The force of the blow would have sent Orochimaru sailing, but Tsunade held his arm in a vice grip. The female Sannin continued to lay blow after blow on Orochimaru's face until she cocked her fist back as far as Shekel before slamming it into the snake Sannin's nose. Orochimaru was shot back, causing him to release Kusanagi. When the snake Sannin stopped tumbling he got up and glared at Tsunade. Why would you protect that brat, Tsunade Heim? Orochimaru growled. Tsunade glanced back at Naruto and saw he was unconscious but breathing steady before she turned and leveled Orochimaru an even gaze. Bequace, that boy is the future of Konoha even if he doesn't know it yet. Tsunade answered with conviction. The snake Sannin scoffed as he brushed himself off. If by that boy is the future of Konoha you mean he'll destroy it, then you might be onto something. Orochimaru replied, a smirk dancing across his face. No, she's right, despite this outer shelf of hatred he has, the kid is too much like his parents to destroy Konoha. He just needs to let go of his resentment. The white-haired Sannin said, adding his 2 cents to the discussion. Really? Well, it's a pity you two will never see it happen because you all will die here and now. The Sannin replied, finishing just as Kabuto appeared by his side. Kabuto dabbed his hand in a spot of blood on the snake Sannin's arm before going through a chain of seals. Almost like the two bore the Sharingan, Tsunade and Jiraiya bit their thumbs enough to draw blood, then began copying Kabuto seal for seal. At once the three slammed their hands to the ground. Summoning jutsu. All three chorused. Instantly 3 gigantic clouds of smoke filled the valley. After a few moments the smoke cleared to reveal Gamabunta with Jiraiya standing on his forehead. To the toad's right was an enormous purple snake with Orochimaru and Kabuto in its head and Tsunade, Shizune and a prone Naruto atop the back of a colossal white slug that had 3 blue stripes running down its back. Katsuyu, it has been a while, Gamabunta said, addressing the slug before glancing at the slug. Manda. Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? Manda hissed, his forked tongue darting out and sampling the air. Manda, if you eliminate them I will have 1,000 sacrifices prepared for you the next time I summon you. Orochimaru said, his gaze shifting from Tsunade to Jiraiya. Fine, I was in the mood for frog legs anyway, Manda said before he dove into the ground at an almost untraceable speed. Bunta jump, Jiraiya shouted just as the boss toad leapt into the air. Seconds later Manda shot out of the ground and beelined at the airborne toad. Faster than a creature his size should have been capable of, Gamabunta pulled out his tanto and blocked Manda's fangs, which were poised to sink into his soft belly. The two fell to the ground and separated instantly. Katsuyu acid, Tsunade shouted. With a curt nod the slug spit a large wad of acid out of her mouth, hitting Manda in the side. Hissing in pain, Manda shoots at Katsuyu and wraps around her. With a tight squeeze the large slug fell apart into hundreds of smaller slugs that dispersed around the valley. Before could Manda respond, however, Jiraiya's voice rang out. Bunta giive some oil. Jiraiya yelled. Gamabunta grunts before spewing out a jet of oil. With a quick hand seal Jiraiya spat a long stream of fire that ignited the oil. The now blazing inferno engulfed Manda, and the Sannin and Toad watched as Manda's body was burned to ashes. Suddenly Manda shot out of the ground and launched at Gamabunta. The toad was able to block at the last moment, but his tanto was knocked away. "You're mine," Manda said as reeled back to end Gamabunta with Posey on a spike. The snake struck forward and Gamabunta brought his arms in front of his body to try and guard any fatal spots. Moments before Manda could sink his fangs into Gamabunta, the toad's tanto came down on him, impaling his mouth. The force of the attack knocked Kabuto off Manda's head and Orochimaru was blasted down the snake's erect body only to meet Tsunde's fist. Orochimaru grunted as the blonde's fist buried itself into his stomach. Yet Tsunade wasn't finished there. The female unleashed a vicious barrage of punches on Orochimaru, yet no blow seemed to affect the white-skinned man. Every punch was only met with a grunt of slight pain, even his body showed now outward signs of injury. The only indication of Orochimaru even being in a fight was the sweat flying off his body after every punch, showing he was in fact tired. Irritated that she appeared to be getting no results, Tsunade doubled her efforts and was finally rewarded with a sickening crunch as a haymaker connected with Orochimaru's jaw. The human punching bag formerly known as Orochimaru skyrocketed off Manda's back and hit the ground, causing a small tremor. "I really am out of shape," Tsunade mumbled as she jumped off Manda's back. "Orochimaru, if you summon me again you shall regret. Damn it, I won't be able to eat solid food for a month." Manda hissed before his form was engulfed in smoke. When the smoke was gone, Manda was nowhere to be found. Seeing as their job was done, Gamabunta and Katsuyu returned to their homelands in a cloud of smoke as well. "Orochimaru, give up, you finished," Tsunade said as Kabuto landed next to Orochimaru and helped him to a standing position. The Sannin let out a strange gurgle which might have been laughter if his jaw wasn't shattered moments before he and Kabuto began to sink into the ground. Tsunade and Jiraiya raced to stop the escaping two, but it was all for naught. The two Oto ninja fully summoned just as Tsunade's fist hit the ground and split it open. "Damn it, how could they get away?" Tsunade growled. Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Running away was always what he did best. The Sannin replied, "Come on, Konoha is waiting." Chapter 24, Power. "Hinata, shouldn't you be in the hospital?" Shino asked as he came across his female teammate. Hinata smiled and shook her head. "I was getting bored, so I asked a nurse if I could take a walk." "Where are you headed?" Hinata asked as she shifted on her crunch to a more comfortable position. "I was looking for Anko-sensei. She was supposed to be back from her mission and I wanted her advice on a jutsu I'm trying to create." Shino explained. "Well, do you mind if I join you?" The nurse said. "I don't have to be back for another hour and I have nothing to do." Hinata said. Shino nodded and the two were just about to walk when Neji landed in front of them. "Hinata, Aberame," the Hyuga addressed as he brushed some dirt off his shoulder. "Hyuga," Shino curtly responded. "Neji ni I-san, how are?" Hinata began, only for Neji to cut her off. "We are not related. I am the heir to the Hyuga clan and you're just some banished trash." Neji growled. Hinata was about to respond when four crimson tails shot out of the ground and grabbed Neji's arms, and Neji could try and escape. Another pair of chakra tails shot out and pierced through his knees. Neji fell to the ground with a cry of pain and the chakra tails holding his arms pulled forward, forcing Neji into a bow. "You are a humble man, Neji-san," bowing to some banished trash. "I see the Hyuga made a good choice in replacement heirs." Hinata and Shino turned to see Naruto leaning against a building with his arms crossed over his chest. 6 crimson tails of chakra were coming out of his lower back and plunging into the ground below him. Naruto glared at Neji and the tails of chakra released him and retracted back into his body. "Shino, could you heal his knees?" Naruto asked as he walked up to his two teammates. The Aberame nodded and walked over to the prone Neji. Shino's hands were engulfed in a green hue before he placed them over Neji's knees. Moments later, Shino released the jutsu and walked back over to Naruto and Hinata. "Gaki, I don't know what crap the old man let you get away with, but once I'm named Hokage, if I ever catch you injury a fellow ninja again, you'll be suspended so fast your head will spin," Tsunade said as she, Jiraiya and Shizune with Tonton in her hands walked up to the group. "Whatever," Naruto replied. "Tsunade-sama, you're back and you're going to be a next Hokage?" Hinata asked in shock. The blonde Sannin nodded casually before turning to Naruto. "So kid, on a different note, who are these two?" Tsunade asked as she eyed Neji slowly getting up and glaring daggers at the three genin before walking off. "This is Shino Aberame, heir the Aberame clan and medic of a team," Naruto said, pointing to Shino, who bowed at his introduction. "And she is the reason I took your bet. This is Hinata Hyuga and you're going to heal her arm and leg." "So you're the Gaki's girlfriend," Tsunade surmised. Hinata blushed faintly and nodded. "Nicely done, kid, she's quite the catch. Well, come on, let's go to the hospital so I can check you out." "Wait, Hinata, I got you something, close your eyes," Naruto said before they could leave. Hinata complied and a few seconds later she felt something hanging around her neck. Hinata opened her eyes and looked down and saw a brilliant crystal dangling on a string necklace. "It's beautiful," Hinata murmured, wrapping her good arm around Naruto's neck. Leaning forward, Hinata planted a kiss on the blonde's lips before releasing Naruto, a light blush gracing her lips. "Come on, I don't have all day," Tsunade said as she began to walk off. With a small wave, Hinata followed the Sannin to the hospital with Shizune at her side. "Well, I have to go too. Naruto, I want you to visit a man named Torin Matsushi. I saw your fight with Kabuto and your swordsmanship is almost vomit-inducing. Torin is the owner of the weapons shop by the barbecue restaurant over in the market district. Ask him if he'll teach you the ways of the sword, and if he refuses, tell him I said if he does it, we're even. Jiraiya said before he left with Konoha's traditional shunshin. I really must locate Anko-sensei now. Goodbye, Naruto. Shino said as his body fell to the ground in a mass of bugs that scattered across the ground. Tauren Matsushi ha, Naruto murmured as he walked off in the direction of the market district. As Naruto walked and was left alone with his thoughts, Naruto began to think about his drastic change in demeanor over the last year to being assigned to a genin team. The blonde's bloodlust almost matched the kitsune demon he harbored, yet as of late the need to kill had waned slightly. Hell, Naruto had been moments from ripping Gaara's heart from his body when he had simply stopped. Why? All the answer led to his teammates and more importantly the midnight hare Hyuga, who claimed to love him. Love really does make you weak, Naruto said to himself as he entered the local weapons shop. So distracted by his thought, Naruto almost didn't hear a voice call him. How may I help you? Naruto's eye snapped to a muscular red-headed man standing behind the counter. Are you Tauren Matsushi? Naruto asked. The man's eye narrowed as he focused on Naruto with a critical eye. After a moment a look recognition spread across the man's face. Naruto for a second thought a smirk spread across his, but it was gone faster than it had appeared. Who wants to know? The man asked, fixing Naruto with an even gaze. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I came to ask you if you could train me to use this. Naruto stated as he pressed 2 fingers on his chest and added some chakra. In a cloud of smoke Kubikiriboko appeared and Naruto caught the blade before it could even graze the ground. Tauren's eyes widened upon figuring out whose sword he was looking at, but he regained his composure after a few seconds. No, the man said simply. Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto started only for Tauren to cut him off. It is not a matter of me being unwilling to train you, but this blade unique only to Kiri. The only man who could teach you how to use this blade to its full potential is dead if you're holding it right now. Tauren explained. You mean Zabuza Momoki? Naruto stated more than asked. Correct, the use of these swords is taught from wielder to wielder. I could simply teach you how to properly fight with Kubikiriboko, but the secrets this sword that are not public knowledge are lost forever. Tauren finished remorsefully. I see, Naruto said. The blonde turned around and began to walk out the door, but Tauren's voice called him back. Uzumaki-san, come back, Tauren said, causing Naruto to look over his shoulder. The blonde was surprised to see a devious smirk painted across the blacksmith's face. There is a way for me to discover the secrets hidden within the weapon if you are willing. Tauren said. What is it? Naruto asked. You see, with a weapon like this the powers it has are not engraved into the blade but the metal itself. If I were to smelt the blade down and study its metal in their raw form, I could discover any capability it holds. Tauren explained. Once I finish my research I could recreate Kubikiriboko to my best ability, then train to use it to its fullest. Naruto nodded until an idea popped into his head. After you melted it down and studied the metal you would also form a different weapon, correct? What did you have in mind? Tauren asked. Naruto leaned over and murmured something to Tauren which drew out a grin from the man. I see you are an interesting one, Naruto. I will have it ready in a month. Until then I shall train you into a swordsman that would have made your mother proud. Tauren stated. The only sign that Naruto was surprised was a slight raise in one of his eyebrows. You trained my mother? Naruto asked. Indeed, Tauren replied. She along with the fathers of 2 genin in the year before you were part of my genin team. You may know them, Tenten and Rock Lee. I know of them, Naruto said. Well, enough chit-chat, follow me, your training begins now, Tauren said, walking to a door behind the counter. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade let out a frustrated sigh as she stood in front of Roshi Yakushi. After she had healed Kakashi Hitaki and Sasuke Uchiha, she checked on Hinata only to be disheartened by the findings. While there was a procedure Tsunade could perform to heal the girl, the chances of success were slim, and that was being generous. Yet instead of stressing over the girl she pushed it slightly to the side and pondered over the abilities of the current medical corps. For results she went to one Roshi Yakushi, adoptive father of recent traitor Kabuto and current captain of the medical corps. The captain of the medical corps and blonde Sannin had just finished discussing the status of the medical shinobi in Konoha, and frankly Tsunade was appalled. You can't be serious with these numbers, Roshi? Tsunade asked as she glanced through some files that sat in front of her. I'm afraid so. There has been an almost 35% decrease in the medical shinobi we have in over the last 12 years. Roshi replied. Tsunade groaned again. Right now she would have given anything for a bottle of sake. But that's not the worst part. The training of our medical corps has deteriorated since the Kyuubi's attack. Though in honesty the same could be said about the academy training since then. Roshi added. Something will be done, but for now I want you to tell me about any promising recruits. I could use a little good news, Tsunade said, rubbing her temples with her thumb and middle finger. Well, there's not too many above average ninja we have in the corps right now, but I do know of one. Roshi said. Tsunade gestured for the man to continue and he smirked before he did. One Shino Aburame is probably the best medic nin I've seen since you. But that's not the best part, he's completely self-taught. The kid picked up medical ninjutsu after seeing his teammates begin to specialize in something. Naruto Uzumaki is grazing the basics of Fuinjutsu, while Hinata Hyuga had a bit genjutsu training before her injuries. The kid's a natural if a little rough around the edges. With proper trainer dare say he might surpass you. Tsunade instantly remembered the introductions one blonde Jinchuriki had given her before she made her way to the hospital. The Sannin smoked and stood from her seat. I see, well that's all, you're dismissed. Roshi nodded before walking out the room he and Tsunade were in. Tsunade stood and followed him out before heading to the Hokage Tower, yet the entire time one name continued to float around her mind. Shino Aburame Ha. Konoha Hospital 3 weeks later. One Sasuke Uchiha was pissed. No, piss did not do any justice to the intense fury that was blazing inside just behind his calm collected expression. The lone Uchiha had been ready to leave the hospital weeks ago, yet had been kept for almost a month to do some psychological tests to determine if he was mentally stable enough to return to shinobi duty. As the days went by, Sasuke's growing restlessness was only fueled by the words of his older brother and nightmares of his family getting murdered every time he slept. Then when he was released and finally able to train again, the last straw had come in the form of his test results. He had failed with flying colors and would be on probation until he completed 90 hours of mental therapy with the approved psychiatrist Tama Yamanaka. Even if he were to do the max 2 hours per day, he would be restricted from training for around a month and a half. You seem upset. Sasuke's eyes shot into the trees above him and found the silhouettes of 4 figures standing among the branches. The Uchiha barely registered he had walked onto the training ground of Team 7 before he darted into the trees. Whoever was up there had picked the wrong time to catch him by surprise. In an instant, Sasuke had his arm elbow deep into one of their chests, the chirping of birds ringing throughout the area. Just a little, Sasuke replied, the seal containing the curse seal broken and the flame-like markings already covering half his face. With a slight tug, Sasuke pulled his arm out of the body and watched as the corpse fell off the branch into the ground below. Well, that was pretty impressive, you almost caught me off guard. Sasuke turned around to see the body of the person he just killed standing with his arms crossed. There wasn't a scratch on him and he just pointed to the ground. Sasuke glanced down to see a log with a charred hole through it on the ground. You don't seem like you're worth the trouble Orochimaru-sama is going through to get you. The person asked. Stepping into the light so Sasuke could finally see him, the person revealed himself to be a teen, maybe only a few years older than Sasuke. He was extremely pale with dark grey hair. The boy sported turquoise lipstick, brown eyeliner and a matching brown bead necklace. Yet the strange hump on his back was the only thing Sasuke really took note of. I'm second part of Orochimaru's Elite Sound 4 and we are here to offer you an opportunity of a lifetime. Saken said just before the remaining 3 members of the Sound 4. A large teen, who could have claimed to be the relative of an Akamaki, with orange hair, stood with a blank face. Next to him was a small red-haired girl with a beanie on her head. On the other side of Saken was easily the strangest member of the group. A tan-skinned teen with 3 pairs of arms. What kind of offer? Sasuke asked as the curse seal retreated back into its place of origin. Orochimaru-sama has the power you want, the power you need to accomplish your goals. This village is holding you can unlock your full potential. Saken said, smirking as he watched Sasuke allow himself to be sucked into the force that was Orochimaru's will. How do I know you're not just lying? Sasuke asked. You can't, but what is making you stay in this shit-stained village? Saken was about to agree when an image of a girl with platinum blonde hair appeared in his head. Then when Sasuke finally felt the power to resist, another image flooded his mind. Itachi and his blade still soaked in their parents' blood, standing calmly in the carnage he had single-handedly created. Sasuke felt his blood boil when Itachi came to mind. The fury was so intense any thoughts about the young Yamanaka heiress was burned along with most of his rational thought. Nothing, Sasuke growled. Good, then pack anything you might need, we're going to leave tonight. We'll be at the East Gate, Saken instructed as he and the other members of the Sound 4 faded out of existence. Konoha 0500 next day. Tsunade-sama, please open the door. Sakura shouted, banging on the doors to the Hokage's office. The distraught genin eyes were red and puffy and there were still stains on her cheeks from tears. Flashback. Sasuke-kun, where are you going? Sakura asked. The pink-haired Kunoichi asked. Sasuke turned around and glared at Sakura. Caught off guard by the sudden intense hostility, Sakura flinched back. None of your business, Sasuke spat. Sakura's blood froze at the Uchiha's harsh words. You're leaving the village, aren't you? You're going to become a missing ninja? Sakura asked when she noticed the Avenger wasn't wearing his high-dye. Smart as every, aren't we, Sakura? So what are you going to do, alert the authorities? Sasuke asked, his expression darkening by the second. Sakura hesitated to answer. No, but take me with you. Sakura asked, tears welling in her eyes. Please, if you leave I wouldn't know what to do. Sasuke, I love you. Sasuke watched with disdain as tears began flowing out of Sakura's eye. You're pathetic, Sakura. I would never take you with me, you already slow me down on our regular genin team, why would I want you slowing me down when I leave? Besides, I've been with Ino since the genin exams. What? Sakura murmured. Yeah, personally I didn't care who knew, but Ino didn't want you to get hurt when you found out. Sasuke stated. The young Kunoichi stood shocked still. How do you think she lasted so long against that Tsuna genin? She trains with me when she not busy. No, Sakura whispered, refusing to believe Sasuke's words. Like I said, pathetic, Sasuke said, rolling his eyes. The next instant Sasuke was in front of Sakura. Before she could react, Sasuke drilled his fist into her stomach. The pink-haired girl crumpled to the ground unconscious and Sasuke rolled his eyes before he walked off. End flashback. Shizune, I need Shikamaru Nara 10 minutes ago. Tsunade shouted to her assistant. Shizu nodded and she was gone while Sakura looked to the Hokage. What's going to happen to Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked. Tsunade sighed and stood from her desk. The blonde Hokage stared out the window before she addressed Sakura. Uchiha will be named a missing ninja and handled as such, Tsunade finally answered. But Hokage-sama, it's not him, it's the curse seal. Sakura defended. Tsunade spun around and leveled Sakura with an icy glare. The young Kunoichi flinched away from her cold look. Sakura, currently Sasuke is one of 2 people in the village that are marked with the heaven curse mark. I won't tell you the other, but he or she has never once let the mark affect their loyalty to this village. If Sasuke is being manipulated by the curse mark, then it's only because he's only allowed himself to be lured into Orochimaru's false promises for power. Tsunade growled. Now Haruno-san, please see yourself out of my office. Sakura nodded and hastily retreated out of the Hokage office, nearly bumping into Shikamaru on her way out. Shikamaru, you're here. Good, I have an urgent mission for you, Tsunade said, not even giving the young Chunin a chance to sit down. Uchiha Sasuke has fled the village in an attempt to seek power from notorious traitor Orochimaru. You are to gather the forces you can and retrieve the traitor Uchiha. Lethal force is permitted. Hokage-sama, is right for me to assume Uchiha is being escorted to Orochimaru by Oto Ninja? Shikamaru asked. We can't confirm it, but it's likely since Sasuke has no way of knowing how to get to Oto alone, Tsunade answered. Well then, I would like a team of highly capable Junin and Chunin to assist me of my retrieval mission, Shikamaru asked, on to hesitate when Tsunade sighed and shook her head. Unfortunately, we don't have enough shinobi available for me to grant your request right now. You only limited to the best genin you can find, Tsunade replied. What about Chunin Shino Aburame and Chunin Naruto Uzumaki? Shikamaru asked. Unfortunately, Shino left with his father in search of a rare insect that took him clear across Wind Country. He isn't scheduled to return for another few months. Naruto Uzumaki is also away. He and Anko Matarashi left yesterday to bring supplies to shinobi on border patrol. They should be back later today. I will send Naruto and Anko to back you up when they return. Valley of End 1900. Next day. Sasuke. The traitorous ninja turned around to see Kiba and Izuku and Akamaru standing atop the head of the Shodai Hokage's statue. He himself stood atop the head of his ancestor and the co-founder of Konoha, Madara Uchiha. Kiba had a deep scowl carved into his face, yet it only amused the Uchiha as he let out a small chuckle. You bastard, why did you try and leave Konoha? Kiba growled. Simple, I needed power to defeat Itachi and Konoha was only holding me back, Sasuke said, but Orochimaru has promised me the power I need and I accepted. You know, I may not be the smartest person, but even to me that sounds stupid, Kiba replied. Sasuke fixed Kiba with a look of confusion, and this time it was Kiba who chuckled. I may have been young, but I know Itachi murdered the entire Uchiha clan before he left Konoha, so didn't he acquire his strength in Konoha? You're right, you're not the brightest, so I wouldn't expect you to understand, Sasuke replied. The youngest living Uchiha turned around and began walking away, yet Kiba didn't take kindly to being ignored. The Inuzuka jumped off the Shodai's head towards Sasuke with his fist cocked back. Sasuke turned around just in time to receive a fistful of knuckles that sent him shooting into the water below. Shikamaru, Chuji, Neji, and Lee all stayed behind so I could bring you back, and their sacrifice went for nothing. Sasuke Uchiha, you're coming back even if it's in a body bag, Kiba said as he watched the water explode as Sasuke impacted its surface. After a moment the water simply steadied, yet Kiba's eyes never left its surface. Suddenly Akamaru growled and Kiba spun around to see a drenched Sasuke grinning at him. I am going to enjoy killing you, the Uchiha murmured. Kiba growled and Akamaru hopped out of his jacket. Sasuke simply crossed his arms and watched as Kiba fed Akamaru a soldier pill. The dog turned red and became more feral in appearance. You finished yet? Sasuke asked, bringing his hand up to cover a yawn. Kiba growled and crouched down, allowing Akamaru to jump on his back. Ninja art, man-beast clone, Kiba shouted before he and Akamaru were engulfed in a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, Akamaru had transformed into Kiba and the both took on feral traits. Yet before they could react, Sasuke was in front of them. The Uchiha kicked Kiba out from the transformed Akamaru before drilling his elbow into the airborne clone's head. Akamaru hit the ground with a sickening crack before Sasuke phased in above of the still soaring Kiba's body. Kiba only had time to gasp before Sasuke punched the Inuzuka down to the water, causing it to erupt into the air twice as high when Sasuke fell in. Seconds later Sasuke landed atop the water's surface and waited for Kiba to resurface. Is that all you have? If so, you might want to just give up now, Sasuke mocked, only to jump into the air to avoid the miniature tornado that was Kiba's Suga. Right at the apex of his jump, Sasuke twisted in the air to avoid Akamaru, who also used the Suga Jutsu. As he fell, Sasuke fell. He continually twisted his body at impossible angles to avoid being hit by Kiba and Akamaru. Chidori, Sasuke shouted when he hit the water. The Sharingan user's right arm was instantly engulfed in lightning and he thrust it into the one of the drills. Instantly their spin was halted and the mangled form of Kiba fell onto the water, only to become engulfed in smoke on Akamaru's dead body to sink into the water below. Akamaru, I kill you, Kiba voice shouted from the other drill. Sasuke smirked and motioned for Kiba to come. Kiba stopped spinning and rushed blindly at the Uchiha. Sasuke smirked and evaded easily as Kiba began to strike wildly at him. After a few minutes Sasuke tripped Kiba and his arm was engulfed in lightning again. Kiba turned around just in time to see Sasuke punch his arm through his chest. Kiba stunned looked down to see the Uchiha's arm in his chest before Sasuke ripped it out. "Thanks, now that I killed you the Mangekyo Sharingan is mine," Sasuke murmured, yet his eyes showed no change. "Wow, killing Konoha shinobi now are we?" A voice called out. Sasuke growled and turned to the new arrival. "You're the last one who can judge, Naruto." Sasuke growled as his crimson eyes looked into the red eyes that were visible underneath Naruto's hood. The Jinchuriki smoked but Sasuke couldn't see it. "Oh, I'm not judging, but you know your life is forfeit when I take you back to the village." "Not that I was going to take you back alive anyway," Naruto said as a clone appeared next to him. Sasuke tensed as the clone casually dove into the water, yet it simply came out a few seconds later with Kiba in his arms. Before it headed off in the direction of Konoha. "He's going to die before he makes it back to Konoha," Sasuke stated, only for Naruto to shrug. "Not my problem. My orders were to bring back all involved in this mission," Naruto said as he pulled out 2 kunai from his pouch. "That includes you, and unfortunately for you it doesn't seem like you'll make back alive either." Sasuke tensed as Naruto vanished in a burst of speed. Yet he was unable to prevent Naruto from cutting into his arm. Before Sasuke could counter, Naruto was gone again. Sasuke growled as he held his arm and began looking around for Naruto, yet all he could see was the occasional red blur. Slowly more cuts began to appear on his body until Sasuke began to draw out power from the curse seal. Instantly the cuts were replaced by the fire-like markings that spread across him. When the markings stopped, Naruto became visible to Sasuke just in time for him to duck under a slash that would have decapitated him. "It seems we're even in power now," Sasuke replied. Naruto stopped and rolled his eyes. "You will never be my equal," Naruto retorted coolly, as the blonde declared that he began to pull out more of Kyuubi's chakra. The blonde's nails extended, his hair became even more wild and his whisker marks darkened. Naruto growled before was gone. Sasuke smoked as he watched Naruto approached. The Uchiha brought an arm to block, but Naruto's fist seemed to just slip through and hit him square in the jaw. Sasuke stumbled back, but Naruto wasn't giving the Uchiha any time to breathe. Sasuke attempted to block a hook from Naruto, but once again Naruto seemed to phase through his guard and the Uchiha went skipping across the water. How? Sasuke asked as he stood up uneasily. "You're a genius, Uchiha, don't tell me you forgot this lesson already," Naruto stated as he walked over to Sasuke. "Even if you can see my actions, if your body isn't fast enough to react, those eyes you care about so much are worthless." "No, I won't lose to you, I'm going to kill you," Sasuke shouted just before he undertook another transformation. The Uchiha was engulfed in the black flame marking and suddenly 2 hand-like wings sprouted out of his back, tearing off his shirt. The markings on Sasuke's body dulled until his skin became a dull grey. The Uchiha's hair also lengthened and a cross-like mark appeared on the bridge of his nose. "This power," Sasuke murmured, flexing his arms to get a feel for his new strength. "With it, killing Itachi will be too easy. It's a shame you won't live long enough to test that theory," Naruto stated, his now crimson face paralyzing white eyes barely a foot from Sasuke. Sasuke only could widen his eyes in shock before Naruto unleashed a barrage of strikes that he could barely. Sasuke attempted to block some hits, but that only resulted in a snap in the air, alerting the 2 Naruto had indeed broken his arms. Soon the smell of burning flesh made Sasuke realize that each hit had also been burning his skin away. What was only a few minutes seemed to drag on like for eternity for Sasuke as his body was racked with indescribable pain. And then it ended with Naruto ripping Sasuke's newfound wings straight out of his back. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, his mind barely on the edge of consciousness. "It seems you and I aren't equal," Naruto stated, only to look off in the distance and growl. "I guess you will live to see another day, Uchiha, but with all good things it comes with a price." Naruto grinned as Kyuubi's chakra retracted back into his seal and he pulled out a kunai and sealing paper from his pouch, his other 2 kunai long since forgotten. Kneeling down, Naruto used the kunai to rip out Sasuke's left eye. The traitor would have screamed, but his shattered ribs only allowed him to emit something of a wheezing cough. "Now even I will feel bad about this," Naruto murmured before he used the bloody kunai to remove the one thing from Sasuke that made him a man. This time, even despite his injuries, Sasuke let out a shrill scream that frightened all nearby wildlife away. Naruto paid it no mind as he quickly sealed away Sasuke's eye and genitals before hopping back. As soon as he did this, Kabuto and Orochimaru appeared beside the crippled Uchiha. "Sasuke-kun, since you didn't know, I'll forgive you, but never make me wait." Orochimaru hissed a smirk on his until he glanced down at the Uchiha. Without a single command, Kabuto was on his knees attempting to heal Sasuke. "Enjoy your broken toy," Naruto stated before he was engulfed in flames. Orochimaru's roar of fury was heard all across the elemental nations. Chapter 25, Nobody is Invincible. Report, Tsunade ordered as Naruto walked into her office. The blonde reached into his weapons pouch and pulled out a scroll before sitting down across from Tsunade. "Mission failed," Naruto replied. Tsunade glanced at the scroll before returning her gaze to Naruto. "Uchiha Sasuke was neutralized and I was prepared to return him to the village, but I sensed 2 powerful chakra signatures approaching. Instantly I knew they were Orochimaru and Kabuto, and while I may have been able to handle Kabuto, I know Orochimaru is out of my league. Faced with the options of trying to grab Sasuke and make it back to the village before those two caught up with me or escape, I took the more reasonable choice, but I did bring you a present. Really, is that what's in this scroll? Tsunade asked, twirling the scroll between her fingers. Naruto nodded and watched as the blonde Hokage opened up the scroll. Oh my goodness, Tsunade murmured as her eyes fell upon Sasuke's genitals and the eyeball. Quickly sealing up the object, Tsunade leveled Naruto an even stare. You are one twisted little shit, aren't you, Gaki? Though I can't complain, you may have just saved the Uchiha clan for Konoha, but why only one eye? It's simple if you think about it actually. Orochimaru is after the Sharingan eyes, not just Sasuke specifically. Had I taken both eyes, his focus would have been on the one who has what he wants, not the body of a broken Uchiha. So since Sasuke still had a Sharingan, it still was of some use to Orochimaru, so he was more worried about keeping him alive than going after me. Naruto explained casually. Alright, well, unless there is anything else, you're dismissed, Tsunade stated. Naruto shook his head before walking out of the office, only to bump into the Inuzuka matriarch, Tsume. You Uzumaki, did you return with the traitor? She asked, making no attempt to hide her fury. No, I had to retreat when Orochimaru showed up, Naruto replied. Upon hearing his words, Tsume's anger rose to new levels, but before she could explode, Naruto's next words calmed her down. If makes you feel better, I crippled far worse than you could have without being arrested. Boy, you severely underestimate my imagination, Tsume growled. I castrated him and removed an eye, Naruto retorted flatly. The Inuzuka head's anger instantly disappeared, yet an equally frightening grin spread across her face as she nodded and walked off. Naruto shrugged his shoulders as he walked off, only be cut off again before he exited the Hokage's building. Gaki, how'd going? Naruto rolling his eyes as the large frame of Jiraiya appeared in his vision. Jiraiya just grinned. Well, it seems you still have a stick up your ass, so things must have been boring, Jiraiya replied. Actually, you missed the defection of the only Uchiha in Konoha, Naruto replied. A small smirk graced his lips when Jiraiya stumbled slightly. You should keep the jokes to the professionals, cause you're not funny, kid, Jiraiya replied, only to pale when Naruto didn't make any indication he was joking. When did this happen, Naruto? Jiraiya asked gravely. About 4 hours ago, the blonde replied with a shrug. If Kabuto was able to keep the traitor alive, they should be in Oto territory by now. Keep him alive, Naruto, what happened? Jiraiya started, only to be cut off by Naruto. If you want details, ask Tsunade. I'm going home, Naruto stated before he was engulfed in flames. News of the Sasuke Uchiha's defection soon reached the ears of the Konoha populace within 2 days, and it instantly became the talk of the town. While most simple wrote Sasuke off as another bad apple like his brother, there was the large group who began to spin tales of the Uchiha's innocence in the matter. From those who claimed it was a ploy to hide Sasuke so he could train in seclusion, then when Tsunade was ready to retire he would return and take the mantle of Hokage. Though the heavily favored story was that Sasuke and Tsunade-sama planned this so Sasuke could get inside Oto so he could take it apart from the inside. Yet within the ranks of the Konoha shinobi, most if not all the ninja had dropped all relations with the traitor. 2 weeks later, Hokage Tower 1500. Tsunade-sama, why have you summoned us? Anko asked as she, Shino, and Naruto entered the Hokage's office. I have a mission that requires teammates' skills, the busty Hokage stated as she spun around from looking out the window to the team in her office. Teammate is a member short unless you have a substitute, Anko replied. The blonde Hokage smirked and glanced to Shizune, who was sitting down on a couch going over a few papers. Send her in. Shizune walked out and moments later returned with another. Naruto-kun. The Naruto turned around only to freeze as spotted Hinata standing behind him, but what surprised Naruto the most was that she was no longer sporting the crutches that he had almost grown accustomed to. The bandages that were usually wrapped around her arm and leg, like a cruel reminder of what he couldn't prevent, were gone, and now only her flawless, pale skin was visible. When did this happen? Naruto murmured as Hinata graced him with a brilliant crystal smile. Tsunade-sama operated the day you and Anko-sensei left on your mission. I got checked out last week, Hinata replied. In an instant Hinata had covered the distance and now had engulfed Naruto in a hug. Well, what are we, chopped liver? Anko said. Hinata blushed before releasing Naruto. Walking up to Shino and Anko, Hinata wrapped her arms around the two of them in a hug. It's good to have you back, princess, Anko said, patting Hinata on the head. Shino simply nodded in agreement. Well, now that this heartfelt reunion is over, I would like to discuss this mission with you, Tsunade stated. Instantly teammate was at attention with Anko in front, Naruto behind her, while Shino and Hinata stood to either side of him. Shizune, send them in. Moments later a tall man no older Anko walked in, modestly dressed in jeans and a white sweater. The man had spiky brown hair and a long scar over his right cheek. Seconds later Yamato walked in with Team Guy trailing. My name is Chukomaki. A woman by the name of Sakana Rado has taken control of my village Fuyu. She and her band of missing ninja easily defeated my elite guards and began running rampant. Sakana has declared herself queen, and with the use of her lightning sword she is ruling unopposed. Teammate, that's where you come in. Your mission is to eliminate Sakana Rado and her missing nin. Team Guy with Yamato in place of Guy. Your mission first and foremost is to protect Chuko. Your secondary mission is to aid teammate in eliminating Rado's gang of ninja. You are to leave at 0700 tomorrow. Tsunade instructed. Hinata, even though I would like you to rest after your surgery, I don't want to risk teammate handicap without you. That being said, Anko, if you feel your team can handle this mission without her, pull Hinata out. With a nod, both teams exited the Hokage's office. Just as they were about to part ways, Neji glanced to team and instantly found his gaze locked with Naruto. Is there a problem? Naruto asked, causing both groups to stop. Neji gaze shifted to Hinata. I'm looking at it, Neji replied, venom in his voice. In a heartbeat, Naruto had appeared right in front of Neji. No, I think you're mistaken, now you're looking at it. Naruto growled, his face only a few inches in front of Neji. The Hyuga heir scoffed. Your arrogance blinds you. These eyes show me everything, your flaws, your weaknesses, your fears. Nothing has escaped my eyes. You aren't a threat, Naruto, nor will you ever be one, Neji said, turning on his heels and walking away. After a moment of hesitation, Tenten and Lee followed after him. You know, something tells me one of those two is going to take a major blow to their ego by the end of this mission, Yamato murmured to Anko. What do you mean? Anko whispered back. Yamato shrugged and watched as Naruto motioned for Hinata and Shino to follow him, and the three walked off. I mean, Neji is just oozing with the Hyuga superiority bullshit, and Naruto's head has become so big he'll fall over if a strong wind blows by. If those two don't humble themselves soon, their egos might get them killed, Yamato explained. 0645 next day. The two groups stood at the village gates, waiting for their client and sensei. Naruto was sitting beneath a tree with a sleeping Hinata in his lap. Shino was sitting in a branch above the couple, inspecting a couple of insects that he had found. Across the gate, Team Guy stood preparing for their mission in a more conventional manner. Tenten was checking a few kunai and sharpening any she felt were too dull. Neji was walking through a few katas in Juoken, while Lee was simply doing push-ups. Well, it's time to go, ladies, we need to get to Fuyu as soon as possible, Anko shouted as she, Yamato, and Chuko arrived at the gates. Moments later, both teams were outside the gate and heading north toward the village. So here's how we're going to do things, Anko said, drawing the attention of the party. My team will infiltrate Fuyu first, while you four and Chuko-san remain hidden outside the village. Once inside, my team will try and get an idea of what the situation is in the village and where Sakana is residing. So what are we supposed to do while you four are inside the village? Tenten asked. Our mission is to protect Chuko-san. So until Team 8 calls us in, we will remain outside and protect him, Yamato answered. Are you sure it is wise to leave the assassination of an A-rank missing ninja to a single genin cell? Neji murmured, glancing between Team 8. Naruto stepped in front of Neji and glared coldly at Hyuga Prodigy. Everybody else stopped and tensed, fearing what was going to happen. Don't worry about that, Hyuga, you do your job and we'll do ours, Naruto retorted. Neji returned Naruto's glare with one of his one, enhancing it by wordlessly activating his Byakugan. Our job is to protect the client, but we can't do that if we have to protect you as well, Uzumaki, Neji hissed. Naruto growled and his eyes turned red. Neji tensed and prepared to strike when Yamato intervened. That enough from both of you, Neji. This mission was assigned by the Hokage. You aren't questioning the Hokage's reasoning, are you? Yamato asked sharply. Neji regained his stoic face, then shook his head curtly and walked off. The rest of the group cautiously followed after the angered Hyuga. Naruto was about to walk off as well when Yamato grabbed his shoulder and stopped. Keep your temper in check, Odoto, Yamato said softly. Naruto glanced at Neji and sighed. The blonde turned back to Yamato and nodded. Yamato smiled before he and Naruto caught up to the group. Without Naruto and Neji clashing with each other, the 5-day journey was completed in a relative silence. The environment had subtly shifted from Konoha's warm lush green forests to freezing snow-filled mountains. The village of Fuyu was located on Konoha's borders with the land of frost and was one of the few towns found in the land of fire that wasn't warm year-round. Alright, you guys know the plan, right? Anko asked as she took Team 8 to the side. Naruto-kun and I will enter the north side of the village posing as a young couple who wanted to take a vacation here, Hinata replied as Anko handed her 2 scrolls. Likewise, you and I will be infiltrating the village from the east gate later on tonight, sensei, Shino replied, taking a scroll from Anko. We will be imitating a pair of desolate siblings looking for employment. Right now, Shino's bug will find whatever hotel you two find, just make sure it has some cheap rooms, Anko said. Naruto and Hinata both nodded and walked off and opened the scrolls, finding new outfits. The 2 young shinobi changed clothes before walking onto the path that led to the village. Naruto now wore a deep orange sweater, a heavy black zip-up hooded jacket, black jeans, and black boots. On his back, Naruto wore a large backpack that was filled with clothing and necessities for traveling through the lands. Hinata was wearing a thick lavender cardigan jacket, lavender earmuffs, blue jeans, and matching lavender boots. Both teams sported wedding rings that shined as the late afternoon sun bounced off them. As they approached the gates to the village, 2 men jumped out in front of them brandishing 2 plain katanas. Hinata pressed herself into Naruto, feigning fright, while the blonde brought his other arm around her protectively. What are you doing around here? One goons asked. Me and my wife are going, we're planning to stay here on vacation, Naruto replied timidly. Really, you seem a little young to be a married couple, the other thug retorted. Naruto quickly noticed both were sporting Kusa headbands that had been slashed through. We've been betrothed since birth. We were married as soon as we were both of age, Naruto answered. Please sir, let just stay the night somewhere in this village. It's cold, me and my wife have been traveling all day. You stay as long as you like. It's just that our attempt on our queen's life was attempted, so we're on edge. The first missing nin replied. Naruto nodded as the goons stepped back and he and Hinata walked inside the village. Inside, the two were shocked to find the village look very peaceful. Despite a band of missing ninja having taken over, people seemed completely at peace. Families walked around with smiles and children played in the snow like nothing out had ever happened. It's very peaceful here, isn't it, Naru-kun? Hinata asked softly. To anybody listening to her, it would seem like Hinata was asking a simple question, but Naruto instantly understood the deeper meaning. It is Hinaheim. I wouldn't mind staying here for a while, Naruto murmured. Hinata nodded and leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder. The two walked around the village leisurely until they came across a small hotel. Naruto and Hinata walked inside and were immediately met by a man wearing a simple green employee uniform. Welcome to the Yukigumo Inn. Can I take your backpack, sir? The man asked, gesturing to the bag cumbersome pack on Naruto. No, I'll be fine. Could you just direct us to the check-in desk? Naruto asked. The man nodded and led Naruto and Hinata to a small desk near the back of the lobby. He walked behind the desk and began typing on the small computer on it. Room for one, the man asked, taking his eyes off the computer and look at the duo. Yes please, Naruto replied. May recommend the lover's suite, the man asked, and for the first time since teammate was formed, Hinata glowed a vibrant crimson and fainted. Naruto caught her before she could hit the ground. Lifting her up bridal style, Naruto turned to the employee at the desk. Just a regular room please, Naruto said. The man nodded before turning to a cupboard with keys in little slot. Glancing around, the man picked one before tossing it to Naruto. With both his hands occupied holding Hinata, Naruto, acting purely on instinct, caught the keys with his teeth. Nice catch, Naruto mumbled out a thank you before asking how much the room was. The man just waved him off. Tonight's on me, have a nice stay, the man replied. Naruto nodded before he carried Hinata off to their room. After running into another worker and asking where his room was located, Naruto found himself standing outside a room located on the other side of the hotel. Gently adjusting Hinata's unconscious body in his arms, Naruto managed to open the door and get inside. It was at that moment Hinata's eye opened. How was your nap? Naruto asked as he laid Hinata down on the bed before taking a seat next to her. It was nice, Hinata replied distantly. Naruto-kun, did you feel something off as we walked around the village? Yeah, for a village that just encountered a hostile takeover they seem to be extremely content, Naruto replied. I thought so too. We should bring it up when we regroup with Anko-sensei and Shino-kun, Hinata replied. Naruto nodded before laying back on the bed. Hinata snuggled against him, causing Naruto to glance down at her. To his surprise, she had fallen asleep seconds already and had unconsciously latched onto him. Naruto shrugged before wrapping an arm around Hinata and drifting off to sleep as well. The next morning, Hinata and Naruto woke up to the shimmering rays of sun that snuck past their curtains. Naruto, being the closest one to the window, woke first. The blonde's eyes fluttered open and he yawned loudly, awaking the slumbering Hinata in his arms. Morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata murmured as she sat up. Naruto yawned again before closing his eyes in an attempt to go back to sleep. Come on, we have to find Anko-sine and EEP. The Hyuga couldn't finish before Naruto's arms shot up and around her before bringing her down to him. Come on, 5 more minutes, Naruto murmured, already half asleep. Hinata was about to reply when a knock on the door drew their attention. Hinata activated her Byakugan only to relax and deactivate it. It's Anko-sensei and Shino. Naruto nodded and a clone popped into existence. The clone walked to the door and opened, revealing Anko and Shino garbed in what could barely be considered rags. Anko was wearing an old faded sweater with so many patches in it the thing could have been made from a quilt. Shino was wearing a thick jacket that had rips and tears that revealed a dingy grey turtleneck underneath. How are you two lovebirds doing? Anko asked as she and Shino walked in the room, closing the door behind them. Naruto grumbled something about good-for-nothing sensei and lack of sleep before he sat up. Hinata slid into Naruto's lap before she turned to address Ano. Anko-sensei, something feels off here, Hinata said. Anko nodded and sat down in a chair in the room. Yeah, we noticed too, the snake mistress retorted. For a village that just experienced hostile takeover, it seems very content, Shino added. So do you think Chuko lied to us? Naruto asked. Definitely, I think it's a trap, Anko replied. So what do you suggest we do? Hinata asked. Shino adjusted his glasses and a small smirk seemed to seep past his mask. Spring the trap. Outside Fuyu 1 week later. How long does it take to come up with a plan? Chuko murmured as he and team guy sat around a fire camping tent set up behind them. Knowing that team of incompetent shinobi, they might not be in the village yet. Neji scoffed. Tenten and Lee sighed, but Yamato finally snapped, having dealt with a week of Neji's superior attitude. Tell me, Hyuga-san, how are they incompetent when they have a 100% success rate? Yamato asked calmly. They completed less than 10 missions. Any fool can get lucky a few times, Neji replied. Yamato nodded. I suppose you're right, but tell me, if that team is so incompetent, why are 2 of them already promoted to Chunin while you, yourself, are still a genin? Yamato asked just as calmly as before. Truthfully, the Hokage has a personal attachment to Uzumaki and Shino-san. Uzumaki did help bring her back while Shino-san is a fellow medic nin. Personal, I doubt their skill or lack thereof had much to do with their promotions. Neji replied while Yamato just stood in disbelief. Even Tenten and Lee looked appalled by what the Hyuga prodigy had just said. Is that true? I heard Konoha was an honorable ninja village. The way you speak, it sounds like your Hokage is guided by personal vendettas. Chuko said, drawing attention away from Neji instantly. His frustration at Neji's constant arrogance had made Yamato forget about their client for a moment. Yet before he could respond, a small toad hopped into the campsite. Yo, Naruto sent me. They have a plan, the small toad croaked. What do they need us to do? Yamato asked. Tonight after they eliminate Sakana Reito, they will need your help getting rid of her missing nin Miltia. They said on Naruto's signal, be ready to enter the village and take down all foes. The toad said. What's the signal? Tenten asked. The toad turned to her and seemed to smirk. You'll know. With those words, the small toad was engulfed in a cloud of smoke which cleared to show he was gone. Team Guy, check your equipment. I want this camp packed up and everybody ready to move in 15 minutes. Yamato ordered as turning to face the direction of the village. Fuyu 2300 hour. Fox Lord to Moon Princess and Insect Charmer, are you in position? Naruto murmured into his mic. The blonde stood on a roof across the street from what was Sakana place of residency. An enormous castle-like mansion that was situated in the center of the village. Surrounding the entire of the estate was a large wall that was at least 20 feet high. The only way for somebody to get in was the gate that was being watched by 2 guards. Even a shinobi would be hard-pressed to sneak over the wall, as there were missing ninja spaced atop the wall watching for incoming attacks. This is Insect Charmer, we're in position, on your mark we'll rise to the surface and eliminate the target. Shino voice stated through his earpiece. Naruto turned to face Anko, who was twirling a kunai on her finger. You know you three don't have a lot of subtlety when it comes to assassination missions. Anko said as her legs tensed, prepared to jump down. Subtle is boring, Naruto said as he grasped the hilt of a weapon sheathed in a large scabbard on his back. The scabbard was jet black with 9 red tails swirling around it until they met at the bottom to attach to a snarling kitsune. The scabbard was so large that it reached down to his thighs and was up a few inches above his head. Naruto smirked at Anko, then flooding Kyuubi's chakra into his mouth, Naruto unleashed a primal roar to the sky. The effect was instant. Every soul in the village turned to see Naruto's hooded form standing atop the roof. Children awakened by the roar cried out for their parents, while the adults stood paralyzed in fear yet mesmerized by the silhouette of Naruto as he casually pulled out the weapon that was hidden inside the scabbard. What's the difference? Anko said as she examined Naruto's sword. Held firmly in Naruto's hand was a slightly smaller version of Kubikiriboko. Naruto smirked as he grabbed the hilt and with his other hand. Once both hands were grasping the hilt, the blade began to shift. Anko and everybody else watched in shock as the once large Zanbato shifted into 2 katana. How the hell did you do that? Anko asked. I'll tell you later, Team Guy is here, Naruto said as he pointed down to the mansion entrance that was just blasted off its hinges by a large wooden projectile. Seconds later a green blur flew through the opening, followed by Yamato, Neji, and Tenten at a more reasonable speed. Anko nodded and the two jumped down to the ground level and rushed through the opening in the gate. The instant the two made it within the mansion grounds, they found themselves surrounded by 10 missing ninja. You shouldn't have come here. For trying to kill our queens, your punishment is death, one of the ninja said, pulling out a plain katana. Naruto turned to Anko, who simply grinned. Winner gets the most kills, Anko said, pulling out a kunai from seemingly thin air. Naruto didn't. Instead he appeared in front of the missing ninja who had spoke, one of his katanas already impaling the man's chest. Before anybody could respond, Naruto's second blade had already decapitated the ninja next to him. Naruto ducked under a wild swing from one of the missing ninja and was about to counter when Anko appeared behind the ninja and stabbed her kunai through the base of his neck. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Anko and Naruto turned to see an enormous fireball blazing toward them. The remaining 7 ninja watched as the two were engulfed by the jutsu. I can't believe they took out Shuko, Maki, and Dezu. Somebody murmured. Stay on guard, I doubt that killed them. Another growled. The guards' suspicious were confirmed when a volley of kunai and shuriken came fly at them. 5 of the missing ninja were able to dodge, but the one who had spoken first and a woman next to him couldn't move fast enough and died painfully as the projectiles riddled their bodies. Naruto and Anko appeared in front of the remaining ninja posed to strike when their attention was drawn to the mansion. A large blur shot of the mansion wall causing pieces to shoot everywhere. The object crashed into the outer wall and slumped to the ground, allowing everybody to see the bloody and battered form Shino. Well, I have to say you two were very impressive. Everybody turned from Shino to the hole in the mansion to see a woman holding hinata off the ground by her throat. The woman had long white hair that flowed down to her waist. Her silver eyes and shapely body seemed to suck the air from every man's chest. She wore a sliver kimono dress with white fishes that seemed to swim about as the moonlight bounced off the dress. Let her go, Naruto growled, his eyes an intense crimson and Kyuubi's chakra flaring wildly around him. Well, since you ask so nicely, the woman sang. Almost too fast to trace, the woman released hinata and kicked her at Shino's still unconscious form. The female Hyuga cried out in pain as her body was sent flying at her teammate like a human cannonball. Moments before Hinata crashed into Shino, Naruto caught her, sliding back to reduce the force of their impact. Naruto looked down at Hinata, who now lay unconscious in his arms. Then Naruto's eyes wandered down to Shino's battered form. "Your friends are strong, that's why I didn't kill them," the woman's melodic voice called out. "You have killed my men and frightened the people of my village, but I don't want any more violence. Please take your friends and allies and leave this place. Sakana Rato, you're an A-rank missing ninja wanted for deserting Yukigakure. We're under orders to eliminate you," Yamato said as he and Team Guy appeared in front of Sakana. "Believe me when I say leaving Yuki was the last thing I wanted to do, but with Dodo Kazuhana taking over and killing all those loyal to his brother, I had no choice," Sakana replied. "Regardless, you took over this village and as such have made yourself a threat to the land of fire. You can either submit now and the violence will end like you want, or you can." Yamato couldn't finish. In an instant Naruto was in front of Sakana, his katanas now reverted back to the form of Kubikiriboko he had revealed when had first unsheathed his weapon. Sakana reacted instantly and she pulled out what appeared to be the hilt of a sword from the pocket of her kimono. As Naruto swung Kubikiriboko, a yellow blade snapped out of the hilt Sakana was holding with a hum which she used to block with practiced ease. "This young man is the Raijin no Ken. It belonged to your second Hokage judging by that Konoha height I ate," Sakana said just as Naruto yelled as his entire body was shocked. Naruto jumped back while Sakana settled into a defensive stance. "This sword is as unique as the one you hold. While yours has the ability to change shape, the Raijin is a blade of pure lightning," Sakana lectured much like a teacher would. "Is that so?" Naruto murmured as he focused his wind chakra into the blade. "Don't for a second assume that using wind chakra will be enough to stop this blade. Despite being made of lightning, once activated this blade holds a solid shape. Your wind will keep you from being shocked but not from being outclassed," Sakana said calmly. "Where did you get that sword?" Yamato asked. Sakana didn't have time to respond as Naruto was upon her again. The snow-haired kunoiki graceful weaved around Naruto's strikes, parrying those she couldn't block. "You're quite good with that sword, but your anger holds you back," Sakana said as she and Naruto engaged in another blade lock. "My anger fuels me, drives me to get stronger. Anger is all I am and all I need to survive," Naruto said as a shroud of chakra engulfed him and a single tail swayed behind him. Naruto blurred out of view, yet Sakana simply closed her eyes and relaxed. Faster than any of the other shinobi could track, Sakana ducked down, barely avoiding a slash that would have bisected her. The Team Guy and the missing ninja watched in awe as Sakana evaded and blocked all of Naruto's strikes, though he was nothing more than a blur or in some moments completely gone from sight. "I had to open the gates to keep up with Naruto-kun at this speed. The woman is truly youthful," Lee said in awe. "Lee, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I completely agree," Tenten said. "Child, there is so much more to you than you know. Not just pain and anger. There is good, too. I feel it. When you can access all of that, you will possess a power no one can match." "Not even me," Sakana said as she closed her eyes again. This time she spun around and thrust forward. Everybody watching shocked as Naruto appeared impaled through chest with her blade. Even more surprising, the blade had cut through the chakra tail that had moved in the way of the attack. Naruto coughed out a wad of blood as his chakra cloak dissipated. "But for now you have a long way to go." As Naruto faded into unconsciousness, Sakana's words seemed to echo through his head and seemed to fuel the anger in his soul even more. "Well boy, it seems your ego finally got the better of you." Kyuubi mocked as Naruto awakened next to the bars holding the beast at bay. "What are you talking about?" Naruto growled. "Exactly what I said. For far too long you have assumed you can simply overpower your enemies. When you were defeated by Kabuto, it was a fluke that was unexpected, but that woman, she was different. She was smarter, faster, and more skilled, and your battle showed it. If you can call that being dominated like that a battle," Kyuubi replied. "That defeat was a fluke as well. If I see her again, I will be defeated again. She was better, and if you faced her anytime soon you would be beaten just as easily," Kyuubi said. "I've heard enough of this shit," Naruto said, getting up only for one of Kyuubi's tails to slam down in front of him. "Learn your place, boy. I will not be killed because your arrogance has blinded you. Nobody is invincible, boy. There will always be somebody stronger than you, and the faster you learn that, the longer you live," Kyuubi barked. To Kyuubi's surprise, Kubikiriboko appeared in Naruto's hand, and before Kyuubi could react, Naruto brought it down on his exposed tail. Kubikiriboko cut through the tail like a through butter, and Kyuubi yelped out in pain as he retracted his stub of a tail. "Maybe you should learn your place, Fox. You are nothing more than a weapon of mine, and weapons don't give lectures. The faster you learn that, the longer you live," Naruto growled as he walked out of the chamber holding Kyuubi in search of a way to exit his subconscious. Chapter 26, Change of Heart. Naruto opened his eyes only for blinding light to overload his optic nerves. The blonde Jinchuriki snapped his eyes shut with a groan. Opting to examine his environment by others means Naruto inhaled deeply and instantly recognized the strong scent of disinfectant, pain, and death. "I hate hospitals," Naruto mumbled, and he slowly opened his eyes, giving them time to adjust to the glaring lights in his room. "Welcome to the world of the living." Naruto's attention was directed to the window to see Jiraiya sitting on the windowsill with his seemingly ever-present smirk gracing his face. "What do you want?" Naruto growled as he sat up in his bed. Jiraiya gasped and crocodile tears poured from his eyes as he turned his back to Naruto. That hurts, kid. I find out you're hurt and rush to see you despite being on an important research mission. Yet you think I simply want something. Jiraiya cried, but his act got no sympathy from Naruto, who just rolled his eyes in response. I'm touched you found making sure I'm alive was more important than peeking on nude women in a bathhouse. Naruto replied. Jiraiya grinned sheepishly at being caught. On to other matters, Gaki, I wanted to ask you something. I want to train you. Jiraiya said, drawing a look of confusion from Naruto. Don't you already do that? Naruto asked. Yes, but I mean I want to train you long term out of the village. Jiraiya explained. Why and how long term? Naruto asked. You know about the Akatsuki, you need to be able to handle fighting them, and soon. As for your second question, it really depends on you. Torin told me about your sword, so along with my training I will be taking you to a few friends of mine that can teach you how to use different swords. It could take a couple of years or a couple of decades. Jiraiya replied. Naruto nodded, but before he could respond a pulse of Kyuubi's chakra exploded out of Naruto. Jiraiya was slammed into the wall as Naruto let out a cry of pain. Just as Jiraiya recovered, Kyuubi's chakra began flooding out of Naruto and began lashing out wildly. The Sannin attempted to get close, but a tail of chakra formed for a moment and hit him with enough force to crash through the wall of Naruto's hospital room and the one on the other side of the hall. Naruto grit his teeth as pain racked his body the entire time, Kyuubi's laughter echoing in his head. What are you doing? Naruto growled. The fox demon continued to laugh as the pain became too much for Naruto and he blacked out. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself standing in front of the cage that held Kyuubi. The blonde watched as the Kyuubi repeatedly slammed into the door with his body while all 9 of his tails swung out of the cage. Seeing Naruto, he stopped and smirked. Welcome back, boy, Kyuubi said with a grin that could have curdled milk. What are you doing? Naruto asked as he glared at the Biju. Oh, that was simply to get you here. Now that you are, we can get down to business. Kyuubi growled. We don't have any business. I'm pretty sure I explained things very clearly the last time I was here. Naruto retorted, but the moment he finished speaking, one of Kyuubi's tails shot out of the cage and attempted to hit Naruto. The blonde gracefully dodged it but wasn't fast enough to avoid the second one and was slammed into the wall behind him. Naruto cried out in pain, but this just caused Kyuubi to start laughing again. You see, boy, there is much we need to discuss. Kyuubi growled as he slammed Naruto into another wall. First things first, I am not your tool. I am Kurama, 9-tailed fox demon and most powerful Biju in existence. Kurama shouted as he continued to slam Naruto in different walls of the room. Then just as Naruto's corporeal form appeared to be blacking out, Kurama brought Naruto close. Your arrogance sickens me, boy. Your strength has grown and now you believe you are just short of a god. You forget I am the one that protects every time you're too slow to do so yourself. I'm the one who supplies you with power when you're out of chakra. Without me you would be some pathetic excuse for a shinobi probably running around spewing nonsense. Kyuubi growled before he tossed Naruto's broken form to the water-flooded floors below. So what are you gonna do now? Kill me and take over my body? Naruto spat as he tried to pick himself up only to collapse back to the ground in pain. If only that was a possibility. Your father was a genius. This seal has too many fail-safes for me to simply destroy your mind and take over your body. To be completely honest, this attack on you probably hurt me more than it did you. Kyuubi grunted. I doubt it. Naruto growled as he ignored the pain and stood up shakily. Then what was the point of this? The point of this was to humble you, boy. If I can defeat you this easily, locked behind a cage which caused me pain as I beat you, have no doubt there will be others on this earth that can do the same. Kyuubi replied. That's crap, you're the strongest living demon on this earth. Naruto spat. Yet I was defeated by a mortal man. Your father defeated me even if it cost him his life, and have no mistake, there are other humans on this earth as strong as him and stronger. I will say it again and it would do you well to listen this time. There will always be somebody stronger, that is the way of the world. No matter how strong you get, no, there will always going to be somebody somewhere on a whole other level. Kyuubi said as he eyed Naruto carefully. Unlike last time when Naruto had simply brushed his words aside like lint on his clothing, Naruto nodded with a deep contemplative expression molded on his face. Kyuubi sighed painfully as he moved in a more comfortable position. It would be best for you to go back. The Sennin is about to do something to lock my chakra away. Naruto nodded and he left in silence. Within a few moments Naruto opened eyes to the world outside. Hokage-sama, the boy is a threat. Allowed Jiraiya-sama to place his seal on him. Naruto heard from inside his room. With his vision still not just adjusted to the light, it was only Naruto intensely honed reflexes that allowed him to snap his hand up and grab Jiraiya's incoming wrist. Don't do that, Naruto said tiredly. A few seconds later Naruto finally could see that standing in his room were Tsunade, Jiraiya, and 2 Anbu. One was obviously a captain as he was garbed in a white cloak, a monkey mask, while the other was dressed in regular Anbu attire, with a cat mask to hide her face. Naruto, what happened? Jiraiya asked. Naruto turned to face the white-haired Sannin to see he looked worse for wear. His clothes were torn in multiple places, scratches decorated his body and a large cut on his cheek was slowly dripping blood onto his shirt. What happened to you? Naruto asked. I mean, you got knocked through a few walls, but it looks like you went head to head with the Sanbi. Jiraiya opened his mouth to reply, but the chuckling of Tsunade cut him off. Jiraiya turned around, but the moment he did, Tsunade's laughter instantly stopped and the blonde Kage averted her eyes, whistling a merry tune as if completely innocent. "Forget about it, kid. Just tell me what went on with you and Kyubi," Jiraiya said. "Nothing, he just wanted to talk to me," Naruto replied. Naruto rolled his eyes when Jiraiya exploded on him about how the blonde needed to tell them the truth when it came to the nine-tailed demon. Quietly summoning a clone outside, Naruto switched with it and casually strolled down the outside wall of the hospital. Seconds later, the memories of the clone flashed in Naruto's head and the blonde was engulfed in a swirling inferno just as Jiraiya slammed the window open and looked down at where he had been. "Naruto." The blonde smirked as he entered his apartment, only to be standing face to face with a disappointed-looking Yamato. The blonde smirk faded as he looked directly into his older brother's eyes. "We need to talk, Squirt," Yamato said, stepping aside to let Naruto into the apartment. Walking in, Naruto took a seat on their couch while Yamato sat down on a matching club chair next to him. "Naruto, you were completely out of line." "What? You disregarded my orders and attacked without any control of your emotions." Yamato finished cutting the blonde off. "Naruto, you're a chunin now and there will be times where others will have to rely on you. You can't just fly off the handle and go on a rampage, you'll put the people who rely on you in danger." Naruto bit back his retort and settled on glaring at the older shinobi. Seeing Naruto's glare, Yamato's stern expression fell and he looked at Naruto with more accepting eyes. "Look, I understand. Your team was hurt and you wanted revenge, but you can't just do something reckless like charging a clearly stronger opponent. Next time it will get you killed," Yamato added. Naruto dropped his glare and nodded to the Yamato. "You're right, I should have used my head. I'll work on it," Naruto replied, standing up and walking into his room. Yamato didn't reply, instead he simply grabbed the remote and turned the television. Unknown location 2000. Pain-sama, the gobi has successfully been caught by Kakazu and his late partner. Likewise, the Nanabi has been sent on a long-term mission. Capturing it now would be ideal. Shrouded in darkness were the silhouettes of 8 people. The one who had spoken appeared to have a Venus flytrap sprouting from his shoulders. "I see, it seems we will have to once again find Kakazu a new partner." Another image stated tonelessly. Despite the images all appearing to be distorted in color, his pale blue multi-ringed eyes were clear as the sky on a bright sunny day. "Sasori, Deodara, after we seal the gobi, retrieve the Nanabi." "Zetsu, what of the Kyubi?" the man asked. The plant-like man shook his head in before he replied. "Unfortunately, he is in the village. Not only that, but I have discovered he will be leaving with Jiraiya of the Sannin to train for an undetermined amount of time." Zetsu replied. "I see. Itachi, you and Kisame to head to Konoha and capture the Kyubi when the opportunity arises." Pain's order surprised everyone, but before anybody could reply he elaborated. "Unfortunately, despite not being fully in tune with his demon, the boy is strong. I feel if we don't obtain the boy before this training voyage, capturing him will prove difficult and resource-consuming. I see, we will try, but with 2 of the Sannin in the village with the boy, I cannot promise we will be successful," Itachi said, only to meet the numbing glare and killer intent of Pain. Much to his credit, despite the glare and intent causing many of the other members to flinch back, Itachi didn't bat an eye. "Uchiha Itachi, you and Kisame have failed me once. If you two cannot retrieve the boy this time, then you shall face the wrath of a god," Pain stated calmly, though killer intent flooding everybody's system show the real nature of Pain's emotions. "Understood," Itachi replied just as his image faded from view. Seconds later, Kisame disappeared as well. Soon every member had left except Pain and the only woman in the group. It was at that moment another figure appeared across from Pain. The only distinguishing part of the man was one visible Sharingan eye. "You do realize now having me force him to choose will only end in him leaving our organization," Pain stated to the man, who in turn nodded. "Of course, but with Itachi gone, Konoha will no longer have a spy in our inner workings," the man explained. Being able to readily respond to our attempts on the boy would have annoyed me. Yet with Itachi defecting, we will have to slow our work until Kisame and Kakazu can be found new capable partners," Pain explained, still trying to figure out the man's logic. "It will also allow the boy to leave on his training trip, which I fear will make him strong enough to stand on level ground with any of the us, aside from you and I." "You give the boy too much credit, Pain. He will return stronger, but I have faith he will still won't be strong enough to defeat any 2 of our members," the man replied. "Have faith. All the Jinchuriki will be captured and then all of world will be in peace." Pain didn't respond. With an unreadable face he faded along with the woman next to him. The masked man crossed his arms before his image faded as well. Land of Fire, Southern Border 2200. "So Itachi, do you have any idea on how we're going to get the brat?" Kisame asked. The 2 of them were sitting quietly in a small clearing. A smokeless fire stood burned between them, crackling softly in the warm night air, spitting occasional sparks into the air that faded out of existence after traveling a few feet. "Unfortunately, no, we were able to slip into the village due to them recovering from a long battle a few days beforehand. Now security will be tight, prevent incidents like the one we caused to happen again," Itachi replied dully. Kisame glanced at Itachi to see the Uchiha traitor was staring roughly in the direction of Konoha. "Do you ever miss it?" Kisame asked, turning back to the fire. Itachi didn't respond, so Kisame continued. "Konoha, I mean, despite everything you did, do you miss living there, being with friends and loved one?" Itachi didn't respond, his gaze cemented in one direction. Kisame shook his head before looking back into the fire. I mean, I understand if you don't. I sure as hell don't, Miss Kiri. Kisum, I'm sorry, Itachi murmured just as his body dispersed into a flock of crows. I see, Kisum replied, pulling Samehada off his back and holding it defensively. Even if you kill me, I will make sure you won't be walking away from this one. Itachi didn't respond. Instead, a flock of crows shot out from the trees and attacked Kisum. The large man smirked as he ignored them and instead shifted Samehada to the side to block an attack from Itachi's ninjato. Itachi, we both know even with your Sharingan I'm the better swordsman, Kisum stated as he shoved Itachi back and followed with a powerful downward slash that Itachi deflected to the ground before coming back with a counter that would cut Kisum apart from the left side of his waist to his right shoulder. Kisum grunted as pulled Samehada out the dirt and brought back just in time to block the killing attack. I know, Kisum, this fighting is useless, Itachi stated, stepping away from Kisum and sheathing his sword. Come with me as your voucher you can seek asylum in Konoha. You're kidding, right? You killed your entire clan in one night. I'm probably more welcome in Konoha than you, Kisum retorted as he hoisted Samehada onto his shoulder. The truth behind the Uchiha massacre is something I can't explain to you, but know that the Hokage knows my loyalty, now and forever, will be with the village, Itachi explained, causing Kisum to quirk an eyebrow. The Sharkman stared at Itachi for a long time before he grunted and put his sword away. Alright, but if anybody tries to deter me, I will personally shred them to pieces, Kisum growled. Itachi only shook his head as he began walking to Konoha. Chapter 27, The Raven and the Viper. Izumo, do you ever get tired of just being the Hokage's errand boys? A young Chunin asked his partner. The two were standing guard at Konoha's main gates, but today nobody but a few genin teams had entered today despite it being well past 4 in the afternoon. Take some pride in your work, Kotsu. Even if we're just errand boys, we have responsibilities that Tsunade-sama trusts us with, Izumo admonished. But come on, we never get good missions anymore. We're the laughing stocks when to every shinobi in the village. Heck, even Tsunade-sama makes fun of us, Kotsu replied. I think you're over-exaggerating just a bit, Izumo replied, a large sweat drop on the back of his head. Have you been sneaking sips of your special syrup? No, maybe a little, Kotsu murmured quietly. Izumo's sweat drop doubled in size before he glanced at two people walking into the village and froze upon recognizing them. What? Kotsu asked, turning to see Itachi looking at him with a calm expression while Kisum flashed him a toothy grin. The two had did away with their Atakaski robes and now Itachi sported the tradition Anbu attire save for the mask, and Kisum was wearing the same thing except in a more grayish-blue color. Kotsu, Izumo, it's been a long time, Itachi said before he and Kisum walked on. The two Chunin stood in silence before Kotsu strung through a series of jutsu and spat a small blue fireball into the air. A ghost of a smile appeared on Itachi's face when he and Kisum were instantly surrounded by 12 Anbu, two sporting the white cloak of a captain. Getting cocky, traitor. Walking straight through the gates like this is nothing short of suicide for you, the monkey-masked Anbu captain said as he stepped forward brandishing his Anbu issue ninjato before he glanced at Kisum, who was grinning. Hoshigaki-san, surrender now and you won't die. Unfortunately you don't have enough men here to take me down, let alone Itachi, Kisum said, causing the Anbu to tense and prepare for battle. Wait, we're not here to fight, take me to Hokage-sama, Itachi said before he walked up to the monkey-masked captain. The Anbu growled and extended his arm out, placing the tip of his blade to Itachi's neck. Itachi didn't respond, but the captain's blood ran cold when he felt somebody warm breath neck to his ear. Hakanoha Platinum Leaf, Itachi murmured, causing the captain to jolt in surprise. It was at this moment that the stunned Anbu sprung at Itachi. Stop, the captain shouted as one of members got within striking range, causing the Anbu to freeze in mid-attack. Rabbit, take your squad back to your posts. My unit will escort Itachi and Kisum to the Hokage, Monkey stated. Rabbit nodded before he signaled to his squad and they jumped onto the roofs. The remaining 6 Anbu including Monkey formed a barrier around the two missing, and with a simple motion the group blurred out of view. Teammate, I'm sorry, but there are no mission for you today unless you would like to partake in your team's first D-rank mission. Tora needs to be retrieved once more, Tsunade said with slight irritation in her voice. After the initial surprise of being informed by Jiraiya that Anko refused to have her team perform D-rank missions, Tsunade had tried multiple times to get teammate to take one. It annoyed her that Sarutobi had allowed it to slide when even her team had taken around 20 D-rank missions. No, Naruto will probably kill that little demon 10 minutes into the mission, Anko replied as she and her team turned around and opened the door only to come face to face with Itachi, Uchiha and Kisum Hoshigaki, who were encircled by a contingent of Anbu. The four stood in shock at seeing the two simply standing there, one with a calm look, the other with a smirk on his face. Well, hello brat, how? Oh ho, where did you get Zabuza-chan's sword? Kisum asked, his eyes falling on the sheath blade on Naruto's back. The blonde snapped out of his daze and growled. I ripped it from his cold, dead corpse in the most literal way possible, Naruto replied in a dark tone. Kisum smirked as he turned his full attention to the blonde. So you're a grave robber, huh? I didn't know Konoha shinobi worked that way, Kisum said with a small chuckle. I'm not like most Konoha shinobi, Naruto snorted. Beside taking this sword and using it to its full potential is doing Zabuza far more respect than let his most prized possession rust away, forgotten in time. You got a point, Kisum said after a moment of silence. It was at this moment Tsunade finally spoke up. Teammate, you're dismissed. Monkey, you and your team stay. The blonde Hokage ordered. With a curt nod, teammate exited the room while Itachi and Kisame entered with the Anbu right behind them. Training ground 44 5 hours later. Well brats, we're about done for the day, so rest up and meet here at 0500 tomorrow. Anko said, her eyes resting on her team. The three looked like they had ran laps around Konoha, then took a sprint around the entire border of Fire Country. Hinata, dead on her feet, was drenched in sweat and using Naruto as support to stay standing. Shino had out his staff and was leaning on it like it was the only thing keeping him up, while even Naruto was sweating profusely and panting heavily. Then, as if the dam had broken, Naruto collapsed, taking down Hinata, who fell on Shino's staff, causing the Aberrame to lose his hold on it and drop to the ground as well. Anko chuckled lightly as she leapt off in the direction of the village. Too tired to move, the three laid sprawled on the forest floor trying to catch their breath when two Anbu landed at their feet. One was garbed in a black cloak with a raven mask on, while the other opted to keep off the cloak and to show his huge frame and large sword wrapped in bandages while he wore a shark mask. You know, even if you acquire the masks, it doesn't conceal your identity if specific traits, weapons, and anomalies are distinguishable, Shino panted out as he glanced at Samehada and the shark mask. We really weren't trying to hide from you three brats, Kisame said as he moved his mask to reveal his grinning face. Then why are you here? Obviously there are more details to the Uchiha massacre than the public was granted access to if you two aren't locked behind bars, Hinata said, cutting straight to the point. Yes, but we're not at liberty to discuss that with you three. Itachi replied. Actually, I'm here to talk to you specifically, Naruto. The blonde sat up and looked up, stared straight into Itachi's eyes before smirking. Is it about what I did to your brother? Kisame smirked, but it instantly faded when the area became thick with poorly contained killer intent. Yes, astute as ever, Naruto, Itachi said, his calm visage never once fading, yet the killer intent increasing with every second. While I'm not going to do anything this time, from now on you will leave my brother's affairs to me. I will handle him and any problem he causes for Konoha. Are we clear? Naruto nodded silently. Despite the killer intent being far less potent than that of the demon that resided in him, Naruto knew Itachi could deliver any underlying threat of pain he was sending with just one glance. Itachi nodded and the killer intent faded instantly, and everybody released the breaths they didn't know they were holding. Come on Kisame, we have things to do, Itachi said calmly. Not even waiting for Kisame to respond, Itachi burst into a flock of crows that flew off into the canopy. Later brats, Kisame said before his body became water and fell to the ground with a small splash. The three stayed silent for a moment until Shino let out a sigh. My intuition tells me this won't be the final altercation you and Itachi have, he murmured, adjusting his shades on his nose. You're probably right, Naruto replied. We should be heading back to the village. Hinata and Shino nodded, and together the three tired shinobi walked back home. The next day, 1200. The entire village was in uproar. It took no time at all for the citizens, shinobi or not, to learn Itachi Uchiha had returned to Konoha, and the general reaction was effectively split into two sections. Those who had called for Itachi's immediate execution, this consisted mainly of civilians, and shinobi who weren't as well informed, and those who simply wanted to hear from Itachi about what happened. This group consisted entirely of shinobi who had known or worked with Itachi and had always believed there was more to the Uchiha massacre based on Itachi's character. You had to just walk right in, huh? Tsunade grumbled to Itachi, who, along with Kisame, was seated across from her in her office. You're one of the best shinobi in the world, and it never crossed your mind to sneak into the village and find me. That's what I said, but Itachi said he didn't feel right about sneaking back into his home. Kisame explained. It doesn't matter anyway. You two have a special mission. Jiraiya is leaving with Naruto in a week and you two are to accompany them. Tsunade stated. What, I'm not a babysitter. Why does the Jiraiya need our help to watch the brat? Kisame asked with a groan. He doesn't need your help, he really only asked for Itachi, but if you don't want to come I have other things you can do while Itachi is away, Tsunade said with devious smirk. The look in her eyes sent a chill down Kisame's back. Fuck, fine, I'll do it, Kisame replied. Good, you're dismissed, Tsunade said with a chuckle. With slight gulp, Kisame exited the room. With Kisame gone, Itachi finally decided to speak up. Why did Jiraiya ask for me to come with him on this mission? Itachi asked, getting straight to the point. His main reason was to help teach Naruto, the pervert said, with Naruto's main element being wind and his being earth. After helping Naruto learn the rest of his father's jutsu, there's really not much more Jiraiya could have taught him. Tsunade said. Really, Jiraiya will probably be the least involved in Naruto's training. So Jiraiya wants me there to teach him any wind jutsu I know? Itachi asked. That, and I want you to work on the kid's stealth. Him and Jiraiya are about as subtle as a bullhorn, Tsunade added. Itachi nodded as a small smile appeared on his face. I'll do it, Itachi stated before walking out of Tsunade's office. You would think people would be happy we have an Uchiha back in the village, especially since it's the good one, Naruto said, sitting at a table at a large table in one of the dango shops Anko frequently visited. Among him were the other rookie 9-Sasuke along with Guy's team. In a rare occurrence, all the teams had gotten the day off and Ino had suggested that they spend the day together. Itachi's a traitor, of course people would want him dead, Sakura retorted, biting back her response about Naruto, implying Itachi was better than Sasuke. Troublesome, come on Sakura, if Itachi was simply a traitor Tsunade would have had him executed by now. Shikamaru replied in a bored tone. Shikamaru right, obviously there is more to the massacre than we know. Neji added. I don't know, the village really loves their Uchihas. If we had brought Sasuke back he would have just got a slap on the wrist and everything would have been fine. Kiba retorted. If you think about it, Kiba's right. Sasuke had betrayed the village. Don't say anything, Sakura. Tenten said, stopping Sakura, who had her mouth partially open in a reply. And most people wanted to believe he was just captured. It doesn't matter really, Hokage-sama will probably explain what really happened and Itachi will be forgiven by the people. Ino said. Everybody nodded in agreement. Anybody down for a little sparring? Kiba asked as he stood up to stretch. Yosh, I would love to partake in a youthful spar, Kiba-san. Lee shouted, jumping out of his chair. That sounds troublesome, Shikamaru replied as he got up as well. Hinata, fight me, Neji calmly stated, drawing the attention of everybody. Naruto, who had been talking quietly to Hinata, growled, but Hinata placed her hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Why do you want to fight me, Neji Ni-san? Hinata asked quietly. You know exactly why, Neji barked. Hinata sighed and glanced around at everybody who was looking at her with bated breaths. Fine, she replied, then walked out the shop, Naruto and Shino at her sides, the rest of their party walking behind her. The walk was casual but the tension in the group was thick. Naruto and Shino were angered and hiding it poorly. A low yet clear buzzing was coming from Shino while occasional wisps of red chakra were flowing out of Naruto. This caused the remaining Konoha 11 to give Team 8 a wide berth. Only Neji dare stay well within the two angered men's vision, which only led to angering them even more. Yet before Naruto and Shino could act, the group reached the training grounds. The grounds were fairly simple in design. A large stream ran through the center of the grounds. Near the entrance, on the edge of the stream, was a large patch of land worn down to dirt from constant use. On one end of the land were 3 training posts, on the other end the dirt returned to grass for a ways, then a few trees grew. On the other side of the river a grassy patch of land grew, and then the training ground was walled off by a cliff. So are you ready, Ni-san? Hinata asked, walking into the center of the field. Neji scoffed as he stood a reasonable distance in front of Hinata. So who's going to ref this rumble? Kiba asked, plopping down onto the grass. Shikamaru, Ino replied flatly. Said Chunin turned his teammate, showing more emotion in his glare than he had ever had the energy to do. She's right, Shika. Our team is the most neutral and you clearly have the best jutsu to subdue a person. Chuji added. Shikamaru turned his glare toward Chuji for a second, then sighed, defeated. Troublesome. Fine, the rules are simple. Fight until one of you is incapacitated and no fatal moves. If I see the fight is becoming one-sided, then I will stop it, but it's a judgment, so don't expect me to bail you out at the first sign of trouble. Shikamaru explained. You may begin. Hinata paid no attention to Shikamaru as he leapt over to the rest of the group, who had spaced themselves around the area Kiba had sat down at, save for Naruto and Shino, who found shade under a tree a few yards away from the group. Hinata, it is time I show you that you are not exempt from fate, Neji said, dropping into a perfect Hyuga Taijutsu stance. Hinata didn't respond. Instead she dropped into what appeared to be the snake stance. Her body was low to the ground, so low that her right knee was bent lower than a 90-degree angle. Her other leg was straight ahead with her foot resting on its side. Neji paused for a moment, surprised like everybody except Shino and Naruto. It appears Hinata has completed her new Taijutsu style, Shino said to Naruto. No, but she's comfortable enough with it to try it out against Neji. Naruto replied. Why did Hinata learn a new Taijutsu form? Ino asked, being the closest to the two members of Team 8. Most members of the Hyuga clan have an affinity toward Earth. Naruto started. This being so, the Juuken style was created based off the properties of Earth and Earth Jutsu, so that most of the family would have a natural comfort with the style. Hinata's affinity though is water, and as such Juuken is not suited for her. So she can't learn it? Sakura asked. And you were supposed to be the smart one, Naruto grumbled. No, Hinata is fully capable of mastering and utilizing the Juuken with the same efficiency as Neji. What Naruto is simply saying is that Hinata would never be comfortable fighting with the style, so she developed her own. Shino explained. Mamushiken, Naruto said, a combination of Hibiken and Juuken. It relies on quick strikes, counters, and striking at angles that your opponent wouldn't expect. It's fluid like water, and as such Hinata is perfect for it. And she's been working on it since she joined our team after seeing Anko-sensei fight. We're surprised she good enough to use it against Neji. With that said, Naruto and Shino turned back to see Hinata and Neji engaged in heated combat. Neji seemed intent to keep Hinata on the defensive as he was pressing hard on the attack. Yet despite this, Hinata seemed content to just dodge and redirect each of Neji's attacks. This appeared to anger the Hyuga prodigy because a scowl was steadily growing on his face and his attacks were becoming more wild and powerful until chakra was actually visibly glowing on his fingertips. It was at the moment everything seemed to freeze. Everybody stopped breathing, nobody moved, and even the river and the breeze seemed to fade. Hinata and Neji stood right next to each other, their faces only a foot apart. Then a stream of blood trickled out the corner of Neji's lips and the world span once more. What happened? Ino asked. It was so fast, Kiba said in awe. This fighting style is dangerous. When Neji made a mistake most would have missed, Hinata stepped into his guard and delivered a strike right to his lungs. Neji needs to calm down or he will be defeated easily, Lee explained. No, this is already over. Hinata is about to start fighting now. Naruto said just loud enough for everybody to hear. Instead of questioning the blonde, the group turned back to see Hinata had back away from Neji and had redoubled her stance. Well Hinata, I'm impressed this new fighting is effective. Neji wiping the blood from his chin. But now that I know what your limits are, this fight is over. Upon ending his sentence, Neji charged. In an instant Neji was on Hinata, his attacks coming swiftly and flawlessly. Yet this time Hinata was taking an offensive as well. She was moving in and out of Neji guard, striking in any and every hole in Neji's defense. Flowing around Neji's attack and landing blows in unprotected areas she would create by doing so. Soon signs began to show on Neji. More blood began to leak out Neji's mouth, sweat was dripping off his body. His moves were becoming slow and ragged. Enough, Neji growled. With a powerful pulse of chakra, the Hyuga prodigy opened up his closed chakra points and dropped into a stance similar to Hinata's. You're in my range. Hinata's eyes widened as Neji appeared in front her, poised to strike. But the recently banished Hyuga surprised Neji when she simply spat in his face, causing in him stumble, giving her the opening to kick him away. With the group, Kiba had erupted in laughter after seeing how Hinata countered one of the Hyuga clan's most techniques. Ha ha, oh god, ha, she spat in his face, ha. Kiba cried out. The Inuzuka was holding his side as he rolled in the grass laughing. Though nobody reacted as dramatically as Kiba, they were finding it hard not to laugh. I suggest you tread lightly, Naruto. She seems to be adopting more traits from Anko as the two train together more often. Shino said. I know, right? He next thing you know she'll be sending snakes after you. Step out of line. Kiba agreed, still laughing lightly. I'm sorry Neji Nezen, but this is where this fight ends. Hinata said, speeding a series of hand signs that Naruto recognized instantly. Summoning jutsu. Hinata was covered in a cloud of smoke when it cleared. Hinata had two large grey and yellow vipers by her side. Naruto froze. Never in life had he feared anything. He had faced down Orochimaru with no fear, only been slightly intimidated by Itachi Uchiha. Yet looking at the girl he had proclaimed he might love being flanked by two large snake, the blonde Jinchuriki couldn't help but shiver. Hello Rakurai, Boruto, it's time for that move we've been working on. Hinata said, glancing at Neji, who was still getting up slowly, killing intent flooding out of him in waves. Just as Neji got up, Hinata flashed through a series of hand signs. Water style, lightning snake, Hinata yelled, spitting a large jet of water at Neji. The two snakes grazed their fangs across the stream of water, and suddenly lightning danced inside the water that turned into a large snake that bared its fangs at Neji before engulfing him whole. Neji let out muffled cries of pain as he was drowned and electrocuted at the same time. When the jutsu stopped, Neji was laying on his back, arms and legs flailing around as his muscles spasmed randomly. Seeing Hinata complete her jutsu, sudden images of the young Hyuga chasing him around atop the head of a giant snake caused Naruto to break down in a cold sweat. You alright, Naruto? Chuji asked, seeing the Uzumaki sweating despite the cool weather. Yeah, Naruto replied stoically. Note to self, be sure not to irritate Hinata in the foreseeable future. I don't think it even needs to be said, but Hinata is the winner. Shikamaru said, his eyes focused on the clouds in the sky. Neji Nezen, I know right now you are confused, but you have to realize fate doesn't control lives, fate is made. Yes, you were named clan heir, but it was not fate that decided that. Your hard work, skill, and my father's wish to repent for the death of your father gave you that gift. I hope you realize that soon. Hinata said, bowing to Neji, then walking off to where Naruto and Shino were sitting. Your match was impressive. When did Anko allow you to sign the snake summoning contract? Shino asked. A few days before the Chunin exams, but I haven't been able to summon anything but tiny garter snakes until after Tsunade-sama healed me. Hinata replied. Unknown location 6 days later. Pain, I fear if we allow the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to train, then he will become too powerful for us to handle in the future. A blue-haired woman murmured. She was talking to not the Pain the Akatsuki members were used to, but a man hooked into a machine who had multiple rods protruding from his back. The man looked extremely underfed, his body was nothing more than skin and bone. His long red hair was faded and unkempt. Conan, you give the child too much credit, but if it satisfies you, then I will have Zetsu send his black half to personally monitor the boy as he trains. Pain wheezed. Conan looked unsure but nodded anyways. Konoha, next day 0700. 3 figures stood at the gates of Konoha. The tallest of the 3 stood arms crossed, impatiently tapping his foot as his spiky white hair flowing gracefully in the breeze. Jiraiya-sama, relax, he will be here. One of the figures stated calmly. He was the shortest of the 3 and like the other was garbed in full Anbu gear. The Gaki was supposed to be here an hour ago. Jiraiya groaned. How can you be so relaxed, Itachi? The other Anbu asked, his large sword strapped to his back. Because I knew Naruto-kun would be late, Kisame. Itachi said. You're a clone, aren't you? Kisame asked. The clone nodded before it dispersed. I hate them both, Jiraiya growled. Kisame could only nod in agreement. Moment later, both Itachi and Naruto arrived. Naruto was smirking slightly, though you had to look close to notice. His clothing was slightly disheveled while there was a visible hickey on the side of his neck. Wow, Gaki, did your girl give you a nice long goodbye? Jiraiya asked, grinning perversely. Naruto's smirk faded and he rolled his eyes. Are we going to handle the weed problem? Kisame murmured to Itachi. The Uchiha prodigy shook his head. I already have it covered, Itachi replied. So where to first, pervert? Naruto asked as the group walked out of the village. The land of iron, Jiraiya replied. Redemption of the Namikas. Brief summary: when Minato Namikas looks from the Kyuubi to his critically wounded wife Kushina and crying newborn Naruto, he realizes his family means more than his village. So in a desperate move, the hero of Konoha leaves it to burn in order to keep his family alive. Now the most hated shinobi in 2 villages, the Namikas family must redeem themselves somehow. Chapter 1: Family above all else. Ha, 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 you are stronger than I anticipated, Namikas-san. A man panted. He was garbed in a red cloak with an orange swirling mask on. The mask only had one eye, revealing an eye with a red iris and 3 swirling tomo around the pupil. The cloak figure was speaking to another man who was glaring heavily at him. The man had bright spiky blonde hair and striking blue eyes. The man was garbed in the traditional Junin attire, but on top of his Junin uniform he sported a white short-sleeved long coat that went down to his knees. The coat was decorated with red flames on the bottom and the kanji Yondaime Hokage written on the back. In one arm the man held a tiny newborn baby. But unfortunately it matters not, because I have already released the Kyuubi. Now your wife will die and your village will burn, the cloak figure stated victoriously. The blonde didn't respond. Instead he vanished in a bright yellow flash. When the man reappeared, he was next to a red-haired woman who looked dead on feet. Her hair was dull and lifeless, her skin was pale to the point that it looked almost grey, and a steady stream of blood was dribbling out the corner of her mouth. Kushina-chan, get to the hospital, I will handle it from here. The man murmured, his heart breaking as he looked upon his dying wife. No, Minato-kun, you need me. You can't take on the Kyuubi alone. Kushina snapped, though she looked like she would collapse any moment. Minato shook his head and sighed. Stubborn to the end, dear. Minato replied, drawing a sad chuckle from his wife. Yet their laughter seemed to wake the baby, who began to cry due to all the noise that had disturbed it. The baby instantly snapped the two from their moment. Kushina, go when I go. Naruto-chan will need somebody to take care of him, Minato said seriously. Yet this only made the woman pause for a second. I know, but me being there for Naruto won't matter. He can't successfully seal the Kyuubi. And for that you need me there, Kushina said, her tone not giving any room for argument. Minato shook his, then took hold of his wife, and the 3 disappeared in a yellow flash. This time the 3 appeared right in front of a giant fox monster. The beast had blood-red fur and 9 red tail flailing wildly behind it. Before the beast could respond, Minato touched it and the entire group disappeared, only to reappear miles away from the village it was attacking. The creature growled and brought one of its tails down to crush the family, but they had vanished in a yellow flash. Minato-kun, Kushina-chan, what the hell? When the family had reappeared in front of 2 women. One appeared to be in her early 30s and had sandy blonde hair. She was wearing black pants, a green jacket and high-heel sandals. The other girl seemed to be around 10 with jet black hair and was wearing a purple kimono. Yeah, Minato, what the hell? Kushina asked, just as confused as the 2 women. Soon I'll explain later, just heal my wife now, please, Minato said, gesturing to Kushina. The blonde nodded and her hands began to glow green as she set to work healing Kushina. A few hours later soon had finished and it clearly showed. The color had returned to Kushina's skin and hair. While the woman didn't necessarily look ready to fight any major battles, she didn't look like she was going to die anytime soon. Alright pretty boy, your wife will be fine. Explain to me why you're not at Konoha sitting in your office, Tsunade demanded. Basen, the Kyuubi was set free by Madara Uchiha. I fought him, but I had to return to the village to defeat the beast. Yet when I confronted it I just couldn't, Minato explained dejectedly. Minato words struck Tsunade like an anvil. The moment she recovered from the shock, the only thing she could feel was rage. Rage directed at the blonde who had abandoned her home. What do you mean you couldn't face it? You mean you just left to Konoha to just handle the strongest of the Biju alone? Tsunade yelled. Tsunade, I couldn't. My wife was dying and I knew I would have to sacrifice my life to seal the beast in my son. I just couldn't do that. You worthless coward, you left your village just because you were afraid to die, Tsunade growled. No, I would die in a second to protect the ones I love. It's just dying to seal the Kyuubi would only hurt Naruto and kill Kushina, and they are the 2 people I care the most for, Minato said, bringing his family to him. The yelling finally seemed to upset baby Naruto as he began to wail in his mother's arms. Seeing that, this Tsunade understood why Minato couldn't destroy his family for Kushina. I understand. I don't like what you did, but I understand that family comes above all else, Tsunade said. But what now? There is no way in hell you can go back to Konoha, and you have too many enemies to just wander the lands like Shizune and I. While you were healing Kushina I thought of a plan, but I need you to take care of Kushina and Naruto while I'm gone, Minato said. Tsunade nodded, but that answer didn't satisfy her or Kushina. Where are you going? The 2 women asked. Mizu no Kuni, Minato replied before he disappeared in a yellow flash. Despite saying that he was going to Mizu, the blonde shinobi had reappeared just outside of Konoha. The moment he looked upon his old home, his heart bled. The village was reduced to rubble. Buildings lay demolished on the street. Bodies of dead or dying shinobi littered the destruction. Even the Hokage monument had not survived. All the faces were reduced to unidentified craters in the side of the mountain. Oh my, Minato whispered. Then just as Minato was about to leave, he felt multiple chakra signatures approaching his position. Thinking quickly, Minato began to use his finger to write on his arm. Sealing art, false identity. Minato before he channeled chakra into his seal. The blonde was instantly transformed into a younger shinobi who had dark brown hair and green eyes. The shinobi lacked the vest of a chunin and junin, so he was presumed genin. As the signatures came closer, the now transformed Minato is inside a nearby destroyed building. What are casualties? A voice asked. Minato looked to see an elderly man walking through the wreckage with a group cloaked shinobi. Minato instantly recognized Hiruzen Sarutobi and the elite Anbu Black Ops squad. Hiruzen-sama, we have lost over half over total forces, but only a third of that were comprised of Anbu Junin and Chunin. The Anbu replied. So we lost most of our youth. Hiruzen said with a sigh. The Anbu nodded silently. Tell me, are the Junin we lost? We lost the Inuzuka clan head Ryokan as well as the Akamaki clan head Chusa. Ibiki Morino, Ko Hyuga, Maki Yakushi, Hizashi Hyuga and Rin Moya were all confirmed dead. Anybody else will be deemed Mia by tomorrow morning. The Anbu answered sadly. I see Inu go collect the civilian from the chambers in the mountain and all remaining shinobi. I have something I must say. Hiruzen ordered. The Anbu nodded and then he and his squad jumped onto the rubble to the mountain. You can come out now, young one. Hiruzen said. Minato hesitantly walked out of the building and up to the former cage. Did you lose family, child? Hiruzen asked sadly. Minato slowly nodded head. Remembers all the names the shinobi that were confirmed dead. I apologize, young one. It seems the Yondaime disappeared on us in our hour of need. Sarutobi said, spitting out Yondaime like it was poison. Did he have a good reason? Minato asked. No reason on earth is good enough to give that coward the right to condemn our village the way he did. Hiruzen growled. But the Yondaime is a good person. What if it was for his family? Minato continued, hoping to get Hiruzen to see reason. His family be damned. Why should they live just so we could die? Hiruzen yelled, alerting multiple shinobi in the area. I see. Minato replied quietly. By now there were a few shinobi surrounding the two, yet Minato had a bubbling rage inside him. Faster than anybody could react to Minato slammed Hiruzen by throat into a nearby destroyed building. His jutsu faded, causing a few shinobi to gasp and others to gasp. You know, when I left in order to protect my family, I regretted doing so because I knew Konoha would be destroyed, but talking to you has cleared things up, Sarutobi-san. This village didn't deserve the sacrifice my son, wife, and I were going to make. Minato spat. The blonde looked around. Some of the shinobi had backed off, but more of them had readied weapons in preparation to strike down the former cage. Be warned, hate me as much as you like, but if any Konoha shinobi lays a finger on my family, then I will make sure this village wades knee-high through its own blood. It was at that moment the shinobi brandished weapons sprung into action, but it was too late. Minato was engulfed in a yellow flash before he was gone. With the pressure removed from his neck, Sarutobi collapsed onto his knees, gasping for air. Two shinobi instantly were at his side, helping the veteran to his feet. When the Sandaime Hokage finally caught his breath, a deep scowl made its way onto his face. He then growled, from this day forward Minato Namikaze is to be placed in our bingo book as AS rank missing ninja.